This is Meteo Mundo.
Friends, good morning. It is early on this Wednesday. Good to see you here at Meteo Mundo as we start our continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl with impacts currently going on in Hispaniola, Dominican Republic, and Haiti. And then we're going to have impacts to talk about throughout the day for Jamaica, and then later tonight and overnight into portions of the Cayman Islands. Good to see you on this early Wednesday morning. Hope you're well. So again, we're just going to start our coverage here. Really, we're going to take it nice and slow. First of all, I want to hear everyone in the chat, how everyone's doing. And then we're going to get into the specifics of things. Now, we just got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center as of 8 a.m. And so I'm going to go over this with you. Really, this first hour is going to be about analysis. We're going to look at the storm together. We're going to look at what's changed overnight. And then obviously start to talk about the impacts, especially for Jamaica, because friends in Jamaica really need to get prepared for a powerful hurricane that could bring some very, very high-end threats, some life-threatening impacts to Jamaica. You can see what Beryl has been doing overnight. Unfortunately, we still have a hurricane that is a Category 4 with winds of 145 miles an hour. Beryl is located right now about 125 miles to the southeast of Kingston, but obviously a little bit closer to the east coast of the island. And we are going to see significant impacts as we go through the morning hours and into midday. Pressure right now is sitting at 952 millibars. It's risen a little bit, but honestly, Beryl is still an extremely powerful hurricane. I mean, you know, we know it's been stronger, but at the same point in time, friends, we are talking about a higher end Category 4 that is on a beeline to the south coast of Jamaica and all the impacts that's going to bring, including a high opportunity for some water inundation via storm surge, some very heavy rainfall, and then hurricane conditions expected across the island. Again, we have a hurricane warning that is in effect for all of Jamaica, a hurricane warning that is in effect for Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac as well. And we'll start to see the weather here in Jamaica begin to go downhill as we go into the next couple of hours here. So wanted to join you a little bit ahead of before we see the main part of this storm move through. Now, again, we have deep convection still around the center of circulation. Beryl went through an eye wall replacement cycle, and there's a huge area of convection off to the north and to the east. It's a very interesting storm because it's been fighting wind shear the entire time, and we'll get more into the wind shear coming up, but the wind shear is being produced by Beryl by its simple forward motion. So in the Caribbean, it's been battling the wind shear the entire time. It was able to get stronger, and now it still has winds of 145 miles an hour. So at this present time, we're going to use our spatial tool here to see just how far away we are from a couple of areas. And again, movement right now is still west-northwest at 20. It hasn't slowed down. It's not going to slow down. Rainfall is going to be excessive in some areas, but the rainfall would be even worse if Beryl was going slower out there. So again, what we're looking at here is just what's changed since last night. What's changed since I last joined you? Well, from the far eastern tip of Jamaica here, the eye is about 127 miles away, but we're going to start to see those tropical storm force winds move in a sustained way over the next 2 to 3 hours. We're already going to start to get some gusts here on the eastern edge, which are hitting tropical storm strength, but the sustained tropical storm force winds are going to be moving in here in the next couple of hours. So let's talk about real quickly here. I'm going to get rid of that and put it back into motion. Again, one of the things I want to do early on here is just get some messaging out, and then we're going to get into the specifics of everything else. So again, let's talk about Jamaica real quick. For Jamaica, we have ourselves the hurricane warning, all right? For Jamaica, hurricane conditions are likely throughout the day. We are going to see rainfall totals of 4 to 8 inches, which is 100 to 200 millimeters, but the opportunity to get some localized areas of up to 12 inches of rain, which is 300 millimeters of rain. Okay, we could have some very heavy rainfall through portions of the peninsula of Haiti as well. Beryl is expected to produce some landslides and mudslides. Obviously, power outages are going to be an issue as well. Storm surge is going to be another thing that we're going to have to watch out for at this point in time. The last report that I saw was a 5 to 8 foot storm surge. It does look like we are looking at a 6 to 9 foot storm surge now. So the storm surge is going to be extremely concerning in Jamaica, especially on the southern coastline, with the movement of Beryl, because again, we're going to have the winds on the northern side coming in from east to west. And if you notice that some of the bays west of Kingston, first of all, Port Royal already has a bit of a shoreline that juts out here that the water can collect in on the western side. But then the bays here from Old Harbor south, right in this area, you can see that the shoreline juts out and almost is going to catch that water as it spirals in. So there could be some significant inundation of water here in some of the major populated areas towards Port Royal and some of the bays just to the west of the Kingston area south of Old Harbor. So that's that. Obviously, the eastern side of the island is going to get hit with the significant rain and the significant wind to begin with. Let me take off here. The red that you see, guys, is just simply the hurricane warning. So I'll take that off for right now. And again, you can see some of the areas like Morant Bay and Fair Prospect and Morant Point out there. There's the lighthouse. That is going to be exposed and getting hit with those very consistent tropical storm force winds early on, and then getting hit with the hurricane force winds a little bit later in the day. We're going to also be able to show you guys some live webcams, and so we'll be bringing that to you as we get our coverage rolling here. But again, that's kind of the newest for our friends in Kingston. First of all, I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the comments section below what you guys are experiencing. I know that some of you already said in the comments from yesterday's videos that you had already been dealing with some power problems across the island. And that is going to be obviously a big issue because Beryl is going to be coming in with certainly enough force where, you know, we're going to see some wind damage. We hope that we avoid the direct wind damage that we had when Beryl went through the Windward Islands. And of course, we're going to take a look at the newest forecast track from the Hurricane Center as well. But the path is not a good one, friends. Let me get rid of this yellow area here, because again, that's just the invest behind, which, by the way, is bringing some significant wind to the Windward Islands right now. Very squally storms, even though it's not developing. But if you look at this, and I'm going to take off the wind fields because it's just a little bit easier to see as well. The forecast eye movement is not far south of Kingston. All right, so let's draw a line from the Kingston area to the center. We're only about 46 miles away. All right, right now, that would be winds of 130 miles an hour. Now, again, Beryl should continue to weaken, but it has just exceeded expectations at all points in time, even going under what looked like to be an eyewall replacement cycle late yesterday, early evening, and coming out of it just fine. I mean, typically when we have shear, even with a larger hurricane that's consistent, and again, it's consistent because the forward speed of Beryl is producing the shear, typically these storms can get knocked down a notch or two, and it didn't really happen with Beryl. It really is a historic storm for so many reasons. Again, it's not a good situation for our friends in Jamaica because, again, you're going to be on the northern side of this storm. One of the things that we'll be talking about here is, you know, we're going to be fighting to get some real-time data on the island. Because Beryl went through the Windward Islands and there's a lot of different island nations there, everyone wants to have some reporting stations on their island. So we had a tight density of reporting stations. Here, we're going to have consistent information out of Kingston and Montego Bay. Those are the current temperatures on the board. And then I'm going to effort to get some other weather data, but basically we're going to be using our satellite and our radar to estimate what we're seeing here in a lot of ways. Now, hopefully the Kingston and Montego Bay METAR sites, that's what they're called, they're automated reporting stations, they hold on, they are able to continue to transmit, they don't get knocked down, especially the Kingston one, but that is a possibility with this. Again, those are your current temperatures. At this point in time, they're not showing any wind gusts. That's at least sustained. So let's take a look at the winds right now. And again, on this product, we're going to have the wind barbs. So it's still relatively light winds here. It's out of the north, bit of a fresher breeze, but nothing significant as of yet here. And again, this one is sitting out there by the airport is what this one is there at Port Royal. And if it can hold on for the duration of Beryl, I will be impressed. So again, friends, good to see everyone here. Let me get over to the live chat. Again, this first hour is going to be a lot about analysis. Yeah, Barbados, yes, very quickly here. Again, we are going to cover Beryl extensively, but as I was coming on, there was an over 50-mile-an-hour wind gust here. And again, we'll cover everyone. Let's see here. Let me drop the formation zone, and then let me bring on the gust data here. 54-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Barbados. Again, this is with our Invest. It's trying to wrap up a bit right now. I'll keep an eye on that, guys. It's not going to organize over the Windward Islands, but it is going to bring another huge burst of heavier rain. I mean, so yes, very impressive in Barbados. Thanks for letting us know, guys. Again, as I said, as I was getting prepared this morning, I was like, wow, that wind has really picked up in Barbados. And unfortunately, we're going to have some of that heavier rain come over some of the areas that have been significantly impacted by Beryl already. A lot of areas that do not have roofs, a lot of areas that haven't really even begun to clean up. So again, this is the 1-2 punch. It's not an organized system, but we still have winds of tropical storm strength coming through Barbados there with a 54. Now again, there's a dense core of reporting stations here, so we'll be able to keep an eye on things. So we'll see if we get our St. Vincent one back or not. But yeah, rough situation there. It's also been rough in coastal Haiti. And if anyone lives in Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic or Haiti, would love to hear from you guys. You can see that a huge plume of moisture continues to go over the Haitian Peninsula, and that is leading to some flooding in those areas. And again, Hispaniola is an area that is extremely mountainous. There's a lot of terrain, and you can see those deep blues have really extended over Western Haiti for the overnight hours. This was the closest approach last night, early this morning for places like Port-au-Prince and Lacaille, and you can see the convection too. So what is still concerning to me out of Beryl is that we have ourselves an inner core that is still producing a lot of lightning. It doesn't really matter if this piece of convection never really ramps and wraps around, because the inner core is still so solid right now. Again, we would have hoped that this storm would have been a lot less, but we still got ourselves a Cat 4 of 145. What's the difference between a storm and a hurricane? Well, so there's a lot of different classifications. Obviously, hurricanes are most intense, and we talk about those the most because those have the most impact. But you can start off with a tropical wave or a tropical disturbance that doesn't have a closed center of circulation. It's just an elongated area of tropical moisture, which are very common in this time of the year. It's what brings the rains to the Caribbean and the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico. And really, you know, these tropical systems have a part in the mechanics of the atmosphere, and that's to take all the warm, moist air at the equatorial regions and drive it north into the mid-latitudes. It's just we love our islands and we build our homes and we live in the places that these storms like to go. When we start to see the formation, we can get what's called an invest. It's an area of interest. Then as we get winds to 34 miles an hour and we have a closed circulation, that's a tropical depression. Winds of 39 or higher, that is a tropical storm. That's when they start to bear a name. And then when they get to winds of 74 miles an hour or higher, that is a Category 1 hurricane. And then there are 5 different categories of hurricanes leading up to Category 5, which is winds over 157, which Beryl became, and again, broke another record, being by far the strongest hurricane ever in this part of the world this early in the year, with winds of 165, and it still has winds of 145 miles an hour. Okay, so I'm going to put some information on the screen here. Like again, we're getting our, this is basically analysis hour. You know, I've woken up, I have taken a look at a lot of the different things this morning, but we're going to kind of take a look at a few things that has changed here since I've last done the full analysis. We still have about an hour before we really start to see the impacts here in Jamaica. First of all, down the road, okay, we have the hurricane warning that is still in effect, and rightfully so, and will continue to be in effect for the Cayman Islands. Again, we'll talk more about the Cayman Islands as we go through the day, but the Cayman Islands are going to have some potentially significant impacts, just like Jamaica, as Beryl moves off towards the west. Now, again, the forecast is for this to weaken, but there is still the opportunity. This is a major Category 3 hurricane, not too far south of Jamaica, of the Cayman Islands, as we get late tonight and overnight. And of course, the Cayman Islands are going to be on the eastern side of the swells coming in with a very strong easterly wind. So that's going to be the issue. There is storm surge, inundation of water there, some very heavy rainfall in those areas. So for the Cayman Islands, we could have up to 6 inches of rain in the Cayman Islands. All right, a storm surge in the Cayman Islands that could be 2 to 4 feet above normal tidal cycles. So 2 to 4 feet. And then the opportunity for maybe 3 to 6 inches of rain. Again, in Jamaica, we could have a 6 to 9 foot storm surge that's 2 to 3 meters. Okay, significant, especially again on the kind of the south facing almost, or the east facing areas of the shoreline, because that is where the water is going to pile up. All right, so behind these bays, the water shouldn't be as significant because the wind's going to be coming back over land. But again, for Port Royal and the bays to the west, Old Harbor south, that is where I expect the water to collect the most, at least at this point in time, based on the wind profile. Now down the road, the Hurricane Center still has Beryl as a hurricane as it moves into the far northwest side of the Caribbean, still a Category 2, and then still potentially a Category 2 weakening, but still a Category 2 as it heads towards the coastline of the Yucatan and of Belize. So for those areas, we now have a hurricane watch, and I believe, let me just double check something real quickly here. They might have, no, they still didn't. Okay, just looking. So the watches have not changed overnight for the Yucatan and for Belize. We still have our hurricane watch for the east coast of the Yucatan from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche. And then we have ourselves the tropical storm watch, the coast of Belize from Chetumal south to Belize City. So our friends in these areas need to be paying very close attention. We have, again, a day or two to monitor the situation, but as we get towards Friday, we could still have Beryl as a hurricane moving into the Yucatan, maybe as far south as Belize, but obviously impacts there would be likely if Beryl can hold together. And then Beryl potentially sneaks into the southwest Gulf of Mexico, still intact, still a center of circulation as a tropical storm. The official forecast is Beryl gets impacted obviously significantly by the Yucatan, becomes a tropical storm, regenerates back into a Category 1 hurricane briefly, and then moves on shore again in far north Mexico. But anywhere past this area is very much up in the air, especially because a stronger Beryl could potentially ride a little bit farther north, could be a little bit less over the Yucatan and a little bit farther east in the Gulf of Mexico, which would put the recurve scenario into the Northwest Gulf more in play. I think a weaker Beryl goes a little bit due west and strictly into Mexico, but again, all up in the air at this point in time. Good to see you guys, over 1,500 people here. Thank you for joining me. This is going to be live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl, the impacts to Jamaica, the impacts to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and we'll be keeping an eye out on the impacts for the Cayman Islands as well. Again, if you're just tuning in here, I think the best thing for me to do right now is just take a second here. I'm going to get on the newest data and love to hear from you guys as well. So drop it in the comments section below here. Good morning, St. Mary, Jamaica here. No rain or wind as of yet. Thank you, stream to you. I appreciate you tuning in. Love to hear from all my friends in Jamaica. And I'm glad you guys still have some power. That's going to be very important. The question is a direct impact for Jamaica. I do not expect the eye of Beryl to actually cross the island. However, we are going to see hurricane force winds more than likely encompass the island for a time. Obviously, if you're a little bit farther to the north, you have a little bit better opportunity to avoid the core of the strongest hurricane force winds, but the entire island should expect for a time midday to have winds over 74 miles an hour. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening scenario. Again, the Hurricane Center, and I've got the statement from the Meteorological Service of Jamaica, look, they're not playing around. They're being extremely serious here. Beryl expected to bring hurricane conditions to Jamaica by midday with life-threatening storm and wind surge, life-threatening winds and storm surge, okay? And the bulletins from the Meteorological Service of Jamaica are just as dire. They want to make sure that everyone understands the dangerous situation here and get the messaging out. Obviously, first of all, hopefully all fishermen are back in port and they are, back in port. They've got everything anchored down and they're away from the coastal areas. That's the biggest thing. Obviously, we don't want to be anywhere along the coast. Hopefully, all the residents of Jamaica have taken their preps seriously and are done with that. Potentially on the western side of the island, you might have a little bit of time early this morning to continue those preps, but you can see those darker blacks are beginning to work their way into the far southeast side of the island. And we are going to start to see some tropical storm sustained winds here in this area. Again, I'm going to bring back on the METAR sites here. We're taking a look at that. And again, the red is the hurricane warning. So I'm just going to get rid of that because it's a little bit harder to see. At this point in time, Kingston is not reporting a wind gust of any consequence. Again, we've had some storms develop ahead of the system, but this is going to be all about this core and the wind, that profile that it is expected to bring. All right, so let me get the statistics up here real quick, and then we'll move on with a couple of other things. And again, let's talk in the chat while I'm doing this as well. And I know we have some moderators in here, and I appreciate that. And thanks again for tuning in. This is a marathon, not a sprint today, guys. We're going to be here for a while. Got you covered at Meteo Mundo. Again, we're going to be looking at all of our live radar information here. We're going to have some live cameras to show you guys as well. So stick around for the coverage here. Obviously, if you live in Jamaica, let us know how things are. If you live in other areas that have been impacted, a lot of friends in Barbados have jumped in this morning and said, hey, Rusty, that Invest area, which didn't look like much overnight, has strengthened right over our area, and we have more than 50-mile-an-hour winds. So believe it or not, the strongest winds right now are actually in Barbados, and we'll be moving back through the Windward Islands today. All right, so I'm just going to put on, because it's the easiest thing as people are going to be coming in and out of this stream, and obviously I hope you lock in with us here, but instead of, and I would agree, if I came onto a stream and I said, okay, what's the newest information on Beryl? Well, let me just put it up on the screen. It just makes it a little bit easier here because we can. Again, the current winds are 145 miles an hour. Unfortunately, the wind shear has not done much to the inner core of Beryl. Pressure is 952 millibars. It got down to the mid 930s. Such a deep, strong storm. It's come up a little bit. And again, there's a correlation as the pressure rises. Typically, the storm is getting a little bit weaker. But 952 is still an extremely healthy storm. And again, we continue a fast forward movement that has not changed. Beryl has not slowed down. There was no thought that it was going to be slowing down. It's moving at 20 miles an hour. So the same scenario for Jamaica is going to play out, the same scenario that we had in the Windward Islands is going to play out for Jamaica, where, look, the rain is going to be an issue. Okay, it's going to be a problem because we could have 4 to 8 inches of rain in some of these areas. But if it was a slower moving storm, it would be even worse. The impacts from the storm surge and the winds are more than likely going to be the overall bigger issues, but there will be some flood issues. Obviously, we have some higher terrain across the island as well, especially as you get like the northern side of Clarendon and Manchester and St. Elizabeth parishes and the south side of St. Anne and Trelawney and St. James. Our friends who live in Jamaica know those areas. And again, there's a lot of terrain there, and all that water wants to get down to the lower levels. I will be drinking some coffee during the 8 a.m. hour. I've already had 1 cup when I first woke up, but getting a little bit of extra juice for the day is something I'm going to be seeing here. All right, so we've got the latest stats on right now. Let's see here. I did want to pass on the Hurricane Center does still have it as a 1:30, 12 hours from now. So the forecast is for this to stay a major hurricane. Nothing has changed with that. We've run out of time, unfortunately. We've just simply run out of time for this storm to lose much more strength. So this is why we have to talk about these significant impacts here. Let me bring on, just wanted to take a look at something here real quick. Total precip here. And I'm going to have to, again, dump some of these presets, so bear with me. And the GFS model, and by the way, guys, the model data, for the most part with this storm, if you are a meteorologist, amateur meteorologist, someone who likes to keep an eye out for these storms, it's been garbage. All of the models, except for the halves, from time to time, have really underdone Beryl. And I'm talking about like initializing a storm that is like 20 or 25 millibars too high. Not even as deep of a storm or as strong as a storm. So this is the GFS model. And let me make sure that we've got the right time frame on here, guys, because that's a lot of rain. So let me go back here. Yeah, this is, we're only going to go to tonight on the model. Let's go to 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. Okay, still significant. Unfortunately, what the GFS does, by the way, is it brings the squally weather from the Windward Islands right now and brings it right back over this area. It's basically trying to fall in line with the same areas here. Okay, so you can see on the eastern side of the island here, Port Antonio, Fair Prospect, Morant Point, Morant Bay. And by the way, is it Y'all Halls? You guys are going to have to let me know how to pronounce that one. Kingston, Spanish Town, Halfway Tree, Portmore, 8 inches of rain, and that is by tomorrow morning. So the GFS model on the eastern side of the island is very much in accord and probably fairly spot on with the kinds of rains that we're going to see. So Port Antonio, Morant Bay, Fair Prospect, again, we're going to average this, but you're looking at, again, what they've said, 5 to 8 inches of rain, locally higher amounts. You know there's going to be locally higher amounts. There's a little maximum here near Kingston and Halfway Tree and Spanish Town. There's Old Harbor. Again, my concern for the bays near Old Harbor is that you're going to have a wind. Sorry, I think it does let me draw on this. I'm always concerned that I'm going to be drawing something. You're going to have a wind coming in like this pretty much until the eye passes. Okay, I'm going to get myself out of the way, I promise. You're going to have a wind like that, and so it's going to be throwing all of that wave action and all of that storm surge into the western sides of those shorelines, and that is going to be a problem for those areas. So as I analyze this right now, as far as storm surge inundation, certainly have some concerns right here, just because of the shoreline orientation. Kingston, no rain, no wind right now. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. And again, we're going to be bringing you a lot of different things here at Meteo Mundo. We'll have some live cams to show you as the storm moves in a little bit closer. And of course, I'll be here with you guys throughout the storm as well. So let me clear that off. But again, just looking at this as we analyze it in real time here together, guys, what I'm expecting to see. So there is the aspect of the rain. Let's get into the aspect of the wind. We'll start off with potential wind gusts, and we'll go back here to the beginning. So we can see that as of 8 a.m., this is where we have our winds moving in. We'll go out to the next stop here. And we'll start to see, and by the way, I'll throw on the model timeline so you guys get an idea. If you look in the top left-hand side of your screen, this is 11 this morning. So the weather is going to go downhill pretty rapidly here on the east side of the island. And we'll start to see high-end tropical storm, low-end hurricane gusts. Now, again, let's be clear. On the GFS model, it's way too weak. Way too weak. We can access the NAM model as well. And look at this. But I'm being very clear with you guys. The models have been garbage as strong as this storm is. But even then, we see the hurricane force winds at 11 a.m. start to move into the eastern and the southeast side of the island. So again, for my friends in Kingston, for my friends in Jamaica in general, the weather will just continue to drop. You need to make sure that you're in your safe spot. You need to make sure that you've been following local government and local official advice. That is the local information. That is the official information. That is what you should heed at all times. You know, I'm here to fill in the blanks, but the local messaging is extremely important because up and down the island, we have all different kinds of situations and potential impacts. Now, even on the northern side of the island, Port Maria and Ocho Rios, we start to get into high-end tropical storm force winds as we get towards 11 a.m. I mean, obviously, we hope all boaters and all fishermen are well into port and have hunkered down. We've got Mandeville and Maypen here and Hayes starting to pick up 50 and 60 mile an hour winds as we go farther west, as we move closer into St. Elizabeth Parish. And then off towards the west, we've got Black River. Here's Cambridge. And then on over towards Westmoreland, Savannah, Lamar, Negril, Lucia, and about 40 to 50. Same thing for Montego Bay and the Falmouth areas as well. So that's kind of the broad brush of 11 a.m., understanding that these values are slightly underdone. All right. Probably the best modeling that I can show you. We'll take a look at that. I'll load up the HAFS model here as well. It'll take a second for me to do so, but I'd rather just kind of get this information out as much as I possibly can. Let's see here. That is the NAM. All right, it is going to let me stair step by hour, which is good. Obviously, we want as high of a resolution model. So, Beryl's eye, and let's take a look at this together, guys. So what did we say? Beryl's eye was going to be about 60 miles, I believe, south of Kingston. So I got to say, the NAM model is pretty much spot on with the location. It might be slightly too fast, but we can take these wind speeds at heart because it's all about the center of circulation. Now, one thing I haven't mentioned is that hurricane force winds in a sustained variety extend about 45 miles from the center of circulation, okay? And really that's gonna be on the northern eye wall rather than the actual center. Because obviously, and by the way, have you guys seen any of the photos from the hurricane hunters of Beryl in the eye? They have like that 360 shot now, and it's absolutely amazing. When that eye was 20 miles wide, and again, it is nothing but clear skies. So let us impart this. We do not expect the actual eye of the hurricane to move over Jamaica. It could be very close. If I put on this product here, the forecast cone from the Hurricane Center, and I put on the line. The Hurricane Center's line is slightly north of the NAM, slightly north. So really the Hurricane Center is going to have the northern eye wall right about here. Probably right about there, because that's going to be about 10 miles north. So if I extend this out 45, again, we are brushing the southeast coastline of Jamaica with sustained hurricane force winds. Those are winds over 74 miles an hour. But again, the wind is a big factor, but the storm surge of 6 to 9 feet, and then the 4 to 8 inches of rain, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain is another big factor as well. All right, so all of those hazards come in accordance, but when we're talking about the wind, I do believe we are going to have sustained winds based on this track and based on the size of Beryl in southeast Jamaica, starting maybe 11 a.m. Lunchtime here on the NAM model. By the way, again, one thing that Beryl has done is the wind fields have expanded. So when it came through the Windward Islands, we were looking at 20 and 25, and I think up to 30 miles away from the center, we had hurricane force winds. Now we're at 45 miles, and again, mainly on the northeast side. And then the tropical storm force winds extend 185 miles. All right, so you want to talk about covering a much larger area. Again, all of Jamaica very, very easily we'll see tropical storm force winds sustained throughout most of the day, even on the northern side of the island. Again, 45 miles. I mean, we're way out there. And that's another reason, by the way, that Haiti has been hammered so much today, because on the northeast side of this, right, it's still a huge plume of convection and very heavy rainfall and some gusty winds. They never got the core winds, but they had some strong winds there indeed. All right, so let's clear this off. And then we're going to take the model one more step. And again, I am analyzing this with you guys in real time. If you're just tuning in, first of all, I appreciate you guys tuning in. This is continuous coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl, impacting Jamaica and then impacting the Cayman Islands. Still forecast to be a hurricane in the Northwest Caribbean. We've had some impacts for our friends in the Dominican Republic throughout the day. We have an invest area moving through the Windward Islands that has caused some strong winds there. So we're going to highlight all of that as well. At this point in time, I'm just stepping through for our friends in Jamaica what we can see wind-wise. Now this takes us to 1 o'clock. And now we start to see the core of the winds moving across the island. Okay, so you can start to see, and again, these values are underdone, but sustained hurricane winds on the western side, potentially all the way into the center. Again, these are underdone, but it's as close as we're getting here. We'll look at the HAFS model coming up, and then you can see these winds just continue to spiral in. This is going to be an extremely, extremely impactful storm for Jamaica. Again, we've run out of time for this to do something that is going to be extremely beneficial. We still expect Beryl to slowly lose strength, but it hasn't done much. It hasn't lost a lot of strength here over the overnight period, even though it went through another eye wall replacement cycle. This is 2 o'clock. The winds look to be about the same. Obviously, there'll be some impingement on Beryl. Beryl will start to interact with some of the higher terrain there in Jamaica. And so we might start to see this undercut a bit. I would expect there to be a little bit more of a ragged eye, but it's not enough to knock this storm down a lot. And unfortunately, this will be occurring right over the island anyway. All right, but there is, again, the expected drop back down to a category 3 here, but still winds of 130 miles an hour when that happens. Let's go out one more hour in time to 3 o'clock. We still see the core of the winds over the island. Might start to get a little bit better on the eastern side. Still strong winds for for Kingston. Then we get to the southwest side of the island, Mandeville, and then west towards Black River and Negril and Savannah Lamar. Again, these are sustained winds, but at the same point in time, they're underdone too. I have to reiterate that. We are looking at just basically the wind profile. And again, very easily to see that we're going to have tropical storm force winds throughout the island. Hurricane force winds are extremely likely. I'm going to loop this up. Let's see here. Let's get it to about 9 o'clock. We'll go back to the beginning here at 8. And we'll see what this looks like in time. So just like it went through the Windward Islands, north side of the storm is going to be the strongest. That unfortunately is what's going to be going over Jamaica. So that's going to be a situation that we have to really contend with here, guys. So here you go. Slow movement. I will do what I can to pass along the metric system. Yes, I do promise that from what I can. Again, some of it is easier than others. Every inch of rain is 25 millimeters, so that one's simple. Talking about 4 to 8 inches of rain, you're talking about 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. You get to 12 inches, you get to 300 millimeters. Obviously, miles per hour and kilometers are a little bit more difficult. The ones that are clearly stated, I can pass along. So right now, at the 8 a.m. advisory, Beryl was 125 miles southeast of Kingston. That's 200 kilometers. All right. Winds were sustained at 145. That's 230 kilometers an hour. Okay. And it's moving west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. That is 31 kilometers an hour. The hurricane force winds that are 45 miles from the center of circulation are 75 kilometers from the center of circulation. Again, this is just the loop here of Beryl and the winds. I'm going to extend it out a little bit longer. We'll get to the evening. And again, what we're going to end up seeing here on this is that Beryl is going to start to then move into the Cayman Islands here very late tonight. Again, not expecting there to be an actual landfall in the Cayman Islands with the eye of Beryl, but close enough where we're going to have some significant impacts for the Cayman Islands as well. You're welcome, guys. Good morning to all of our friends in Jamaica. Our thoughts are with you guys. I'm glad that you guys still have power. I'm glad you guys are still joining on as well. Now, I do want to highlight a couple of things here while we're still relatively quiet in Jamaica. We got to get back over to the Windward Islands here, because as I was coming on, I saw that we had this invest area pop back up again, and we have some extremely strong winds right now in Barbados. Let me bring this back on for you guys. That's the current temperatures. There's your wind, but there was an over 50 mile an hour wind gust right there with this. And there's a huge plume of rain coming back in as well. Let me get the lightning data to come back on. There we go. So there's even a bit of lightning right now. So my friends who are in the Windward Islands, a lot of folks from Barbados jumped in and said, Rusty, we're getting hit pretty hard this morning. This was the invest we had been watching behind Beryl. Again, it really had fallen apart as it was trying to move off towards the east. Well, guess what happened, guys? It decided to come back to life in a little bit, and now we've got to monitor this again. It's still 96L. It's still the same invest we've been watching. It just really has decided to ramp back up in intensity here as it's come through the Windward Islands and portions of the Lesser Antilles. It's the same spots that are going to be impacted. We're going to see some breezy and gusty conditions for Trinidad and Tobago. Again, I'm not expecting this to become anything more than that as it moves through. It still looks like it's relatively disorganized. It's rushing fast. It's got some good forward speed to it, so it will be in and out of the areas relatively quickly. But again, the wind that it's producing right now, over 50 miles an hour for a time there in Barbados. So St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, again, the same areas that have been so significantly impacted already by Beryl with so much destruction and damage that don't need any more rain right now because they're literally trying to, put roofs back on temporarily in some of these spots. They're going to get another big push of wind and rain for the remainder of today as well. Not as significant up here when you get north of Martinique, though they could see some showers later in the day. The winds, which have been very stiff in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, are still fairly breezy, but coming back down. And again, right now, we still have impacts ongoing, especially in Haiti. We had some good heavy rain overnight through portions of the DR, but again, towards Lacaille right now, right on the Western Peninsula, they are getting hit by some strong winds. Don't have any gusts reported there, but again, the reporting stations are very suspect in that part of the world, so I'm not shocked. Again, I have access to buoy data. By the way, did you guys see the buoy yesterday? I think I mentioned it in one of the videos that Beryl went right over in the Eastern Caribbean. I don't believe it survived, or if it did, it's not transmitting any more data here. So let's see, I know we have one down here. I would be very shocked if it was just 9 mile an hour winds, but it's possible. It's pretty far south. Let me just see if it's actually showing 83 degrees. So it looks like it's still transmitting. And it is the 8 a.m. advisory. Okay, so we do have some buoy data there. Again, no wind gusts being reported as of yet in Jamaica. Again, stick around, guys. We'll have some webcams coming up for you here live from Jamaica as well. We're going to be monitoring that while you're in the chat. I appreciate you guys hitting the like button. If you haven't subscribed to Meteo Mundo, thank you so much for subscribing. We're nearly at 3,000 viewers right now. And again, friends, we're in for the long haul here on this Wednesday. We're going to be tracking Beryl throughout its progression just south of Jamaica. Now, that's the eye. Obviously, significant life-threatening impacts are possible and likely in Jamaica, which is why we're live on the air. Then again, the forecast will take it just south of the Cayman Islands tonight and overnight. And the official forecast from the Hurricane Center still has this as a hurricane as it tries to get closer to the Yucatan Peninsula, maybe the northern sides of Belize. This would be the next areas we'll be monitoring for an actual landfall. It does look likely right now we are going to have another landfall in either the Yucatan or northern Belize. That's why we do have the hurricane watch that is currently in effect for the east coast of the Yucatan from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche, and then south of there, the coast of Belize from Chetumal to Belize City. All right, so the areas in orange are your hurricane watches. I want to be clear, that does include our friends in Cancun and Cozumel. If you have any interest there, currently under hurricane watch. You get to the blue line, that is your tropical storm watch. It's not a huge area of Belize right now, just goes down towards Belize City. You can see the center line here from the Hurricane Center. And again, that is of the 8 a.m. advisory. First of all, I love to see you guys talking with each other here. I appreciate all the information being passed around by all of you. Again, that's a great part of the Meteo Mundo weather community, is just letting everyone know what is happening in your part of the world. Again, it helps to kind of fill in the gaps and tell the story. You know, I can sit here and I can analyze the radar, I can analyze the satellite, I can track, we can look at live cameras, but the real-time information that you guys provide us, hey, I just lost power. Hey, I got a really strong gust of winds. You know, I can only watch on my phone right now because power is out at home, or, cell service is going down. However it is, some of that information is great. Obviously, I'm keeping a very close tab on the official information to pass along to you guys as well. So again, we're up to 8:50 now, and we're going to start to see the beginning of the more significant impacts to Beryl coming into Jamaica here, starting 9 to 10 o'clock, and especially as we get towards 11 and 12. I'm going to show you the broad perspective one more time here. And again, the yellow area is the potential development area with 96L. Now look, it's only 20%. Okay, it's only 20%. So the Hurricane Center is still not believing that this is actually going to wrap up into another tropical system. But if it's even just a robust wave, you can see the impacts that it's bringing. And, we've talked about, again, what's happening in this area. And I'll be monitoring that through the morning hours as well. I mean, it's not going to be more than strong gusty winds, but the problem is these areas have been so severely impacted by Beryl already that anything else is just going to add insult to injury, to be quite honest, and that's what's coming their way. Still some heavy rain for portions of the coastline of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, especially on the Haitian coastline there of Hispaniola. And take a second here. I'm going to load up a couple of graphics, guys, behind the scenes. Give me just 1 second as well here. I put in another coffee order. I think it's going to be a pretty caffeinated day for me. What do you guys think? Richard says strong winds already coming into St. Anne. Thanks, guys. Look, here's the bottom line. The weather is just going to go downhill in these areas, and it's going to be gusty to start, and then it's going to be sustained as the core of Beryl begins to move through. All right? So that is the situation that I expect overall. And again, here behind the scenes, I'm just loading up a couple of different graphics I want to show you guys. And I hope you guys are doing well this morning. I appreciate you joining me early. I know there's some important information to pass along, and that's what we're going to be doing here. We do have, let's see. I believe we do have a new, no, they did I'm just double checking something here real quick, guys. 16.6, 17.4, 16.9. Okay. That was a little bit earlier as well. So 952 millibars, 145. We'll see. Doesn't look like right now the Hurricane Center is going to be producing hourlies. Sometimes as we get closer to land, as we mentioned in the Windward Islands, we get that hourly updates that could come back in. But at this point in time, I don't see that. I was looking to see here as we head towards 9 o'clock. Now they still might, it's only 8:53. So we're going to have webcams coming to you guys real soon, all right? We're working on that as we speak right now. Okay, caffeinating up here. So again, I'm just going in here. I'm going to show you guys a couple things I want to show you guys. First of all, it's always good to have that static map from the Hurricane Center up because that gives you guys a good idea just in a general sense. We've got our animated system here as well, but so many folks are used to seeing it in that form. I like to have that available. So I'm currently bringing that into the system right now so we can just kind of take a look at that together. And then I want to bring up the HAFS model as well, because the HAFS model I think has had the best handle on Beryl lately. If you've been watching the last couple of videos, you know that I've leaned on it a little bit more. And it's simply because a lot of the other models, GFS, European models, they just have not initialized the actual initial conditions of Beryl well at all. I mean, like horribly, to make it a much smaller storm than what it actually is. And that's a problem, right? Because garbage in, garbage out. If you start off with a storm that's way too weak, you're going to continue to have that bad output. We're also getting close enough now where we might be able to get some visible satellite imagery. I'm going to have to cut down the time frame here a little bit, but we should start getting our first visible satellite imagery of Beryl as well. Now again, concerning to me is that we still have convection at the center. And if you're just tuning in, right when I was going to bed last night after I had, let's see here, if it wants to loop. There we go. So that's just basically the first visible satellite image. I mean, obviously you need daylight, and so we're just getting that. Beryl looked really funky. There was this huge convection to the east, and I thought, okay, maybe the wind shear is going to be starting to rip this apart. Unfortunately, it looks like it navigated a new eye wall replacement cycle overnight and did so without really being impacted by the shear. And we're going to talk more about the shear coming up, because the shear is actually being produced by the forward speed of Beryl. Okay, it's not, there's wind shear present, if you will, in the Caribbean, but the reason why Beryl is undergoing wind shear is actually because of its forward motion to the west, and its basically net wind is producing the shear. So that is why, you know, we all in the meteorological world said, okay, Beryl is just going to continue to weaken because it's producing its own wind shear. It will be under constant wind shear. And as resilient as the storm has been quite honestly amazing in a bad way. Again, winds are still 145. We've knocked it down a little bit, but as I have mentioned, we're simply out of time now, guys, to have this do something that this is going to be falling apart in any way. Do something real quick here. Stick with me. And there is a way, I believe now, that I can do this and you guys aren't going to see that black. So I'm going to effort to do that as well. So this is the 8 a.m. advisory. And again, the 8 a.m. advisory is an intermediate advisory. So we don't get a new track update. We'll get new track updates every 6 hours. That's going to be the this is the 8 p.m. advisory. I apologize. I'm sorry, guys. I've got the wrong advisory up. Let me take that back. Apologies. Yeah, I simply loaded the wrong one. Oh well, I apologize for that. What I did is I simply took the one I had from last night. I've got a file. If you notice, like in a thumbnail, they all look the same, right? They all look the same. That's the problem. So I have a file where I have all of these. And unfortunately, I just grabbed the one when I did the video from last night. So apologies there. I'll get the new one here coming in. But again, this is one graphic that I'll be flipping back to from time to time. Because again, this is an image that everyone is used to seeing. I've got the interactive one on your screen right now, which is true. And again, I like to zoom in on that one as well. But the other part of that is that the other one also gives the time frames. So that is something I like to look at as well. Again, for Jamaica, this is impacts throughout the day. If you're just tuning in, again, we'll go over all the information again, but we discussed how the weather is going to be going downhill very quickly in Jamaica as we go through the rest of the morning hours. Jump over to chat real quick. Again, I appreciate it. We had a small surge of breeze and light rain in Mandeville area, but it stopped. So again, the squally weather is beginning to punch into Jamaica, for sure. And it's not going to be sustained to begin with, guys. You're going to get the outer feeder bands coming in. That is going to produce squalls of the nasty weather. And then the core will be coming in, as we just looked at here on the models. The core is going to be coming in around 11 a.m. to noon, and then through at least the mid-afternoon hours. Again, at this point in time, we don't expect there to be an actual landfall of the eye of Beryl, but it could be very close. And certainly it's close enough where the impacts here to Jamaica are going to be significant. The eye, again, is a little bit filled at this point in time. If you notice that we don't really see that opening there, there's a little bit of probably cirrus cloud coverage here. And again, I'm analyzing this with you guys at real time. So if I stop this and we can look at the cirrus product, these are the higher cloud tops. You notice that we do actually have some cirrus here near the eye. It's not completely open anymore. I wish I could tell you that that means that Beryl will start to have the pressure come up at the core, which will lighten the winds. But I've seen scenarios like this with Beryl a few times, and Beryl has said, yeah, it doesn't matter. Again, it's an unbelievable storm. There's going to be a lot of, I think, research and research papers written about Beryl, because even though we have this core that is not clearly seen right now on water vapor or infrared imagery, you can see the lightning still around it. And what could be happening right now is that we're about ready to bring it out again. These storms, they're never the same for very long. They typically can only stay so strong so long, and they kind of blow their tops. But this storm has been extremely resilient. Now, for Haiti, there is another huge squall on the northeast side that is bending back in. I unfortunately feel like we're going to get some reports out of Haiti of extreme flooding concerns here on the peninsula. Maybe even towards Port-au-Prince as well. A little bit shadowed, but on the extreme southern side, strong winds and extremely heavy rainfall as well. Now again, for Jamaica at the hour, we're just starting to see the core. Now, for those folks who have said earlier today, hey, I've had some gusty winds and heavy rain, that's bursts of convection ahead of the actual center of circulation, ahead of the main line. Again, here, those darker areas, that is going to be the more sustained tropical storm force and then hurricane force winds as well. I have up a couple different things here. Again, part of what I want to do is make sure that I'm always passing along official information. So I want to check in with the Met Service out of Jamaica. They've been posting regular updates. Not a new update since when I last checked in with them. But again, and my friends in Jamaica, let me ask you a question. Are you able to get via television or via the internet local impact statements from your local officials? Portland and Rocky Point will get it the worst. It's possible. You know, Black River there on the southwest side. Any east-facing or southern coastlines are going to get it the worst. Okay? Even up here towards Port Antonio and Fair Prospect, as the winds are coming in, okay, that's going to be an onshore wind. Even here towards Port Maria and even Ocho Rios, guys, these winds are going to be spiraling back in. Almost everyone is going to have an onshore wind at some point in time because there will be a northeast component to the winds based on the track, okay? Okay. Is voice deflection, can't hear clear, it sounds like an alien. Is that my microphone or just the information? Is my microphone okay? I just want to double check before I move on. I'm fine. Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so you guys are getting information. That's good. That's good to know. But again, we understand that this is still the calm before the proverbial storm, and that Beryl is going to bring more impacts to these areas very quickly. Again, here in just a few minutes, guys, we're going to be showing you some live cameras out of Jamaica, so stick around for that, obviously. Again, I will fix the go to black situation here, but I do have this graphic to show you guys now. So if you're just tuning in, we've got the 8 a.m. advisory up. That's an hour ago, last one here. So again, Beryl, winds of 145, west-northwest at 20. And again, for those of us in the metric system, that is 230 kilometers an hour, maximum sustained winds, moving west-northwest at 31 kilometers an hour. Again, we are now less than 100 miles from Kingston. The areas that you see in red are under hurricane warnings. That is going to be Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. We now have a hurricane watch that is in effect for the east coast of the Yucatan, from Chetumal to Cabo Catoche, and then south of there for Belize, that is a tropical storm watch from south of Chetumal to Belize City. The hurricane watch continues for the south coast of Haiti. They are also under a tropical storm warning, so sometimes you get areas that give you both a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch. What that means is tropical storm warnings, conditions are likely, hurricane conditions are possible, and then the tropical storm warning continues for the southern coast of the Dominican Republic from Punta Caliente westward to the border of Haiti. And the main reason why I wanted to show you this graphic is, again, we can look at the timeline here. As we go through the rest of the afternoon, we're going to see the impacts here in Jamaica, okay, especially through midday. Things should start to get a little bit better in that area as we move into the mid-afternoon and especially into the early evening. So we're looking at this really beginning to impact the area within the next hour and then for about the next 6 to 8 hours. We'll then see the impacts most significant, whatever the Cayman Islands are going to see late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Storm will then track off towards the west. And again, at this point in time, the Hurricane Center still has Beryl as a hurricane moving into the coastline of the Yucatan early on Friday morning. Some land interaction moving into the southwest Gulf of Mexico. Believe it or not, right now, land interaction with the Yucatan drops back down to a tropical storm, might fire back up to a tropical to a Category 1 hurricane, and then the official track has it moving inland into North Mexico. Would be some impacts for South Texas based on this, but there's not a lot of consistency in the models here once it gets out of the Northwest Caribbean. Okay, a stronger Beryl might be slightly farther north and take more of a quicker recurve. A weaker Beryl might go through the Yucatan a little bit more land interaction, closer to Belize, closer to Guatemala, more rain impacts for portions of Mexico, and then kind of drive more due west. It's up in the air, to be quite honest. And it's one of those things where we're just going to have to kind of wait and see. And part of it, of course, is going to be how much more Beryl gets knocked down in any intensity here as it moves over the next 24 to 36 hours. It hasn't done much in that way, right? We haven't lost a lot of intensity with Beryl at this point in time. And again, Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft are going to be moving through this area, and I can continue to monitor that situation as well. Again, the Hurricane Center will come out with special updates when they need to. And then they will come out with obviously any reports from Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft. But I can continue to monitor, and just like we did when Beryl moved through the Windward Islands, we can look at some of that real-time data there as well. All right, guys. I'm going to go back to the chat here real quick. Again, I appreciate everyone joining us here today. This is a marathon, not a sprint today, guys. So I hope you got a little bit of coffee with me. Hope you got a little bit of something. Obviously, our thoughts and our prayers are with our friends who are being impacted by this storm. That is portions of Hispaniola, the Dominican Republic, and Haiti. Very heavy rain in Haiti right now. Obviously, we're going to have more core impacts with Beryl in Jamaica. Potentially some extreme conditions in the Cayman Islands. So if you live in the Cayman Islands, you have at least through midday to get prepared. You are under a hurricane warning. And then we'll go farther to the west as we go deeper into the day and into time over the next few days. So again, the stats of Beryl as of 8 a.m., still a Cat 4, still 145. Unfortunately, the wind shear did not really do much here. Pressure still 952, still moving fast, west-northwest at around 20 miles an hour. Glad to see people talking about their preparations, that they're ready to go. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate you tuning in today. All my new friends. Again, this coverage will be much like we did for Beryl in the Windward Islands, if you followed that. I'm going to be tracking this live for you guys. We're going to have some live cams to show you. Again, if you live in some of these areas and you would like to send us a picture or a video, just like we had in some of the areas like Carriacou and St. Vincent and Grenada and Barbados, and I appreciate everyone who sent in pictures and videos. Some of them came in after the stream, but I promise you I went back and I looked at every single one. And some of you found us on our other social media handles, on Instagram, on TikTok, on Facebook, and sent those in, and I took a look at all of those. So I appreciate that because it helps to tell the story here at Meteo Mundo. So if one of my moderators could throw in the chat, our email address is mymeteomundo@gmail.com. That's all one word, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. If you want to snap a picture or a video, send it to us. We can turn it around and show it to you here live on the stream. Again, that is part of the situation as well. It helps to tell the story. Again, as I mentioned earlier, one thing that's going to be a little bit more difficult here is we don't have as many live reporting stations in Jamaica compared to the density that we had in the Windward Islands. Obviously, with all different island nations, they want to have their weather reports for their local area. And so a lot of them have what's called METAR observation sites there. It's a network that we can tap into, and we can look at their hourly observations. There's two here that I can tap into, one in Kingston and one in Montego Bay. Obviously, there's a lot of areas in between, so we're going to be doing a lot of analysis on the models as far as the wind intensity goes, and that's part of the reason why hearing from you guys as well is extremely important. Again, we're starting to see the squalls move in. You can see the temperature there beginning to fluctuate, and now really towards Morant Bay is kind of the first signs of what's going to be the more consistent wind. So Morant Point, of course, the lighthouse there, Morant Bay, Yaw Halls, and again, let me know I'm pronouncing that right, on over towards Kingston. I think I've got everything else locked down, but that'll be moving deeper. Linstead, Maypen, and again, this orientation of the shoreline here. Tiffany says, water's running a lot, now lots of breeze and bamboo trees falling as well. Okay. So again, for Jamaica, imminently, we're going to start to see the more consistent wind and rain, all right? As we go into the rest of the morning and into the afternoon, that's your time. I mean, it's imminently coming in right now. And again, the center of circulation, by the way, which is, let's take a look at this together, guys. Man, that might be a slight jog north, just a little bit. Again, the eye wobbles. It looks like it's also beginning to clear out again with more deep convection. Let's look at the low levels. So this is the water vapor at the low levels. Look at all that deep convection right there. in real time, we have really good deep convection on the west side. So again, the west side was where we were hoping to have that wind shear. All right, guys, let's take a look at our first webcams here. Bring it up full screen for you guys. So there's our friends in Halfway Tree. Again, it's an area of Kingston. Live look for you there. Things look relatively quiet so far. Things look relatively quiet so far. Okay, there's a live look right there, guys. That I believe is also from the Kingston area. That is the Royal Yacht Club there. You can see the dark clouds. And again, so just so my friends in the United States understand, we are under Eastern Daylight Time. Kingston is not. They would be Eastern Standard Time, which is why the time is a difference there. And again, unfortunately, well, we have to choose something. The Hurricane Center talks about time in Eastern Daylight Time, which is what I'm talking about as well, because obviously that allows us to have continuity across things. But the local time right now in Jamaica, where it's 9:14 for me here in Florida, is 8:13 a.m. because again, they are Eastern Standard Time. So I do want to be clear about that. Stream to You says 6 to 6 curfew in place on the island. Not surprising. Have they issued states of emergency yet? And again, guys, a couple of different live shots for you right now. So we're going to be able to monitor the situation pretty well. Yep, it's an hour behind Eastern Daylight Time. Again, I have to talk in daylight time because that's what the Hurricane Center is talking in time, so we need to have that continuity. But obviously our friends on Jamaica know that local time, it is 8:15, okay? So when you hear me talk about the times, you need to understand that's back an hour for you guys, all right? Because right now, all the Hurricane Center advisories are 9:15. I'm gonna keep a very, I understand that. So I am going to try every time to reiterate, obviously, what the situation is. And the biggest question I always have, and I've covered a lot of different hurricanes, friends, is we see these before images, what does the after look like? First of all, property can be rebuilt. We want no loss of life, obviously. And so we hope that that is the case here in Jamaica. But our friends in Jamaica need to really be paying very, very close attention because of the impacts that are going to be coming. This is going to be a 3 or 4 pronged storm, okay? It's going to have the hurricane force winds. Again, the core winds are 145 miles an hour. That should stay offshore, all right? But we are going to get some gusts that will be well above 100 in most spots, especially on the southeast and southern coastlines of the islands. That's based on the track of Beryl. We're going to get a storm surge potentially in some areas of 6 to 9 feet. That is a lot of water inundation for some areas of Jamaica. And we're going to have rainfall totals, by the way, 6 to 9 feet, 2 to 3 meters. And then we're going to have rainfall of around 4 to 8 inches, but maybe even up to 12 inches. And that is 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, maybe even up to 300. You add all that together and you've got a very hazardous situation. And again, it's going to be very area dependent. Obviously, the coastal areas will deal with the storm surge more than inland areas. We know that. We know that the rainfall in some of the higher terrain in the central and the western part of the island is going to have to deal more with the potential for the landslides and the mudslides. I mean, if you've been a resident of Jamaica, I think you guys have a pretty good idea of when a storm moves through. Now, obviously, Beryl is an extremely intense storm, and in some areas, at least in recent memory, we could see some of the most intense weather that we've had. But again, it's going to start off on the eastern sides, Portmore and St. Thomas parishes. Then it's going to move west, St. Thomas and St. Mary, going to continue to Kingston and then St. Catherine, and then just move west, obviously impacting the shorelines most significantly with the storm surge, but very heavy rain and wind across the islands. And even on the far northwest side, even towards St. James, on over towards Hanover parishes there, you get towards Montego Bay, still significant impacts are going to be likely. So these are our live cameras for you here, guys. Again, all looks okay right now. Folks are still outside. This is Halfway Tree. It is an area of Kingston. And we're going to continue to monitor the situation. So that's the live look there. We'll go back to these cameras as we warned. And obviously, this is still the calm before the storm. But it's good to have those live cams to be able to show you that, guys, here at Meteo Mundo. All right, let's go back over. I'm saying this as if I'm not in control of this. Let me bring back the radar system, and we're going to get into a few things here as well. Again, all the live looks. Cool. Excellent. All right. Give me just 1 second, guys. What I really need to do here, actually, if you stick with me just one more second, what I really need to do is set this up to where I probably can just go back and forth. So give me 1 second here. There's a lot of things behind the scenes we're doing for you guys. This should allow me to go back and forth. I'm going to test something out with you guys here, okay? So that's our live radar system. If I hit this button, nope. Let me try it again. There we go. Okay. Also trying to get those transitions out for you guys. Okay, so now should be able to go back and forth pretty easily. Okay, excellent. Now let's see how long it's going to take for me to screw that up. All right, let's go back over to the radar system, which we've got live here. If you guys are just tuning in, it's 9:20. You just saw the live looks from Jamaica. Everything's okay so far. Again, we'll keep an eye out there. I do want to highlight a couple of other things here for you guys real quickly as well. Let's see here. There we go. All right, excellent. So we're obviously going to be focused in on Jamaica a lot. A lot of friends have jumped into the channel and said, Rusty, what's going on in the Windward Islands? This is what is Invest 96L. I know it's something that you guys don't want to hear about, but we've had some pretty significant wind and rain in the same areas that just got hit with Beryl 2 days ago. Now look, 96L is not going to wrap up, but it is getting stronger, okay? And we have this core developing with some extremely heavy rain and gusty winds right over the area. Okay, let's see here. We might be able to do a picture-in-picture. Give me 1 second here, guys. Now, the question is, I probably have to be in that program though, right? Because that command is not working right now, but let me see here. There we go. Just had to be in that program. Okay, so we're gonna picture-in-picture this for you guys. We're getting more sophisticated on the fly. I love it. So now we can have 2 in 1. And who doesn't like 2 things for 1, right? So now the best thing for me is going to be off camera a bit as well. So I'm going to go off camera a little bit, and you're going to see the live look here. So again, that is Port Royal on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And we will be jumping through our cameras. So here we go. All right, here we go. We've got the storm over the Windward Islands. That is Invest 96L. And I'm highlighting that simply because we had a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust in Barbados. We're having heavy rain moving back over the same areas that got absolutely pummeled by Beryl on Monday. And you can see that that includes St. Vincent and the Grenadines, including Carriacou and Grenada and St. Lucia, but especially those areas where unfortunately the damage is catastrophic. So there's more heavy rain and wind coming into this area. So for those who have power, just a heads up for that. And again, if you know anyone in these areas and at least they have cell phone service, give them a call or give them a holler on a text and just let them know. Again, there's another burst of rain. Now, again, it's not going to wrap up. More than likely, there's only a 20% chance from the Hurricane Center. But as of note, another squall line coming through, and there's even a little bit of lightning as well. That's the last thing that the Windward Islands needed. That could stretch towards Martinique and Dominica. It's getting quieter in the Leeward Islands right now. We've had some strong winds in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. But one area that Beryl continues to impact relatively significantly is coastal, the peninsula side of Hispaniola, especially Haiti. You can see there towards Lacaille, all that deep convection. And again, it's a pretty mountainous area, relatively speaking. Even the shoreline there is very rocky. It's not smooth, and there are some elevation changes. And so obviously towards the port in Lacaille, it's going to be all about the storm surge, but not much farther away from that. We could have some landslides and mudslides. So Haiti is under a hurricane watch for the conditions that I just mentioned. Again, here for Jamaica, we'll continue to see the weather go downhill as we move through the remainder of the morning hours. That one buoy, if we believe it, is still just on the south side of things and is just not getting it. Do you see all the dry air it's sucking in? That dew point, if it really is just in the 40s, I don't know if I buy this, but we'll see. A temperature of 85, but a dew point of 36. Not sure about that. All right, gang. So again, we're going to imminently be seeing more impacts here to Jamaica. The cameras are live on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. We'll continue to cycle through those. And again, getting the reports from you guys. We are still ahead of the impacts of most significance for Jamaica. Let's look at where we are right now. From Morant Point to the northern side of the eye wall, which is right about here. We're about 50 miles away on the southeast side. The reds and the blacks that you're going to see are going to be the more consistent winds as we get closer to the core of the storm. Again, the forecast track from the Hurricane Center is in this variety. And you notice that at this point in time, the eye is still on the center line, so all is okay with the track. So we don't expect an actual landfall in Jamaica, okay? Meaning that we're not gonna have the 145-mile-an-hour winds right over the island like the Grenadines had. So not that direct impact like Carriacou saw. That being said, we're still on the bad side of the storm. We're still on the north side of the storm. We're still on the side of the storm that's gonna have the strongest winds, that right front quadrant, and the area with the most storm surge. Because again, all of this wind spiraling in a counterclockwise fashion is moving like this, guys. And it's gonna push all of this water coming in with Beryl in this fashion, all right? And so certainly all of the eastern coastal areas need to be prepared for water inundation, potentially 6 to 9 feet, that is 2 to 3 meters. The other concern I have is for the Port Royal area and then the bays off to the west. The orientation of the shoreline is such where we have these juts coming out kind of in a northeast to southwest fashion and then a north to south. That's going to collect a lot of water with those spiraling winds coming on. So on the western side, and then obviously right here, Hayes, Old Harbor, the coastal areas, big concerns there because of the orientation of the shoreline and of how we're going to have the winds spiraling in. And obviously it's clear to see, if you guys just look at the satellite loop here, you can see that forward movement right there. We've had some good downpours from time to time, but nothing consistent. You can see some of the darker clouds there over the harbor. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Thank you very much. While you're here, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button for me, if you haven't subscribed and you want to support the channel that way, we do have our super thanks. We have our super stickers. We have our memberships available if you'd like to show support that way as well. But I just thank you guys for tuning in to what is going to be our continuous coverage here of Hurricane Beryl as it moves close to Jamaica. We're going to be covering the impacts for you live here. Obviously, we're talking about the impacts in other areas as well. We've got you covered across the Caribbean and the Bahamas. We're going to focus on the areas that need it the most, but we're not going to leave anyone out. I promise you that. Again, we've talked pretty significantly about the heavy rain in portions of Haiti. Down the road, we're going to have to be talking about what's going to be coming our way towards the Cayman Islands. And then eventually, Beryl, more than likely, will stay a hurricane as it moves towards the Yucatan as well. I want to bring up here, I am going to, let's see, if I'm talking to myself, but we'll talk together here. If I do this, it goes away. That's fine. What I want to do is actually I want to bring up the webcams full, take myself off camera. I'm going to, while you guys are looking at that, and we can still have a chat, I'm going to load up the new HAFS model because I want to try and get the best weather information I possibly can to analyze the storm and to pass along to you guys as well. And if you're just tuning in, one of the biggest problems that we've had with Beryl is that the information from the global models in general has been relative garbage as far as intensity. Track's been fine, but they've been initializing Beryl way too weak by 20 millibars or higher. And part of that is because the global models, they're not as high resolution, and so they can sometimes miss a small storm like Beryl. I've seen it before, but that's the biggest thing. All right, so HAFS A has initialized well. There's two different versions of the model I'm looking at here. They're basically right in between. HAFS A initialized at 150, HAFS B initialized at 140 mile an hour winds. And currently it's at 145. Again, you're looking at live cameras here from Jamaica. Appreciate you guys tuning in here to Meteo Mundo. They're very similar at this point in time. Don't see a big difference. Okay, so I'm going to load that up for you guys. It'll take a second. Again, live look to Kingston. We'll look at this together. While this is loading up, I will talk to you. So Cedric, for Haiti, again, you know, it's a little bit of an area that's harder to get more information. From everything that I've seen, they have been undergoing some very heavy rainfall there on the peninsula. But as far as any official reports, I haven't seen any as of yet. If you have some, feel free to pass it along as well. But certainly there has been a lot of water, both with a storm surge on the southern peninsula coastline and with the heavy rainfall as well. No, Sam, no quote unquote direct hit from Beryl, but close enough where we're going to see extreme conditions. Look, we don't need the 145 mile an hour winds to go right over the area to get significant damage. All right. And Beryl is absolutely close enough where it is going to cause significant damage at the intensity that is currently at right now. Live look to Kingston City there, guys. We're looking south towards the port. Jamaica is not spared. Jamaica is not spared at all, okay? The core of the storm has yet to move in. Again, the eye should pass south, but that is also not good news because all of the strongest winds are going to be on the north side, and that is the area that is going to be moving right through Jamaica throughout the day. Again, we're on a little bit earlier before the most intense part comes in, but that's to get everyone prepared. And we're already seeing some good downpours in some spots as well. I appreciate all the chat. I'm continuing to monitor as best that I can. Yeah, okay, that's better. You're welcome, guys, and I appreciate all of you guys talking as well. I appreciate all that chat, all that support. Again, just behind the scenes, I'm loading up one of the models I want to show you guys. Just going to take some time there. These cameras are live, so this is always a good starting spot. And again, be able to show you this before Beryl actually moves in. Also checking with the Hurricane Center. There was no 9 a.m. update. Sometimes we get the hourlies as we get closer to impacts. But at this point in time, we didn't have that. So we still have the newest information at winds of 145, which is 230 kilometers an hour. That's sustained winds, not gusts, sustained. Kingston City there. My friends, if you guys live in this area, let me know in the comments section. That's a little bit darker sky there, looking over the harbor, Port Royal. How will those boats look after Beryl? I hope everything is just fine. Bit of natural shelter there, but not a ton. And again, this is an area that could see 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. So some of those natural barriers will not be able to stop 6 to 9 feet of storm surge. It's a very serious situation for anyone near the coast. That is life-threatening inundation of water. I really hope our friends are taking it very seriously throughout the entire island, but coastal areas will be significantly impacted by Beryl as well. This thing is taking a bit to load up in the background, but that's okay. Again, this is a marathon, not a sprint today, guys. We're going to be in it for the long haul here, covering the storm. And again, I'm just loading up some model data, which I think is pertinent because I believe it to be the best information available. So I want to make sure I pass that along to you guys. So here's the best part. I was sitting here watching this loop, and then I realized I actually was not downloading it. This is called trying to do 4 things at once. But that's okay. These cameras are pretty cool. We can sit on these for a while. And the question is this thing having a hard time? There we go. Looked like it was having a hard time. And yes, we are live tracking Hurricane Beryl. Good to see you guys. I'm here. Loading up a model in the background, showing you guys those live cameras. Good to see you here. Again, it is 9:36 Eastern Daylight Time, but 8:36 local time in Jamaica. Continuing coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl and the impacts for Jamaica and other areas. We got you covered here. Obviously, there's a lot of focus on Jamaica, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on other areas impacted. At this point in time, that would be portions of especially Haiti, some of the Dominican Republic. Down the road, we're going to be talking about our friends in the Cayman Islands, and then eventually into the Yucatan Peninsula as well. On the back end of this, we have Invest 96L, which is actually going through the Windward Islands as we speak. Although it is not an organized system, it is bringing lashing winds and rains to those areas as well. All right, back on camera for you here. Going to let that load up 1 second. So a few things we're going to look at here as we get a little bit closer to 10 o'clock. Again, at this point in time, we're not going to get, unless the Hurricane Center wants to come out with a special intermediate update at 10 o'clock. The newest information is going to come our way at 11 Eastern Daylight Time, 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, basically in an hour and 20 minutes. We can also talk in those terms as well. So it's going to be time for us to analyze this together here, guys. Let's take a look at a few things. First of all, the track of Beryl and where the eye is. All right, eye still going down the center line for the most part from the hurricane center. Again, on this forecast track, it is not expected for the eye to actually move over land. So we may not actually have a true landfall. But that being said, we have 145 mile-an-hour winds at the core, and now Beryl's wind fields are more expanded than what they were even in the Windward Islands. So now the hurricane force winds on the northeast side extend 45 miles from the center of circulation here. So when we look at that on the outer eye wall, which is right about here, you go 45 miles, and it's going to wrap around especially the southeast side of the island and probably south central and southwest sides as well. That's going to be sustained hurricane force winds in places like Morant Point and Yaw Halls and Morant Bay and Kingston and Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Hayes, more than likely Maypen, more than likely Mandeville. It'll be close for Linstead, but I think there's an opportunity, and there is, for the entire island to, for a time, have hurricane force winds. And that does include Port Maria and Ocho Rios and Montego Bay, Negril. Again, could we avoid a little bit of the inundation of water on the far northwest side based on the wind and its profile? Yes. But there's going to be a lot of storm surge here across our island areas, coastal areas. And again, the red that you see flashing is simply the hurricane warning. So it's a little bit easier to read when I take that off the screen. And again, even right now here, as we head towards 8:40 local time, we're still seeing the core of Beryl stay just offshore. But it is getting closer and moving in. Let's see here. All right, so I'm going to bring back up the camera. Stick with me. All right, there we go. Okay, so now we're going to look at the HAFS model. This is what I was loading up in the background, guys. This model, I believe, has the best handle of what's happening with Hurricane Beryl, all right? And you're going to see it, and I've really made it nice and slow so everyone can get a good idea. And if you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that's going to be, at that point in time, the maximum sustained winds from the HAFS model. Now, again, there is not a ton of consistency in all of the models here as we go deeper in time, but this one is the one that I believe has the best handle on things. So here we go, 140, right around that 145. It does have it staying pretty strong. I mean, we might lose some strength, but unfortunately, that's probably going to be with the land interaction of Jamaica more than anything else. So the official forecast has it at 145 now and still a Category 3 of 130 miles an hour as it gets to the southwest of Jamaica later today. Now, we'll talk about what's happening right here in the Southwest Gulf coming up. But again, just letting this kind of loop through at this point in time so everyone gets a pretty good idea. So here we go again. You can see the eye stays just south of the island, and I mean brushes. I hope it doesn't come that close. We would have hurricane impacts in the Cayman Islands late tonight, and then this storm loses strength, but still is a hurricane of a Cat 1 as it moves inland over the Yucatan, Quintana Roo in general there, near the Chetumal area, north of Belize, gets knocked down fairly significantly by the Yucatan land interaction, still remains a tropical storm, and then tries to gather a little bit of strength as it gets closer to the North Mexico, Texas coastline. Again, past that point, there is a lot of uncertainty. So again, strong storm, still Cat 3 to Cat 2 over the Cayman Islands, hopefully down to Cat 2, then Cat 1 as it moves into the Yucatan, again, early on Friday morning. That's 7 a.m., 10, 1 o'clock on Friday, Friday late, it emerges back into the Gulf of Mexico. Then throughout the day Saturday, here in the Bay of Campeche, tries to regenerate a little bit more. Notice the wind profile goes up a little bit, and then might try and move into the northern sides of Mexico. If we look at the hurricane 8 a.m. advisory and a static view, you can see that kind of broken down right there for you. Again, hurricane warnings for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane watch right now for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. That's going to be the east coast from Chetumal to Cabacatoche. And then south, that's a tropical storm watch for Belize from south of Chetumal to Belize City. And again, the official forecast now does have it staying as a storm. So at least that's, darn it, guys, it's the wrong advisory, isn't it? I apologize, I did it again. There we go, that's the right advisory. You know, I knew when I was looking at it, I was like, something's wrong with that. Now, here's what got me is that the warnings are actually still exactly the same from 12 hours ago. So I started with the warnings, I didn't look at the time, so I apologize for that, because the official forecast has this as a storm and then again as a hurricane briefly on Sunday going into North Mexico. But obviously, as we get into the weekend, there's going to be more of a model spread and the opportunity that this could do something, either drive farther south into Mexico or try and slip up the northwest portions of the Gulf of Mexico and impact the northwest side of the Gulf Coast. So that is something we're going to have to really closely monitor here. If I go back here, we can take a look at the spaghetti plots with Beryl. Let's take away the formation zone, bring on the forecast models. So you guys can see with Beryl here, we are in a relatively tight cluster on that center line. You can see some of the models here dive it into North Mexico, and some of the models have this recurve, potentially skirting the Texas coastline, maybe even into southwest Louisiana. Down the road, that will be something to monitor for sure, no doubt about it. But again, obviously at this point in time, we got to see what Beryl's going to be doing in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands and the Yucatan first. Let's go back here to this product. Again, you're looking at live views in the bottom left-hand side of your screen from Jamaica, where it is still relatively quiet. That's good news. Wouldn't expect there to have been much as of yet, but everything is going to start to pick up, all right? Now, we do have our reporting stations here in Jamaica. They are not reporting a wind gust. That's the product that I have on right now. We can take a look at a couple of different things here. Let me bring on, first of all, the easiest thing to do is just bring on the temperature, because then that way we can look at the latest reports. So out of Kingston, again, up to about a 20-mile-an-hour wind as last reported. That is going to be out of the north, and we would expect that. Again, the wind spiraling in at this point in time, right? Coming right in from the north to northeast to the south to southwest. There's the core of Beryl right there, still some deep convection. Jamaica's starting to get that wind now, yeah. I mean, it's starting to come in, guys. And this will be a situation where, unfortunately, just like we tracked in the Windward Islands, the weather will continue to degrade throughout the day. Hopefully all preparations to protect life and property are done. Hopefully you are in as safe of a space as you possibly can be. Hopefully you're heeding the advice of local officials and the government there in Jamaica. And we'll ride this storm out together. Again, you know, it stinks. We don't want to have any damage, but we know we can repair. We just don't want loss of life. And we've run out of time for Beryl to really do anything that is going to help the situation out immensely. Again, at the 8 a.m. advisory, the winds were still 145. Don't expect that sustained wind on Jamaica, because the eye and the inner core eye wall stays to the south by a hair, but it could be a very close shave. Again, and when I showed you that HAFS model, it was close. Now, rain is going to be another issue. So let's look at that. Again, I believe that in the coastline of Haiti, that the model is not doing well. Here with that, I would expect there to be more rain than what we're showing here. But again, still some heavy rain. There's going to be a tight gradient. It's going to be really, really bad right along that southern coastline, but then you do get into relatively higher terrain somewhat quickly as well. So I will say that we're undercutting the rain here on the model in Haiti. I do believe that we're doing better here in this area. I just wanted to make sure that we had the right time frame up here. So let's go to tomorrow morning. Wow. So, okay. I just wanted to double check. So we just got a new run, and the situation with the rain is not great. Let me dump off some of this information here because it's a little bit easier to see. So when I bring on the model timeline, okay, hang on one second. That's interesting. Let's try this again. Give me 1 second here, guys. My timeline was not cooperating. All right, that's better. So now that's tomorrow morning. And this is in line with what we were looking at earlier. So we're looking at rainfall through the event of Beryl here on the screen. And I'll move this so we can see me. You can see the live cameras. And again, I appreciate everyone jumping in and letting us know how it's going. When we talk about the rainfall, the official forecast for Jamaica is 4 to 8 inches of rain, locally up to 12. And the models seem to have a pretty good idea of that as well. You would expect there to be a little bit more rain on the eastern side of the island because they're going to get it first. They're going to stay with that onshore wind a little bit longer. So Port Antonio and Fair Prospect and Morant Point and Y'all Halls on over towards Kingston and Halfway Tree and Portmore. Again, we're looking at significant heavy rainfall. But also in this area, we could be seeing a 6 to 9 foot storm surge. So you have the inundation of water coming from the sea, Beryl pushing a wall of water, which could be 6 to 9 foot in height. And then you also have rainfall that could be 100 to 200 millimeters, maybe even up to 300 millimeters in some spots. So I do believe that the models are spot on here with this rain. Even up towards Port Maria and Ocho Rios. As we follow the coastline, our friends in Falmouth. Again, I'll dump the warning because you guys know that we're obviously under hurricane warning. Four to 5 there. Lighter amounts expected, Montego Bay, Lucia, Negril, Savannah Lamar, Cambridge. Get back into a little, again, it just depends here. There could be a bit of a terrain shadow effect here, but I would expect more in Black River, Maypen, Hayes, Old Harbor. And again, these bays that are west of Port Royal and Kingston, Old Harbor towards Hayes, I'm concerned about this because this could be really picking up a lot of water based on that shore orientation, right? The east winds driving all of that water into the western coastline right here. That would be one area of concern that I have for high water inundation. And the same thing here towards the port on the western side, pushing in a lot of water here on this side. Again, if we look at the Hurricane Center, the cone of uncertainty tries to brush the coastline. We'll get the 11 a.m. advisory to come in and we'll see if there's been any shifts. Again, we've been looking at Beryl. I don't think there has been anything appreciable when it comes to that. Clear to see the center. Now again, does it look as impressive as it did? Not necessarily, but at the same point in time, it has been able to overcome the wind shear. And actually the wind shear is something I want to talk about here with you guys because it's a hard concept to understand. Oh. I believe I lost. So here's what happened. Right before I came on the air, I spilled coffee which I think you always have to do at one point in time, right? And I had a rubber band, and I believe my wife took it because I had spilt coffee on it. Give me 1 second. I have another one. But this was a very large orange rubber band. Thank you. Okay. So this concept of wind shear is tough to verbally discuss and have a good understanding of. When the winds with a storm at the low and mid and upper levels of the atmosphere are going in concert with the storm, you don't have wind shear, right? The storm is moving from east to west. The wind is either light or the winds are going along with the storm, and that is not going to cause there to be any issues. You have two different types of wind shear. You have what's called directional shear, and you have speed shear, meaning a change with direction with height or a change with speed with height. And both low, mid, upper levels of the atmosphere can impact the storm. The interesting thing about Beryl is that its entire journey in the Caribbean, because of the winds that have been present, Beryl is producing its own wind shear simply by its forward movement. Moving west to northwest in that direction with the winds that are in place in the Caribbean, Beryl has been under its own produced wind shear the entire time. That is why the Hurricane Center, a lot of meteorologists, myself, all thought Beryl will continue to weaken throughout time, hopefully precipitously, because it will be under constant wind shear issues, okay? So wind shear would be like this. If I hold up this rubber band and we're looking at it at the low levels of the atmosphere, upper levels of the atmosphere, storms want to be vertically stacked like this, okay? They want to shoot straight up from their lower core to the upper part of the storm, all right? When they're vertically stacked, that's when they're the strongest. If we have speed or directional shear on the top side of the storm as the storm is moving, right? As the storm is moving, we can tilt that storm, okay? If the winds are stronger in the upper levels, we tilt the storm, and now we have a tilted storm, or the lower part of the storm outruns the upper part of the storm. That's what wind shear can do. We want this, you know, the storm wants to be at the strongest vertical, but what we want it to do is be tilted as we go up in the atmosphere, and wind shear can cause that on either way. So in this particular instance, we're trying to get the low-level storm to outrun the upper part of the storm, which is one reason why we have some convection left behind. Beryl went under an eye wall replacement cycle with 20 knot shear and held out just fine. But that's what wind shear is. I figured a rubber band would be a pretty good way to kind of visualize that for you guys. Again, we want to tilt the axis, either get the low level to go ahead of the mid and upper level and leave it behind, or vice versa. Because what happens then is the structure of the storm begins to fall apart, right? You get ingestion of drier air, okay? You get the eye wall to be a little bit more ragged in nature. And then we can start to see that, like a domino impact, begin to knock down the storm. But it just hasn't happened very much here, despite the fact that that wind shear has been present. The inner core has been held together very well, and it's unfortunate. And, you know, again, we went from 165 to 145, but this is a high-end Cat 4. Just like I said in the Windward Islands, I can't stress enough the potential impacts for Jamaica, even if we don't see a direct eye wall move in to the south side of the island. St. Vincent would be a very good example. We saw all of the damage in St. Vincent, and we did not have the eye anywhere near St. Vincent, but we did have some 100+ mile-an-hour wind gusts. And Beryl is basically as strong as when it was moving into the Windward Islands. It got to that 165 of the Eastern Caribbean, okay? So this is why we're on live right now. This is why this is such a very important storm. So do we have a little bit better idea about wind shear now, guys? And so when I mention it, you understand what I'm talking about, hopefully a little bit more. Let's get into, thank you, the Musician's Edge. I appreciate that. Here's the other thing too. Even for me, wind shear is a hard concept to understand on the here and the now, because it will always be different with how a storm is behaving, right? So you have to understand kind of the general of the wind shear that is currently in place, and then what the storm is doing to how the wind shear might or might not impact it. Again, with this particular storm, its forward motion is generating its own net wind shear. So it's constantly under wind shear, but it is still completely outperforming everything. Let's get into some of the reports here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back to making our live cam full screen. Here we go. I'm going to get myself off camera, and I'm going to read some of your information. And I appreciate this, guys. Okay, so I am at the bottom of the chat, so if you have an opportunity, just throw it down there and let me know. And I'm working the best that I can here. Again, I have a tablet that I'm looking at here. All right. Raquel says, little rain right now in Jamaica. Jeanette says the rain is starting in Islington, St. Mary. Karen Extraordinary Hair says, hello from Spanish Town, Jamaica. My roof is leaking. Karen, our thoughts are with you. I really hope that you can do what you can to secure that situation. Left-hand side of your screen is the newest information on Beryl. Again, right now, 145. Flooding of 4 to 8 inches is 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. I will do everything I can to pass along the metric, but again, the Hurricane Center is going to put out in the imperial, but we'll keep you updated on that. And that's, by the way, guys, that's a great thing to have on the screen as well. And we're fine with the imperial system. I can just translate. But the storm surge of 6 to 9 feet is 2 to 3 meters. Old Harbor, rain. Clarendon and Manchester. Light rain in East Kingston. In Kingston, no rain yet, still have power from Michelle. Smoking cannabis will divert the hurricane. It's not going to divert the hurricane, but it might make it a smoother day. Oh, man. I love you guys. We all deal with these situations differently. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just have to have levity in spite of the fact, right? So I appreciate it. I do. All the prayers, the levity. There's no wrong way to handle this if you live in Jamaica. I mean, again, I have been through this. Grew up on the west coast of Florida. It wasn't a hurricane. It was the no-name storm of 1993. If you guys want to Google that, it was a March area of low pressure that deepened in the Gulf, and it brought about a 10-foot storm surge to where I lived. We were like 9.5 feet above sea level, which means we got 6 inches or so of salt water in the house. Home was gutted. We were out for 6 months, had to pull out all the carpeting, lost every piece of furniture. I've been through it. It's part of the reason why that I have a passion for what I do now, is because I've lived through it. So if you have property damage, I've been through it. I know what it's like. Was out of the home for 6 months. Was fortunate that we were able to relocate, but it's a troubling situation. And let me say this too. If you have family, you have little ones, right? There's going to be some noise. There's going to be some very rough conditions to deal with. Try and handle those with soothing tones, okay? You know, we're not going to be able to stop what Beryl is going to bring, but if we want to try and just keep our young ones as calm as possible, you remaining calm is going to keep them remaining calm as well. It's important for that because, again, we're all going to have to go through this together in Jamaica, and just having that calmness about you always imparts that to your children as well. But it's a tough situation, guys. This is going to be an area, again, with what we're looking at this point in time, you know, it is the calm before the storm here. All right, and we're getting closer here as we approach what is 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 9 a.m. local time in Jamaica Eastern Standard Time, that I do expect the weather to start to go downhill quicker. I'm going to take myself off camera real quick. I'm going to double check to make sure that the Hurricane Center has not issued a quick intermediate advisory as well. Nicole says Mandeville is calm right now, just a bit of overcast. There's a question of tornadoes, and it's a fantastic question. Landfalling storms can produce tornadoes. We do have to watch out for that. Typically on some of the smaller islands, we don't have as much. It's mainly a friction difference, right, between the smooth waters that the hurricane is going through and then butting into all of the land and all of the different terrain, and that can cause those storms to wrap up a bit as far as a tornado. Is it a possibility? Yes. We'll be monitoring that. It's going to be a little bit hard to tell here in Jamaica with the information I have, but wrapped within some of the heavier rain, there could be a brief spin up. The other thing about that is you're never going to see it, more than likely, unless it's a water spout out in the open waters, because as it moves inland, it would be rain wrapped as well. Obviously, you guys don't want to be outside in this in any way, shape, or form. So again, friends, we're at 10 o'clock here Eastern Daylight Time, 9 a.m. Here in Jamaica, which is Eastern Standard Time. Rusty McCraney with you here at Meteo Mundo for our live continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl. Beryl is a Category 4 with winds of 145 miles an hour. That was as of the 8 a.m. advisory. We will get a new full report from the Hurricane Center at 11 a.m. I'm monitoring behind the scenes the Air Force reconnaissance aircraft, keeping an eye on their information. Obviously, they will continue to investigate Beryl as we go through the day. That newest information will be put out by the Hurricane Center. I can track that live for you here at Meteo Mundo as well. And just like they did when Beryl was coming through the Windward Islands, a lot of the updates we're going to get from the Hurricane Center will be from the hurricane hunters and that live information that they give. Okay. But again, as of the 8 a.m. report, 145, gust to 156, that's at the core, which we hope that the center of the eye actually moves south. But again, hurricane impacts are likely across the island. These are live cameras in Jamaica right now. Your rainfall forecast in Jamaica is 4 to 8 inches of rain. That's 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, and potentially up to 12 inches, up to 300 millimeters. Storm surge is going to be significant in some areas, 6 to 9 feet. That is 2 to 3 meters of water inundation in portions of the coastal areas. I'm checking here if we have another update from the Department of Meteorology. This is from the Jamaica Meteorological Service. They are keeping a constant eye on the storm. I am keeping a constant eye on the official messaging. They just continue to mention what we've been talking about here. Looks like we lost that camera briefly. No big deal. We'll get it back up for you here in a second. In the meantime, I can bring back on our live radar system. I'm just saying here, if there's anything to pass along of significance compared to what we've been discussing here. So give me just 1 second. Just kind of skirting this. Nothing is really different. I think we've talked about all the hazards here as well. Again, they're discussing average winds of over hurricane strength, the dangerous high water, the combination of the high water and the exceptionally high waves as well. Okay. So I tell you what, let's reset things at the hour. If you're just tuning in, I appreciate you guys. We're live here at Meteo Mundo for our continuing coverage of Hurricane Beryl. Several things to talk about. Obviously, we're going to be focusing in on Jamaica for good reason. Just like we focused in on the Windward Islands when Beryl was coming through there. There are other areas that we have to cover, and we'll be doing that as well as we go through the remainder of the morning hours. So on this broad perspective, let's break down what we're seeing right now. Again, we'll get the 11 a.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center. So these plot points are as of the 8 a.m. advisory. Of course, my system, when there's a new advisory that comes out, will put those points on. So we can clearly see, first of all, and by the way, too, it will update as the storm moves away. So the 8 a.m. advisory was right here. All right, let me put on the timeline for you guys here as well. So again, it's 8 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, 7 a.m. local time in Jamaica as well. And then you can see that the Beryl has basically gone down the centerline path here. Let me take off. Okay, well, that was not what I wanted to do. Can't really talk about the satellite data if you don't have the satellite data on, Rusty. Just in the last couple of hours, Beryl's eye has basically stayed down that center line. All right. And again, I'm sure we're going to hear it in chat. The weather's going to start to go downhill pretty precipitously here on the eastern side of the island. But Beryl is not doing anything funky. There is still lightning strikes at the core of Beryl, which indicates that we still have very deep convection there at the eye. You see a few lightning strikes there. Let's see if I get the lightning counter back on. So, and I want to be clear too, I've actually filtered out some of the lightning strikes. I do that because, and we can take a look at this real quickly as well. I do that because I can actually filter them out by energy level. If I put on all of them, let's see what we got here. Oh, did I lose it? There we go. All right, so in reality, we've had 16 lightning strikes, and it looks like both on the north and the south eye wall. And you can see that lightning just moving along. Again, indication of deep convection. Unfortunately, it's an indication that there's not going to be much in the way of weakening. We're dealing with a major hurricane that will be impacting Jamaica. You see that lightning. You can always see here. Look at it. Look at when I put on all of the lightning strikes, and probably I should just leave this on. Let's look at this. Look at it just wrap around. That deep convection is just right around all sides of the eye. You have really, really strong convection here. Again, Beryl basically went through an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, left a piece of the storm behind. Didn't matter, just kept going. Even here, right? We had a little bit of drier air here, which separated that deep convection from the core. It's been able to fill back in pretty nicely, unfortunately. Again, that's a lot of lightning. That's, what, 100 miles behind the center? It certainly has expanded, and it has been impacted on the northeast side, okay, by the mountainous terrain of Hispaniola, which is why it's kind of broadening out right now. It's almost kind of blowing its top on the northeast side, but the core of it is still well intact, and that is what's pushing west. Wish we had better news, no doubt about it. Again, forward speed is fast enough where the rain is going to be significant, but it's not going to be feet of rain. Again, maximum of about 300 millimeters. That's a problem, right? But if Beryl were slower, it would be sitting in one area longer. So again, on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you're looking at live cameras here out of Jamaica. We'll continue to keep those up for as long as we possibly can. Otherwise, you're looking at our live computer system here. And good to see over 5,000 folks joining us here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you. While you're here, you want to throw down a like for me and a like for the team here at Meteo Mundo. We appreciate that. If you haven't become a subscriber, click that subscribe button for you right now. I'm going to go ahead and keep this shot, guys. So if you want to do me a favor and maybe drop the information on the bottom left just because it's too small. But we'll bring that back up when we go full screen. And again, hearing from everyone in Jamaica, first of all, our thoughts are with you guys as well. That is the shot from Port Royal, looking over the harbor. And again, it is the calm before the storm. And we hope everyone is prepared as much as they possibly can. No rain yet in Manchester. Let me bring back on our surface information. Again, right now, these are your current temperatures. And one thing that is going to be a little bit more lacking is going to be, we don't have as dense of a weather network here, okay? So I'm going to be keeping an eye on the two that we have up and some other sources to try and get you guys some ground truth wind reports and rain, but that's where you guys come in. If you guys are still, have internet, are still capable of letting us know what's going on. And then, of course, we'll be looking at our model data as well. And you can see Montego Bay there even just slipped off for at least a brief second. Hopefully it comes back up. But in Kingston, at the hour, temperature is 88 degrees Fahrenheit to the mid 20s Celsius. Not a lot of wind as of yet. It's picked up to an 18-mile-an-hour wind out of the north. And again, we would expect that on the north and the west side of Beryl, spinning in like this, just like that. Still some significant storm potential for Haiti, near Lakai. The peninsula is getting hammered right now. Look at all of that lightning spiraling in with our outer feeder bands, our squalls, which have become very intense here. Very intense, well away from the center of circulation. Really, Beryl is almost acting like two different storms right now. We'll see if this deep convection lasts and it can get wrapped back in to the parent storm, or if Beryl outruns this convection and this fades. I think that's going to be very interesting. But right now, obviously Beryl on the northeast side is an extremely intense and very large storm. The other thing about this as well is that Beryl's wind fields have expanded a little bit from the last time we talked and were live over the Windward Islands. Now hurricane force winds do extend up to 45 miles from the center of circulation. So if we look at the center of circulation here, and we take a look at a line path on the northern eye wall, and we go north by 45 miles, you start to see that especially the southern half of Jamaica would be into the consistent hurricane force winds. And that would include Kingston, Halfway Tree, Portmore, Spanish Town, all of the southern coast, portions of the eastern coastline as well. And look, there is an opportunity that the entire island has for a time sustained hurricane force conditions. Tropical storm force winds sustained over 39 miles an hour is a sure bet. We're not going to be able to avoid that. It's just how strong and consistent those winds are going to end up being. Again, still no gusts being reported here. Dew point is 75, so yes, it's extremely humid. Thank you, Fiona. Fiona, those are your stickers, right? Your super stickers? I think those are awesome, by the way. Yeah, 45 miles, which is 75 kilometers, okay? So hurricane force winds in Beryl do extend 45 miles from the center, and that's mainly on the northern side of the storm. Just like in the Windward Islands, Beryl's wind profile is not as significant to the south, although overall it looks to be a little bit healthier on the south side. But we're always going to get the strongest winds with a west moving storm on the north side because the forward motion of the storm and the winds wrapping around kind of clockwise are going the same direction. So this is why this track is no bueno for Jamaica, being on the north side of this storm with this close of an approach. The 75, by the way, is dew point. I was just checking to see how humid it was there. Some of you guys had mentioned how steamy the air is. Relative humidity of 70%. We do have an altimeter, but it looks like it's not reporting. That's pressure, so I'll be monitoring that. But again, the pressure in the core of Beryl is still 952 millibars. So again, I'll go ahead and put back on the gusts just because then everyone else will show the gusts. Little Cayman Brac area had about 25 mile an hour wind gust earlier. I do want to mention also real quickly here, I don't want to leave our friends in the Windward Islands hanging. This again is Invest 96L. Okay, so the bottom left-hand side of your screen, Beryl beginning to get closer to places like Kingston and Jamaica. But on the radar here, this is Invest 96L. And it's not going to wrap up over the Windward Islands and portions of the Leeward Islands, but it brought a 54 mile an hour wind gust to Barbados earlier this morning. And of course, these are the same areas that just got hammered by Beryl 48 hours ago. St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Carriacou, Grenada. Now they're getting more strong winds and more heavy rain and lightning in areas that it's the last thing they need, right? Some areas just starting cleanup efforts, others haven't even begun. And there's a lot of homes that obviously are structurally failed or don't have roofs. And it's just a horrible situation to see this coming in with 50-mile-an-hour winds. Right when I started this live stream, so many of our friends from Barbados jumped in and said, Rusty, we got some weather, man. Talk to us about what's happening. We've got some bad weather. And this is exactly what is happening right now with the Windward Islands. Now, it's moving fast, so we'll be in and out of the area here in the morning to early afternoon. But another big slug of tropical moisture coming in. Hurricane Center only has this as a 20% chance of development, but the problem is if I put on the formation zones here, it could potentially be bringing more rain to even Jamaica and the Haitian and Dominican Republic coastlines later. That was one reason why when I looked at the GFS model earlier and I saw all that heavy rain, I knew that wasn't just from Beryl. That is from this adding on to that rain late in the week. So we'll have to monitor that. Again, development, probably not. Impactful weather in the form of more heavy rain and some breezy conditions, yes, unfortunately. Again, we might see some of this fill in Guadeloupe North and Montserrat, but we're picking up breezes there that are over 30 miles an hour. It's been very blustery for the British and U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Then we get really into the meat of the things here for the DR and Haiti, where overnight we had the closest approach from Beryl, and it is still very significant with a hurricane watch, by the way, for the southern peninsula there, the peninsula of Haiti on the southern coastline, including the Lacaille area. Then as we go down the road, we're going to be watching for what Beryl does later today as it tries to make a closer approach to the Cayman Islands, who are under hurricane warnings. And again, the official forecast now from the Hurricane Center, 145 right now, still 130 south and southwest of Jamaica later today. Still a Category 3 hurricane, from 4 to 3, but no less than that. And a lot of the reason that it's going to lose some strength, a bit of that wind shear we talked about, but also the land interaction with Jamaica. All right, we're going to be ingesting in some drier air through some of the higher terrain areas here, and that is going to cause there to be some weakening. So it'll be an accord with the wind shear, which has done some reduction of strength, but not much, certainly much less than what we wanted to, but obviously the land interaction. Then down the road, again, the official forecast from the Hurricane Center does have this remaining a Category 2 to a Category 1 as we get into late Thursday, but more than likely Friday morning into the Yucatan, maybe Belize. Hurricane watch is in effect for the eastern portions of the Yucatan. And those areas are Chechemal to Cabo Catoche. And then from Chechemal south to Belize City in Belize, you have a tropical storm watch. So again, neither of these are warnings because we're not within the 36 hours. More than likely, if Beryl stays what it is and on that projected path, this will turn into a hurricane warning. That will turn into a tropical storm warning, or maybe even added to the tropical storm warning. It's about timing right now. Okay, watch precedes 48 hours out, warning 36 hours out. So sometime today, we could see those upgraded to warnings for the Yucatan and Belize. We'll have to monitor that. Beyond that, Southwest Gulf of Mexico, and a lot of uncertainty, to be quite honest. We'll have to see how that plays out. Could regenerate in the Southwest Gulf, could move up to the north side of Mexico, South Texas, could even have a little bit more of a recurve into the Northwest Gulf. All that is yet to be played out. I will say that generally looking at the models, a stronger Beryl stays a little bit farther north, which means less interaction with the Yucatan, which means probably stronger into the Southwest Gulf with more of a recurve potential. So I do want to again note that our friends in Cancun and Cozumel, for those, and it's obviously an extremely highly traveled spot by tourists this time of the year, there is a hurricane watch that is currently in effect for those areas. And again, impacts there will likely be felt as we get into our late Thursday, early Friday. All right, friends, been going for about 2 hours and 20 minutes straight. I'm going to take a quick break. Be back in about 5 minutes. Obviously, I'm not going anywhere. Our coverage is going to continue here. Going to leave these live cameras up. Would love for you guys to continue to chat. And again, just taking a quick break here. Let my voice rest for just a couple of minutes. This coverage here at Meteo Mundo is going to continue through the event of Beryl as it gets closer to Jamaica. Again, these are live cameras here out of Jamaica right now. I will be back in just a couple of minutes, friends. While I'm away for just 1 second, if you wouldn't mind hitting that like button. If you haven't subscribed, subscribed as well. And again, I'll see you back here in just about 5. By the way, if one of our moderators just wants to put that I will be back in 5, I'd appreciate it. All right, gang, I'm back. I appreciate all the speculation as to what I was doing. As they say, Mother Nature called, but also got myself a granola bar, trying to keep my energy level up here because, again, we're going to be in for a relatively long day here. I took some carbs in yesterday, had some spaghetti, right? Trying to eat a little bit here from time to time. Don't want to be too low energy here. Obviously, we're not going to ramp it up to a 10 or anything. Don't want to overhype this, but at the same point in time, want to certainly keep that energy level up. So I am one man, so I am going to be taking a break from time to time, drinking a little bit of water. Also, with all the coverage I did with Beryl in the Windward Islands, my voice is fine, but just giving it a break every couple of hours is also a good thing too. Just 5 minutes of not saying anything really does help. My wife would probably like that to be longer than 5 minutes. All right, gang. By the way, I appreciate it. I believe the only question I had was it's Yalis, like Dallas? Yalis, like Dallas, right? Yalis, like Dallas. Other than that, I think we're good. Thank you again for coming in here, guys. Again, what I do love about the chat is that everyone is commenting about where they're from, talking about what's happening, and then also giving some great advice as well. All right. Securing personal property, securing important documents in a waterproof seal, even if it's just a Ziploc, is very, very important. Again, you guys are looking at, these are our live cameras here at Meteo Mundo. This is a shot over the harbor there at Port Royal. Again, live look. We can certainly see, obviously, the darker skies are moving in. We are on the precipice of the worst weather beginning to move into Jamaica. So, really the last couple of hours have been about to discuss this and to get people prepared. And now we're going to be starting to get into the heart of things here late morning and then through at least the mid-afternoon hours. Of course, it is 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time, but it is 9:30 local time in Jamaica as they're on standard time. So I'm mindful of that. We'll keep you updated. All of the bulletins from the Hurricane Center will be coming out in Eastern Daylight Time, though. So again, you'll hear me talk about it an hour ahead of the local time in Jamaica. We will get a new update from the Hurricane Center at the top of the hour. That will be a full advisory. So we're going to have potential changes to watches and warnings. We're going to have potential changes to the impacts expected. We're going to have a new forecast track, a new intensity track. So obviously that will be important for our friends in Jamaica, but it'll be very important for our friends down the road as well, in the Cayman Islands, in the Yucatan, Belize, maybe even as far south as Guatemala, certainly Mexico, and then potentially even the northwest sides of the Gulf of Mexico as well. Maybe the Texas coastline, maybe even the Louisiana coastline as well. Those details will be borne out as we go through time. There's much less confidence as it moves over the Yucatan, but right now it is forecast to stay a hurricane and impact the Yucatan as we get into early on Friday. So we're not done with Beryl in any way, shape, or form here at Meteo Mundo. We'll continue to follow the situation, but just like we did on Monday when the focus was where it needed to be, we'll be focusing a lot on our friends in Jamaica and making sure that we cover other areas as well. So that is what it looks like here. We've got those cameras in the bottom of your screen. So we're going to try and give you as much information as we possibly can here on a consistent basis. You can see those live cameras. We'll go full sometimes. I'm going to be going behind the scenes and taking a look at a couple of different things as well. Obviously, when we get the new update at 11 o'clock, we're going to pass that along while you're here. Again, it's a marathon today, guys. We're going to be on for a while, and we're just going to continue to monitor the situation. So again, looking at what's happening right now with Beryl, we can see this deep convection off towards the east. We can see the center of circulation continue to get closer. So now I'm really interested for our friends who are in Jamaica, what are you guys beginning to see here on the eastern side of the island? If you live in these areas, even close to Kingston, again, we're looking okay so far in the live cameras, but we are starting to see that stronger wind and more persistent rain move into places like Port Antonio and Fair Prospect, and Morant Point, and Morant Bay, and Dallas, Yalis. I'll get that eventually. It'll start coming right away. Yalis. Linstead, Kingston, Halfway Tree, all of the communities around Kingston, Portmore, and Spanish Town. And again, for these areas, we have the storm surge issue as well. 6 to 9 foot storm surge as a potential, okay? That is a significant amount of water inundation coming along with Beryl, and especially on these areas where the coastline kind of juts out and points a little bit north to south. So the western side there of the port area in Kingston, and then the bays to the west from Old Harbor to Hayes South along the coastal areas. This area could get a significant amount of water inundation based surely on the orientation of the shoreline. But all of the coastal areas need to be very, very mindful of that. Black River to Savannah Lamar and the Grill. Even on the north side, we're going to have north winds coming in. So Montego Bay could get kind of hit in the face with a due north wind. It's the same thing for the Falmouth area as well. And again, I know we got that warning, so I'm just going to drop that in Ocho Rios and Port Maria. So we can clearly see that the first more sustained outer rain bands are beginning to move on to the eastern side of the island right now. Looking at the current situation, let's take a look at our visible satellite imagery here. It's a little bit bright. One thing I can do here, we've got all this really cool stuff, is I can actually look at both the infrared and the visible together. So that's what that is. It's a combination of the two products. It's a very high resolution. It also allows us to see that we've got more deep convection trying to come back into the storm. Hate to say it, guys, but there does not look to be a lot in the way of reduced wind speed here. So I don't expect when the 11 o'clock advisory comes out that we're going to have a Beryl that has lost much strength at all. Now again, we're going to get close, but I'm not expecting an actual landfall in Jamaica. That is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center, that we keep this storm just far enough south of the island. But hurricane force winds do extend 45 miles to the north, and that is going to encompass a lot of the area. Appreciate all the thoughts and prayers for our friends there. Appreciate all the reports coming out of there. Tricia says Washington Boulevard in Kingston, light rain and wind. Angelica Sparkle says no rain or wind yet in Mandeville, which is a little bit farther off towards the west from Kingston. If we have anyone who lives on the eastern side of the island, I know it's not as populated as other areas, but we'd love to hear from you as well. And again, you know, here's a comment that says, thanks everyone for sharing what's happening in your area. We have family and relatives, you know, who live there or are all over it. So that's really important. It's category 4, right here on the top of your screen, guys. This is the last information from the Hurricane Center. I will update that. It will always be on your screen. That way we don't have to talk about it all the time. You know, it's obviously when people tune in, that's what they want to see. So that is the newest from the Hurricane Center. They right now will come out with an 11 o'clock advisory, which again, this is all, and by the way, that should say Eastern Standard Time, so I do apologize for that. I can change that really quickly, no big deal. And it's Eastern Daylight Time. So what happens, by the way, is that it's always going to be local time from where the hurricane is. So when the hurricane was over the Windward Islands, we were talking Atlantic Standard Time, which, by the way, of course, is the same as Eastern Daylight Time. Now that the hurricane is in the Eastern Time Zone, the Hurricane Center uses the Eastern Time for their advisories. So that's why it changes. It is where the storm is. So again, in the Windward Islands, we were in the Atlantic Time Zone, so we had Atlantic Standard Time. Now that we are west and we are in the Eastern Time Zone, we are getting the Eastern Daylight Time in the United States, but it's Eastern Standard Time for Jamaica, so they are an hour behind. Hope that makes sense as well, because it does get confusing. It depends on where the storm is in the world. They go with the local time, which makes sense. But it does change with a long track storm like Beryl, which crosses time zones. Again, hurricane warning for Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. The hurricane watch is still in effect for Haiti. You can see all of that rough weather there. Could be some significant flooding in portions of Haiti along the peninsula. Again, it's an area that's a little bit devoid of information. We are working to try and get some information there, but if you know someone, let us know. Thank you, Chelsea Relaxing Music. Appreciate you and the stickers out there. How's it going? And congratulations on your on your third super on the live stream. Appreciate your support here at Meteo Mundo and other creators as well. We do have our super thanks, super stickers, and appreciate all of those who have found other ways to support the channel. You can always simply click that like button and subscribe as well. That really helps us out. Want to welcome the now 4,500 people away. My quick bathroom break and the water. I saw some people left, but we're getting to come back in. Look, about every couple of hours, I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break, but that's okay. It's not going to last long. My process is I want to try and be on, obviously, as much as I can when we have the most impacts here with Hurricane Beryl in Jamaica. Again, you're looking at live video, live cams here out of Jamaica at this point in time. We have our Meteo Mundo technology here working for you guys. You are looking at live lightning data. You are looking at live satellite data, live wind gust data. We have live radar data as well. And we're going to keep a really close eye on everything for you guys. Again, here for the long haul, right? We're going to be tracking this storm throughout Jamaica. Hearing from you guys is always very vital as well. So again, just looking at this enhanced imagery, we can look at a couple of other things as well. Let's look at the water vapor. This comes from what is a multispectral product, so it's more enhanced, all right? But I don't think we're going to see a lot of structural differences here, even with some of this more enhanced. There's probably nothing that is going to stand out here as I am looking at this with you guys in real time. This is what's called differential water vapor, so we're looking at dry air compared to moist air. Again, the true visible satellite imagery. Beryl is very impressive on that. And then we'll get back over to the traditional infrared imagery, which is kind of what you normally see me use and you would find out there when we're looking at hurricanes. This is water vapor imagery right now. You can see all of that deep blue. That is extremely moisture-laden air. That's going to be a lot of rain trying to get into Jamaica here as we go into the next couple of hours. Lisa says St. Elizabeth is overcast with a bit of sun. That's, yes, along the south coast. Thank you very much. Our friends in St. Elizabeth Parish, that is the bit southwest on the island. But I also appreciate you guys, by the way, too, that's awesome, letting you know where you are on the island. Because obviously if you live in Jamaica, you know where you are, but we have international viewers right now, so that's great. I'll try and pass along that information as much as I can, but I appreciate you guys saying, oh, hey, by the way, you know, where I live is located in this general area of Jamaica. Nika said rain in the Portland area. Sing with understanding says wind and a little bit of rain in Old Harbor. So we're starting to see it pick up a little bit here, guys. How will 96L affect Puerto Rico? At this point in time, I would expect there to be some fresh winds with Puerto Rico and maybe a little bit of some downpours, but the core of 96L, just like Beryl, should miss you to the south. I know you guys had some strong winds yesterday and late Monday associated with Beryl, but typically, or what I would expect out of that is that it would be just in bursts and nothing too consistent. But I'll monitor that situation as well. But you guys are far enough away. Mid-level water vapor imagery, low-level water vapor imagery. Again, I'm just taking a look at a few things here because what I'm doing in my head right now is I'm trying to anticipate what the Hurricane Center is going to say at 11 o'clock. Right? We're going to get this update. I want to be able to pass that along to you really quickly. But as I am looking at the structure of Beryl, I am looking at a storm that unfortunately continues to look very healthy. The eye is not as prominent, but in this cirrus, guys, these are our higher cloud tops. Look at this blow up of convection. So we're looking at the highest cloud tops on Beryl right now, okay? We're not looking at the composite. Look at that blow up right there on the north side. Lightning coming along with it as well. Don't think we're going to have a weakening storm here, guys. My gut would tell me they probably keep it at 145 if they haven't had a reconnaissance aircraft in, or somewhere very similar. We're not going to see a precipitable drop here. Okay, we have a hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. Those are the purple dots that you see. So again, live here, we can take a look at this. So again, this is in Eastern Daylight Time. They are just beginning to get into the northern side where they have a surface wind of 70 miles an hour. All right, so let's start breaking this down, guys. So this is the live data that we're talking about here. Right here at this point, 70 mile an hour winds at the surface. So we're going to have, and that's consistent wind, right? That is a steady wind, it's not a gust. And it's 10 meter, it's a 10-second average, by the way. And I'm just taking a look as well. They're flying at about 3,200 meters, which is a pretty typical when they're going to start to slice through the storm. So again, that's going to stay on the windshield layer, if you will. But here's the point. We're going to start to see near hurricane or even hurricane force winds begin to enter the eastern side of Jamaica very shortly. That from Morant Point is about 18 miles. Now, that's not the forward speed, obviously, of Beryl. These are going to be kind of spiraling in. I'm going to go back over to the IR here. But you can see, I mean, it's already, it's going to be picking up. But now that we have this report from the Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft, we can really start to time this out even better. So that's great that we're able to, again, analyze this in real time for you guys. And again, bottom left-hand side of your screen will be your live cameras. Wish we had one there at Morant Point. Oops. All right, well, I killed that on accident. My bad. We'll bring in the 11 o'clock advisory pretty soon anyway. We're getting close. It's probably something I should check on here in just a second as it is. But again, if you're just tuning in, we do have access to live Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft information, and they are just on the northern side here and beginning to report winds right there of 70 miles an hour, and that was just less than 10 minutes ago. So they started reporting here. I'll take myself off screen, where they had a 61, and then just very consistent winds here. 60, 61, there's 67, 66. So again, surface winds, 70. So you get a very good, and it's very clear to see, right? They are on the outer edge of what the core of Beryl is, all right? And that outer edge is about ready to get into the eastern sides of Jamaica. So it's time here, friends. It's time. And I can loop this up a little bit further. And that's the current look right there. So again, here we go. But those brighter reds and blacks are indicative of really thick high cloud coverage, the heavy rain, and the gustier winds beginning to set in. Still not reporting a gust out of Kingston. Let me just make sure that the site is still reporting, and they are. Unfortunately, we've already, and the Montego Bay site is not spectacular. It comes on and offline all the time, but we are still getting the report out of Kingston. The Chosen One says raining here in St. Thomas. Joshua, in Port Maria is strong rain and windy. Port Maria on the northern coastline, but in it as well. Here's Port Maria, just east of Ocho Rios. Hope Bay, Port Antonio, Fair Prospect. Yawlis. I'm on it now. Inspireverse says heavy winds and rains, heavy winds but light rains in Clarington. Floyd's in St. Catherine. It's still a category 4. We are momentarily, and as a matter of fact here, because I want to leave that up, again, I have my tablet just off screen. Allows me to keep up with the chat. And we do have the 11. So I'm going to get you guys this information right now. Still 145. I didn't expect it to drop. So the 11 AM advisory will have 145 mile an hour winds, 230 kilometers an hour. Friends, unfortunately, just didn't see it. Again, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at it in real time and be like, okay, you know, if I had to guess what the Hurricane Center was going to do, what are they going to do? So I want to get all of this information for you guys on the screen, and we'll update it as well in our window here. But let's talk about the newest information. Winds are 145 miles an hour. Pressure at 954. Pressure's gone up 2 millibars, but it hasn't made an appreciable difference on the actual strength. Moving west-northwest at 18, so it slowed down 2 miles an hour. So in metric, we are looking at 230 kilometer an hour hurricane, category 4. You're looking at a forward speed of west-northwest at 30 kilometers an hour and a minimal central pressure of 954 millibars. The Meteorological Service of Mexico, as we talked about, none of this is shocking, guys. And we'll see. I might have to reset my computer to pick up some of the newest stuff, or it might take until 11 to actually pop on. The Meteorological Service of Mexico has issued a hurricane warning. It's a hurricane warning for the coast of the Yucatan from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun, and then a tropical storm warning from south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal and north of Cancun to Cabo Catoche. So we'll have to see how that looks on a map. The Meteorological Service of Mexico has issued a tropical storm watch for the coast of the Yucatan west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche. So going around the Yucatan to the other side. And the Meteorological Service, let's see here. The hurricane watch for southwest Haiti has been discontinued. The tropical storm warning for the Dominican Republic has been discontinued. So those are the changes with the now 11 o'clock advisory, which has just come out. And again, we will summarize those coming up, just reading them to you in real time as well. Once again, we have now a hurricane warning for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. We have a tropical storm warning for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. The hurricane watch for Haiti has been discontinued. The tropical storm warning for the Dominican Republic has been discontinued. The tropical storm watch is still in effect for the coast of Belize from Chetumal to Belize City. And as you would imagine, the hurricane warnings obviously continue for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Okay? For anyone asking, hurricane warning means that the hurricane conditions are expected within that warning area, and preparations to protect life and safety should be ongoing while you have a chance, especially in the Cayman Islands and now through portions of the Yucatan. Again, I'll update that for you here coming up as we hit 11 o'clock. But that is the 11 a.m. advisory. Let's talk about some of the other things. We still have the 45 mile extension of the hurricane force winds, mainly on the northeast side. So again, 45 miles from the center of Beryl, we have hurricane force winds. And we just saw that near hurricane force wind very close to Morant Point moving in. That's 75 kilometers, by the way. Tropical storm force winds, and I'm telling you, it's because of this here, now extend 185 miles from the center, but it's not all 4 quadrants. It's just the northeast side. And one of the most interesting things about Beryl right now is what happens with all this convection that's detached from the core or the parent storm, right? You can clearly see there's some drier air in place. And I believe that the core of Beryl is outrunning this convection. My hope would that it would just dissipate and get out of the way, because do you see all the lightning strikes? Look at our live lightning counter. Look how this has intensified behind the storm. Could you imagine that if this holds together, Jamaica would get nailed by the extreme wind and rain and the storm surge of Beryl, and then potentially really deep thunderstorms might be a few hours behind it. So that's something else I'm going to be watching as well. Again, this storm is historic for so many different reasons. One is that it obviously is the strongest storm in this part of the world ever this time of the year. It's also been fighting wind shear about the last 36 hours and has barely lost strength. Yes, it was a 165 for a brief time, but even the strongest of Cat 5 hurricanes don't stay at that level very long. They can't sustain that. They typically drop a bit. But Beryl, again, went under an eyewall replacement cycle last night, friends, in 20-knot wind shear and held together just fine. It's unbelievable. I mean, again, if you're just tuning in, and we can maybe go back over it for a time, but we talked about, and I visually showed you how the wind shear is playing out in Beryl, and the fact that the forward motion of Beryl is actually what's causing the wind shear on the storm. So Beryl's movement has been producing wind shear ever since it's been in the Caribbean because of the winds and the profiles that are currently in place, and that has done very little to hinder this storm. You know, we always thought, okay, under consistent wind shear, this storm is going to just continue to get ripped apart. And eventually, we're going to get some drier air to come into the core, and that's really going to knock down this storm. But Beryl just continues to defy those odds. And it seems like storms over the last few years have just continued to defy the odds, right? Storms that have been unprecedented in so many different ways. Wayne says, heavy rains in Trelawney. Thank you very much. That's the north central portion of the island. Sherry says Stony Hill, St. Andrew, rainy on and off. Again, just looking at our chat here, and again, I appreciate it. Emmett has light rain and windy conditions in Ocho Rios. Ocho Rios right here on the northern coastline. And I really appreciate you guys giving us this information. Really does help to tell the story. I'm going to bring up our live cams by first of all not hitting that button, Rusty. And then I'm going to get, oh, I'm sorry guys, there I am. I'm going to get up the newest information here, all right? So we can see how that shot has changed. By the way, if you're just tuning in, this is a live look right now to portions of Jamaica. That is Port Royal in the harbor, there in the Kingston area. If you know the island, that is on the southern coast. We are looking south on that shot in general. A southerly view. Again, the weather imminently will be going downhill in these areas and precipitously going downhill as well. Friends, this is still a major hurricane. The wind shear has done little to impact the strength of Beryl. All of the messaging from the local government of Jamaica and from the National Hurricane Center has been to take this storm as seriously as possible. We hope all the preparations to protect property and life are completed in Jamaica, and you guys are in the safest location you possibly can be to be able to weather this storm. This is going to be a very intense hurricane that'll be moving through. Again, as of the 11 o'clock advisory, nothing has changed, in the predominant sense with Beryl. It still has winds of 145 miles an hour. Again, not expecting the eye to cross the island, but an extremely close approach where hurricane conditions are likely across Jamaica for the duration of Beryl once it really sets in just an hour or two in a lot of spots. Tropical storm conditions are going to be even more prevalent and more persistent, but we are in store for a very dangerous situation here, a situation where, again, I hope everyone is taking it as seriously as possible. Obviously, still from this live shot in the Kingston area, that's halfway tree. The weather has yet to set in. We hope everyone again is going to stop. The weather at some point in time in a short order is going to stop anyone from being outside anyway. But hopefully you guys have found your safe area and you are hunkered down and you are ready to weather the storm that Beryl is going to bring. All right, just making sure I actually made that graphic correctly. But again, guys, that's a live look right now to the Port Royal area there in Kingston. There's another shot, Kingston City. And we'll continue to cycle those as well. Now, when I come back on cam, we will have those cameras on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. So we're kind of split screening. We want to give you guys as much information as we possibly can. And obviously, those live cameras help to tell the story. Let's bring back and see if the hurricane hunters are still transmitting, because that's going to be an important piece of the equation. Yes, they are. They are flying darn near Kingston right now. So let's pause this imagery, get it to the latest time, and then let's take a look and see what the reconnaissance aircraft are bringing us. So again, you're looking at live hurricane hunter data here, where we now have a surface wind of 75 miles an hour just offshore of Yalis. 74, 68, 68. Again, these are derived surface winds, 10-second averages, 75. So hurricane force winds at the surface. About 7 miles offshore, which means our friends in this area are starting to really get hit hard, which also means the weather is going to, in a snap, go downhill in Kingston. So everyone who might have been meandering about in Kingston, I really hope that you guys, and I know all my friends here in this chat are taking it a little bit more serious, and you guys are inside. But again, 7 miles offshore, we now have a hurricane force sustained wind of 75 miles an hour. So here we go, guys. We are about ready to get into the heart of what we are going to get from Beryl. Again, all of the lightning around the center of circulation is a very unfortunate indication that Beryl is showing no signs of weakening as it continues to wrap in extremely deep convection around the center of circulation. There you go. I'm going to bring back up our live cams here full for a second. There we go. Take a look at those. I'm going to reset the weather computer real quick as we do that. And as I'm doing so, let's get back into the live chat as well. Because again, I think the biggest part of what we're doing here at Meteo Mundo is the reason why we do this live coverage is that we can follow along with those who live in this area. We can pass along information and kind of combine together, you know, we can go through this process as one. John says, just waiting in Kingston. No, it's not there yet. Melda says, I'm in mile end of St. Anne, gusty wind, rain on and off. Yeah, well, I mean, simply as this, guys, the weather's going downhill. I mean, yes, it's not hit Kingston yet, which is fantastic, but it's coming. It's just about timing at this point in time, guys. Again, we've lost our window for this to do anything but bring significant impacts to Jamaica. It's going to be area dependent. Not everyone is going to get it, but we're just on the precipice of seeing these images change drastically. And it was the same situation in the Windward Islands. Obviously, you know, we were watching that build up, then the intensity, and it got really significant. Again, we are looking at live images here out of Jamaica. Just like what we had for the Windward Islands, we would love to get pictures and video from you very safely. You can send that to us at mymeteomundo@gmail.com. That's all one word, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And we will effort to turn around those pictures and videos and bring them to you live here on our live stream. just like we did for Beryl in the Windward Islands. And I appreciate all of those who took the time and the effort to send in pictures and videos. We try to turn around as many as possible. Some of those came in after the live stream. I went back and I looked at all of them, and you found us through all of social media. We had some sent to us on our Facebook page. That's fantastic. On our Instagram, TikTok, all different ways that you can find us here at Meteo Mundo. And so we cobbled all of those together. And again, appreciate the effort that went into that. I looked at every single one of them, messaged some of you guys just to say thank you. So again, would love to have that in a very safe way here, as the storm is coming in. You can see those darker clouds now over Port Royal there in Kingston. Again, still waiting for the core to come in. We know that's going to happen. It's just a timing thing. Again, the 11 a.m. advisory is unfortunately no weaker with Beryl. Let's take a look at that, guys. Let me bring back my full screen here. So if we look at the newest information from Beryl, and I've still got to put it on the top of the screen, but I will. If you're just tuning in, Beryl has winds of 145 miles an hour as of the 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time Advisory, which is 10 o'clock local time in Jamaica. Okay, so this is brand new information here at the top of the hour. We have winds that are 145 miles an hour. The gusts potentially up to 173. Now look, is that core going to hit the island? More than likely not. But hurricane force winds extend 45 miles from the center of circulation. So Beryl's wind field compared to when it moved through the Windward Islands is now more expansive. So again, there's no wind at the eye, but if we go from the northern eye wall north and I take us out 45 miles, you can see again, and this all goes along, by the way, with exactly with what the Hurricane Center is showing right now. Again, these are live data points that we're looking at here. 59, 60. There's a high-end tropical storm right now. Here we had a 74. Unfortunately, my one is right over that and still is too. All right, let me clear this. So again, this is real-time information from the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft flying into Beryl as we speak. And they are getting into the eye. So their path is like this, and I imagine they're going to slice through the eye wall. We'll see. But surface winds, it's a little bit interesting. There are some higher wind speeds recorded a little bit farther away. Again, it doesn't have to be symmetrical. But the idea is that we're going to get some hurricane force winds moving into Morant Bay and Yalis, and more than likely sooner than later, Kingston and Spanish Town and Portmore and Old Harbor and Hayes. And again, one of the other big issues is the storm surge potential that I believe was still forecast to be 6 to 9 feet. I don't think as far as the hazards, they changed much. Really, the 11 o'clock advisory didn't change much from the 5 a.m. or the 8 a.m. advisory. Beryl's still 145. Beryl's still moving to the west-northwest. It's lost a little bit of forward speed at 18 miles an hour, which is 30 kilometers an hour, but not much. So again, the newer information here to pass along is that now you have portions of the Yucatan under a hurricane warning, okay? And that does include Cancun. All right, so Cancun south to Cozumel, and then down here, let me get you the exact information with that. It's going to be from, that is Puerto Costa Maya on the south end up to Cancun on the north end. So that is your hurricane warning, out of Quintana Roo. And we'll get down to that area, obviously, later in the week. There's a small area here under a tropical storm warning. So hurricane warning, tropical storm warning. And then for Belize, it's still a tropical storm watch. And that's from Chechemal to Belize City. So the warning is Chechemal north on the Yucatan to Puerto Costa Maya. Then you wrap that again, there's so many different things here right now. That little blue is a tropical storm warning, and then the lighter blue is a tropical storm watch. And that's from Cabo Catoche to Campeche, west. Bottom line is, guys, Beryl is still forecast to stay a hurricane, even here with winds of 100 miles an hour. Obviously, we'll be keeping a really close eye on the Cayman Islands late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Still forecast to be a Category 3. And again, even as it goes west of the island, still forecast to be a Category 4. Good to see everyone tuning in. I appreciate you guys while you're here. Again, thank you for supporting the channel. Like, subscribe. We've got you covered at Meteo Mundo. I'm continuing to look here. You guys can take a look at the cameras. We'll watch it all together. I appreciate everyone coming in and let us know what's going on. I'm going to put in the newest information on the top of the screen. There we go. So it's going to take just a second here. And again, I'm just going to add in the 11 a.m. advisory information. And then that way it will live on the top of our screen. And so we won't have to reference it as often. But again, this information just coming in. And that will pop on our live cam from time to time as well. So we got you covered. So again, this advisory is as of 11 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And that is going to be 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is the local time in Jamaica. Beryl is still a Category 4 hurricane. Winds have not dropped off overnight. We still have a hurricane with winds of 145 miles an hour. Again, we are not expecting an actual landfall in Jamaica, where the core of the 145 mile an hour winds, 230 kilometers an hour, would be actually moving over the island, but it's going to be close. It's going to be close. And the core winds are more significant on the north side, which is where we're going to be having Beryl move. Pressure is 954 millibars. Again, pressure generally goes into accordance with how strong a storm is as it produces an area, as the air rises in the center, it produces a deeper area of low pressure at the surface, which is why lower pressure values indicate stronger storms in general. There could be a little bit of fluctuation with that, but typically speaking, when we see the pressure fall, we see the winds pick up speed. It is moving west-northwest at 18. It has slowed down by 2 miles an hour, but it is still a storm that is moving very quickly relative for a storm of this size. It's always had very fast forward speed. And by the way, that is 30 kilometers an hour. So there you go. That's the newest information on Beryl. Let's bring back in our surface observations. See if Kingston is still reporting. Again, the reporting sites here can be a little bit haywire on Jamaica, but we do have both reporting sites still. So here's Kingston reporting. Let's see what we got here. Again, the winds are still relatively quiet at this point in time. There's the 10 a.m. advisory, the 11, still very light winds. I can understand why, fully understand why, residents in the Kingston area like, okay, you know, not much has happened yet. What's going on? Again, we're right on the edge of this beginning to spin in. Now the Hurricane Center, the reconnaissance aircraft, is getting closer and closer to the core. So we can now also watch this in real time together, friends. Let's see what we got here on these latest observations from the Hurricane Center. There's winds of 98, 99, 92, 86, 82. This would be on the far western extent of the outer eye wall. Not yet into the core winds, but Category 2 strength winds here. Pretty solid wind fields here, guys, obviously. I mean, we've got hurricane force wind right there. So from the center You know, it's out 43 miles. Sustained hurricane force winds about 43 miles away from the center. So all of that from the Hurricane Center saying that it extends about 45 miles or 75 kilometers away from the eye certainly is going to be bearing to fruition. Let me go back to the chat. I want to hear from what you guys are talking about here. Blossom Henry says Falmouth is windy. Still collecting garbage. Unbelievable. Hey, I guess they're trying to get in all that they can right away. Again, yes, it is 10:15 a.m. in Jamaica right now, guys, local time. So you guys are talking about my shorts. I think they look a lot, they're actually like not red, but they're not pink. They just show up brighter on this, probably because of the studio lights, right? They're manly. They're absolutely manly. They also fit best with like a darker color shirt as well. Plus I need to do laundry. But I like these shorts. I'm quite comfortable in my clothes, bang. I don't even understand. It's not a crazy color, is it? I'm married with kids, if that's a thing. Anyway. Salmon. Yeah, they're salmon. That's the word I was looking for. They're salmon. Bro, they are pink. They ain't manly. Okay. Moving on, as they say. What do we got here? Christina says it's windy in the grill. Latoya says good morning. Rains and windy in St. Mary right now. Barbara says, I just lost it. Sorry, guys. We'll get these poles coming up. I have to move them out of the way. Oh, I can't believe my pant color is a topic of conversation. I'll have to remember that for the future. If you guys have been following here at Meteo Mundo, like I've got like a salmon colored jacket that I wear sometimes. So part of the reason is, by the way, is that for me to be on camera, there's a green screen behind me, and greens and blues are my favorite colors, but I can't wear green. Otherwise, you would see it and it would show through. So I have to choose some different colors. I like to mix it up some too, though. All right, anyway, let's get back into the core of what we're really here for and look back over to the hurricane hunters and what they're doing. They are getting closer to the eye. So this is really quite significant, what we're going to find out from the hurricane hunters, guys, is if they are going to pick up core winds which justify the 145. Now, again, and I got to move up this a little bit more here. They're getting closer. They're getting closer to that eye wall. You can see all of the lightning that is still associated with those storms. And we can start to see some of the heavier bands begin to spiral in. So some of the issues, again, for Jamaica are going to be, and if you guys want to do me a favor here, I will bring this back up full, the camera. And if you want to bring on the information, because I think that's a great way to talk about this, and bring back on the cameras. If the information on the bottom left is ready, pop it back on. But we'll talk about the hazards for Jamaica right now. We're looking at a storm surge of 6 to 9 feet. Okay, that's 2 to 3 meters in some areas. That is a significant push of water that Beryl is going to be bringing in. That is going to inundate low-lying areas, just like we saw in the Windward Islands. It's going to be producing extremely rough surf and sea conditions, the wave action, and then that push of water trying to get into some interior locations. It's also going to come along with 4 to 8 inches of rain. All right, that is 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, locally up to 12 inches, which is 300 millimeters. All right. And then we're going to have the hurricane force winds potentially throughout the entire island. All right. So again, that's the latest statistics on Beryl on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, Cat 4, 4 to 8 inches, 6 to 9 foot storm surge in Jamaica. Now, down the road here, as well, we're going to have to deal with a 2 to 4 foot storm surge in the Cayman Islands. All right. And potentially a 3 to 5 foot storm surge for portions of the Yucatan as well. The Hurricane Center hasn't changed the messaging about the rainfall. It's still 4 to 8, as I've mentioned. Again, maybe 4 to 6 or locally heavier as we get into the Cayman Islands. And again, we'll deal with that as we get a little bit farther in time. Still quiet right now in Kingston. That's halfway tree. You're looking live there. And again, we're just kind of right on the edge of this, guys. It's taken a little bit of time, but again, this is still an extremely serious situation here. Wanted to make sure we were on live early enough to cover this as it's moving in. And so again, it is still relatively quiet in Kingston, but other areas obviously continue to chime in and say that it's getting a little bit worse. And again, you see all the people here in the chat saying, thank you for sharing all the information. A lot of folks are tuning in right now because they have family and friends who live here, or they have some connection to the island, and they want to have that connection as we go through this. And obviously the information that you guys provide helps us out here to pass along that information as well. Roseanne says no rain yet in Portmore and St. Catherine, that it is just dark. And St. Catherine is the parish that's just west of Kingston, just west of St. Andrew. Zane in Kingston says it's drizzling. Pepine or Pepine, St. Andrew, it's raining but no wind. We've got rain in St. Anne, which is on the northern side. And you can see, I mean, this shot from the port, it's beginning to show the signs of what's going to be moving in. We even had a little bit of a break in the cloud coverage not that long ago, but now we're starting to see that dense overcast begin to work its way into the island. So again, friends, we've got all of these live cameras that, as long as they can stay up and transmit, we will bring to you guys live here at Meteo Mundo. Obviously, what I'm doing here behind the scenes is keeping a close eye on all of the information to pass along to you guys as well. One thing I wanted to do here is bring up the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. So I'm going to effort to do that while we're chatting real quick. Again, because these things all look the same, I want to make sure I get you the newest one. We already looked at it once, but we'll look at the 11 a.m. advisory kind of in a static view that you would see from the Hurricane Center. Again, folks still walking around there, halfway tree. I understand the weather has not really yet to move in, but it is imminently going to be doing so here. I would certainly say within the next hour, we're going to really start to see things go downhill in these areas. Eastern sides of the island already seeing it a little bit more. Go back up to our cameras here. Go ahead and bring this full screen. And again, one other thing I want to keep a really close eye on here, not lose sight of it, is this hurricane reconnaissance aircraft. Hopefully they'll continue to transmit here. Surface wind of 98, but I hope as they get closer to the eye, they'll continue to transmit that in. That is the newest track if you're just joining us as of the 11 a.m. advisory. The information is on the top of your screen for the 11 a.m. advisory. That is 10 a.m. local time in Haiti. Excuse me, in Jamaica. I was mentioning Haiti because the hurricane watch has been discontinued, but the tropical storm warning still does continue. Okay, which is why we still have this blue slash line on here. And Haiti has been hit really hard by the back end of Beryl. As Beryl went under an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, there's almost been two pieces to Beryl here. You can see the drier air. And I mentioned this too. This is going to be a really interesting feature with Beryl. The parent core of the storm is moving away, right? And it's leaving behind this huge area of convection, which is actually blossoming and actually getting stronger. And the lightning counts are going up very high with this. What a very interesting feature here. So the storm is outrunning this convection because it's not getting pulled along with it. So this should fizzle, at least some, unless it creates its own environment and just gets kind of pulled along at the end. But my point is that you want to talk about a punch. I mean, if we get what Beryl is going to bring and then another line of extremely heavy rain and lightning back into Jamaica later. Let's hope that's not the case. All right, guys, it looks like we're getting to, could be serious time here with the hurricane hunters. Going to try and, again, access that information here. All right, so they got 109, 115, 115, 105, 92, 74. So far, kind of on the southwest side, we have a maximum of 115. So it's at least a category 3. All right, now again, it's initialized at 145. The Hurricane Center is going to take all of this information that the reconnaissance aircraft are currently investigating live in real time. And if they see something that needs to be changed in the advisory, they'll issue that. So that's something we'll keep an eye on as well. Notice the lightning that's wrapping around. And again, some of the heavier rain here beginning to move back into the island. Kingston's still not reporting a gust. Again, all looks still relatively okay. So the question is going to be, you know, how is the timing of this going to work, right? Generally speaking, we will just continue to see the weather go downhill for the island throughout the remainder of this late morning and at least into the early to mid-afternoon hours, all right? That's the visible satellite imagery. I don't think it's going to show much more than our enhanced right now. If I bring back on our model information, so this is the NAM model. It's initialized a little bit too far south and west. GFS is a little bit closer, but is too weak. Again, one of the biggest hindrances about forecasting this hurricane has been that the model data in general has been kind of crap. The main global models have been initializing these storms 20 millibars too high, meaning that it's making them too weak. Part of that is that the model resolution on the global models isn't as fine of a mesh as some of the higher resolution models are, so they're grid points, so they can miss some of the core of a small hurricane like Beryl. And that's really what it seems like it's been. They've just had a really hard time picking up on the fact of Beryl had a pressure of 935 for some time because the European model was initializing like 963. It was ridiculous. But again, you can tell that even on this GFS model, the gradient of winds is correct, but these winds are just way too light. And I did show you guys, and we'll go back and look at the HAFS model, which is about the best that we have. And I can bring up the gusts there as well. It'll be something that I'll just have to download and then put on screen. But the NAM is a little bit closer. Again, this would be a depiction of what's happening right now at 11 a.m. And it really is pretty good, right? We saw the 75 here, just about 7 miles south of Yalis, Morant Bay, Morant Point, probably in that 70 to 75. Obviously, Kingston is not seeing that wind as of yet. So it's a little bit too strong north and west. But I think very quickly here, we're going to get more sustained winds in that 40 to 50 mile an hour range. And then especially like Morant Point, Morant Bay, Dallas, Yalis, and then eventually towards Kingston. Again, we want to keep the core of the storm to the south. It's going to be close. I don't think we're going to get a landfall, but more than likely we are going to have some pretty significant impacts. So let's loop this up because I think the NAM has the best handle here. And then we'll take a look at that Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft because I am dying to know if they've actually picked up 145. So I'm going to loop this up. And we'll get an idea. Timing is going to be in the top left-hand side of your screen, okay? And this is just in the short term. So we're initializing right now at 11 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 10 o'clock local time in Jamaica. As we go through, you can see again, there's going to be impingement with this storm, okay? Beryl should lose strength as the eye is south of Jamaica because the winds coming in from the north and northwest will be going over the island. Drier air will be coming in from the higher terrain. There will be dry air intrusion. So again, we should see Beryl lose strength, but the problem is it's not because of the wind shear, it's because of the land interaction with Jamaica. And obviously it's going to be causing problems over the island as it's trying to lose some strength. And again, the wind shear has not done much to knock down this storm. Then it moves off towards the west. It does look like the core winds from Beryl move away 6 to 7, so 5 to 6 local time. We're going to obviously see improving conditions from east to west. But again, we're not even into the beginnings of this yet, guys. This is right on the doorstep. And you can see that moving in, moving out from 5 to 6. This is going to be 11 o'clock. Apologize for that. This is going to be 11 o'clock. And then we'll see what it brings to the Cayman Islands late tonight. Getting reports of the electricity going out in Montego Bay. That's not a good sign if that's already happening on the northwest side of the island. Lavar says located in St. Elizabeth, having overcast on the south coast. A report from CECC-LESV of loss of power in Mo Bay. Vivian Ravine, apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name exactly correctly. I'm reading them in real time. Light rain overcast in the Red Hills of St. Andrew. Thank you very much. Jamie in Wakefield, Trelawney says no. And again, thank you for the information of exactly where you are there. Trelawney is north central side of the island. One of the parishes north central side. Carletha says no rain in Clarendon right now. It's been on and off. How about my friends in the far east side of the island right now? Anyone have a report from, let's say, Port Antonio down? Let me know. Just because, again, would expect this to be an area that's more impacted as we speak. Again, your live look to some different cameras on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. So now I think we're at the moment of truth here. We bring in this reconnaissance, this hurricane reconnaissance data. And again, hopefully it'll pop up for me here. There it is. Every so often this wants to, so 77 there, 68, 53. So it's moving outside of the storm. Unfortunately, I probably just missed, or they didn't punch the core. We definitely had a jump in data. They're on the south to southeast side. So we'll have to wait and see. It would be awesome if this was a little bit weaker, but again, does not appear to be so. Obviously, we have 145 as the initial intensity still. Water vapor imagery still looks very significant. It's true that we don't see the eye as clearly now, but there's still extreme deep convection near the center. So there hasn't been a lot of loss here yet. It's a very interesting structure though, I will say that. If I were to just look at this, I'd be like, okay, we might be seeing this storm begin to show signs of a little bit of weakness. We have this huge plume of convection east that is no longer attached to the parent circulation. We do have deep convection wrapping back around though, looks to be a little bit more exposed. And again, it is still consistently fighting wind shear, right? We've talked about this one time, but I'll bring this back on real quick because it's been a little while. The forward motion of the storm is producing the wind shear, okay? The wind conditions in the Caribbean right now are such a way that the west motion of Beryl is creating its own wind shear. So the thought from the Hurricane Center and meteorologists in general was, as the storm moves west, it will just continue to fight its own wind shear, which means it's under constant pressure, which means at some point in time in a somewhat hopefully consistent, steady fashion, it will lose strength. Well, the first thing it did was ramp up to 165 miles an hour. And then the second thing it's done has been very resilient to that wind shear. Again, you want a storm, I'm using a rubber band by the way, storms want to be vertically stacked like this. Surface, high up in the atmosphere. This is a vertically stacked storm with no wind shear. When we have a difference in either speed, called speed shear, or directional wind shear, you have a difference in height, elevation, of either the speed of the wind or the direction of the wind. That is wind shear, okay? It is a complicated meteorological parameter, and you have to analyze it in real time a lot, but you know, we saw that the forward movement was going to be producing wind shear throughout its journey in the Caribbean. So what happens is, if the top of the storm has more forward wind speed, it gets tilted like this, okay? And you want a tilted storm because it starts to impede the maturity of a storm. Or if the low levels of the storm outrun they're faster, the low level of the storm outruns the upper levels, you get a tilted storm back to the north and to the east, okay? We've seen some of that, but we continue to also see Beryl be very resilient to even that inherent wind shear. It went under an eye wall replacement cycle overnight, and we had some wind shear of around 20 knots. And again, it came out of that eye wall replacement cycle, which typically knocks down the intensity of storms, and sometimes, if the environmental conditions are harsh enough, can really have some big impacts on that storm maturity going forward. It came out of that, unfortunately, just fine. St. Andrew has no electricity. So we're starting to get our first idea of losing electricity in some of the area. Ashley says there's rain and breeze in St. Anne on and off. Pauline from over St. James, lots of wind and rain. Report out of Port Antonio of winds on and off. Appreciate all the local information, guys. Thank you so much for that. Again, live look to the southern side of the island. There's Jamaica, Kingston. At that point in time, that's halfway tree. We've got a couple different shots to show you guys. Again, the storm is just off right now to the south and to the east. Hurricane hunters are investigating Beryl as we speak. I'll be very curious to see what comes of that. Again, we were looking at some of that information in real time. I will say that the weather in Kingston is a little bit better than what I would expected at this point in time, but we can start to see the other reports coming in now, right? Again, going to be very area dependent, at least for right now. So Jada says, wind and rain's picking up eastern St. Thomas right now. St. Thomas is the southeast parish of the island. So places like Morant Bay included in that. Yalis also included in that area. Thank you for that report. Rain in Portmore right now, right next to Kingston. Whistling breeze in St. Andrew. That's just north of the Kingston proper area. Portmore rain but no wind. Halfway tree rain. Lots of wind in Hanover. Okay, Hanover is the northwest side of the island. So we're getting some rain there. It does look like Montego Bay is back up. Not reporting right now any gust, but again, it'll be picking up. Let's see here. I'm trying to get rid of these watches and warnings. There we go. Sabrina says, I just lost her, Sabrina, but it was Trelawney. Here we go. Breeze and rain. Heavy rains in eastern St. Thomas. Raining in St. Andrew, Red Hills, very windy. Again, it really does seem like Kingston right now is about some of the quietest weather. If we're kind of averaging out what's happening in Jamaica right now, we're getting into more consistent wind. We're getting into more downpours as well. We're starting to see some convection, some lightning develop again as well. We've had some of that. You can see that here on our enhanced satellite imagery. We can clearly see the eye. Let us keep that eye as far south as we possibly can, because again, we're talking a lot about the rain right now and the wind, but you got to remember the storm surge is going to be potentially very impactful. We're calling for a 6 to 9 foot or a 2 to 3 meter storm surge, and that is, of course, the official information from the National Hurricane Center. I'm going to check in, by the way. I've been keeping an eye out on the Meteorological Service of Jamaica. I always like to pass along official information. The last bulletin is the last one that I've already mentioned is the last one that they have put out, and it was in accordance with the National Hurricane Center 8 a.m. advisory. No new information out of there. Again, live on the bottom left-hand side of your screen are several different views out of Jamaica at this point in time. Twyla says she's in St. Andrew and she still has electricity. That's good. Long Bay, Rural Hill area of Portland, no lights, breeze and rain. Thank you, Affectionate Beach. Duncan's Bay and Trelawney is windy. Thank you, King. It is still technically a Cat 4, yes. And that was as of the top of the hour. So 10 a.m. local time in Jamaica, the Hurricane Center still had 145 mile an hour winds. They did not drop it one darn mile an hour, one darn kilometer an hour. Now again, we're going to have to see how far those winds extend, right? If we can keep, first of all, we're not going to get 145 on the island. I want to be clear about that, okay? As long as we keep the eye south of the island, we're not going to get the 145. We're not going to have the landfall that they had in the Windward Islands. But if we go off from Morant Bay right now, and I draw a line to the northern eye wall, we're about 37 miles out, okay? Hurricane force winds extend 45 on the north side. Earlier, if you were joining me, and this information does disappear in time, earlier, right along the coast, about 7 miles off, they had, from the Hurricane Hunter reconnaissance aircraft, 75 mile sustained winds. So we had, right, hurricane force winds just offshore. What is happening right now, at least in the extreme short term, and it will change, but what's happening right now is these winds on the northeast side, they're kind of coming in like this. And the strongest have really yet to push much more west towards Kingston, but like precipitate, like it's real close, right, to seeing that. So again, obviously, we're just going to continue to see this go down as we go through the day. Such an interesting structure right now, guys. What an unusual storm. Just analyzing it here with you guys as I'm looking at this. There's so many different things that we could just sit here and piecemeal out. But obviously I don't want to do that on the stream. But again, I think there's going to be a lot of research papers written on Beryl for a lot of different reasons. Obviously there's a bit of land interaction right now, right? Could be a little bit of drier air coming in. It's very interesting that we've had this huge blow up on the south side, kind of expanding the storm. The eye is not as put together on the south side right now, but there's still extreme deep convection with the lightning on the north side. I would love for this thing to start trying to blow its top right now, wouldn't you? The wind shear finally comes in and does something. The dry air begins to knock things out. This chokes out the eastern side. Again, it's extremely rare to see this, where basically a major hurricane has left a piece of itself behind as it went through that eye wall replacement cycle. And then the fact that all of this lightning has cropped up. That's nuts. So again, in this view, in the last 15 minutes, there's been over 300 lightning strikes. And there's drier air in between. I can show you that in the water vapor imagery. The green is the drier air. There is a distinction and a cutoff between this convection out east and then the parent part of Beryl, which, as I'm watching it, looks like it's trying to outrun that convection and not bring it along for the ride. We could see a separation of that even more. What I really hope is that that deep convection rains itself out and doesn't come back over Jamaica. Let's get back to the chat. Let me get back to the full screen. By the way, I wanted to show you guys, do a couple of things here real quick. First of all, I haven't said it in a while, but thank you so much for joining me here at Meteo Mundo for our live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl, impacts on Jamaica and other portions of the Caribbean. We got you covered here. Bottom left-hand side of your screen, those are live views from Jamaica. We'll continue to show those as long as they stay up. I appreciate all of my friends in the comments letting us know where you're from, what the weather has been like, especially those on the island of Jamaica right now. Getting that real-time information really makes a big difference. Now, in the short term, we'll be focusing in on Jamaica, just like we did in the Windward Islands on Monday. But down the road, we will have our eyes and keep a close watch for the Cayman Islands late tonight and early tomorrow. And then for the Yucatan Peninsula and maybe Belize late Thursday and into Friday, where we now do have a hurricane warning that is in effect for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. There are additional tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches for the Yucatan and Belize as well. Residents in these areas need to start checking in with local officials. You guys need to start preparing and planning. If you have travel plans to Cancun through the early part of the weekend, monitor the situation very closely. Again, the timing of this is going to be late Thursday and into Friday for the core of what is still forecast to be a hurricane, by the way. Latest information here, again, keeps it a Category 2 with winds of around 100 to 105 as it tries to move inland into the Yucatan. And then the official forecast from the Hurricane Center has it as a tropical storm, which then potentially regenerates back into a Category 1. And you notice that that cone of uncertainty is very wide at the end of the track. And there is a lot of uncertainty overall as to what Beryl might do in the Southwest Gulf, whether a weaker Beryl potentially moves just due west into Mexico, or a stronger Beryl might have an opportunity to recurve a little bit quicker. Right now, the official forecast is to go back inland, North Mexico, potentially far southern sides of Texas. So for our friends on the western Gulf Coast, we'll be monitoring that. So the bottom line is, Beryl could have 2 more landfalls, right? We've already had the one landfall in Carriacou, all right? We hope to and believe we're going to avoid a second landfall in Jamaica, although it's too close to call right now. We do look like we're going to stay 40 to 60 miles the actual center. Now, of course, the northern eye wall touches, that's landfall as well, right? It doesn't have to be the center. If we get the northern eye wall to brush the southern coastline, that would be considered a landfall. But if we say, and we hope that that's not going to be the case, a second landfall could occur in the Yucatan Peninsula or northern Belize, based on this track. Again, timing would be late Thursday or early on Friday, and then potentially a third landfall again somewhere in the western Gulf of Mexico. A beast of a storm sticking around for a long, long time. We got you covered though, guys. And I appreciate all the support. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for subscribing as well if you are not a subscriber yet to Meteo Mundo. Going to bring this full. Obviously, it's darker there now. Not a lot of wind in Kingston. I will say that. I am a little surprised, optimistically surprised, but at the same point in time, there's a major hurricane not too far away. So all indications are that that is still going to be something that is going to change here and could be changing relatively quickly. Now, hopefully, I'm trying to do some updates behind the scenes. Hopefully, you guys don't see the black that I'm seeing right now. And I believe that's the case. Excellent. So I appreciate the team letting me know on this. So now I can actually make some updates behind the scenes and you guys don't have to see that black frame real fast. Still at a Cat 5 mark. Oh, excuse me, Cat 4. Sorry. Apologies. Cat 4. 145 Cat 4. Really curious to see if the Hurricane Center, after the hurricane hunters have come through the storm quickly here, whether they're going to provide another update. The 11 a.m. is still the latest one that I see. And we'll see if again, when I was tracking it, the most wind I saw was 115, but I'm not sure they punched the core. It was hard to tell, to be quite honest. Corey says no rain in Montego Bay. Yvonne says it's now raining in Kingston. Josephine says Kingston rain, but no wind. And you can clearly see that, guys, from the live look right now. That is a live look to the Port Royal area. And again, the rain, the dark clouds, but not a lot of wind so far. Carlene says no rain in Westmoreland. Let's see here. Kingston rain on and off. Don't forget to eat. I appreciate that. In all sincerity, I've lost 5 pounds this week. Truly I have. Because starting Saturday, I've been working about 17 hours a day. And I did slam down a granola bar very quickly when I was off camera. But I will try and remember. And honestly, I actually had some pasta last night to get the carb loaded, right? Get carb loaded for today, because I knew it was going to be long. But that's fine. Listen, I have done a lot of coverage that has lasted a while. So I'm with you guys. There's been several days as a television meteorologist where we did 10, 12, 14, 16-hour days, and then hurricane coverage wasn't on constantly that long, but it was days of coverage. So I'm used to it. I appreciate it. So this is the 11 a.m. advisory. I just wanted to show you that, guys. Take a look here again. You've got the hurricane warnings in red. Again, Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Now portions of the Yucatan under that hurricane warning as well. If you live in those areas, you need to take this as seriously as you possibly can. Make sure that you are prepared for that storm. So again, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac, obviously Kingston and Jamaica in general, we've been talking about that. But the new hurricane warning is for the Yucatan Peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. We have a hurricane watch that is in effect for the coast of the Yucatan, south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and then the coast of the Yucatan of Mexico north of Cancun to Cabacatoche. Then you go to a tropical storm warning, okay, that goes from the Yucatan Peninsula south from Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and then you go north, Cancun to Cabacatoche. So you have hurricane watches and hurricane watch and tropical storm warning in those areas, and then the hurricane warning for Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. All right. So you can see that there's a lot of different advisories in the Yucatan at this point in time. South of there, you have a tropical storm watch for Belize from Chetumal to Belize City. The tropical storm warning for Haiti, the peninsula of Haiti, the south coast of Haiti still continues as well. So a lot of different watches and warnings here. And the newest information is for the Yucatan, where basically what's going to end up happening is other areas are going to be upgraded to hurricane warnings if Beryl continues to be forecast to be a hurricane. But again, as of the advisory from 1 hour ago, winds are still 145 miles an hour. Back to our live cams. Rain certainly falling in Kingston right now. There's Kingston City. Again, I'm pleasantly surprised about the wind. I'm not more optimistic about the overall trend because we still have a major Category 4 hurricane not too far away. But if we can, look, we will take whatever we can to avoid the longest duration of the heaviest rain and the strongest winds, right? So if we can avoid there being consistent winds, oh boy, you want to talk about an error I just did. I just closed the chat. That was a whammy. I'm going to bring that back up. But one of the areas that was hit hardest in the Windward Islands was Barbados. They didn't get anywhere near the core, but they had consistent winds of 60 and 70 miles an hour. And the south shore of Barbados was just ripped up. There's been video there of some of the harbors where the boats are just tossed around like they're toys. And again, that was an area that we weren't really even focused in on, those 145 mile an hour winds. But they had a 60, 70 mile an hour wind for 6-7 hours in a row. Good to see you guys. Hi, Trevor. Appreciate you. Let me know what's going on in Ocho Rios, man. Let me know what's happening on the north side of the island there, buddy. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Again, a lot of our cameras are from the Kingston area, but I love to get other information. It helps really tell the story. Appreciate the over 7,500 people watching right now, somewhere right around 7,500. Appreciate the support here at Meteo Mundo. Again, we are live covering Hurricane Beryl, impacts for the Caribbean, especially here in Jamaica throughout the day. The weather is beginning to close down in Jamaica. Obviously, from these shots, this is not bad yet at Halfway Tree, which is a area of Kingston. But obviously, the weather is expected to go downhill and go downhill rapidly. Again, I would have expected it to be a little bit worse at this point in time right now. But still, the impacts of the most consequence were expected in the early afternoon to mid-afternoon hours. So we're still, going to be watching and waiting here. Just because things are quiet at your area right now, again, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to stay quiet as we have a major hurricane not too far off of the south coast of Jamaica. Still have to be very vigilant. Again, we're just on a little bit early as far as seeing these impacts. More significant here. And, let's talk about this. So here you go, guys. Montego Bay just reported a 57 mile an hour wind. Let me bring that up for you guys. And we had some reports there out of the Hanover area of more significant wind. So there's the 53 from Montego Bay. So well away. Again, hurricanes in general will be a little bit worse closer to the center, but it's not always that way, right? You would expect potentially Kingston to have more consistent, worse weather than Montego Bay because of where the eye is located in relation to both cities. But we have a big, deep convection running back in on the north side here, and it's thrown a 53 mile an hour wind in Montego Bay. So that's one of the first indications of some rougher weather well away from the actual center relative to the island. Okay? Paul Thomas says St. James has some high winds. Sunny and windy here in Lucia and Hanover, which is not that far from Montego Bay, was just reported a 53 mile an hour wind. So, we get a report of sunny and windy here in Lucia, and then you've got Montego Bay with a 53 mile an hour gust. So more than likely, guys, by the way, this wind will be pushing down and slightly west. So places like Cambridge and Savannah Lamar could start to see those kinds of wind gusts as well. Certainly got to be picking up now in Yawlis and Morant Bay as well. And again, I want to be clear, we're talking about the wind a lot, and that is one of the most significant hazards. That being said, the storm surge of 6 to 9 feet in some areas, it's 2 to 3 meters, guys, 2 to 3 meters. So if we look at this, again, the way that we're going to have some of these bands spiraling in, I'm very concerned about a push of water into the Port Royal area and then into the bays west of there, Old Harbor, down towards Hayes, the coastal areas here. And it's simply because of the orientation of the shoreline, all right? We have these little north to south juts, and that is going to cause some potential piling up of the water. See it all the time. You know, when the shoreline is obviously not consistent. Sorry about that. Thought I got rid of the telestration. Give me 1 second. It does take a few steps here. All right, hopefully that's done now. So what I'm talking about here is, again, you see this jut out on the bays south of Old Harbor and Hayes, and the wind is going to be pushing all of the water onto the western side of that. So I do have some concerns for certain areas to get more water than others, but 6 to 9 feet, 2 to 3 meters of rain. And by the way, this shot is this shot, right? Here is here. And we can really see that deeper convection and that steadier wind coming into the eastern side of the island. Do you guys have an earthquake? Is it Lucy? Thank you. On the western side of the island, obviously you guys are going to be starting to get into some of that stronger wind. And the interesting thing about this is sometimes that can occur ahead of the main convection. You can get these downburst winds here, or coming in the outer feeder bands. That's what these are called. The bands that spiral along around the parent part of Beryl. We call those feeder bands. They're squalls. And you can see one develop right here and then come right into Montego Bay. All right. There's obviously a little bit of interruption right now on the northwest side of Beryl because we're starting to get deeper into Beryl being more impacted by land. It's probably not going to have a ton of impact on the wind, but we're starting to push more of the core of Beryl over Jamaica as we speak. And again, left behind is this huge area of convection as well. So again, guys, look, the weather across the island is just in a general sense going to continue to go downhill through the day. All right. In some areas, it's going to happen faster than others. All right. Kingston as a spot has been relatively fine so far. Montego Bay just picked up 53-mile-an-hour wind. I can look, someone mentioned earthquake. I don't know where, but I can pull up earthquake data. I don't know how long it takes, but the USGS has earthquake data around this entire region. If anyone else wants to confirm, or were we just joking? But I do not see a report of an earthquake. Something I'll watch out for, though. I'll monitor. Sanika says, very heavy wind in Montego Bay. What about St. Anne? So St. Anne, north central part of the island. So here, you know, we've got Falmouth to the west, Ocho Rios to the east. Look, guys, in general sense here, right, the island in a whole is going to experience some hurricane conditions, okay? Hurricane conditions are likely. Now, it's going to be very area dependent. And again, I wish we had more live reporting stations out of the island, but we'll take what we can get. And we have Montego Bay and Kingston, and we're going to be filling in some of that information as we can. But on the northern side of the island, you should expect very brisk northerly to northeast winds right now, driving in with that squally weather, okay? We could have more of an east wind here. Now, Montego Bay's wind is going to, again, generally be out of the north. If I pause this real quick and we just look here, they're currently reporting a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust, and that wind is more a little bit out of the east, probably northeast to east. So kind of coming in this general direction, but obviously it's going to be wrapping back around. So there is going to be at least a touch of a northerly component to that wind on the western side of the island. It is going to be probably a bit more out of the east right now on the eastern side of the island. I'm going to bring back up again. Right now we don't have any wind in Kingston, so we don't have any gusts to report. And right now they're still reporting a bit of a north wind in Kingston, but it's very light right now, only at around 10 miles an hour. So, as last reports, it's a 10-mile-an-hour wind in Kingston, and it's a 53-mile-an-hour wind in Montego Bay. Much further away. You get the idea. Good to see everyone here. Over 8,000 of you joining us, and I appreciate that, guys. Again, while you're here, for the team, you want to drop a like. I'd appreciate that. You want to subscribe for the latest information for live coverage like this of tropical storms during the entire Atlantic hurricane season. We got you covered here at Meteo Mundo. My name is Rusty McCraney. Apparently, I have very interesting colored shorts on today, and it's nice to see you guys. You're looking live at what's happening right now on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Here we have several different views in Jamaica to bring you guys live. Let's bring that up full screen. There is Flatbridge. There is Kingston Harbor. Let me get myself off camera. Let's look at those. Some reports of windy in Kingston. Appreciate it. Appreciate everyone saying thank you for liking, thank you for subscribing, all of that. I appreciate all that support. Thank you to all of our moderators in the chat as well, handling the situation. I know we have some new moderators to the channel here since we've been live since Monday, so I appreciate all of our moderators. I appreciate those who have supported the channel through the super thanks, through the super stickers, through the ways in the description below as well. So again, appreciate all of that, guys, and we're here to cover you, in a way that hopefully, brings you the coverage that you need. And again, we can do that through all of our technology here at Meteo Mundo and through some of these live cameras and you. I can't reiterate this enough. You are very important to this live coverage. To get the real-time information from where you live really helps to tell the story. Just like we had with Beryl Monday in the Windward Islands, when you have an opportunity in a safe way, you can send us a picture or video, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. It's mymeteomundo@gmail.com. All right, guys. I'm going to take a quick break. This one's going to be about a 2 to 3 minute break. I am going to find some food to put down my throat in a real hurry. And again, our continuous coverage of Beryl will be with us here for the duration of the event here in Jamaica. And then we'll talk about the Cayman Islands, but we're not going anywhere anytime soon, guys. Just a real quick break. Someone throw that in the chat for me. I appreciate it. And I'll see you guys in just about 2 or 3 minutes. Until then, we will continue with the live cameras here out of Jamaica. Continue to drop it in the comments section below where you're viewing from. I appreciate all of you that. All right, guys, I'll see you back here in just about 2. All right, guys, I'm back. Thank you for that little break. Appreciate you. Thank you for sticking around. We are continuing our live coverage here at Meteo Mundo of Hurricane Beryl with impacts to Jamaica and other areas of the Caribbean. The bottom left-hand side of your screen, that is the latest stats from the Hurricane Center. Thank you for all the likes as we come back on here. Literally just grabbed something very quick to eat. Got a little bit of a drink. Keep the energy levels up. This is our continuous coverage here, guys. We've been on actually for 4 hours. And I'll be honest, it didn't really feel like that so far. So feeling good. Hope you guys are doing well. Appreciate the levity in the chat. Again, you know, this is a very serious situation for Jamaica. Now, still in Kingston, we're looking okay at the hour, right? We're starting to see that heavier rain move in. The wind has not been significant. But as I was looking at the chat over the last minute or two, since before I came back on, I did not gonna change my shorts. Stop it. That we're starting to see a little bit more in the way of more sustained conditions that are causing some problems right now. Gigi says conditions continue to worsen in Yallis, St. Thomas, no lights. LeVar says that actually light winds tore down a few trees in Prospect. All right. Flatbridge getting full, let's see. And that is one question here. Someone let me know where Flatbridge is, what parish. It's probably one of the only areas that I'm unfamiliar with right now. Thanks, Jeanette. Appreciate you. I need some real food. I'm not gonna lie. I did have a little bit of pork tenderloin. That's Flatbridge. Conditions going downhill. Warren, where are you? Let me know. Conditions continue to worsen in eastern St. Thomas. St. Thomas is the far southeast parish in Jamaica. All right, including, I believe, Yallis, Morant Bay is also in St. Thomas. St. Catherine. Okay, Flatbridge is in St. Catherine. So St. Catherine is just west of Kingston. Ooh. Are we seeing heavy enough rain here where looks like we're zoomed in there at the Kingston Harbor. But looks like conditions are beginning to go down there right now. Hi, Sergeant Queen. Windy and rainy in Portmore. That's Port Maria, sorry, up in St. Mary. That's on the northern coastline of the island. Flatbridge is in St. Catherine. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. So let me ask you guys a question, because I love the local information. In a heavy rain event, not a tropical storm, but in a heavy rain event, does that Flatbridge area flood? Or does it have just really fast moving water? So for those who are familiar with Flatbridge, because I think that if that camera can stay active, that might be an extremely important camera to be able to look at here. So for those with local knowledge of that Flatbridge area, does it flood in a heavy rain event? Does the water become very fast moving? I think that's going to be a good indication, if you will, of what Beryl might be bringing to the greater Kingston area, including St. Andrew, St. Catherine, kind of the southeast side of the island, St. Thomas as well. Again, guys, just looking at these live cameras, obviously we've got all the new information to pass along as well. I'm keeping an eye on the Hurricane Center. They did not issue another update as of yet. Let's see here. I'm going to go into the reconnaissance aircraft where you guys are looking at that. Does not like my touch screen at all. There we go. Just looking at some of the observations. All right. I think they found about what they were expecting to find in there, guys. Yeah, nothing new from the Hurricane Center. Every so often, I'm just going to stop and just make sure that there's nothing that was issued as a special bulletin to pass along to you guys. Also keeping an eye on the Met Service out of Jamaica. They did issue a new bulletin. Okay. And again, I like to pass along local and official information because I think that's important for everyone to know as well. So we're going to see here if there's anything different. Hurricane warning still remains in effect. Dangerous high water combination, the exception of waves as well. Still talking about, I think, the same thing that the Hurricane Center is saying here. Storm surge of 2 to 3 meters, 6 to 9 feet. Obviously, the battering waves in portions of the coastal areas. Rainfall totals 100 to 200 meters. So nothing has really changed from the opinion from the Meteorological Service out of Jamaica. They are in lockstep, if you will, with the Hurricane Center as far as the hazards expected in Jamaica. It's a live look to the Kingston Harbor. Let's go back out to our weather computer here. And again, what we'll do is we're going to keep the cameras on the bottom left-hand side of the screen. So you'll see that right there. So we've got your picture-in-picture for you here. You'll be able to see the live looks, and then you'll be able to see what's going on with the hurricane as well. All right, let me get back here. All right. When it rains lots, flat bridge gets covered, okay? Flat bridge is dangerous. Not just the bridge, the roads become impassable as well. They will be flooded when rain starts, very heavy rain. Okay, guys, I appreciate it. Flat bridge definitely floods its banks during the heavy rains. It look like an area that would. So again, that gives us a good indication, right? It's an area that we know is prone to flooding. So we're going to monitor that as long as we possibly can. Hopefully that camera stays up. Hopefully we'll have access to it. And then we'll be able to watch in real time what's going to be happening. Again, it is relatively quiet still in Kingston. It's not that way across the majority of the island. Obviously, we have a large population of Jamaicans in Kingston and the Kingston area. So a lot of your reports and a lot of our video is coming from that area. But again, those who live in other areas, vital information is being passed along. And again, in Montego Bay, they had a 53-mile-an-hour wind. So we've had relatively calm conditions in Kingston so far. And on the far northwest side of the island there, they've had a 53-mile-an-hour wind. Now, in general, we're going to get more consistent heavy wind and rain eastern, southeast sides of the island at this point in time. Let's take a look at where Beryl is at the hour. Let me throw on, by the way, the live timestamp. Again, Eastern Daylight Time, we are just past the lunchtime hour, 12:20. It is 11:20 local time for our friends in Jamaica. So we can see this is very interesting right now, guys. There has definitely been some degradation to Beryl. If we take a look at this together, you can see that the eye begins to open right in those last couple of frames. Notice that the lightning count comes down as well. There's certainly been some land interaction here, and Beryl's feeling it. And that's a great thing. Now the question is this temporary or is this a trend? But you see how we no longer have the deeper convection, the blacks and the whites on the south side of the eye? I am very curious as to the thoughts of the Hurricane Center right now. Very, very curious. Look, even if that's happening, we're still going to have a major hurricane south of the island. But if we can start to have this lose strength quicker, maybe we can avoid some of the issues in Jamaica. Again, I don't want to start, there's no speculation here, guys. I'm not going to start saying, okay, I see this, so now this is going to happen. We need to stick with the official. We need to stick with the fact that we have a 145 hurricane as of the last advisory. But again, in real time, part of what I'm going to do here is obviously analyze this as we're talking. When you look at the water vapor imagery, so we're going to see if there's any dry air. There is still relatively moisture-laden air, but you can start to see some greens here. That's on the upper levels, the mid levels, and again, wind shear could be beginning to impact us a little bit more as well. And then let's look at the lower levels. Certainly more concentrated with those brighter blues, that area right there, than to the south. Still relatively good structure. I mean, you even see some lightning strikes on the southwest side. So I don't want to go overboard with what I'm seeing in the last couple of frames, but it is as of note. Cirrus cloud coverage, these are your highest cloud tops. Good indication of outflow in other areas as well. Again, you can just see how that lightning goes away real quickly here. It's interesting. It's piqued my interest. Let's take a look at a broader view. And by the way, you can start to see that some of the wind gusts are affecting portions of Cuba and the Cayman Islands. It's been a really rough past 18 hours for our friends in Haiti. Thank you, Keith, for becoming a member. I appreciate you very much. And if I've missed anyone who has become a member or who has given via the super thanks or the super stickers, I appreciate you guys. Again, becoming a member, you get access to custom badges and emojis here on the chat. So you will see our members that will have custom badges, custom emojis as well. And from time to time, we do a few different member videos. Nothing that would ever be exclusive to the sense of that I'm going to do a forecast and it's only for members and I'm not going to give away the goods, on the main channel. But sometimes we'll do some specific forecasts and kind of get deep into the weeds. Just one way to thank our members here at Meteo Mundo. But in general, it's kind of like pieces of flair, right? 99 cents a month. It's very, cost effective, if you will, just a way to support the channel. And again, you can show it off here with the badges and emojis. And I appreciate you guys for all the likes as well. That is a big thank you from me and the team. The likes, the views, the subscriptions, you guys are awesome. I appreciate you a lot, and we're going to keep you covered here. So again, we're now looking at Kingston. Just looking down, looks like the weather's getting a little bit worse. I want to keep up with your local reports, okay? Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. Yes, email mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Just like we did in the Windward Islands, if you want to send us a picture or a video, mymeteomundo, all one word, @gmail.com. And we will effort to turn around those pictures and videos and put them here during our live stream. Obviously, having our live cameras now is important, but as Beryl begins to move through the island and we have more impacts, if you can safely take a picture or a video and send it to us, we'd be happy to turn that around. Heavy wind and rain in Port Antonio. So now we're starting to go downhill on the eastern side of the island. Hope Bay, Port Antonio, Fair Prospect, Morant Point, Morant Bay, Yallis. TD says Manchester dark clouds, a little bit of rain, breezy right now. Raymond says getting some breeze in Clareton. How's St. Elizabeth? Well, that's way too far. St. Elizabeth is going to start to see the weather and go downhill. Look, in general, guys, right? Again, I wish I had a denser cluster of reporting stations across the island. I don't. In general, we're going to see this go downhill from east to west. But some of the wind will be wrapping on the northern side of the island and coming in breezes. So Montego Bay had a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust. In general, we would expect more consistent tropical storm force winds, butting up to hurricane force winds, the more persistent heavy rain, and some storm surge occurring right now on the eastern side of the island. With more squally weather with gusty winds and downpours coming in on the western side in a general sense. But the more sustained conditions, the areas here that you see in those blacks and those whites, are getting closer to the island now. So now we get into the heart of whatever Beryl is going to bring, starting about now for the next several hours, okay? So in general, the weather will continue to deteriorate across the island. We hope that that doesn't bring us any extreme conditions. But again, as of the last report, Beryl still had winds of 145. Now, structurally, it certainly is looking like a different hurricane in just the last hour, okay? It really is. How that is going to play out to what Jamaica is going to see, I am extremely curious about. And that's why we've got you real time here at Meteo Mundo. This is going to be a very interesting next 4 to 6 hours. We are on the northern side of the storm. That is always going to continue to be the strongest part. The right front quadrant drives in that 6 to 9 foot storm surge. So again, especially with some of these shore orientations near Port Royal and the bays west, Old Harbor south, concerned about that, okay? And then the opportunity, of course, for 100 to 200 millimeters of rain in interior locations and some of the more, hilly and more mountainous areas, if you will, just the higher terrain of portions of Jamaica where we could have some flash flooding, some landslides, and some mudslides. Everything is certainly still there. Got another member. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you for becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo. We appreciate all of the support for all of us here. How are we doing on the power, guys? How are we with power right now? Thank you for all the likes, by the way. You guys are awesome. Trying to get this chat can be a little bit finicky for me here on my touch screen. Let me bring it back up. I'm just very curious as well. Let's go back. Looks like, by the way, we've maybe lost that camera briefly, so maybe we can switch cameras there. No one knows what Lee knows. Like to handle. Windy in Mandeville. Kingston rainy, but still very still. Really odd. Yeah, I agree. I would have expected more wind in Kingston as of now. No doubt about it. On the precipice of more than likely that picking up. Let's take a look real quick at the latest observation out of Kingston. That is still up. It's very little wind. Now west at 7. That really is unbelievable. Whereas Montego Bay had a 53 mile an hour wind. Last report now is 24 out of the east. So we got some fresh winds right now. Falmouth, Montego Bay, Lucy area. Anyone in the grill, let us know. Savannah Lamar. These winds will be wrapping back down. So there's going to be a northerly component here. And again, these winds sometimes can get very strong on the leading edge of these squalls coming in. These feeder bands, these outer feeder bands can actually have some of the strongest winds. But again, Beryl is an extremely convoluted system right now. This is one of the weirdest hurricane structures I've ever seen. That you have this deep convection basically separated from now the parent storm with this layer of dry air in between. Again, it looks like this forward speed is less than the forward speed of the storm. It's coming along for the ride. We'll see if that can all get back together. But look at all of the lightning. The convection is so much deeper here than what it is here, and that is looking way worse. This is going to be very interesting. Very, very interesting. My curiosity is piqued as to what the Hurricane Center is going to say with the 2 p.m. advisory, 1 p.m. local time. Again, in the short term, we still have a core storm not that far off of the coast of Jamaica, but changes are ongoing as we speak. Look at this line. So from Morant Bay south, we're only about 33 miles from that northern eye wall, which again looks a lot more ragged on the south side. So our friends on the far southeast side of the island, let me know what you guys are seeing. Obviously, we're talking about a lot of rain coming back up. Just 1 second here, guys. Let me be clear, you guys aren't hearing an audio loop right now, are you? I would hope not. I think we got that rectified. All right. Shouldn't be any audio in the background. Let's go back to our cameras. Is that one still? All right. There we go. Here's Kingston City live. Looks like we might be buffering these cameras right now, which could either be on our end or we could start to see some issues with connectivity. We'll see how it goes. I'm sure the crew behind the scenes is working to bring those back up. I'm sure we're still going to have some live cameras to show you guys as well. Thanks, guys. The 7800 in here. So Siobhan says nothing in Montego Bay right now, but they had a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier here. Drizzling in the harbor. Port Royal, main road flooded. The ocean has burst its banks. So there you go. I'm not saying that the storm has split, but I am saying that its structure is definitely unusual. I think that's the most confidence that I can say right now, is that it definitely, I mean, obviously, there is something very interesting happening right now. Back to Flatbridge there live. But if we just ignore this part right now, which again is, I think, an interesting thing, we still have this extreme core on the northern side. Now, again, we've lost a bit of lightning, but the reports coming in from you guys are that we still have some extremely strong winds here on the eastern side. It is 11:30 local time. That's right. Still expecting the most significant impacts from whatever Beryl is going to bring to occur from, in some areas starting now. In other areas, it will still take an hour or two, and then through at least the mid-afternoon hours. That's kind of the timing as right now. If we look at the broad perspective, and I think it's a good idea to reset for some of those who are just tuning in, this is what the Hurricane Center has as its projected path. This is as of the 11 o'clock advisory. Again, we can see the storm coming in. We can clearly see that we had a good spin to the eye, and now we've lost some of it on the south side. All right. So again, analyzing in real time. Now the north eye wall is about 33 miles south of Morant Bay at this point in time. All right. So we had hurricane reconnaissance aircraft just offshore report 75-mile-an-hour winds. I was watching them here. They got up to 115. They don't always, I don't want to say that 115 was the most that they found, but that's the most that I saw with that last flight. Now, that doesn't mean that they punched the core as well, because they have predetermined areas and there are a couple of different flights that are going in and out of this storm. But is it a possibility that they never found the 145 the last time? Yeah, it's plausible. Again, still no update from the Hurricane Center. You know, last hour they were still reporting 953 millibars. So there still was, at least as of the last recon flight, deep pressure, which is still indicative of a very strong storm. Again, has it looked like it's changed a bit in the last hour? Yes. What does that mean? We're going to have to see. The problem is that we're on the doorstep of all of this coming into Jamaica. And so the intensity of that storm, even if it drops a bit, is still going to bring all of the situations that we've already talked about to the area here. Alicia says strong winds in St. Catherine. Amanda says it's getting quite serious in Montego Bay. Ryan now says Kingston wind picking up, starting to get some of the gusts. M. Johnson says there was a 10 power outage in parts of Kingston as winds picked up, power lines affected. All right, so here we go. Starting to get a little bit more serious now in some areas. Ricardo also says, yes, strong winds in St. Catherine. No indication that the storm is slowing down. Again, at this point in time, it was at 20, now it's at 18, which is 30 kilometers an hour. That's still good forward speed. Again, that should at least, if there's one okay thing about that, it's that the rainfall, while it's significant, would be even worse with a slower moving storm, right? Slower moving storm, what does that mean? Rain sits over one area for a longer period of time. But still, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain is the forecast, up to 300 millimeters. That's 4 to 8 inches, up to 12 inches. Claudia says rain in Montego Bay. Poppy Star 42 says raining in St. Mary as well. Christina just cloudy right now in St. Elizabeth. So St. Elizabeth on the southwest side, look, again, the weather should start to go downhill in these areas, Black River, Savannah Lamar, just other areas, including Westmoreland and Hanover. Again, Montego Bay, and we just had a report from someone there says it's getting quote unquote serious. Montego Bay earlier had a 53 mile an hour wind gust. All right. Let me bring back on the observations here. That's your temperature. That's your wind. So there's your 53. Nothing more reported there as of yet. And we cross our fingers that these can hang on. Portland is now raining and windy. Rain and wind in Clariton. Trees are damaged. Hurricanes do not feel land and adjust to avoid it. Hurricanes are impacted by land because we pull in drier air to the storm, and it in general begins to knock down the storms. That's why, you know, in a larger land area like the United States or Mexico, when the storms move inland, they quickly dissipate because it's the warm ocean waters that feeds the storm. It's like the juice for the storm. When it gets over land, the air is drier, there's not as much energy, and those storms quickly fall apart. Land interaction can be of all varieties when we're talking about islands in the Caribbean. Now for Jamaica, there is a bit of higher terrain, and that difference in terrain does begin to affect different levels of the hurricane. And there's going to be some friction. There's going to be some drier air pulled in. We always talk about how Hispaniola is a quote unquote graveyard for tropical storms because you have 11,000 foot peaks in portions of Hispaniola. And that significant terrain, and it being a larger island as well, really has some big impacts on the storms, okay? But unfortunately, of course, to get land interaction, you have to get these storms close to these areas, and that means obviously local residents are significantly impacted right now. The overall timing of this is that it's going to be lasting through the afternoon hours here in Jamaica, maybe even into the early evening on the far western side, whatever it's going to bring. Again, sticking with official messaging right now, we're still looking at life-threatening conditions. We are still looking at hurricane conditions through most of the island, 6 to 9 foot storm surge, 4 to 8 inches or 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. All right, so multiple hazards. In a lot of ways, we are just getting started here. Some areas have experienced a little bit more consistent weather so far with Beryl. Others, like Kingston, have been quieter, but now we're beginning to pick things up. Let's take a look at some of the live cameras for you right now. That is Kingston Harbor, and that is live. And I appreciate the 8,500 people joining us here live as well. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for the subscription. Will the eye wall stay intact? It's a great question. Again, from the last couple of frames, I'm very curious here. I'm going to do as much analysis as I can behind the scenes with a couple of different of the products that I can look at, and I'll give you my opinion. And then obviously what the Hurricane Center says is of most importance as well, because they've got a team of meteorologists working behind the scene. But there has certainly been a structure change to Beryl. Now again, the north part of the storm is the worst part, and that is what's impacting Jamaica right now. So, you know, even if the core winds at the center begin to come down, the eye was never supposed to reach Jamaica, or the northern eye wall at worst would brush the southern coast. But at this point in time, there's still a lot of intense wind on that north side. Natural Base says power is still on in St. Mary. That is good to hear. Trey says Clarendon rain, slightly windy. Christopher says rain and wind in Old Harbor in St. Catherine. Appreciate all the well wishes to our friends in Jamaica. That is a live look to Flatbridge. That's a live look to the harbor there in Port Royal. Again, you know, unless this is frozen, which I can't rule out that it isn't. But even then, no, I thought I saw a drop of rain there. Yeah, there's some drops of rain. There is very little wind in the harbor right now. I mean, obviously it's a bit of a sheltered location, but yes, I would agree that I would expect more wind in that area. The interesting thing is that there's a lot of reports from our friends here in the chat of way stronger winds. Anika there says a strong breeze in Hanover. Again, that's the northwest side of the island. There's Kingston Harbor. There's a little bit of buffering going on, guys, but if you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is still the live date and the correct time. I'll admit I did have to look at 3/7 and think real quickly, but obviously day, month, year. The information on Beryl is on the left-hand side of your screen. Again, that is as of the last report. The next intermediate advisory will come in from the Hurricane Center at 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. That's 1 o'clock local time in Jamaica, so another hour and 15 minutes. And again, I think they're going to have some discussions about what's happening with Beryl right now, whether this is a trend or whether Beryl is beginning to be impinged by some of that wind shear, which we've discussed a few times as well. Again, as of the last check, I'm looking at the recon obs behind the scenes. They still found 953 millibar pressure, which is why they set it at 952. They probably extrapolated down another millibar. But there could be some ongoing changes happening right now to Beryl. Again, I don't know how much is going to appreciably change what we're going to expect in Jamaica, and how long that this might occur. Again, I don't even want to talk about a weakening trend right now. It's just that structurally, Beryl does look a little bit different right now. And again, we're watching this in real time together, guys. But you notice that we have lost some of the deeper convection on the south side right here. All right. I'll put it to you this way. My real-time analysis says it's certainly not a bad thing for Jamaica, right? What I'm seeing right now is not a strengthening trend. We'll see if it's a potential weakening trend, but it does not look to be a strengthening trend. So I think that's the information that I would be confident in passing along. Again, getting the hurricane hunters to come in and out of this storm in real time is extremely important, and they're doing that. And we can take a look. All right, excellent. This is going to tell us a lot here, guys. We got ourselves a recon flight right into the eye wall. You and I are looking at this in real time together, guys. Let's do this. Whew. They're not in there yet. Wow, look at that, guys. $12.31. Has Beryl blown its top? That would be unbelievable. From a 145. Again, I'm not going to speculate. That's not what I do. But we are sitting here looking at real-time observations. And again, we need to, it's hard to tell on this imagery. It's not, I mean, it's live updated data, but again, exactly where they are in the storm, right? And these are extrapolated pieces of information, okay? As far as saying that the surface wind is 37. But obviously, there's not as much wind here as we would expect close to the center of circulation. Not even nearly as much as we'd expect. This is amazing. Again, you have this slot of drier air, and then you have all of this deep convection here. But Beryl's structure has changed significantly in just the last 2 hours. I can say that without a doubt. Now, how that is going to impact the storm in the short term, let us see. Obviously, Jamaica is still going to be impacted significantly by this. Potentially, there is an opportunity that we see some of those wind fields come down a bit. But that being said, looking at the chat, we got a lot of people here talking about tree damage, some very strong winds, some very heavy rainfall, okay? I've seen storms go through all different life cycles, guys. I mean, I have. I mean, I've been doing this long enough. You know, most of the time when you see a storm do this, it's over land, right? It has ingested enough dry air where you lose the inner core of the storm. And structurally, it does not look as sound right now. There's no doubt about it. Let's take a look at the visible satellite imagery. I can switch over to this spectral analysis. Again, our cameras, and we're bringing on the cameras that we have, guys, but as you would imagine, we're starting to, you know, that area is starting to take some power bumps, or the internet connection isn't as robust anymore. So we're going to keep those cameras up for you guys. We'll be just switching to the ones that are still up. But again, this is just a very interesting development here. There's no doubt about it. See all that convection way from the center of circulation. So we got ourselves a little scenario here, guys, I believe. And again, when the Hurricane Center comes out at 2 o'clock, if they don't come out with something earlier, I am the most curious person as to what they're going to want to talk about. A lot of it will come with this data here, guys. A lot of it will come from what the Hurricane Center or the Hurricane Hunter Reconnaissance aircraft are picking up. We actually have some stronger wind over the island than what that report is. I mean, again, if nothing else, the news is certainly not worse for Jamaica based off of this. No doubt. This could be a good trend. This could be a very good trend. But again, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, guys. We still have to deal with what is the here and the now and the official information, and that's the fact that we have ourselves, as last reported, Category 4 hurricane not that far off of the south coast of Jamaica. We're still getting a lot of reports coming in, and I appreciate all the information and the nearly 9,000 people who are watching us right now. And in real time, we might be watching some big changes to Beryl, okay? We might be seeing some pretty big structural changes to the storm. We've talked about it, how it was always fighting wind shear. It would be very interesting to see if the interaction of the wind shear and now the fact that it was fighting two different islands, both Haiti and Jamaica there, Western Hispaniola and Jamaica, and the fact that after this eye wall replacement cycle overnight, it went through another eye wall replacement cycle. That's where the outer eye wall forms, collapses in on the inner eye, and then it kind of reemerges. Remember, it went through that just before the Windward Islands, and then reemerged as a 165-mile-an-hour hurricane in the Eastern Caribbean. So after the eye wall replacement cycle, it got stronger, and that can happen. With this latest eye wall replacement cycle, structurally, it looks like the storm has changed. Again, it's left behind some of the deepest convection with certainly some dry air entrainment on the eastern side. Now on the western side and the south side, it looks like it's flattening out even more. You can see those blacks and those whites aren't now around 360 degrees from the center of circulation. So again, structurally, the storm has certainly changed. All right, it's also elongated itself. It's getting wider. You can start to see that some of the storms on the far northern side have really picked up in intensity, are working their way to the south coast of Cuba, well away from the center of circulation itself. So again, this could be some signs that there's kind of structural degradation of the storm right now. Now, that being said, if this storm is blowing its top or we're losing some of the core winds at the center, you know what happens? And I've seen this a lot as well. Even if that's the case, and we go back to the latest point in time here, these winds, I'm going to try and do this on the green screen, they're going to go like this. Whew. And they come out as a burst, all right? Saw that happen over Florida one time where, you know, the core winds were around like 70 or 80, and then we had that burst, and as the winds went out, they produced winds of like 90 and 100, okay? So that's a possibility as well. Even if we're losing the core winds here, what that would mean, by the way, in that scenario, if that is a potential for Jamaica, in that scenario, you're not going to get to consistent hurricane force winds. That would be like one big push of wind, okay? Instead of it just wrapping around and the hurricane force winds all day long and the tropical storm force winds all day long, this would be one big push of wind away from the center. We'll see if that occurs, all right? And, you know, the observations will tell us that as well. Obviously, now the entire island is in what Beryl is at this point in time. And when we're talking about this situation, when you look at the chat, you're going to see all different kinds of reports at this point in time. You're going to see some extremely strong winds. You're going to see some very heavy rain. You're going to see some folks jump in the chat and say, Rusty, it's worse on a summer afternoon. And I get it, because it is very area dependent at this point in time. But again, certainly overall, from the trends that I've been seeing in Beryl in just the last hour, it is no worse for Jamaica. This could be the beginning of a better trend as far as avoiding some of the worst weather that was possible with the system just 3 or 4 hours ago. We'll see how this plays out, guys. We'll be watching it together for you live. But again, the structure of Beryl is certainly of a very interesting scenario at this point in time. And again, this is one reason why I thoroughly appreciate all of the local reports. Jabari says there's strong winds in Mandeville. That is in the south central portion of the island. Our friends in Mandeville are right here. In Maypen, look, there is going to be significant impacts from Beryl, okay? Maybe we avoid the Windward Island situation, but I don't want to have anyone relax right now. Please don't relax in Jamaica. Please stay very vigilant. We've already had power problems. We've had reports of trees down. The rain has really yet to set in as well, and that is still going to be a problem. Even if we don't get the strong winds from Beryl, and again, we're talking about a lot of speculation right now. I'm still going with, the Hurricane Center and all of that, but even if we don't get the strongest winds, 4 to 8 inches of rain 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, maybe locally up to 300 millimeters. That's going to cause flood issues. There's still going to be a storm surge coming along for the ride as well. Randy says strong winds in St. Catherine. Appreciate it. Josie says the rains have picked up where I am in Kingston. Let's take a look at our cameras, guys. Again, we have access to all this information, bringing it to you live here at Meteo Mundo. Let's go back to our cameras. Again, I always look to see, there's Flatbridge. Clock is still a-ticking as we approach the noon hour there in Jamaica. We're still looking pretty good there. Certainly will say I expected more wind at this point in time. No doubt about it. There could absolutely, there have been other hurricanes that have had eye splits, if you will. But how it's going to play out for Beryl, it's very storm specific. This is why I don't want to get into too much speculation, right? I don't want to get into too much speculation, but obviously there's been a structural change in Beryl in literally the last hour, right as it was entering the zone for the worst for Jamaica. Jerome says in Portmore it doesn't look very good. Domain says little wind and rain in Dallas, St. Thomas. It is Dallas, Dallas. I appreciate that. It's like the only one that I still am like, okay, am I saying that right? Cayman Islands, we're going to keep an eye on you guys. Again, you are under a hurricane warning, and we'll get into that as we go on. Kamar says, I'm in Kingston, no wind at all. I mean, that's a live look to Flatbridge there, guys, west of the Kingston area. A bit of a breeze, a very large truck going over the bridge, so obviously there's no issues with that. Eddie says the winds are getting stronger in the grill. Hello, Kim Rose says they've got a power outage in Stony Hill. Old Harbor is windy. Portmore, okay. So Brandon, what I'm talking about is that it looks like the core of Beryl might have undergone some degradation, meaning that it might be falling apart in a way. Again, I don't want to start speculating and over-speculating, but there is an opportunity here that the storm is beginning to go under a weakening phase of some kind. Just simply looking at the live information that I can see. And if you're with me about 10, 15 minutes ago, the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft that was near the western eye wall did not find a lot of wind. Did not find a lot of wind at all. And a lot of what I am doing right now behind the scenes, guys, is checking the data that I can check live, checking in with officials that I can check in with live to get that information. Anything of relevance as to what we're seeing live, I'm going to try and pass it on to you guys. But there certainly has been a structural change in Beryl over the last hour. Live look again to the harbor, where the winds continue to be relatively calm. Rohan says the Spalding area has heavy winds. Yalis, it's raining. We've got a little rain falling in haze there in Clarington. Appreciate that. Clarington, again, is the south central parish of the island. Our friends in Portland on the eastern side, raining very hard, rough winds. Anyone who lives on the eastern side, if you live close enough just to be able to speculate as to what the wave action is, let us know. Because again, the storm surge is going to be another situation that comes along with this. And again, while we might be losing the core of Beryl to the south and to the east, whatever the strongest part of Beryl is beginning to get deeper into the eastern side of the island, right? Let's bring back on our observations. This is a very interesting storm in real time, guys. Very interesting. Again, still reporting the 53 in Montego Bay. Just looking to see if it got any more than that, but it hasn't. There is this whole area of convection out here. And again, what happens with this? Can it wrap back into the inner core? It's elongated. You can see that the lightning is well south and east. And that's where all of the deeper convection is right now. I mean, could it be a 1-2 punch for Jamaica where we don't get one big surge of, Cat 2, Cat 3 winds, but we get two areas? That is plausible now. So here, let me tell you what I'm talking about. This is the strongest part of the parent of Beryl, which is right here, okay? But this is pretty rough weather too. This area here could either try and wrap back into the inner core and then try and reform, or it's just going to straight line B it into Jamaica if it holds together, right? That's kind of what I expect from this back end here, because this could just be trying to shoot out straight here. So the darn interesting thing is that if this is really beginning to structurally struggle, this part here could actually have some of the heaviest rain and wind and lightning and to be a flood issue for Jamaica if it moves over the island. That is what hit Haiti and caused some big problems for them as far as flooding goes. The wind was not as significant, but the rain was exceptional for some of the peninsula of Haiti. Marie says Portland raining very hard, rough winds. Get back over to the live here, guys. Put myself back on camera. Hope you're doing well. Again, over 9,000 people in here. I appreciate it. Minion says rain increasing in Kingston, waves are getting stronger. Kayla says rain and strong winds in St. Thomas. Thank you for that. Rain beginning to ramp up in Kingston. So it looks like we're getting some more rain in Kingston. Just going through some of y'all's reports, guys, and I appreciate everything. I really do. Most of you guys reporting not a significant amount of wind, the rain beginning to freshen up. Again, we're going to see some lightning coming in with this as well, so watch out for that opportunity. But again, certainly we're seeing some structural changes here to Beryl as we speak. You can clearly see here in the last couple of images that the southern side is becoming more exposed. It looks like now that we have kind of a concentration of that convection on the northwest side. But again, let us be clear, that is the area closest to the island. So whatever the intensity of Beryl is going to be, whatever it is right now, still the core of it is going to be impacting the island. If it was south, we would be talking about how this structural change could really impact things. Again, the eye was never supposed to cross the island. It was supposed to be close. But now we just have to see what wind is left. The rain could still be very significant as well. But if we could really avoid the strong winds, I mean, obviously we saw what happened out of the Windward Islands, right? If we can avoid that here in Jamaica, my goodness, how awesome would that be? But that is still yet to be determined, right? We are still official messaging. It's still a Cat 4, okay? Still life-threatening conditions. You need to be taking this extremely seriously here. Not a lot of wind in Westmoreland right now. Appreciate that. Kingston, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Mandeville. Still have the 53 there in Montego Bay, but that was the last report of their strong winds. Let's take a look at their newest information. They had a 36-mile-an-hour wind out of the east. So it's still some fresh winds up there. Lucy at Montego Bay and Falmouth, kind of on the northeast side. Again, you've got these outer feeder bands spiraling their way in. And for anyone just tuning in, again, that is official information from the National Hurricane Center as of their 11 a.m. advisory Eastern Daylight Time. That's 10 o'clock local time. Again, we're 50 minutes away from the latest news. And we're 50 minutes away from the latest advisory, which I am as curious as anyone else about. Because again, the structural change here with Beryl has now become more significant. But what happens on this backside, which is still very strong, is it's going to be an extremely interesting scenario here. Now, I do want to cover, guys, what's happening down the road. We've been really focused in on Jamaica recently for very good reasons. A couple of things of note here. The first thing I want to talk about are my friends in the Lesser Antilles and the Windward Islands. All right. When I came on at 8 a.m., which unbelievably was 5 hours ago, it has not seemed like 5 hours. You guys make it easy, and I appreciate you. Quick 5 hours for me, I'll say that. Look at the wind that has been produced in these areas. Barbados had an over 50-mile-an-hour wind. I don't know if it's going to show up here. It probably will. No, it was just past 6 hours ago. So they had an over 50-mile-an-hour wind. So as soon as they came on, our friends in the Windward Islands were like, Rusty, what's going on here? This is 96L, okay? Not more than likely going to develop, but it did flare up as it moved into the Windward Islands today. And we can see that. We even have some storms down towards Trinidad. So I want to cover this area really quickly because, of course, look at St. Lucia, a 56-mile-an-hour wind. These are the same areas that really did get the brunt of Beryl on Monday. The damage is extensive, it's significant, it's catastrophic in some areas, and now they've had another push of 40, 50, even 60-mile-an-hour winds. Very heavy rain over the Grenadines and St. Vincent, St. Lucia. They didn't need this, all right? So our thoughts continue to be with our friends here. I will say this, it is moving very quickly. The majority of the core of this area of disorganized showers and storms is now west of the Windward Islands, up the island chain for the rest of the Lesser Antilles. Fresh winds for Martinique. This will continue to ride north towards Dominica and Guadeloupe and Montserrat, over 30-mile-an-hour winds there. No rain for Anguilla as yet, but very fresh winds for the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, and all that moving in away. Again, only a 20% chance of development, but this will be an area to monitor for more rain coming back into some of the areas that are being impacted by Beryl as we speak. Now, again, we still have, as of the latest advisory, so we're talking about all official information, okay? As of the latest advisory, we still have a hurricane coming into the Yucatan early on Friday. So for our friends in the Cayman Islands, hurricane warnings are up for the islands, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, Cayman Brac. Based on the track of the Hurricane Center, again, we're going off official information until things change. This would still be a Category 3 hurricane south of Grand Cayman. There are obviously signs that that might not be the case, but we're not going to speculate here, all right? It's not what I do. We're looking at, again, differences in Beryl in real time here, but how this whole area behaves is going to be a watch and wait for sure, because you do have this deep convection off towards the east. So we need to get this official messaging still out. The hurricane warning is in effect for the Cayman Islands. Our friends in the Cayman Islands should be prepping for a hurricane and making those preparations and finalizing those by late this afternoon. Now, with the forecast officially being that we have a hurricane coming into the Yucatan, we do have additional watches and warnings to pass along there. So let me bring those up because we have additional watches and warnings. So here we go. Hurricane warning, the area flashing in red, is now in effect for the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico from Puerto Costa Maya to Cancun. Puerto Costa Maya to the south, Cancun to the north. Our friends who have travel plans to Cancun, late Thursday, Friday, early in the weekend, please keep very close tabs to the weather information. Obviously, again, what Beryl might end up being, I think is now even more into question than what it has been, especially considering what's been, developing in the last couple of hours. But we have to take this official messaging right now to heart. So we have ourselves the hurricane warning, as I just mentioned. Now we have additional tropical storm warnings on either side. Really small area here. So tropical storm warning is in effect south of Costa Maya to Chetmal, and then north Cancun to Cabo Catoche. All right, so just little area here. Then you follow a tropical storm watch on the north side of the peninsula, and that is going to be west of Cabo Catoche to Campeche, this area of the Yucatan. Then we also have a tropical storm watch for Belize from Chetumal to Belize City. So there are 4 different tropical storm watch, tropical storm warning, hurricane watch, hurricane warning. Yeah, 4 different types here on the Yucatan through Belize. All right. Now, after that, again, if Beryl holds together, look, at the 11 a.m. advisory, this certainly looked more guaranteed, but now we'd have to wait and see. This would emerge out of the Yucatan as a tropical storm, potentially regenerate into a hurricane, and then really beyond that, there's a lot of question, right? A weaker storm would go into West Mexico or west into Mexico. A stronger storm might recurve a little bit more and potentially bring in portions of the western Gulf of Mexico into play. I mean, the official track does have that going into far north Mexico, very close to South Texas. Okay? Again, all the official information as of the 11 a.m. advisory. We're going to get another one here in 45 minutes, guys. But again, as of just 2 hours ago, the reconnaissance flight that were in the storm just a couple of hours ago still reported 953 millibar pressure. It was still a very deep storm not that long ago. Now we'll see what's become. Let me get back to the chat. Let's get back over to our cameras. Let's bring those up. Live, full. Peter Mack says power went out in Portmore twice but came back on in the greater Portmore area. Patricia also in Portmore says light rains right now. How's Clarington? Well, again, in general, we're going to see the breezes pick up. I mean, obviously, this is a developing situation for Jamaica. If Beryl really is, losing some of its structural integrity in the southeast, it would be amazing. We're still getting reports of obviously some pretty significant weather, but maybe we can avoid the more persistent hurricane conditions here. Again, 53 mile an hour wind in Montego Bay. That is one of the official reports. I would imagine that there is going to be a lot of reports very similar. That's a live look to the harbor there in Kingston, where again, it's raining a little bit more steady, but again, there's not a lot of wind at this point in time. Alore says no electricity in Westmoreland. Tassif says heavy rain in St. Mary. So it looks like Westmoreland right now is beginning to feel some of the impacts. That's on the western side of the island, guys. You get to the coastline, that's the Negril area. Savannah Lamar as well, on the far western side of the island. So again, it's interesting, but it looks like, and it really appears to me that on the outer feeder bands that we do have more wind right now. And it also looks like potentially they might be looking to shut down Flat Bridge or do some kinds of stops of some kind. But again, there's not even a lot of wind there right now. Dion says lost power in Stony Hill. So obviously the power is beginning to be an issue in portions of the island. The one thing I will say out of all of the information that I've been gathering and through your reports, is that we've had very strong gusty winds, but nothing sustained, right? We'll have the squalls come in. We'll have maybe 50, 60 mile an hour winds. We saw that in Montego Bay, but it's not a sustained wind, okay? So that is not a wind. I mean, the wind coming through like that could certainly cause, some structural problems, some down trees, some down power lines. But avoiding the sustained wind is going to be crucial as well. The rain is becoming more widespread. It's heavier in some areas compared to others. But as far as it, being a flood issue, I think that will come over time, right? I mean, obviously, some of the heavier downpours could lead to some localized flooding in a shorter amount of time, but the rain and the flood threat would be something that would continue to build throughout the day. Again, if you're just tuning in, Rusty McCraney with you here at Meteo Mundo, our live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl. You are looking at live cameras at Jamaica. It is 12:18 there local time, 1:18 Eastern Daylight Time. Again, the story of Beryl is that this is becoming a very interesting storm as it's approaching Jamaica. There is an opportunity or a potential that the structure of Beryl is beginning to degrade, which would be fantastic news. We still expect there to be some high impacts to Jamaica. I am looking very much forward to what is going to be happening here with the newest information from the Hurricane Center when we get that coming in the next 40 minutes, because there's been a lot of structural changes that we've been seeing here with the storm just in the past little bit. Now, again, if we look at the HAFS model, which I loaded up earlier, this would be kind of a stair step of Beryl if it holds together. And again, for the first time, we question what is the integrity of Beryl and how is this storm going to look? Because this had been a monster storm which had been able to overcome wind shear throughout the entire Caribbean. So again, looking at the HAFS model, you can see it coming into Jamaica as we go through our Wednesday. Again, on this model, which was in accordance with the 11M advisory from the Hurricane Center, it brushes the Cayman Islands on its north side and then moves into the Yucatan still as a hurricane. It loses some of its structure over the Yucatan, but then does redevelop in the southwest Gulf of Mexico. And again, that HAFS model is very close to the center line of the Hurricane Center, trying to bring that close to the North Mexico coastline, maybe into South Texas as we get into Sunday. But obviously now, this a bit comes into a question as to what we're seeing at the hour. And what we're seeing at the hour, friends, is a storm that, again, looks a bit more ragged near the center of circulation. Again, clearly can see the eye. Let's look over these last few frames. Certainly, the southeast side of this storm is a lot more ragged at the center. It's certainly been a bit of a split. You have this deep convection well east. You have the drier air in between. You actually have a storm that's elongated now with some deep convection to the south and to the east, but it's not all coherent anymore, right? This would be an amazing thing to see if this trend continues. We haven't had this happen in a far enough time to start talking more about that fact. But certainly as I'm analyzing this, and I've seen storms blow their tops, if you want to call it, fall apart structurally. Some of them never regain. Some of them are able to recover. A lot of this actually occurs over land rather than here, but the wind shear obviously is an impact. We have a little bit of drier air coming in out of the north. But again, that's land interaction with Jamaica, so obviously, we have to be close to the island, which means we're getting the effects close to the island to see that as well. Question from Corey, can the eye move to the convection area? Obviously, the low-level circulation is located here, okay? Now, what might happen in this core is interesting. And could there be a redevelopment of a low-level circulation closer to the deep convection? It's plausible, right? Where this begins to wrap up and become the more parent storm. But at this point in time, the storm is so structurally unsound relative to what it was. I wouldn't even want to speculate right now. You know, I'm going to try to, behind the scenes here, look at some of the upper air data as well to see what the wind profiles look like within these two areas. But it certainly has become an interesting storm over the last hour. Again, Beryl, when I joined you at 8 a.m., rocking and rolling at 145 mile an hour storm, right? Clear to see it was still structurally intact. And just over the last hour, we've really lost a lot of this here. Let's see if the Hurricane Center reconnaissance aircraft are back in. They are. So again, at Meteo Mundo, I can show you live hurricane reconnaissance data. And again, this is going to help tell the story, guys. So they are on what would be the northern side of the eye wall. Get off camera. There's 75 mile an hour winds. So 75, 71, 69, 62. And again, this is fairly real time here. That's 111, so about 12 minutes ago. Still hurricane force winds. Not 145 though, right? 55. My vision's good, but sometimes. 61. So it looks like the strongest that we're seeing is 75. Again, potentially away from the strongest, but that is surface winds. So we're still talking about hurricane force winds in here. Again, are we talking about maybe Cat 4? Potentially not. All will come a little bit more clarity here. Again, I can't do all the analysis that I would normally do when I'm on live, and that's fine. But again, we can analyze what we can analyze in real time, and then we will look towards official information to go along with this to help tell the story. But certainly structural changes here that, if the trend were to continue, in my opinion, would be a weakening of Beryl. And we've seen two flights now near the eye wall that have not produced winds of 145 miles an hour. Again, we would never expected the core 145 to go over the island, but potentially we get rid of the more or the prolonged sustained winds in this scenario, right? Where we might get a big push of wind at one time, big push of wind that could cause some, power outages, that could cause some structural damage, but the just consistent battering of winds might be something that scenario comes down a little bit now, looking at the structure of Beryl as we speak. Report of a strong wind in Hato there in Westmoreland. Orlando, Florida in the house. The wind is getting terrible here in Maypen. So again, guys, look, the weather's going downhill, right? You see these whites? That is some extremely high convection, right? Heavy rain, gusty winds coming in these areas as we speak. So the weather continues to deteriorate across the island. Not going to sugarcoat it. I mean, obviously there's an opportunity that, we might be talking about avoiding the worst of what Beryl might have been able to bring, but there are still going to be some significant impacts here that we've got to continue to monitor. And the more I look into chat right now, the more that, we continue to see a little bit of an elevation in what some of the areas are seeing, where the winds are getting stronger or more consistent, and the rain is getting heavier as well. The official forecast from Edward's question about storm surge, the official forecast is 6 to 9 feet. That's still the official forecast. We'll see if that changes. Obviously, the winds, if they were stronger and more persistent, would be pulling more water into these areas, especially on the southeast side of the island, but even the north winds or the east winds, depending on the orientation of the shoreline, is going to be driving in some of that heavy wind and rain as well. Okay, so that is still an issue. Storm surge is still a big concern. Again, off of the official messaging, it's 2 to 3 meters of storm surge as a possibility. Official messaging, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, locally up to 300 millimeters. Regardless of what Beryl does structurally with its winds, the rain could still be a concern. Again, fast enough moving, we're not talking about feet of rain or more than 300 millimeters of rain, but enough, especially in some of the higher terrain areas, where it could still be a problem. And again, in this scenario, we might have this part of whatever Beryl is, and then this part, which is really ramping up in convection. And could this overtake and end up being kind of the core of the storm? Yes. Again, structurally right now, it is an extremely unusual storm. Look at all this cirrus blow off here on the northern side. Look how this has expanded so significantly. Obviously, even the eastern northeast side is being impacted by Hispaniola. You have really strong convection up here, but how tight was Beryl in the eastern Caribbean? And now look what it looks like at this point in time. And it's just continued to look more like this as we've gotten into this early afternoon. Really stunning, to be quite honest. Carl says the wind is blowing from the west to east here in Maypen. Yep, you guys are getting the wraparound. Okay, you guys are getting the wraparound. There will be a north to even west wind from time to time in these areas as you're on the northwest side of the storm. If I look here and bring on the wind observation, let's dump this national hurricane. Currently in Montego Bay, that is still a northeast wind at 25. It's where that arrow is pointing, so a northeast wind at 25, even really kind of east-northeast. In Kingston, it's a southwest wind, but it's light, okay? So even right on the island right now, you have winds that are kind of going like this, and then winds are coming back up like this. Looks to be in a pretty elongated fashion too. So that's kind of the current wind profile over the island. Let's get back over to this imagery here. That's the low level water vapor imagery. Get back over to our classic IR. So that's kind of the general wind field right now. Southwest winds here, northeast winds here. It's still going to be somewhat area dependent, especially if we're getting more gusts than sustained winds. When we have the sustained winds, they're going to be a little bit more, going in one direction in one flow. When we have more of the gusts on the outer edge, it's going to be a little bit more variable. But in general, I would expect these storms, these winds to still try and wrap around whatever is here of Beryl. Still try and wrap back around. But the fact that there's a southwest wind in Kingston is interesting. Although it's light enough where it could be variable and then swing back east. But at this point in time, I would expect more of an easterly wind here. Grace says the wind's picking up in Mandeville. Light winds in East Westmoreland. Whereas White House in Westmoreland says it's getting very windy. So still area dependent, guys. Again, that I think is going to be one of the things, is that if Beryl is beginning to structurally degrade, which would be fantastic, the conditions are going to be much more localized, right? When we had Beryl over the Windward Islands, that storm was intact, and it was very easy to track the wind direction and the wind strength. If this storm is beginning to fail structurally, the winds could be blowing out in a much more sporadic event, all right? So we'll see how that ends up playing out for the rest of the afternoon hours, but that's plausible. And obviously here, looking at these winds, they are not in an orientation where I would expect to be on the northwest side of the storm. So certainly there has been some big changes to Beryl. We're going to be about a half hour away from the newest information from the Hurricane Center. Do something real quick here, guys. Again, we've been on for 5.5 hours, but it hasn't felt that way. And I appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. I appreciate you guys clicking the like button, subscribing if you haven't as well. Just going through some of the Hurricane Center stuff, some of the things that I'm seeing here. Again, if there's anything that I can piece together before that report comes out. If you guys were with me earlier, before the 11 a.m. came out, I was looking at some stuff behind the scenes going, okay, what am I going to anticipate here? And I thought that they were probably going to keep it at a 145. I didn't see any real structural changes, any real wind changes. I do not have a good feel right now of what they're going to talk about. Certainly, Beryl has a ragged appearance, right? Certainly, Beryl does not look like what it was. The biggest thing is that do we have still a close center here underneath this deeper convection? Probably still. Again, we were reporting winds of 75 miles an hour. It's not like this thing is just completely falling apart here, right? But now as they're moving away, winds are in the 50 range. Now look, again, if that spirals in, especially with this deeper convection, we're still going to have issues for Jamaica. There's still going to be a big push of wind and some heavy rain, but the consistent, sustained winds, in my opinion, would be avoided in this scenario if we really start to see Beryl continuing to struggle, which we absolutely hope is the case. And again, when you're looking at some of the cameras, and a lot of them that we're showing you are located in the greater Kingston area, we haven't seen a lot of wind yet. Again, curious as to the surf and sea conditions. But again, obviously have changed. Nothing to really hang the hat on here from what I'm looking at, guys. All right, here we go. We have an update. But it's probably not for that one, is it? No. I think that's for the... Yeah, it's the 2 p.m. tropical weather outlook. By the way, that area in yellow, which is 96L, which is moving through the Windward Islands right now, we do have pretty gusty winds moving through all the way up towards Martinique and Dominica and Guadeloupe, an area that did not need that rain anymore, like Bequia and Carriacou and St. Vincent and Grenada. Just a 20% chance of development, but again, it's going to be riding this same path that Beryl has. So we'll be watching that, maybe bringing more heavy rain to potentially Hispaniola, potentially Jamaica down the road. So that's what the advisory was there. Just an update there at 2 o'clock, but we don't have the new information yet. The 2 p.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center. It's a little bit early here at 1:36. Sometimes they'll put it out slightly early. I have a feeling that they are scrambling behind the scenes a bit to get all of the newest reconnaissance data ingested into their systems and to figure out the messaging that they want to give us. Now, the 2 o'clock advisory is just going to be an intermediate advisory. It is not going to be a track update, but it will, of course, be a position update, an intensity update, and all of that forward speed update. So we're not going to get, regardless, at the 2 o'clock advisory, we're not going to get a new track, okay? So that's going to hold the same. Could there be potential changes to the watches and warnings? Yes. I wouldn't anticipate that, considering at the 11 o'clock hour, they just fired up all of these for Cancun, and we really don't know yet what is happening with Beryl, at least in the longer term. I mean, in the short term, there is a lot of raggedness to the storm, especially where we had the core, the center there, and you can see all that convection on the eastern side as well. Still a ton of activity there. Again, I expect that overall conditions continue to fall here in Jamaica. It's just how intense are we going to get? And following you guys on our live feed, it looks to be a little bit more intense in some spots, but we're not getting the sustained, right? We're not getting the sustained here. Lots of wind in Stony Hill. St. Andrew, trees broken. Heard wind in Gravel Heights in Spanish Town. Southeast St. Elizabeth is still calm. Telling us it might cover the northwest side of Jamaica by midday. Light rain and gusty winds in Mandeville, not frightening yet. I hope it's not frightening at all for you guys, but I appreciate the report. Samuel, we just covered 96L, so again, that could be a bit of a rainmaker with a little opportunity to develop, but more than likely just kind of an elongated tropical wave. By the way, it brought over 50-mile-an-hour winds to Barbados and St. Lucia. Power is out in Trinidad. Meteo rain is powerful here, 150. Recipe for flooding. Once in Trinidad, constantly raining. No winds, recipe for flooding. Strong wind in St. Catherine. So again, this is not surprising to me that if Beryl is beginning to lose some of its structural integrity, that we're not getting from Jamaica right now the consistent reports of Rusty. It's 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds consistently the last 15 minutes. It's Rusty, we're getting some gusts. Rusty, we're getting some heavy rain from time to time. Rusty, it's now light because we're seeing just waves of this coming in rather than one big push. And that's part of what's potentially happening here with Beryl, is that it's beginning to push in some of this rough weather, but not in a consistent fashion. Again, Montego Bay had a 53-mile-an-hour wind gust. It's one of our official reports up there in Montego Bay. There's the 53, but that was a little bit ago as well. And you're seeing the live cameras on Kingston, and there's not a lot of wind. What's interesting, though, is that, about 2 hours ago, 7 miles offshore of Yalis, they had a 75-mile-an-hour surface wind. Never wrapped into Port Royal or Hayes, Old Harbor. It stayed just offshore. But we've got ourselves a split for sure, because that has weakened. This is a huge cluster of lightning right now. Low-level circulation is obviously here, but we might be tilting it back north and east as well. We talked about that, right? We talked about that with the wind shear, potentially tilt northeast with the wind shear. Basically, the wind shear is hitting the storm in the face. And we talked about that. The wind shear is actually being caused by the forward movement of the storm, okay? So that's why we expected Beryl to continue to lose strength, although it hadn't. It had always outperformed things, but Beryl is producing its own wind shear just by simply moving in the west fashion that it has, based on the wind profiles here in the Caribbean. The forward speed of Beryl was producing its own wind shear. So, the whole thought was this will continue to lose strength over time in a gradual sense. But the fact that when we woke up this morning, we had a 145-mile-an-hour storm, which is still the last report from the Hurricane Center, and what we have now is a stark change from what we've seen. Notice again, you have these higher cloud top cirrus now well into the Turks and the Caicos, and even the southeast side of the Bahamas, well away. So instead of this storm being really wrapped up tight, we're really seeing some of this outflow now. And it was a southwest wind shear, by the way. So it's not shocking that on the northeast side, some of this is getting pulled away. And obviously, as the low-level winds try and wrap back in, they're encountering more land areas like eastern Cuba and Jamaica and even portions of Hispaniola. But the fact that this is what Beryl looks like at 1:42 is a little bit stunning compared to what it looked like just at around 11 o'clock. Again, still waiting for the official update from the Hurricane Center. We still saw some hurricane force winds, guys. Still saw some hurricane force winds. All right, now we have the 2 p.m. advisory. All right. I'm just making sure that this is fully correct. But from the hurricane center, they are keeping this as a storm with 140 mile an hour winds. All right, 140. Pressure 959, still west-northwest at 18. So the Hurricane Center has not really done a lot as far as lowering the strength of Beryl. Now, that can still be the core that is well offshore. And again, what is going to be happening here compared to the rest? But officially, the 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time advisory, it's out about 15 minutes early, still has winds of 140 miles an hour. So there you go. So that's the official number. Going to stick with the official number, and then we'll talk about what we're really seeing here in Jamaica. Still west-northwest at 18, guys. That's the speed. That is 30 kilometers. Getting into the discussion of that, I think it would be interesting as well. And this kind of just in real time here, guys. Very interesting to see. So the official information from the Hurricane Center, hurricane conditions about to spread into Jamaica as the eye of Beryl approaches. Eye of Beryl expected to approach the Cayman Islands tonight and into Thursday. That is the headline from the 2 p.m. advisory. So we are going to take this and take it very, very seriously here. Now, again, we have our live cameras, so we'll be able to watch whatever Jamaica gets in real time here at Meteo Mundo, crossing our fingers that those cameras stay up for us. But again, the Hurricane Center continues to call Beryl a major Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles an hour. There is a little bit of convection trying to develop again near the center of circulation. Perhaps this was just a little bit of a structural change as it was fighting some drier air south and east. Now again, the Hurricane Reconnaissance aircraft that we just watched did not find 140. The pressure has come up, so there's been a bit of a weakening. Maybe the Hurricane Center is stair-stepping this a bit. Maybe they're just being a little bit conservative. But again, even if we were talking about a weaker Beryl in general, we're still talking about a storm that is likely going to bring hurricane conditions to the island. So that's what we have to deal with in the here and the now, right? Is the potential hurricane conditions about ready to move on to our area. Yep, I'm going to update the 2 p.m. here in real time in just a second. Let's do this. I'll bring on that information while you guys look at the cameras. I'll bring up the live webcams here, full. Take myself off screen. I'm also going to change my microphone pack real quick, so I'll be silent for just 1 second. Check, 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 check. No, I'm okay. Okay. Back on. Microphone should be good. Just had to change the battery packs. So a little bit more breeze there in Flatbridge, but again, nothing of too significance at this point in time. Let me go back and let me take myself back off camera here. And you guys take a look at those cameras. I'm going to load up the 2 p.m. information. which again has not weakened Beryl much. And we're going to talk about the official stuff here, guys. Again, the official is that we still are going to have hurricane conditions across the island, as the eye will make a close approach to the southern coastline. So we need to stay extremely vigilant here, friends. Extremely vigilant in Jamaica, despite the fact that some areas, things have been pretty quiet so far. And all indications are whatever the worst that Beryl is going to bring, whatever that may end up being, is yet to come in most areas. All right? So we got to be vigilant. We got to be on our game. I hope everyone has prepared. And I hope everyone's just ready to ride out what Beryl is going to bring the area. No changes to the watches and warnings. I mentioned that that probably was going to be the case. So there are no changes to the watches and warnings. That means there's still a hurricane warning for the Cayman Islands. There's the live look to the Port Royal area of Kingston. It is still live. We can see a few raindrops. Don't see a lot of wind as of yet. So again, the official 2 p.m. advisory, winds are 140 miles an hour. They've only come down 5 miles an hour. Pressure is at 959. I believe that's come up 5 millibars, 7 millibars. No, 5 millibars. It is an indication that the core of Beryl may not be as complete anymore, but 959 millibars is still a very intense storm. And the movement is still relatively rapid, west-northwest at 18 miles an hour. That is 30 kilometers an hour. So subtle changes to the intensity of Beryl, but nothing extremely significant, okay? No changes to the watches and to the warnings. Again, we didn't want to get into a lot of speculation. I mean, we're looking at, a storm that looks a little bit different, certainly on satellite imagery here. But the Hurricane Center has not come out and said, look, we really think that this thing is starting to have some big structural issues. It looks different right now for sure. Hurricane force winds do extend 45 miles at 75 kilometers from the center. And tropical storm force winds now 185 miles, mainly to the north and to the east. There's a live look to Flatbridge right now. And again, you can see that everything is still relatively quiet. Decent breeze, but not a lot of rain there. It's almost been about the same image. Sure, those trees in the foreground are a little bit getting pushed around, but the winds have just not been that significant in this part of Jamaica so far. We've had a lot more wind in some of the other areas. How's everyone doing today, by the way? You doing good? Appreciate you joining me here. About 9,000 of you in the chat. Again, we are pushing almost hour 6 here. A little bit of a back stretch for that. You would think I'd want to sit down, but I just feel better standing. I got to be honest. Just feel a little bit better standing here. Tracy says there's now a lot of wind in St. Thomas. St. Thomas is on the eastern side of the island. So again, the general trend is for the weather to continue to deteriorate. I think now it's going to come more in waves, and we're not going to consistently see it, but whatever Beryl is bringing is moving in at the hour. We'll just have to wait and see how significant it really is going to be, but we can track it for you real time here at Meteo Mundo. And again, I appreciate all of you in the chat continuing to let me know what is happening in your area, not only in Jamaica, but other portions of the world. I appreciate those who are tuning in from all different parts of the world to keep a close eye on what's happening with Hurricane Beryl. This is the 2 p.m. advisory, again, issued a few minutes earlier from the National Hurricane Center. Despite the fact that Beryl's structure certainly looks different in satellite imagery, they are keeping this storm a Category 4 with winds of 140 miles an hour. So look, the winds have come down 5 miles an hour, but the Hurricane Center still is quite, out of a 10, they're 9.5 on their wording, right? Saying hurricane conditions are about to spread into Jamaica as the eye approaches. And the eye is, right here, going to be making a close approach. So let's pause this and look at where we are right now. First of all, there is a bit more convection back on the west side, okay? There certainly is some drier air back on the east side, And then you have this huge blob way out east from the main center. So certainly Beryl doesn't look structurally as sound as what it was, but if it's still producing winds of 140 miles an hour, the concern is as great as it has been. I mean, 140, 145, it doesn't matter. We talked about it in the Windward Islands, right? If 145 mile an hour storm, whether it's 130, 145, because, you know, if a structure is going to knock down by 145 mile an hour winds, it's probably going to get knocked down by 130 mile an hour winds as well. Not expecting that core wind to go over Jamaica, but certainly at 45 miles from the center, there's going to be a fair amount of potentially the central and the southern sides of the island that could have hurricane impacts. Again, the official warning for the Hurricane Center, hurricane conditions about to spread into Jamaica. You can see those darker colors, those higher cloud tops, the lightning associated with this, and some of that gusty winds as well. Again, nothing being reported right now out of Jamaica, out of Kingston. Let's check their latest wind ob. It's still going to be pretty minimal, right? I don't think this is probably going to be the 1 p.m. advisory. It is. That's Eastern time, so we haven't gotten the newest one there yet. So Beryl might be being impacted for sure by dry air entrainment on the northern side. But it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with Beryl the remainder of the day, right? Because this wrap back around, what happens to this convection? Does it stay piecemealed away, or does everything get back together? Again, official messaging from the Hurricane Center, we still have ourselves a Category 4 hurricane. All right, and then we still have all of our watches and warnings that have been into play. That has not changed. Hurricane warning still for the Cayman Islands. Hurricane warning still for portions of the Yucatan as well. All right, let's get back to chat. Portmore experiencing mild rainfall, no strong wind as of yet. We are calm in Kingston, the power out in Portmore, calm in Hanover. Lights have gone out in St. Catherine there in Spanish Town. All right, so just here in Spanish Town, the lights have gone out. So Portmore, Spanish Town, Kingston, Halfway Tree, all very concentrated in one area here. We got our friends in Old Harbor, a little bit further west. You've got Maypen and Hayes and Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Black River there on the southwest side of the island. Our friends in Cambridge and Savannah Lamar and Negril. All the different areas of the island. Lucy, Montego Bay. Latest report out of Montego Bay is still going to be that 25 mile an hour wind. We should be getting the 2 p.m. advisories, the 2 p.m. updates there. Certainly some heavier rain coming back in on the eastern side now. Port Antonio on over towards Morant Point. Port Maria up towards Ocho Rios. Again, the official warning from the Hurricane Center is that we do have hurricane conditions likely overspreading the island quite soon. We're looking at the your live imagery. Obviously not hurricane conditions yet in Kingston by any stretch of the imagination. But again, we're going with the wording here, guys. And if you notice, it's hard to see this wind barb, but the winds were out of the north in Kingston earlier this morning, and they have shifted out of the southwest, at least momentarily. Kind of a north wind for a while, and then the winds came back out of the south and the west. Up in Montego Bay, pretty persistent northeast wind, east to northeast wind. Notice right here, that's when it really got strong, right there in Montego Bay. That's when they had that 23 that goes up to the 53 gust, and that was a little bit earlier. So the winds have been on the northeast side of the island pretty consistent out of the east-northeast. There's been much more of a wind shift here on the southeast side of the island. So northwest side of the island, consistent more east-southeast, east-northeast wind shift from the north back down to the southwest here, but very little wind overall. All right, guys. So again, we're starting to see whatever Beryl is going to bring, the core move into Jamaica as we speak here, as we hit 1 o'clock local time. Spanish Town getting it now, north side of Ocho Rios getting it now, Montego Bay up to 35 kilometers an hour. The eye is located right here where we have this convection trying to wrap back around the core. So momentarily here, we could have seen a little bit in the way of some degradation of the center of circulation, certainly degradation, but let's see what happens because there's been a new flare-up of lightning here on the southwest side. Again, that's why I didn't want to speculate too deeply as to what's happening. Now, the structure of Beryl is definitely different. And we can, at this point in time, we can put this aside a bit because that'll be the second piece to talk about for Jamaica, but we have to talk about this part right now. All right, gang, I need to plug the battery in here and take a quick break. So I'm gonna take a 2-minute break. I'll be back at the top of the hour here. We're gonna take a look at the storm. I'm gonna leave this up, I'm gonna put this into motion. Quick 2-minute break, and then we are gonna be getting into the heart of what's happening here in Jamaica. Thanks for liking, thanks for subscribing. Don't move an inch though. I'll be back literally here in about 2 minutes. Hey, that's my bad. I turned my mic off. You know how it is, you just don't trust the mute button sometimes? I had like this great speech going as well. I had like this really good speech going. I'm back on, apologies. I just turned my mic off. So we're gonna try it again. I was right in the middle of things too. Anyway, Welcome back to our Meteo Mundo coverage of Hurricane Beryl live here on our YouTube channel. We appreciate you joining us. We now start our 7 of coverage for you here. And again, impacts from Hurricane Beryl to Jamaica. Now, at this point in time, the island has fared fairly well. Obviously, if you're looking at the chat, you're seeing that we have a wide variety of weather occurring. That being said, the Hurricane Center, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, still keeps Beryl as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles an hour. The storm is making its closest approach to South Jamaica as we speak. It does look like there is some deeper convection developing on the western side, but Beryl certainly has had a structural change over the last couple of hours. The Hurricane Center is still talking about the fact that hurricane conditions will be overspreading the island as we go through the next couple of hours. So in general, we are anticipate the weather to continue to go downhill. I appreciate you, all of you joining us, whether you're in Jamaica or across the Caribbean or across the world. Thank you so much. I appreciate the team here at Meteo Mundo to provide you the coverage that we have. Thank you to all of our new moderators as well, keeping things in chat running smoothly. And I really appreciate you, first of all, passing along the information in your area. It helps to tell the story. So thank you for that. Thank you while you're here for liking this. Thank you for subscribing to Meteo Mundo as well. And we'll get back into our coverage here as we kick off the 2 o'clock hour Eastern Daylight Time, 1 o'clock here, local time in Jamaica. Let's start off with the broad view, and then we're going to get into things. And by the way, guys, as we follow the chat, as I keep looking at things, we just continue to see the weather going downhill, right? Mandeville now heavy rain and winds. Kingston picking up windy conditions. Yawlis heavy rain, okay? Nothing yet in St. Elizabeth. Hopefully you guys are hearing me now. That was a temporary, my bad. I had turned my microphone off, didn't realize it. So again, at this point in time, we are hearing that, again, from you guys live, the weather's starting to go downhill. More power problems, more consistent winds. All right, let's see if the hurricane hunters are back into the storm right now. Doesn't look like we have any live data from them. They've been pretty constantly flying in and out of the storm. But if you notice that there is a blow up right here. And so there is the sign of deeper convection again. That's why I didn't want to get too crazy with what we were seeing. But certainly there had been some degradation on the south and the southeast side. Now we'll see if this deep convection can wrap back around. I will say I'm surprised the Hurricane Center kept it 140, but I don't think they wanted to get crazy with, dropping this storm. Now, we never expected the core of these high Cat 4 to reach Jamaica. These were always going to stay offshore on this center line, but hurricane force winds do extend out 45 miles. And if we go from that northern portion of the eye wall north, you see now that as Beryl's eye has gone further west, more of the island is in play for those hurricane conditions. And not just hurricane conditions, but sustained hurricane conditions. So southeast side of the island, more than likely getting some more significant weather. If you look at the bottom of your screen, that is a live look right now. You're looking at Port Royal there in the Kingston area. And again, we're getting more reports as I'm looking at this, that, again, the weather continues to deteriorate somewhere in a rapid fashion in some spots. Bridget just said the power went out in Kingston, okay? So there you go. Montego Bay getting hit by hard rain and wind right now. Long Mountain, light rain and breeze, so not that bad. St. Anne, portions of St. Anne there, that's the basically north central parish, is seeing heavy rain and gusty winds. Lights out now in Clarington. Okay. Ocho Rios, heavy rain and winds. It's becoming more consistent, right? Becoming more consistent, becoming more persistent. So again, whatever Beryl is going to bring, we're starting to see the beginnings of that as far as the most intense part. And that should stick around for the majority of the afternoon hours. We're going to bring on the gust product. And again, we had a 53 mile an hour gust a while ago there in Montego Bay. It's been more consistent in those areas as well. Just going to get rid of the red outline. That's the hurricane warning, but we all know that Jamaica is under a hurricane warning at the hour. So again, no new track update as of the 2 p.m. advisory. That will come at 5 p.m. That'll be the new track update. But again, it does look like there is more convection trying to wrap back in the center. So we'll see. I mean, it looks like Beryl might be surviving this. It is a structurally interesting storm. And you notice that you see these purple lines. The Hurricane Center interested enough to take their reconnaissance aircraft and to look at this as well. And it's not surprising, actually. So the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft are actually way out here right now. 40-mile-an-hour wind, 45. Get myself off screen so even I can read this. 33, 37. So as we get a little bit closer to the deep convection, you do have tropical storm force winds. Okay? So that's more significant wind there. So as I'm looking at this, obviously the structure of Beryl has significantly changed. If you're just tuning in, this looks way different than it did earlier today. It looked much healthier earlier on. It looked much more like we had seen it. Now, we had already started to see this deep convection on the northeast side kind of being left behind with some drier air in between, but it just started to look a little bit more ragged, especially about an hour ago. Right here, it looked like it was almost on the verge of trying to shoot out some of the strongest winds, and we'll see if the low levels of the storm collapsed. But with this lightning picking back up near the center, I think we still have an intact low-level circulation. I don't believe we did a lot of damage to the core of the storm, unfortunately. You know, these storms go under changes. It's not going to surprise me is if the Hurricane Center continues to lower the intensity of Beryl. But again, it's still a Category 4 at this point in time. And now Jamaica, whatever we're going to get from Beryl, it's moving in as we speak. Let's get back to our live cameras. Again, we'll always have those when I'm on in the bottom side of your screen from time to time. I like to take them full. And while I do that, I think it's a great opportunity to sit here and to look at the chat. And again, I appreciate everyone coming in. No power in Claritin the last 45 minutes. Yalis is getting hammered by the wind. Heavy wind in Maypen as well. And that is a live shot to Flat Bridge. I mean, the clock is correct, unless it's just frozen, but it doesn't look like it's frozen. Time is still running. Bit of a breeze there. Again, it's still, I don't know. Is the clock running and is that shot on Flat Bridge frozen? I think it's hard to tell. Nope, there's a little bit of a gust. Okay, it's still live. Live look to Port Royal right now. All the ships in harbor, hopefully they stay safe. Some beautiful offshore ships, offshore boats there. Wishing the best for you guys there. No electricity in Claritin. Trees are already down. Heavy rain in St. Mary. Beryl is not over the island, guys. The eye of Beryl is not over the island. It will not, unless the northern eye wall can brush the far south side of the island, not expecting there to actually be a landfall. But the eye is close enough, right, where we're going to have the hurricane conditions likely in the island. Again, especially since it does look like Beryl is holding on at the hour. And again, I want to be clear, the messaging from the Hurricane Center is hurricane conditions about to spread into Jamaica as the eye of Beryl approaches. We're not talking about a guaranteed landfall. I don't expect there to be a landfall, or if there would be one, we're talking about the far northern eye wall brushing the southern coastline. Wind and rain in Portland, no electricity. Any updates in Spanish Town? Well, there's the live look right now to Kingston. And again, you know, bit of a breeze there, but nothing of significance. Is pretty bad in Yalis. Heavy breeze in Mandeville. No rain, no wind, just rain in Kingston. Yeah, does Kingston have some kind of like wind buffer that we don't know about? Have you guys been holding out on us? Because I am shocked at as little of rain as we've seen sometimes there. Looks like the flat bridge cam is buffering from time to time as well. But as much rain and wind as most of the island has reported, these live cameras that we've had just haven't shown it much in the Kingston area. So that is one region that really has done well so far. Again, we're focusing in on the wind, but the other issues with Beryl come along with it. 6 to 9 foot storm surge still in the forecast. And actually, it's a great reminder for me to go back and just double check that all of that is still the same. And it is. Storm surge of 6 to 9 feet above normal tide. The onshore winds in the immediate coast of Jamaica. And again, we talked about that, guys, and, continue to reiterate that as these winds that should be, right, on this north side, coming out of the northeast or almost due east, could be pushing a significant amount of water through portions of the eastern side of the island, some of the shoreline that juts out, such as the bays to the west of Port Royal and Old Harbor and the Hayes area near the shoreline, and even towards Black River and other areas. On the northern side, it's been a bit more of a due east wind so far, but there could be an onshore wind that does provide water inundation. So the storm surge is a significant part of this. It's 2 to 3 meter storm surge, guys. 6 to 9 feet is still the official forecast. Rainfall is still going to be 4 to 8 inches. That's 100 to 200 millimeters. 12 inches maximum, that's 300 millimeters, okay? For the Cayman Islands, as you guys prepare, it's a 2 to 4 foot storm surge above normal high tide, or the tidal cycles in general. And then 4 to 6 inches of rain potentially in the Cayman Islands. Maybe a maximum a little bit higher than that. Again, we're seeing a little bit more of a wrap up here in just the last little bit. Now, there is a possibility that we get both pieces of Beryl to come in here to Jamaica. Could be a 1-2 punch. We're starting to lose some of this on the southeast side as it pulls farther away from the center of circulation. But again, Beryl is a very interesting looking storm at this point in time, isn't it? With this real blow up of convection, but a lot of drier air here in between that and where we have our low level center. We are starting to see more lightning redevelop. Could be a sign that the inner eye is beginning to fire back up. Deeper convection typically means the potential for at least some strengthening / reorganization. Probably and hopefully not going to see an actual strengthening of the wind, but we can see that eye is trying to wrap up. And this scenario also played out in the Windward Islands as well, where the storm didn't look nearly as impressive about 100 miles east of the Grenadines, and then it went through that quick strengthening cycle right as it moved into Carriacou just before. So we'll have to see how this goes. Bull Bay, strong wind right now. Sir W1 says Diamond Road, Stony Hill is blocked. Landslide. Yeah, it's going to be a problem here, guys. I mean, landslides, mudslides, some of the higher elevation areas. No power in Morant Bay. Yep, the reconnaissance aircraft we were watching were coming out of the east side there. It's interesting because it's not nearly as structured as what it was, okay? I mean, again, do you guys remember what it looked like? First of all, there was this convection out east, but this big ball, right? And if you remember what it looked like over the Windward Islands, as the storm moved closer to Jamaica just even an hour ago, it almost looked like there was a bit of loss of integrity here near the inner core. You notice how the dark blacks and whites were only on one side, and it looked like, especially right here, there wasn't that deep convection back on the east side. And, when we were looking at these cameras in Kingston, there wasn't a lot of wind. But now in just the last hour, there's been a little bit more wrap up of that convection trying to get pulled back into the south side. So it does look like the low level circulation has held together. Is it producing 140 mile an hour winds? The Hurricane Center says so, and we're going to go along with that. Again, I don't expect that wind over the island. That was never forecast to go over the island as long as the eye stays south, and that looks to be the case, okay? But certainly significant wind and rain, and it's picking up more. Now lots of wind and rain in St. Thomas. Spanish Town, rainy with a little bit of a breeze. Winds are getting heavier there in St. Andrew. And I would expect this area wide, guys. Just a general degradation, a general drop off in the weather. It's just going to get worse and worse and worse. We'll see if the persistent hurricane sustained winds, again, sustained winds meaning that they are constant. We'll see if those stay offshore. And this is more of just of pushes of wind and rain, where there's a little bit of a lull in the action, relatively speaking, or whether we get the consistent battering, because that will make an impact to the overall damage that we're going to see and the overall impacts in general. But again, this is coming with 6 to 9 feet of storm surge potentially in some spots, not area wide. That's 2 to 3 meters of storm surge as well. All right. So again, pretty significant there. As I've mentioned, we don't have a track change with the 2 p.m. advisory. All right. Track is still going to be the same as it was at 11 o'clock. There are your forecast wind radii, and there are your watches and warnings. So again, down the road tonight, Cayman Islands, it'll be their turn. Not probably as much storm surge. Hopefully Beryl's winds in general continue to come down, but a hurricane warning is obviously a very serious situation, and our friends in the Cayman Islands need to be paying attention. For our friends down the road in the Yucatan and in Belize, it's a hurricane warning that is now in effect for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula. On either side of it, it's bracketed by tropical storm warnings, and by the way, the hurricane warning does go to Cancun. And then on the far north side of the Yucatan, that's a tropical storm watch. And down in Belize, that is a tropical storm watch as well, from Chetumal down towards Belize City. So impacts will likely be felt in the Yucatan if Beryl holds together as we get into late Thursday, early Friday, and again into the southwest Gulf of Mexico. And from there, it does begin to get a little bit more of a spread in the models and not as much in the way of certainty for sure. And obviously with the fact that, Beryl has changed its structure, might absolutely change what happens down the road. Again, the latest HAFS model that I pulled up, you can see that track right now on the HAFS model, which is one of those that absolutely was able to verify the true strength of Beryl. So many of the models have had such a tough time actually making Beryl as strong as what it really is. But if we look at the HAFS model from earlier this morning, you can see the impacts at the top right-hand side of your screen. This is going to be in the afternoon hours of Thursday, and then very early on Friday coming in. Landfall here would be over the Yucatan, still trying to structurally hold together as it gets into the southwest Gulf of Mexico, and then potentially work its way up the western side of the Gulf. Now, the HAFS model here is going to bring it into western Mexico, just south of Texas. That is where we actually have the Hurricane Center plotted, but there is not a lot of consistency in the models when we go that far out. So again, that is just the latest run of the HAFS. I just wanted to show you that, so you guys have an idea of what the models are still showing at this point in time. Now, let's talk about the rain, all right? Because the rain is an issue as well. So let's go back over to our models here. Let's bring up the rain. So I'm just firing up some of these totals here. Gonna need to drop off some of this stuff so you guys can see a little bit clearer. Let's get wet on the one radii as well. And let's see here. Okay. So again, the official forecast for Jamaica is 4 to 8 inches of rain. And let me just double check the model time frame. So this is through tomorrow night. That's probably fine. I don't think there's going to be much of a difference through tomorrow morning. So we can look at this, and a story of Beryl might also be the excessive rainfall, because now the models are getting more aggressive. Earlier today, we had 5 to 8. Now we have higher for the eastern side of the island. Take off the warning so you guys can see it a little bit clearer here on my map. So this would be storm total. From the GFS model, how much rain does Beryl bring? Now we're talking about the higher end on the eastern side, the 8 to 12 inches, the 200 to 300 millimeters, right? You take that rain and you take the storm surge, and water inundation could be a big issue. We haven't had a lot of rain yet in Kingston. Generally speaking, it's coming down a little bit more consistently now, but you know, could we get a second push of rain from that area to the east of the center? It's plausible for sure. Rain for Maypen and Hayes. There's Spanish Town. So a lot of areas, you know, 150 to 200 millimeters. That's 6 to 8 inches of rain. There's Port Maria. There's Ocho Rios and Mandeville. Again, still a little bit lighter amounts on the southwest side of the island. It's going to be local though. And again, I don't want to, you know, we don't want to look at a number and go, oh, Cambridge is going to have 3.7 inches. But if we average this out, you know, 5 in Falmouth, I think 4 to 6 on the western side, and then maybe 8 to 12 on the eastern side if we're looking at this here. That's a lot of rain if it bears out. So we've talked about the wind issue, but the rain could be significant as well. Darwin's watching from Dangriga, Belize. Good to see my friends in Belize in the house. You're welcome, James, for the information about St. James. Was that a coincidence or not? That James from St. James. We're certainly getting more wind for sure. Email pics, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. If one of our moderators could put that up for everyone, I'd appreciate it. mymeteomundo@gmail.com, just like we did when Beryl came through the Windward Islands. If you guys want to send us pictures or videos from the island here, we will try and turn those around and bring those to you on the live stream. The other thing that we have here is, of course, our live cameras out of Jamaica, obviously bearing internet service and other things to try and hold those up. But we're going to try and bring you as much live information as we possibly can. And again, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. It's all one word. Appreciate it. Thank you, Anointed One. I appreciate that. Good to see everyone with us here. Well over 8,000 people watching right now. Thank you for liking this live stream if you haven't. Thank you for subscribing to Meteo Mundo if you haven't as of yet as well. This is our live coverage of Hurricane Beryl, impacts to Jamaica, impacts for other areas of the Caribbean. We've been on since 8 this morning, a good 6.5 hours with you guys, and happy to be with you. Keeping you update with the newest information here on what's happening with Beryl. And again, structurally speaking, Beryl is a different storm, although the Hurricane Center still has this of winds of 140 miles an hour. So we need to take this still as seriously as we had early in the day. I know that it doesn't look as structurally sound, but you know, all indications are things are getting rougher. And Kingston just had a 47 mile an hour wind gust. So it's beginning to bear out, right? Here's your 47 mile an hour wind beginning to move into Kingston. Things are picking up, okay? So when someone asks me, are we gonna see a direct hit? The answer is more than likely the center of circulation will stay just south, okay? The center will stay just south. But hurricane conditions are likely to overspread the island over the next couple of hours. It will still be area dependent, but we are seeing more consistent winds. So right now, Kingston, 47 mile an hour wind gust. Montego Bay, 48 mile an hour wind gust. This is then the most widespread heavy wind that we've seen move across the island right now, about 1:28 local time. Appreciate it, David. Appreciate it, Wesley. Has anyone seen any flooding yet? We're getting some reports of the wind damage. We're getting some reports of power outages and trees, but are we getting any wind? Appreciate it, Donovan. It's like, I love it. Hey, if you don't get much in St. Catherine, man, that's awesome. You're going to get something, but it is obviously going to be, where we have differences. Let's go back to our cameras now that Kingston started to get hit a little bit harder. Let's go back there, bring those up full, because quite honestly, I'm curious as well. That is still a live cam out of the Kingston City area. So the port, and by the way, the 47 is going to be at the port right along the coast. Obviously a little bit inland, not as much. Still holding on that camera in Flatbridge. I haven't seen a lot of water elevation rise there. Has anyone seen any flooding yet? I think we're a little too early to see that, but I'm curious there. Having massive winds and rain in St. Thomas, sunny in Clareton. So again, it's the more sporadic nature of what Beryl is bringing at this point in time where, at this point in time, we're not seeing that consistent wind. Again, mymeteomundo@gmail.com if you want to send us a picture or video. Poor traffic scared Beryl. I love the humor, guys. I love the levity in a situation like this. And again, in all seriousness as well, for those who have family in Jamaica, meaning that you're a parent, and it's going to get a little bit noisy. It's going to get a little bit scary for the kids, but try and have that calmness when you talk to them about it. Being too over anxious about things makes them over anxious about things. They follow your lead. So if you could be as calm as possible, despite the fact of what's happening in your area, that's going to let them be a little bit more comfortable as well. Again, there's nothing we can do. You guys are in the storm of, and you're going to contend with what you have to contend with, but just to try and keep them as calm as possible is always, a piece of advice to pass along, because kids can obviously be very impacted by these storms. They haven't been through them as much, right? They don't have as much life experience. For some, it might be the first storm that of this magnitude that they'll see. So, let them know everything's going to be okay, right? That things can be rebuilt, power will return, those kinds of things. But we just don't want any loss of life here in Jamaica and across the Caribbean as well. It's obviously the most important thing. Light rain in Portmore right now. Lights are blinking on and off in St. Catherine, darker in Kingston. The eye again should stay south, but hurricane conditions are still probable through a good portion of the island. So yes, at this time, I would expect us to have the most important, or we're going to get here the next few hours, the biggest impacts to Beryl. As we get into the early evening, Beryl should begin to move away, and hopefully we'll start to see the impacts begin to reduce a little bit. But in general, we're still on the ramp up. Okay, I don't think we've peaked yet, especially if Beryl is trying to re-energize about 50 miles south of Kingston right now. Now we're starting to see some of that water get pushed about. Certainly the roughest conditions we've seen there at the port. You can see the wind coming off the water right there. Again, this is a bit of a sheltered location, which is why we have those boats in that harbor. We're as sheltered as we possibly can be. But you can see those sheets of rain coming in with some of those breezy conditions. So worse it's looked there at the port so far. Heavy rain in the grill, getting windy at the moment. No flooding so far. But Jeffrey says he's heard of some flooding in the St. Grove area of St. Thomas. Rain picking up. St. Anne is moderately windy, scattered showers. Email is pinned at the top of chat. Great, thanks. Appreciate that. I see it now. Rain coming down heavier in Kingston. That is still a live look to halfway tree. Still some folks out and about. Although it's relatively quiet, which is great to see. I'm glad that most folks have heeded this as they should be. August town raining with some breeze. Getting a little bit cooler, huh? And a power outage. Unfortunately, guys, with this wind, there's going to come pretty widespread power outages. Windy in Discovery Bay, raining in Portland. Heavy winds in Portland right now. It's really bad in St. Thomas. Let's get back out to here. So St. Thomas. Is the southeast parish. It includes places like Yawlis and Morant Bay. And we're starting to get the worst weather moving in there. Again, the outer bands coming in. And yes, it does look like the inner core here is beginning to see a flare-up of more storms and a wrap back around. So unfortunately, it does look like we're starting to see kind of a regeneration of that center. All right. Hurricane center only dropped it by 4 miles an hour or 5 miles an hour. Now again, the core or the eye will more than likely not be moving over the southern part of the island. But look at all of that moisture. This is the water vapor imagery moving onto the island right now. Take a look at the water vapor imagery at the mid and the low levels of the atmosphere. I'm just doing a little bit of recon myself here, guys. Let's look at the cirrus, the higher cloud tops. There you go. You can see that there's a little bit here. Looks like we're trying to drive in maybe a little bit of a wraparound on that east side. So it does look like it's getting stronger. And again, live images from Jamaica on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Just starting to pick up in St. Elizabeth and in Kingston. Good afternoon. Maypen and Clareton facing heavy winds and rainfall. Kingston, National Stadium, Gettysburg. Rainfall now heavy in Portmore as well. So it's coming down, guys. They turn off electricity at noon. There you go. Again, gusty winds now 47 in Kingston, 48 in Montego Bay. This is the visible satellite imagery. If I zoom out a little bit here, that's been really bright the last couple of days. Going to look at a couple of different images here, guys, so bear with me. So this is kind of a composite of the visible and the infrared. It's a beautiful image. Really helped me a lot when Beryl was in the Windward Islands. And there's a good blow up of thunderstorms now on the south side of the eye. So certainly here we have a low level circulation that is intact. Winds are beginning to wrap back in like this. It's not symmetrical, but it's certainly intact. So unfortunately, any thoughts of being that this thing is just going to blow its top and, you know, Jamaica is not going to get much, unfortunately, is out the window now again, as the weather conditions across the island continue to deteriorate and is expected to do so over the next several hours as well. Santa Cruz, St. Elizabeth getting rain from 10 a.m. on. Thank you very much for the report. And if you guys could just do me a big favor, and I appreciate all the information, just let me know where you are, right? It's great to hear that, oh, I don't have a lot of rain or I still have the power on, but if you could drop a location as well, that's gonna really help me out as we kind of try and figure out the subtleties of what's going on in Jamaica right now. Again, we have some live reporting information. I've got all of my, obviously my access to the weather here, but getting those real-time reports is important. And we can also see Montego Bay's winds have been very steady now the last hour of around 50 miles an hour. So the weather's coming in, guys. You can see over a pretty healthy amount of time here, about the last hour, Montego Bay has been reporting really strong winds over the last hour, as a matter of fact. So the cumulative effects of that would be certainly some tree damage, power problems, maybe even some minor structural failure. We're not going to lose anything significant in a 50-mile-an-hour wind, but some of those areas and some of those structures that are not as sturdy. And again, we're starting to see that thunderstorm flare up there right here, guys. So far enough away. Even from the outer eye. So again, kind of the outer sections of this, about 35 miles. So the anticipation would be that we would have hurricane force winds trying to reach the southern coastline imminently. It's good to see you guys with some of the power still on. That's great to hear. Getting a lot of rain right now in Stony Hill, St. Andrew, Old Harbor Bay, a lot of wind. No electricity in Meadowbrook, that's in St. Andrew. Just north of the Kingston area, north and east, just due north and east. Friendship, St. James, consistent rain and wind gusts. St. James is on the northwest side of the island. Hello, Belize. I know that you guys are starting to tune in because obviously whatever Beryl is going to be could have potential impacts to Belize and the Yucatan, Quintana Roo, Cancun and Cozumel down the road. I know our friends in the Cayman Islands are paying special attention to this as well. Again, clear to see that we've had this spiral feature come back into play here, guys. So again, low-level center certainly intact, a blow-up of thunderstorms, and we're going to start getting into it here. Not another eye forming, just kind of a regeneration of the eye. Again, this is right now more elongated storms. There's no circulation here. These are just elongated north to south. All of the low-level rotation with the storm is still right here, south of Jamaica. There's been a re-intensification of the thunderstorm activity. Again, it may not mean that the storm is going to gain strength because these storms cycle, okay? And so there's also the opportunity that this is just kind of a big flare-up of storms, but re-energizing the storm enough where we might have more consistent conditions now over Jamaica. Claritin has no electricity. Basically, it's just that thunderstorms are wrapping back around the eye, okay? And then that will allow it to continue to stay at a steadier strength. It was very hard to actually see the inner core of Beryl about an hour ago, but now that flare-up of storms around, we could start to see a clearing out because the center is right there. And again, the Hurricane Center still has this as a Category 4 hurricane. So that was the 2 p.m. advisory, which was just 40 minutes ago. Still looking at our cameras to the south and west. Power is still on in Ocho Rios. That's good news. Strong winds in Spanish Town. Yeah, they're coming, guys. Look, we had a 47 here in Kingston. So again, at the airport, 47, Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town. Again, that's probably more significant right along the immediate coastline, but still some of that wind is going to try and spiral in. And now some of the concerns are also that 6 to 9 foot storm surge as well, right? 6 to 9 foot storm surge to go along with things. Appreciate everyone watching. Again, continuous coverage here of Hurricane Beryl on Meteo Mundo. Thanks for joining me. We're getting close to 7 hours of consistent coverage, but again, we're getting into the heart of what Beryl is bringing into Jamaica. So we're on with you live at this point in time. Again, these storms will continue to spiral into the area. The Hurricane Center still talks about hurricane conditions are moving in across the island, From all of your reports, we're getting more consistent rain or more consistent, stronger winds, and power outages are becoming more widespread. Montego Bay has been very, very windy. 50-mile-an-hour wind of a relative sustained variety for the last, that's now a good hour, hour and a half. Rain's starting to get serious. Again, just give me, if you guys wouldn't mind just putting where you guys are. Now, maybe you mentioned it in a previous message and then put it at the end. Sometimes I can't catch every one, but I'm trying. No electricity in Mandeville. Yeah, intermittent sheets of rain. That's the other thing now, guys. This rain is going to be coming in with 50-mile-an-hour winds or higher. And so this is going to be almost kind of that sheet of rain pushing in, kind of going on the horizontal, right? Rather than vertical, just kind of throwing that in. And then overall, we'll start to talk about the potential for the flooding beginning to ramp up as this heavier rain sits over the island. So it's now really clear to see here, guys. We can pick up that center of circulation again, right there in that last bit. So it looks like right here, we're trying to clear out where the inner core is, right there. So as the crow flies, as they say, from Kingston, that is about 28 miles. It might get real close here, about 17 miles. Really, really close to the far south side. Again, not expecting an actual landfall, but is it possible? It's possible the northern eye wall brushes the island, which would then officially be a landfall. But you can see the blow up of thunderstorms on the southeast side. I'm going to see some of the new model information here. So again, I mean, obviously, at this point in time, we don't have the winds that the models are bearing out. But I think we're getting a little bit of a re-energized Beryl just south of Kingston. So we'll have to see how this plays out, guys. But you can see that the very high-end tropical storm force winds, even on the NAM model, which is, again, if we take to heart the 140-mile core winds is too weak, is still going to be very significant here. And when you add all the hazards together, these strong wind gusts, stronger sustained winds, 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, a storm surge that could be significant in some spots. There's going to be a lot of overall issues for our friends here in Jamaica. Lacey, no electricity, but we have water, on and off strong winds. So when it comes to the eye, I'm just watching for there to be a blow up of thunderstorms near the center of circulation. It's indicative that the storm may be trying to re-intensify or to reorganize at the low levels of the atmosphere. You can see that right there. We lost on the satellite imagery a bit of where that low level circulation was. It was a little bit covered in the clouds. Didn't look as organized. We lost the lightning as well. You saw that? Now you see that those lightning and that deeper convection is beginning to spiral back around on all sides. So there was a loss of that there for a bit, but now it's beginning to come back in earnest. Again, the low level circulation never really got too ragged, even though we lost that signature there for just a bit. It's still an interesting feature here with more elongated storms rather than actual spiraling here. If I look at this, there's two pieces to this, guys, right? If I put this into motion, you're going to see some big spinning out of this part, And then you're just going to kind of see a east to west movement with this, a blow up of thunderstorms, but you don't see that this convection far off to the east is trying to wrap back around the core. Now, could that still happen in time? It's plausible. There still is a lot of dry air in between, right? And we'll see if these storms can hold together, because believe it or not, if they do, that could be a secondary punch of some very heavy rain trying to get back into Jamaica later today. But certainly there's been a bit of an intensification of this low-level activity right here again. All right, how we doing, guys? Appreciate it, Peter. Thank you very much. No electricity in Alexandria. Kingston is quiet right now. That's good. Again, Kingston did have a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust at the airport, which, of course, is right on the coast. These numbers that you're seeing are the real-time data from Montego Bay and from Kingston. So, again, within just the last little bit here, we've had 50-mile-an-hour winds at both locations. You'll see those pop on. But if I stop it right now, it's a 51. Oops, sorry about that. It's a 48 in Montego Bay. It's a 47 in Kingston. And again, you can clearly see the activity south of you guys. Savannah Lamar on the coast, light squalls at the present. There's my friends there in Westmoreland. Negril. Lucy up towards Montego Bay, from Hanover to St. James, on over towards Trelawney. As we get into St. Anne, from Falmouth, we move on over to St. Anne's Bay and Ocho Rios. Port Maria right there. Again, we've had reports from all of these areas, and I appreciate you guys. Port Antonio, lightning beginning to move in to places of Morant Point and Morant Boy. Yalis. Again, those lightning strikes are getting a little bit closer now to the island. A sign of deeper convection and some very heavy rain coming in for the ride as well. Here's your live lightning strikes. So again, more intense there. Yeah, it's going to go downhill, guys. There's no doubt about it. We'll see what we end up getting. But for a lot of Jamaica, I think we're just starting to get into the more core of Beryl. And you see that lightning beginning to wrap back around. St. Anne just lost electricity too, okay. Kingston so far has managed all right. We'll see if it plays out that way the entire time, but Kingston so far has been okay. And then we've got that lightning coming in there. Let's go back to our cameras. I'm going to reset a couple things behind the scenes. I'm going to bring back our cameras live. Take myself off. I'm going to look at a couple of pieces of information behind the scenes. If there's anything of note, I'm going to pass it on to you guys as well. There's Kingston City. Again, still live. The clock still ticking on the bottom right-hand side. A lonely car battles the wind. And a bit of rain there, but again, because a lot of our cameras are from this area in Kingston, I feel like there's a rain shield around you guys. We're not getting some of the worst that a lot of you guys are getting. And again, some of the most significant thing is that for those folks who have already lost power, the question is, when does that power come back on? How long is it going to take to restore power? Because if we've already lost power at this point in time, and some of it is more than likely preemptive, right? Some areas will cut off power to try and save. But obviously above ground power lines are going to be a big issue. Continue to watch the live shots there. Again, appreciate you guys very much for joining in. 8,000 people plus going strong. As we get close to hitting A full 7 hours of coverage here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you guys sticking with me. Lizzie has electricity and internet still in Trelawney and Falmouth. Water pressure's low. That's interesting. Strong winds in St. Andrew coming in. Still have power in St. Anne. Heavy wind in Beverly Hills and Kingston. This is going to be with us for the rest of the afternoon hours, guys. In general, we'll continue to be impacted by Beryl through the remainder of the afternoon. And then as we get deeper into the early evening hours, Beryl on its projected, and I want to be very clear about this, projected path and speed from the Hurricane Center, and the speed really hasn't changed much, is forecast to move out of the area as we get through the early evening. But again, it's very interesting to see that there still just hasn't been a lot of wind in this area. Kingston City a little bit more. But considering we had a 47-mile-an-hour wind at the airport in Kingston, it just shows you how area dependent some of this is. It's not as widespread right now. And again, those numbers that you see on your screen are wind gusts. So a couple of hours ago, we had a 53 at Montego Bay, and then there's been a pretty persistent reporting of a wind gust here of that high 40s, and that includes Kingston as well. So obviously the winds have freshened up a bit, even if they're not consistent. The winds are getting stronger at the hour. That continues to more than likely be the trend for the remainder of the afternoon hours, where we have an opportunity where that will pick up in intensity even more. And again, still have a Category 4 hurricane per the National Hurricane Center just to the south of Jamaica at the hour. Live look to Kingston City. Getting reports. Emily says it's crazy right now in St. Mary. Twain or T. Wayne says we've got power in Hanover. Stay Jamaica Villa says high winds in St. Anne. McCoy says the rain is picking up in Portmore. Appreciate all the information, guys. Helping to tell the story. Again, you have pictures or video. Look at the pinned comment, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And friends, we will promise I've got you covered in Belize and the Yucatan. I know I got a lot of people who watch the channel from there. I've covered it several times, but we'll continue to update our friends in that area with this storm as well. Not going to leave you guys hanging. You know that. We'll focus on Jamaica, but we've got other areas to discuss. So again, as I was updating the 2 o'clock advisory to bring that on to you guys, but you can see again that we're starting to get a little bit more wraparound around that center, and now it's becoming clearer on visible satellite imagery here. This is the infrared, it's going to be clear and visible as well. So look at that regeneration of that eye just in the last 35, 40 minutes. Beryl's hanging tough. We'll see what the wind speeds are from the Hurricane Center. We'll see if they come out with a special update. See if we got any aircraft reconnaissance air moving through right now. Do not see any at the exact hour. Again, when the reconnaissance aircraft are investigating the system, we can watch that live here at Meteo Mundo. We can watch the plots. We can see in real time the information that they're getting. Jay Smith says they're in Montego Bay. It's crazy. Hunker down, buddy. Not much you can do, but just make sure you're in the safest space that you possibly can be, right? You know, Beryl is an intense hurricane, and it's just south of the island. And obviously, we're going to see more and more impacts throughout the afternoon, especially now that it really looks like Beryl's eye has gotten a little bit healthier, which means it's just deeper convection. So the north side of the storm is the most persistently worst side of the storm. We've talked a lot about the wind, but we're going to have a storm surge potentially of 6 to 9 feet. We're going to have 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. We've already seen a few reports of some landslide issues, mudslide issues. We'll keep an eye out for the potential for flooding localized as well. Again, the entire island, the weather in general is going to get worse and worse through the afternoon. You could have breaks in the action, but generally speaking, the worst is either moving in right now and will stay with you for a time in the afternoon, or it's still yet to come. All right. Again, it does look like Beryl is just beginning to kind of come back to life a little bit just to the south there. And so if we look at this, it's a little bit clearer to see now where that northern eye wall extent is. And it really is only about 22 miles from the far tip there of south central Jamaica. From the Kingston area, with a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust, it's about 27 miles away. Heavy rain in Westmoreland, Portmore. Power outage in St. Catherine, very bad in St. Anne. St. Anne is the north central side of the island. It's coming now, and guys, I mean, it's coming now. It's here. We'll see what we end up getting from Beryl, but the impacts for Beryl are being felt right now in Jamaica in a significant way. We still have our live cameras. We'll continue to try and give you guys as much information as possible with those. Appreciate all the support, appreciate all the new subscribers, appreciate all the likes in the video as well. Appreciate all of you joining us here at Meteo Mundo for our continuing coverage. We are about ready to wrap up our 7th hour of coverage and get into the 8th hour of coverage as well. It's not a good sign. Again, right, we're seeing it re-intensify, at least the core beginning to look a lot healthier here on our satellite imagery. Again, the Hurricane Center went from 145 to 140. They didn't buy a big drop despite the fact that we have what looks like a much more elongated system. But the biggest part of this is this inner core staying intact? Okay? And it certainly looks like it has ramped back up in a hurry just south of Kingston. I mean, literally the eye of Beryl is now less than 25 miles south of Kingston. Are we going to have a landfall? We'll see. It might be very close on the northern eye wall. But keep us updated, guys. No power in Manchester. Winds are picking up in Old Harbor. Feeling it in Santa Cruz, which is out here. Westmoreland Mountains, rain breeze picking up. Heavy rain in Manchester and Portmore. It's just getting overall worse, guys. I mean, I know we're starting to get into the heart of what Beryl is going to bring. And, you know, fully expected, guys. We probably didn't initiate the worst weather as early as was anticipated. But as we get to the 2 o'clock hour local time in Jamaica, it is here now. All right. So now it's all about keeping everyone abreast with the current situation, with a scenario where there will be hurricane conditions felt across portions or all of the island, and a Beryl that will continue to potentially stay a hurricane as it moves off towards the west. That is still the official forecast. So we're getting some good winds in Old Harbor. Again, the newest information is on the top of your screen. That is the 2 o'clock advisory from the Hurricane Center, which of course is Eastern Daylight Time. That's an hour behind. So that was the 1 o'clock local time in Jamaica. So it's an hour old. But again, they still stuck with a Category 4 with winds of 140 miles an hour. 140 still, okay? Pressure of 959. The movement is still pretty quick, west-northwest at 18. That is 30 kilometers an hour. And again, if this continues to kind of wrap up like this, an intensification of the wind and rain is likely across the island. Also, that storm surge too, guys. That storm surge as well. Again, those are your latest wind gusts as well, 47, 48 miles an hour. Here's the visual 2 p.m. advisory. Let me bring up that information. So again, what we have here is a whole new cluster of literally every type of watch and warning that we can have in the Yucatan. So let's break this down. And again, these are for our friends who are watching in Belize and Cancun and the Cayman Islands, those folks that are anxious down the road. And I understand that anxiousness as well. You know, having grown up in Florida and watched storms from days away, you know, the here and the now is talked about a lot, but obviously you're very curious how this storm might impact you. So again, we're going off of all official information, right? The fact that the Hurricane Center still has a 140 mile an hour storm located just to the south of Kingston at this point in time. Hurricane warning continues for Jamaica, continues for Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. And now there is a hurricane warning for the Yucatan Peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya north to Cancun. Okay? Hurricane watch is in effect for the Yucatan Peninsula south of Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal, and then from Cancun north to Cabo Catoche. All right, on the northern side of the Yucatan is a hurricane watch. Tropical storm warning is still in effect for Haiti, the peninsula, the southern coastline of Haiti, as of the 2 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time advisory. We also have a tropical storm warning for the Mexican peninsula from Puerto Costa Maya to Chetumal. And then, I think I already mentioned that. And then we have a tropical storm watch that's going to be south of there for Belize, from Chetumal to Belize City, and then further away on the northern coastline of the Yucatan from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. All right. So all kinds of watches and warnings, which is kind of a timing issue in that as we get closer, if this is still a hurricane, those will likely be all upgraded to warnings, whether they are hurricane warnings or whether they are tropical storm warnings. Now again, on the official forecast, Beryl moves over the Yucatan through Friday, emerges into the Gulf of Mexico early Saturday morning, and then tries a bit of a recurve, potentially going from a tropical storm back to a Category 1 hurricane for a brief time. Official forecast is into far north Mexico late Sunday night, early on Monday morning. There is a lot of spread in the models and not a lot of agreement when it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. Kind of a general consensus would be that if the storm's a little bit weaker, it might go a little bit due west, more into Mexico, not gain a lot of latitude, but a stronger storm might stay farther north in general, might just kind of clip the northern side of the Yucatan and potentially have a little bit more of a prominent recurve potential in the western side of the Gulf of Mexico, which would bring more of the west portions of the Gulf, including Texas, into play. But it's something to continue to monitor. Again, there's not a lot of high confidence, especially when we're going to have to deal with what land interaction is going to happen out of Beryl. Let's go back to our live cams as the wind is freshening up right now in Kingston. And again, I appreciate you guys. You let me know. Gigi says, not messing around here. And Yalis. Strong wind and heavy rain in Clariton. Wind is picking up right now in Montego Bay. Still looks pretty good, and that apparently is still a live shot right now from the flat bridge. You know, we'll have to wait and see if the rain starts to elevate the water levels there. No power in St. Mary, Islington, but the wind is picking up. Winds are picking up in Old Harbor, but not a lot of rain. Mostly rain in Westmoreland. So again, it's still extremely area dependent right now. There's a live look to Kingston City. Certainly the most active weather we've had in Kingston through the day. Portmore is crazy right now. Light posts are shaking. So again, Portmore is not far from Kingston, guys. Not far at all. They're going to zoom back in here, and we'll take a look at that shot. Heavy winds in Mandeville, but light rain. St. Mary has very high winds and rain as well. Appreciate all the information, guys. In Hanover, not much rain, but the winds are getting stronger. Still have power in Kingston, at least in some spots. Heavy rain and winds in Falmouth. Hotels are locking us down. Falmouth is on the northwest side of the island, just a bit east of Montego Bay. Picking up in Ocho Rios, that's the north central portions of the island, right along the coast. Not much rain where I am in Westmoreland. Wind is getting more gusty here on the south side of St. Andrew there, Jonestown. There you can see that wind really picking up now in Kingston a bit. It's just starting to get more persistent here, guys. And obviously, as those winds get more steady and they get stronger, we start to call into issues some of the potential for the power outages and other issues that go along with it. Rain is picking up in Montego Bay. The rain is really picking up right now in Kingston as well. So is the wind. That's the live look again to Kingston City. Just a good fresh breeze there right now, guys. Still reporting a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust. Flatbridge, it's the camera is hiccuping, but at the same point in time on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that's pretty much a live timestamp as well. I mean, we might be a minute or two behind, but still believing that that's a live shot from there. Strong winds, heavy rain in St. Anne. Is that Priori? It's a new one for me, but I appreciate you, Rita. The winds in Kingston picking up. Yep, certainly. Very strong winds in St. Elizabeth right now. Getting some squalls moving through. So the surge is going to come in a somewhat fairly gradual sense. But as the core of Beryl moves a little bit closer, there could be a fairly significant push in a shorter amount of time. Look, you should be nowhere near the coastal areas, to be quite honest, right? Especially those areas that you know might be prone to flooding, because that storm surge, especially on the south near the center of circulation, it could again be 2 to 3 meters. That's the official forecast. That's the live look to Halfway Tree as well. It certainly is getting more intense there. Again, nothing outrageous at this point in time, but it's the steadiest that we've seen. Heavy wind in Lucy from Germain. Thank you very much. Electricity is off in Mandeville. That's the south central portions of the island. Heavy rain and winds in Halfway Tree. So again, we're seeing that right now live. Let's go back over to the radar. Look at this, guys. This is an extremely interesting feature. Beryl has been very intriguing today. I know I'm doing this live coverage, and I've been on for 7 hours. Look at what has happened. This lightning has just started to wrap right around the east side of the eye. Look at that. We have this, I kind of have this lightning in the 3D mode, but look at that. Look how symmetrical it is now. Look how symmetrical it is. And again, that's the northern eye wall right there. Right there. Not far from the island, guys. About 14 miles. If it were to stutter north, could that northern eye wall brush and have a landfall? It's plausible. Regardless, again, a storm is wrapping up a bit more right over the island. And as we can see from all of the reports from you guys, and I appreciate you guys literally taking a second to let us know. Thank you so much for that. A lot of you guys are saying, look, it's getting worse, guys. More wind, more rain. 3:12 Eastern Daylight Time, 2:12 here in Jamaica. Whew. Rusty McCraney with you here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you so much for tuning in as we are now into hour 8 of our continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl. Beryl is located just south of Kingston, Jamaica. Beryl has been an extremely interesting hurricane today, friends. It has gone through several different iterations, but it has continued to remain strong. There looked for a time that we might be losing the inner core of Beryl, but that has not been the case. Beryl has re-intensified with another round of deep convection around the core. Now we do have this area of storms off towards the east. We'll see if this tries to get back into the inner core of the storm. If nothing else, that'll be heavy rain and winds, but Beryl continues to deepen again at the hour. Again, it's extremely clear to see now that the eye is beginning to clear back out, and Kingston's winds have just gone up to 67 miles an hour. So we had a wind in Kingston here of 67 miles an hour, guys. I just took the battery out of my tablet. I'm going to need that. Give me just 1 second here, guys. I had literally lost my drink. I couldn't find it. I had put it behind a TV. But my voice was starting to struggle a little bit without some water. So again, guys, it's getting worse. Beryl is beginning to wrap back up with this eye live here on Meteo Mundo. You can see the lightning. Kingston just reported a 67 mile an hour wind. Now again, that's at the airport, which is right on the coast, okay? Including the Port Royal area. The METAR information, again, you can kind of clearly see is almost quote unquote offshore, but that's where we have the airport, and it's a 67 mile an hour wind. You can see that the lightning is intensifying and beginning to wrap back into the outer eye wall there. So Beryl is beginning to juice back up here at the hour, and it is right over Jamaica. So again, for our friends in Jamaica, and let's go live to some of these cameras. Let's bring these up full. By the way, you'll see these cameras live here, but we're really starting to see that pick up now. That's halfway tree. We just moved away from that one in Kingston, but it'll come back. But you can see it's getting stronger there at halfway tree. It's obviously a little bit farther inland. You can see that the power lines are beginning to shake. 67 mile an hour wind at the airport there in Kingston moments ago. The storm is getting stronger just south of the island. We're going to have some hurricane conditions here, guys, in Jamaica. Our friends in Jamaica who are still with us, get ready to go. Again, I'm assuming that this is a live shot from the flat bridge. It's a little bit interesting that there hasn't been more rain. I'm almost curious as to whether this is some kind of looped image from earlier, although the timestamp is still live, just based on everything else that we're seeing right now. Very strong winds in St. Mary, strengthening. It's just getting stronger, guys. Again, in general, the weather going downhill here. I'm going to keep up these cameras. Hopefully, I believe they're on a cycle. We'll move on. We might have just lost the internet connection to that particular one. Again, if it's possible to get back up the Kingston ones, we will. But again, you're looking at a storm that's getting stronger. There we go. All right, let's get back to the webcams. There's Kingston City live. You can just see all those sheets of rain, and obviously in the foreground, the trees. Again, a 67 mile an hour wind there, halfway tree. The winds are really beginning to pick up. I mean, obviously it's like precipitous to see all these power lines that are exposed like that as well. Lights are flickering in New Kingston. Hey, Donovan, I appreciate you throwing that out in chat. Thank you very much. And I appreciate all of our new subscribers here to Meteo Mundo. We've had a lot of new people join us here, and I appreciate the coverage. I really do. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We got you covered here. We'll keep you up to date. Again, Flat Bridge. It's just one of those areas that's like Tranquility Bay. Just a spot that if that really is a live image, everyone run there because there's no wind. Let's get back to the cam here. I just want to show you this, guys, again. And as we cycle through, if I see an image that's a little bit more pertinent, we'll get back into it. But we can see the deepening of the storm here. And again, a 67-mile-an-hour wind gust was just reported with a sustained wind of 48 miles an hour out of the east. So now what's happening, guys, is what we thought would happen. Do you remember a little bit ago, Kingston had a southwest wind, which I couldn't wrap my head around? Well, now we're getting the true winds coming in. Now we're getting everything coming back around this eye. All right, so here we go. Now we're getting into the heart of it. Again, deepening storm with the lightning, 67-mile-an-hour wind. The problem is now with an east wind, it is going to start pushing some water up into some of these areas, right? Into some of the bays, into some of the ports. 6 to 9 foot storm surge is still the official forecast. I hope it doesn't bear out that much, but that is 2 to 3 meters of water trying to come in as Beryl moves along. 4 to 8 inches of rain, 100 to 200 millimeters, locally higher rainfall than that. Landslides, mudslides, power outages, all potential issues. If I can find a quicker way to clear this telestration, that is my goal. Oh man, this telestration. If y'all know who John Madden is, I am not John Madden. He was the old NFL head coach who became an analyst, and he would write on everything. My telestration skills are not as good. But again, guys, we can clearly see that Beryl is beginning to pick up some steam just south of the island. Westmoreland getting windy. Here's a live look there. Again, bottom left-hand side of your screen. These are all live cameras here at Meteo Mundo. Everything is good in the grill. I love to hear it. Haven't had a report lately out of Port Antonio. If someone wants to drop it in the comments, what you guys are seeing. Again, I can give you the official reporting information that I have right now with the 67-mile-an-hour wind in Kingston. Last report out of Jamaica, 48. We've got our live cameras to show you guys as well. Thanks, John. Appreciate you. Send us some videos, guys. Again, part of what we're going to try and do behind the scenes is we will try and turn some of the pictures and videos around to show you guys some of that. Mobay has power at the moment, intense winds in St. Elizabeth. Serious winds in Kingston, yep. That storm is really beginning to intensify here, guys. And that activity is beginning to march a little bit closer, all right? So we're seeing now this convective area begin to spiral back around. Certainly, again, what an amazing storm. I mean, unbelievable storm. That it looked so bad 2 hours ago, where we were all questioning, I was for sure, you know, how are we starting to really lose the low level of circulation, right? Then the Hurricane Center came out and they only dropped it by 5 miles an hour. Didn't see that kind of wind from the hurricane reconnaissance aircraft that I was able to look at. And now this storm is just right back at it. So all of my friends downstream, Cayman Islands, Yucatan, Belize, still take this extremely seriously. Trying to get the rain out of Haiti, man. I imagine that the Lakai area has just been absolutely battered. Kyle and Linstead just lost a 40-foot high mango tree. Linstead, come on, can I get a little bit of love for my geography knowledge of Jamaica? I tried to do my homework. There's Linstead right there. So in the heart of Jamaica, we lost a 40-foot high mango tree. Getting crazy in Kingston. It's finally here, guys, after hours and hours of, are we really going to get it? No, it's here. You know, hurricane conditions are likely now across the island, especially with what looks like a re-intensification of the core of Beryl about 15 miles south of Kingston. It's close. Again, it's at northern eye wall. It wants to get really close there. I want to, just curious, I know that there's several different bays in that area. They all have different names. So this is Portland Point, right? So could there be a brief landfall at Portland Point? Holmes Bay, Peak Bay, Cologne Bay, Salt River Bay, all right here. Could be a lot of water coming into those areas with this east wind and the orientation of the shoreline. But if we're going to get a landfall, might nudge Portland Point. Friends, thanks for tuning in. I appreciate you. 8th hour of coverage. You want to do me a big favor and like this live stream. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't subscribed as well. Appreciate all of those who have supported the channel via the super thanks, via the super stickers, via becoming members here at Meteo Mundo. Just again, another way to support us here. Again, appreciate all of that. You can find other ways, the Venmo, PayPal at the description below to help us keep going here. And again, a lot of new subscribers recently, and I appreciate you guys tuning in, appreciate you guys entrusting us with the coverage. Montego Bay now up to a 55-mile-an-hour wind. So the weather really beginning to turn down here. Sorry about that. Weather really beginning to fall off here across the island. I imagine some folks continue to lose power. And likely we're going to see widespread power outages and some extremely intense wind to go along with, again, enough rainfall where we're going to have some flooding issues as well. That lightning is beginning to try and creep closer to what we just said, Portland Point. Very close right now. Very, very close. Just so you get looking at some official information, official messaging, if there's anything to pass along. All those cameras in the bottom left-hand side of your screen, those are all live still. How about Beryl's look in just the last couple of hours, guys? Again, looked pretty good here. Did not look good there. Has regenerated very quickly. We'll see what happens as that convection moves off towards the east. Again, the low-level center never was degraded, and I think that's the most important part of that as well. Winds are freshening up in portions of eastern Cuba and portions of the Cayman Islands, but obviously some significant situation here in Kingston. Port Antonio, just on and off rain. Heavy downpour in Kingston, Mandeville. Thank you, Angela. I appreciate your support. We got a couple here, guys. Online Genie, thank you very much, man. Much love. Much love to you. Much love to Angela. Much love to our new member, Claire. Thank you very much, gang. Big thumbs up to all those people. Big, big thumbs up. Appreciate you guys very much. Still a Cat 4, guys. Winds of 140. All the newest information from the Hurricane Center is right here. Category 4 Beryl, winds of 140, pressure 959, moving west-northwest at 18. We are extremely close to potentially seeing the northern eye wall brush the coast. There might be an actual landfall. It's going to be real close, guys. Again, that's just for like official records. We're going to get what we're going to get here. Whether this eye wall brushes the southern coastline or not near Portland Point. Heavy wind in Clariton, rain in Westmoreland. Starting to really pick up at Jamaica or in Kingston. I get it. Let's actually go back to our live coverage here. That's the one camera that I think I sort of want to keep that camera just in case it holds on, because that's an area that we could watch for the flood potential, because all of our friends who are local said, yes, this area floods when we do get some heavy rain. So I think that's a gauge, right? So I don't want to eliminate this video, even though it's, again, I still question if it's actually live. Hi, Ganya. Thank you for the stickers. Thank you, Misty Blue. I appreciate you. Hello from Ontario. I have been to Canada once, Montreal. Spent a weekend in Canada, and I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the coverage. Heart goes out to everyone on the island. I really do appreciate you guys very much. Heavy rain and wind in St. Elizabeth. That's a live look to Kingston City right now. Again, a 67-mile-an-hour wind just came through. Hi, Susan. Bless you for watching from my home state. Here's Halfway Tree right now, again, live. Someone's just kind of behind a little bit of buildings and chilling out. You can see that the power lines in the foreground are shaking a bit. Again, guys, if you have pictures or videos and you can send it to us in a safe way, the email address is pinned to the top of the screen, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Got a lot of people watching from all over the world, and I appreciate that, guys. You know, again, that's part of kind of building a big weather community here, is that we look after those who are being impacted right now. So, you know, on Monday we had our friends in the Windward Islands. People joined in from all over the world and commented there and their thoughts. And now it's Jamaica who's getting hit the hardest. And then down the road, we'll have to potentially look at the Cayman Islands and portions of the Yucatan. But just great to see that everyone is here. I want to make sure I don't miss anyone here. I think we covered all of the super thanks and super stickers and memberships, and I appreciate all of that as well, guys. Thank you very, very much. Strong winds in Kingston. Watching from St. Lucia. Praying for my family in Clarendon and Old Harbor. Queen Bee, you had some pretty good wind earlier today in St. Lucia, didn't you? Here's some wind right now rocking Kingston, guys. Look at the bottom of your screen. That's the worst that we've seen. There's Halfway Tree live. Again, still a car that is meandering about the streets. What I like to see out of this image is that there's no one out there in this. That is smart. We'll start to see if, again, there's any kinds of structural damages coming along with this. The winds look to be consistent there, but not of an over situation at this point in time. There in Halfway Tree, it really looks like a lot of this is right along the immediate coast. And again, here's this shot of Flatbridge, which allegedly on the bottom right-hand side of your screen is still relatively live by a minute or two. That's not the most compelling shot, so I'll just go back here. So again, if you're just tuning in, Beryl has been an absolutely intriguing storm. It looked a little bit worse 2 hours ago. and then has re-intensified near the core, which is going to try and intensify those winds. And that's what we're seeing right now near the Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor area. You can see the lightning right there over Portland Point and some of the bays just north of there. The eye itself is extremely close to brushing the southern coastline of Jamaica at the hour. Or again, Kingston, which a fair amount of the morning, really all of the morning and into the early afternoon, hardly had any wind at all. And now they've ramped up to a 67-mile-an-hour wind like that. And again, it does look like that truly is the eye, which it is, that it is getting very, very close to the far southern side of the island, which is going to push more of the core conditions over the southern side of the island. Could be a situation that, sure, again, for the record books, you're talking about an actual landfall, but in the appreciable, it's going to bring worse weather. So let's get serious here. Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Hayes, Maypen, even towards Mandeville. If this can go a little bit farther north, we're going to get some of the most intense winds to be able to push deeper inland, okay? So that becomes a more serious situation there. It's windy throughout the entire island now. Montego Bay, 55-mile-an-hour wind. Kingston at the airport, 67, all right? But it could get even more steady, more consistent, and that's a big problem, all right? Again, hurricanes, and we talked about this over the Windward Islands because folks were so keen, as they should be, as to where the eye is going. They stair step, all right? They jog, they spin around in an oblong way around a center point. So when we look at a hurricane over an hour's time, the eye is going to do this. It's going to go. But if we look over a longer duration, it's more of a smooth line, okay? So again, a spin to the north isn't appreciable that it's moving more due northwest or anything like that. This could basically fall back on itself and come back to the south. But again, in a longer duration, we're looking at a pattern like that. So if I bring back on, not that product, if I bring back on this, there you go. So again, this was as of the 11 a.m. Again, we don't get a track update with the intermediates. So this was a while ago. Certainly the eye is slightly north of the center line, but still within that cone of uncertainty. And to be clear, the Hurricane Center was always talking about how this could brush the southern side of the island. So that is certainly a possibility right now. All right, let's check back in with our chat. Heavy rain in Linstead, watching from Trinidad. Good to see you guys. Black River and Treasure Beach, seem in trouble. I right south of the island. So anywhere along the southern coastline really needs to pay close attention because, again, all hazards are in effect for you guys. The potential for the hurricane force winds, the potential for the 2 to 3 meter storm surge, the potential for the 4 to 8 inches of rain. So all hazards come along. And obviously, again, the power outages, the landslides, the mudslides, all perils right now for the island. And as this core has gone through this regeneration here, that lightning, again, is indicative of that deep convection. Again, that is live lightning here at Meteo Mundo. So you can see that. Let me get you to the last frame. Zoom in. So in this northern eye wall, we have 50 lightning strikes in just the last 15 minutes. That is really significant deep convection, and some of that is now beginning to spiral inland. You can see that over Portland Point and some of the bays here, just to the south and west of Old Harbor. And here's a report out of Old Harbor. Thank you, Richie Longwood, 1234. Old Harbor Bay, South Coast, raining hard. I would imagine it is. Again, not that long ago, we had a 67-mile-an-hour wind. Danny says in Kingston right now, Aki trees taking a beating. Heavy rain and winds in Manchester as well. Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate you. The hurricane hunters will be going in and out of this storm relatively consistently. Can always go back on here and see, but at this point in time, looks like I don't have anything near the eye. Now, sometimes, look, they fly the entire 4 quadrants of a storm, and with Beryl being as big as it is, it could be really out there. I don't have time, unfortunately, to track them in real time behind the scenes, but I don't see anything that we can plot right now. So might be just a little bit until we get it back in, but I think they're going to be very interested to see what's happening with this core. Again, very curious to see. We are so close to that eye wall potentially getting there. Water vapor imagery. The core is beginning to clear out. Do you see that green? That green is your eye, beginning to clear back out a bit. Water vapor imagery is still crazy bright right now. I still want to take a look at it because it's important. This is a good image right here. It's very clear to see again where we're clearing things out. And now I think this is a good image to track the northern eye wall from Portland Point. It's about 5 miles. So we're within 5 miles of a landfall. Now the Hurricane Center obviously calls it. I don't call it. I won't call it. But we're close. And so because of that, I want to make sure that if they do call it, I am aware. How's everyone doing, by the way? You guys hanging in there? Let me know. I'm hanging in there. I gotta admit my back's a little bit stiff, but that's okay. I still don't want to sit down. I actually would rather stand. Some of you have said, Rusty, take a seat. And I appreciate that, but I think I'd just rather stand. I think actually I can just stretch my back out this way a little bit more. But listen, this is part of what we want to do here at Meteo Mundo, right? We want to cover you guys through the entire storm. I've done this for most of my career, all right? And, you know, I know that the channel's new, and we're new to covering this, but this is old hat for me. This is not my first rodeo of a long day, and certainly not going to be my last. And part of this is that so you guys can understand that when a storm like this arrives, that we've got you covered here, right? You know, our coverage continues to expand, right? Even from, you know, last time we're bringing you coverage of some cameras here from Jamaica. And it is going to be area dependent. Obviously, we take advantage of what we can in certain areas, but sticking with you guys is certainly something that we want to do. And appreciate all the support of our new moderators, appreciate all the support of the team behind the channel, and appreciate the support of all of you guys tuning in. Again, biggest way to say thank you is just a big thumbs up and a subscription to the channel to help us continue to grow. Again, we'd like to continue to do this and continue to provide this kind of coverage throughout the Caribbean. Again, we're in early July, guys. We got a long way to go in hurricane season. 3 named storms so far. Beryl, the most significant storm we've ever had in this area this early. 67 still last report Kingston. Again, just south right now. Light gone from Summerfield and Clarington. I know, guys, it's a precarious situation, you know, and all ranges of emotions are understandable at this point in time. As I've mentioned, I've been there. I've been there as a teenager with a home flooded out for 6 months. So I understand, the frustration. I understand, being scared, or I understand having levity at the moment because there's nothing you can do. Hopefully everyone has prepared, but all ranges of emotions I get in this kind of a situation. Because obviously we're going to see some damage. We're going to see some things that are going to be altered here in Jamaica. We hope it's not extremely widespread, but this storm is going to be bringing some hurricane conditions to the island as we go through the remainder of the afternoon hours. Let's take a look at our cameras. Live look to Kingston City at the hour. Norlee says heavy rain and wind. I'm sorry, Norlee, I just lost your message right when I was about to read the location, so I apologize for that. World Weather Trackers, hello. Heavy rain in Kingston. Is the eye wall going to impact Westmoreland? So we're brushing the northern part of the eye wall close to the south central part of the island, okay? Whether the eye wall actually touches land, we'll see, but obviously the hurricane force winds extend 45 miles from the center of circulation. So hurricane force conditions are likely in these areas, especially on the southern portion of the island. Again, Flat Bridge is kind of coming in and out, but it is updating, so we're going to stay with it because, again, I think it is an area that we have here. Someone asking if Montego Bay still has power. Hi, Dr. Venice. Montego Bay, wind is very high, speedy winds, loss of whistling. It's going to be a noisy storm, guys. Montego Bay does have power. I understand all the concerns. I mean, Beryl is ramping up now over the island. We're in the heart of it now, guys. This storm is going to bring some hurricane conditions to the area. We'll see how strong the winds get. Again, Kingston just hit a 67-mile-an-hour wind not that long ago. That was right along the coast. But Montego Bay also had a 55-mile-an-hour wind as well. It did look like the Flatbridge water was coming up a bit. Agreed. Electricity now gone in David's area of Mandeville. Super strong winds in Spanish Town, but they're holding on to power. Wind speeds estimated in Ocho Rios, guys, it's going to be about the same, 60, 65, maybe 70 with higher gusts. Again, unfortunately, we don't have a reporting station there, and I can use some of the model data, but the models have been underperforming, meaning that Beryl has been outperforming the models, so it's not indicative of what we're really seeing. So again, we have our reporting stations in Kingston and Montego Bay. We can fill in some of the gaps with some of the estimates here, but again, 60 to 70 is not out of the question, and some higher gusts. Look, if that core stays just offshore like that, we're more than likely going to start getting into some higher wind speeds. Port Antonio feeling it. Very high wind in Trelawney. I appreciate it, guys. But, just tell them the story. And the story is, again, this is a very intense hurricane that is just south of the island right now. And generally speaking, we're seeing the most significant impacts that we've seen all day occurring right now, and some of that building in. You can start to see there's a little bit of leaves flying around there, it looks like, on that Kingston City live cam. This is the video. Okay, this is the video, I believe, from St. Thomas, I'm sorry. Wave breaking over the shore. So again, it's just a good indication. And I appreciate you guys sending that in. So this is going to be a video that was sent in to us here at Meteo Mundo. I'm going to look for it one more time here. This is from St. Thomas. So St. Thomas is the southeast side of the island, and we can see that water breaking over there, the shoreline. And again, that's some of the potential storm surge that we've been talking about, guys. Now, that it looks to be the airport there, right? Pretty sure that we saw the airport sign. Besides being in St. Thomas, I don't have a specific location, but obviously that was at the airport right on the coast. And it looked like, again, the elevation of the runway was much higher, which is good. But it gives you an idea that where the areas are low-lying, that's the kind of water that's going to try and be pushing in, right? So, you know, near Morant Bay and Bowden Harbor, places like that, Port Morant, you know, that's going to be a good push of water there, guys. That's Port Royal? Okay. Is that what that is? All right, sorry, guys. I was giving wrong information. You guys know better than I do. So again, just to confirm that was Port Royal. Port Royal Road? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thrust. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. No, there's not a lot of buoy action here, unfortunately. Be able to manipulate this a little bit more. So there's a buoy down here, which is reporting very light winds. And then we've got a little bit of breeze in South Cuba. Little Cayman has a 26-mile-an-hour wind. But again, you can see that this high is just kind of hovering just south of the island now, guys. Look at that. So again, this is the evolution of it over the last 6 hours. There's a blow-up of thunderstorms that really allowed that eye to come back to life. There's your 67-mile-an-hour wind in Kingston. And again, the opportunity, and we saw that there from the Port Royal Road, of pushing in some water with that east wind. Again, that's an east wind in Kingston. So that's going to push some water on the west-facing shorelines. Nicole says her pear tree is gone. Project Dynasty says Old Harbor getting wrecked. Our email is the pinned message at the top of the screen. It's going to be a few more hours, guys. Several more hours. Okay? It's moving northwest at 18, but it's an expansive storm. Unfortunately, behind this first line, there's another cluster that we'll have to monitor to see how that might impact the island again. It's holding on at this point in time. Let's hope that some of this intensity comes down, but we could be spiraling in some very deep convection. Again, it's still separated from the main area of Beryl, but it is still marching along with the low-level circulation. You can see all of that heavy rain and lightning now getting into Old Harbor and Hayes and Maypen. So again, appreciate you guys helping us out there. That is Port Royal, right there at the airport, which had the 67-mile-an-hour wind, by the way. Yep, thanks, guys. There has been no update from the Hurricane Center as far as intensity. So all the information on the top of your screen is correct. No updates from the Hurricane Center. So again, looking at this, you know, Beryl again looking healthier in a bad way. We really want the degradation of Beryl, but unfortunately, we can clearly see now again what has come of the center in just the last 30 minutes. And again, we'll see how close the eye gets to making landfall. Could be very, very close. But my friends, especially in the southern half, and really the entire island, should prepare for the opportunity of hurricane force winds in your area. It's another video here. Would this potentially be the St. Thomas video? Don't know for sure. But we're getting more video in, and I appreciate, guys. We still have our live cameras up. You see those on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. Yep, we're going to have a full 5 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time advisory from the Hurricane Center. That will be a full advisory, meaning that we're going to get a new track. We're going to get a new update on everything, a new intensity track, everything. This is the 11 o'clock advisory here. Again, in the intermediate advisories, we don't get that, but for the full 5 o'clock one, we will. So about an hour away, we'll get that. Natasha, one of the lucky ones to get the power back on. Doreen says heavy breeze and a lot of howling noise here. She's halfway tree road there. Ruthven Road. It's a cool name. Montego Bay, heavy winds and rainfall. Yep, all the information on Beryl, guys, as of the last report from the Hurricane Center, is on the top of your screen. You can see some of the video that we're getting here to Meteo Mundo on the bottom corner of your screen. We appreciate that. We also still have our live cameras up as well. .55 in Montego Bay, 67 in Kingston. And the eye, very, very close to the south coast there, Portland Point. Look at that wind now in halfway tree. Doing some rocking now. When the camera starts shaking, you know that they're getting into it. Obviously, a lot of above ground power lines. Those are shaking out there. We hope they all hold on. Certainly windy, but again, you know, that's an area right there that can obviously handle what they're seeing coming in gusts. But that's just an area, again, that so far so good. That's how we like it. That's how we want it to stay. Again, not much further south than there, though. I think it's a whole different story. Coastal areas, I think, are really starting to get it now. And again, this eye is not that far from the coast. If you see that lightning has worked its way into the Old Harbor area, and that's going to come with some extremely intense rain. Trelawney getting high winds. Thanks all for your reports. I appreciate it. All right, we're getting some video out of Mandeville. Right here on your screen. That is where Mandeville is located, south central portion of the island. It is inland. And there's the video from Mandeville right there. And we appreciate you guys sending it to us at mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Losing some palm fronds, losing some tree limbs in general, also losing our orientation. But you can see, I think this is a very common sight where we're going to have 30, 40, 50 plus winds from time to time. Then we're going to have some of that heavier rainfall as well. Strong winds in Washington Gardens and Kingston. Yeah, anyone trying to travel in this is very stubborn. There's no doubt about it. Not the wisest, obviously, under a hurricane warning and a 67-mile-an-hour wind earlier in Kingston. But we can start to see again that core really beginning to wrap around and potentially brush the south coast of Jamaica. We'll see where the Hurricane Center wants to initialize the actual eye, because it might literally be a mile or two difference whether it clips Portland Point or not. Again, appreciably it brings no difference, but this would be landfall number 2 for Beryl if it is. Down the road, landfall number 3 might happen in the Yucatan if we do have a second one here in Jamaica after what we saw in Carriacou, and then potentially a 4th landfall along the western Gulf Coast on Sunday. All ifs right now, but obviously we have a pretty powerful hurricane right over our friends in Jamaica. We've had some pretty intense weather back into the Windward Islands today with Invest 96L. Only a 20% chance of development with Invest 96L. Earlier today, though, right when I went on the air, we had over 50-mile-an-hour winds in Barbados. We've had an over 50-mile-an-hour wind in St. Lucia. Winds are very fresh in Dominica and Martinique and Guadeloupe, and even into the northern side of the Leeward Islands where we don't have any rain yet. This is all spreading your way. One of the only areas that could really use that rain is the ABC Islands, where it's very windy there. But again, this was just something we did not need to see. This is like the last thing the Windward Islands needed to see was another push of wind and rain today, as devastated as they've been with Beryl. You can see all the very breezy conditions through Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. We're finally starting to see some of that rain alleviate itself somewhat in Haiti, but still here towards the Western Peninsula, towards Lacaille, they're still getting some rain and wind and thunder. They still continue the tropical storm warning there. Hurricane warning for Jamaica, hurricane warning for the Cayman Islands, hurricane warning in red for portions of Yucatan. That does include Cancun south. And then on either side, bracketed by tropical storm warnings. And then on either side of that, bracketed by tropical storm watches. And again, we're going to get all new update from these areas as we get into the next hour. Tell you what, let's do this. All right, friends. We are now on hour number 9. Stretch it out. Good to see you guys. Hope everyone is doing okay. Obviously, we have a very serious situation here in Jamaica. That's why we are live. Rusty McCraney with you here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl. You see our live satellite radar lightning imagery here at Meteo Mundo as we continue to track Beryl, a very intense hurricane. As of the last report from the Hurricane Center, winds are still 140 miles an hour. Beryl has gone through several structural changes for today It certainly doesn't look like the same hurricane as it came through the Windward Islands and the Eastern Caribbean, and really even late last night. We've had a detaching of a big cluster of thunderstorms on the eastern side. There's been a little bit of drier air that's moved in. And then just a couple of hours ago, there was really even, in my opinion, some question as to what was going on with the low-level circulation, because it became less apparent across our infrared imagery here. But over the last hour, you can see that it has wrapped back up, and now it is impinging on the south central portion of the island where we could have a landfall. It's going to be very, very close here, no doubt about it. Regardless, this is going to bring more than likely hurricane conditions to portions of the island, if not all of the island. The rain, the wind have been more consistent. They've been heavier. You are looking on the bottom left-hand side of your screen of live views across the island. We have some video that has been coming into Meteo Mundo as well. You'll continue to see those in the bottom left-hand side of your screen. And from time to time, I'll bring those full screen and we'll kind of take a look at those together as well. So again, the weather going downhill across the island. We are in the heart of it now across the entire area. We hope all of our friends have taken all the precautions that they can to keep themselves and their families and their property as safe as possible. I mean, obviously, this is going to be an impactful storm for the island. We've mentioned the winds, which will be of hurricane force or more in some spots, 74 miles an hour or more. But also a 2 to 3 meter storm surge. That's 6 to 9 feet. Bottom side of your screen is out of Meadowvale in Portmore. So again, we appreciate the video coming in here to Meteo Mundo, and you're seeing that again. Those sheets of rain, if you look kind of just right there, the sheets of rain on the east and the northeast side of the top right-hand side of your screen there. Very, very blustery conditions, which is a very common sight across the area as we speak. And again, this will be with us for the remainder of the afternoon hours. We have this core area of Beryl moving west-northwest at 18. We also have that secondary push of lightning, and we'll see if that holds together. Hopefully this falls apart a bit because it's out from the main parent storm. But again, Beryl's structure has been very unusual here over the last several hours. Unfortunately, kind of a regeneration of that eye has really brought some more mature winds and a lot of lightning back to places like Kingston and Old Harbor and Portmore and Spanish Town, towards the Hayes area and Maypen. And again, live look right there, that is going to be halfway tree. We've got other cameras out of Kingston as well, and a lot of that video that you guys are sending us. So keep that coming, guys. We absolutely appreciate it. Let's get back over to the live chat. Again, yeah, Old Harbor, weather going downhill. Yes, very appreciated. I appreciate all of the reports. And again, just drop it in the comment section as you report that, where you are actually giving that report from. Really helps us out tremendously, guys. Kingston 20 off of Washington Boulevard getting the heavy rain and wind. Again, Montego Bay has been a very consistent wind, about 55 miles an hour in gusts, but it's getting steadier as well. And again, the heart of the island, really getting into it, guys. And I appreciate you guys with all the thanks. I appreciate you liking this video. I appreciate you subscribing to the channel. All the support here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you so much for that as well. Helps us out, keeps us going, keeps the lights on, as they say. So again, I'm kind of almost going back and forth from the Hurricane Center, just making sure, have they put out an update? Has this actually touched land? It's so close. But right now, nothing. And again, appreciably, it doesn't matter. Now down the road, I know we have some people watching from Black River. I know we have some people watching from Savannah Lamar. We're going to have to watch how this skirts the coastline, right? Let's check out that video here if I can get to it fast enough. How's that water doing? Is it coming up a little bit? Certainly looks like it's come up just a little bit. Again, we anticipate that. Our friends who know this area here on the channel have said that the flat bridge does flood with heavy rain, that even the roadway floods as well. So again, this is a good indication of the kind of flooding that we might see. If we know an area that floods in some heavy rains, we can follow along with that. How about you can't see much now from the Kingston City live cam? Getting battered a little bit more significantly now for sure. Now in the foreground, the wind doesn't look to be that significant, but look at all of that kind of like, you know, low-level clouds and the rain that has really set in, and so now the visibility has significantly dropped in Kingston. And you get that as well too, right? You can get some, you know, fog trying to develop with the lower clouds. There's someone on a motorcycle. Might know he's on camera having a little bit of fun, but obviously the winds have picked up here too. This is halfway tree. You can see those weaker structures there on the left-hand side. They're getting blown about pretty good now. So now we're getting more significant and sustained winds into halfway tree. And you can see that the rain droplets are really hitting that camera lens pretty hard. So very consistent and steadier winds there. Back over to Flat Bridge. Live look there for you guys. So they're just zooming that camera around again, keeping an eye out on that water level. Again, if you're just tuning in, as of the 2 p.m. advisory, which is the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, we have ourselves a hurricane with winds of 140 miles an hour. All right, so the Hurricane Center never really dropped Beryl very much. And again, it looks like that core is beginning to regenerate and intensify a bit just south of Kingston, the south central part of the island. That's the official track from the Hurricane Center. Now that's no update from the 11 o'clock, but obviously the location and this forward speed and all of that is new. But again, some of the additional things to pass along are all of the new watches and warnings for the Yucatan and for portions of Belize. And obviously down the road, we'll keep a very close eye out on that. And then into the Southwest Gulf. Rain getting heavier in Mandeville. Rooftops flying left and right, southeast area of St. Andrew. Okay, that's the most intense damage report that we've heard. All right. If we're losing some roofs there in the southeast area of St. Andrew. So if I go back to the map, give me just 1 second here, guys. So St. Andrew is kind of the southeast side of St. Andrew Parish is Yallis and areas off towards there. So St. Andrew, and then of course St. Thomas is just off towards the east. So I appreciate the report. We'll try an effort to get that information confirmed, but potentially some very heavy damage there. And you know, one other thing too, guys, is that you know that an area is getting bad when you had a lot of people coming in and talking about that area, and now they're not, you know, potentially they have lost power and they're unable to watch the stream anymore and to chat. Some obviously still have phones and internet service, but it's very common, and we saw this when Beryl moved through the Windward Islands, that as the most intense part of the storm gets over an area, obviously we lose power, we lose cell coverage, we lose internet, and then we start to lose communication with those folks. So that looks to be happening there in some of those areas that could be very, very impacted. Also, by the way, we haven't gotten the 4 o'clock update from our sensor here at the airport. That's 4 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time. So we haven't gotten the 3 o'clock local time report yet. Hopefully we will. Hopefully it's still online. Lots of winds in Spanish Town. Yeah, agreed. It's going to be a slow go for Flatbridge and areas like that. It's going to be a cumulative effect, right? You know, we don't the rain is, unless we get an intense cell that produces localized flash flooding, it's going to be all about in the next day or two how we funnel all of that water into the lower lying areas, right? We take all of the rain that's fallen, and obviously Mother Nature, gravity is just going to continue to push that into those areas that accumulate and collect the water. And that is a gradual thing. So you always have the flash flooding impacts with the areas of heavy rain in a very localized fashion. Then you watch those areas like the Flat River Bridge there, that the water begins to just elevate over time as more water from all of this rain feeds into those areas. So there are two different stories to the flooding. The quick flash flood, there we go, 81. All right, guys, there's your hurricane winds. Let me bring it back up here, 81 in Kingston. 44 gusts to 81. So hurricane conditions right now over Kingston. Again, might be closer to the coastline, but we're starting to see those strongest winds move in right now. And the eye is extremely close to the coast. So close, I wouldn't even call it. Keeping an eye out for special updates. So far, nothing from the Hurricane Center. Let's see if we have a hurricane reconnaissance aircraft in there. We do not. But again, guys, this is why, even when Beryl looked a little more ragged, didn't want to get too excited about it. That storm has a lot of life. Halfway Tree is getting hammered, man. Let's get to this shot live. I'm going to bring it full screen. There you go, Halfway Tree live. That was the same shot that we saw pretty good distance. Now we can't see a darn thing. Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks, guys. Marcel says, very heavy winds, just saw a huge tree fall. Portmore is right in the heart of it, guys. We just had an 81-mile-an-hour wind gust in Kingston, and that's not going to be the only spot that has 80-plus mile-an-hour winds. All right? Again, this flatbridge shot is a little squirrely. While it's on, I'll just go back here, and then we'll take it full screen again. But we want to keep that shot just to keep an eye on things. Even if it's just a slow rise in the water, it's just a good indication on if we're starting to see that. It is moving 18 miles an hour right now. That's 30 kilometers an hour. It is going to be several more hours. Look, guys, we are in the heart of it. We are absolutely in the heart of it right now. Singers, thank you. In the Y'allis area, talking about the heavy rain and strong winds there. Yeah, it's coming down real hard right now at Halfway Tree. We're going to get more and more, again, potential issues with the power. There's Kingston City. Again, this was a shot not that long ago where we had good visibility, where we could really see pretty far. There's that shot at a Halfway Tree right now. Again, a very significant squall is coming in to the Halfway Tree area right now. And you can just see it's sheets of rain. I mean, absolutely going sideways right now. Trees are still holding on to the leaves okay. Hopefully all these structures, especially some of the roofs, are able to stay intact. And again, when you guys have an opportunity, just like some of you already had, mymeteomundo@gmail.com, that is pinned. Send us your pictures or videos. Look at all of that intense weather right now. So an 81-mile-an-hour wind gust at the airport in Kingston. That's beginning to spiral into Old Harbor and Hayes and Maypen. Again, Beryl is sitting right off of the southern coast of Jamaica. potentially even a landfall. It's extremely, extremely close to this point in time to actually having a landfall. Again, live cameras down here on the southern meteorology speaking. I mean, you hear me say that all the time. On the northwest side of on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. It's hard for me to get my cardinal directions out of my head sometimes when I'm looking at this map as well. Loop this back up over the last couple of hours. And you guys can see that reinvigoration, if you will, of the center of Beryl after looking relatively placid in the late morning hours to right around lunch, where there were some questions of what's the overall integrity of the low levels of the storm. That has gone away as we've seen a rapid regeneration of the storms around the center. It's become much more clear here on our satellite imagery as well. You can see all of the lightning that has been moving in. Let me drop this loop down by just a couple of hours here. So this will be a 3-hour loop, and you can clearly see in the last 3 hours what we've had. Now the other problem is that, again, now we have the eye here. Now we're going to see winds really start to try and inundate some of the low-lying areas here. These are all going to be onshore winds. Okay, so here's your secondary problem, your storm surge. Eastern side of the eye, right? So at this point in time, anywhere west of there is fine, right? West of there is fine because right now the winds around the circulation are going to be doing this. But it depends on what happens with this eye. As it nudges west, we'll continue to see the onshore flow just become more significant on the eastern side of the eye. So again, in general, your counterclockwise winds. But now Kingston should have more of a bit of a south component to the wind here coming up. Montego Bay should still be more east to northeast. Shane says wind and heavy rain in East Kingston. On and off gusty winds in Light and Mo Bay. Hi Tantaloon, I appreciate you. Thank you for the super thanks. And I appreciate everyone as well. Thank you for all the super thanks. Thank you for the super stickers. Becoming a member here at Meteo Mundo, subscribing to the channel, just all the ways to support us. All of that is appreciated in a way you probably, it's hard to describe. It makes me feel really good, and I appreciate you guys joining us here for this coverage. Again, you know, our job and our goal at Meteo Mundo is to provide weather coverage that you've never seen before here on the digital platforms. And part of that is staying with you for continuous coverage in a situation like this, where we have an extremely intense hurricane that is sitting on the precipice of the south central portion of the island right now. Again, you're looking at some live shots on the bottom of your screen. We'll take that live. Kingston City. Once again, an area that had a tremendous amount of visibility not that long ago. Basically can't see it at this point in time. Still some very strong gusty winds there as well. And I appreciate the 8,000 people who are watching right now. As we continue our live coverage here at Meteo Mundo, we are into hour 9 in a row here. Been live for 8 hours and 19 minutes. And I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. It really means a lot. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for joining. Thank you for becoming members. Thank you for all of the information that you're passing along to all of our friends as well. It all really matters. It helps to really tell the story, right? We can take a look at these live pictures. Your chat is letting us know what's happening in your area live, which is filling in the gaps. We've got obviously all of our technology here at Meteo Mundo to help us with the weather side of things, as far as me being able to analyze the storm in real time. And again, that's a great way to build this community. My family is down at Portland Cottage in Clarendon right now. Portland Point. Okay. May Lynn, certainly, I think her family will have a story to tell. That is right there in the heart of what we're seeing. Again, there's Flatbridge. Oh, let me see here. There we go. I pulled up something wrong in the back end. Heavy winds in Central Village there in Spanish Town. Cayman Brac starting to get it. Yep, our friends in the Cayman Islands, this is going to be a situation for them that will get more imperative the deeper into this Wednesday that we go, into early on Thursday as well. You can see, again, it's an expansive storm. It has really changed its structure. Remember how it was such a small storm, but it was so compact, right? It really has had some interaction with Hispaniola and now Jamaica and East Cuba for a while now, and it's really expanded. We can see the cirrus blow-off. Look how far away this cirrus blow-off is. Even southeast sides of Bahamas and the Turks and the Caicos are getting some of that cirrus blow-off right now on the northeast side. Again, there is a bit of wind shear, and we talked about that, but it's had relatively little impact on the storm. I mean, again, I think this would be a good case study as to what has evolved out of this storm over the last couple of hours, because you have this, I mean, look at this spin here. It also looks like the storm, I mean, there's still some forward speed with this. It probably still is around 18, but again, it kind of almost wobbled around as it was regenerating there. But now, again, we're pushing close to having that eye wall brush the coast. Still from the latest that I can see, nothing from the Hurricane Center. As far as that goes, they'll generally issue a special statement that says we had landfall. If I pull this over to winds, just so you guys can get an idea, this is what I'm talking about. All right? So I could pause this because this is going to be very interesting. Earlier in the day, right? Earlier in the day, here, we had a north wind in Kingston at about nothing miles an hour. 5 miles an hour, okay? Out of the north. That was when the structure of Beryl looked really ragged. Then as we went through time, now we start to pick up that east wind. And now we get that 67 mile an hour wind gust here. And then again, it's an east wind, and now it's southeast. And that's the problem. Now comes your storm surge. Now comes that water piling up in coastal areas with the onshore wind, which, by the way, again, is 81 miles an hour gust, 44 sustained. So that's going to be the problem in some of these coastal communities, right, with the onshore wind. Montego Bay has been very consistent up here. Montego Bay and Lucy and Falmouth of more of an east wind kind of all day long. You notice that the wind barb here doesn't really change directions. They mainly stay out of that east wind. It just fluctuates as far as intensity, but it's been pretty consistent there. And as is mentioned, we're starting to see some of the outer feeder bands get a little bit closer to the Cayman Islands, which are, of course, under a hurricane warning. Thank you, O'Neill Campbell. Appreciate you finding us. Appreciate you sharing the channel with your family and friends and anyone who you think you might get out of it. That's another way to help us. It's a really simple thing. You can click the share button, send them our link, or just let them know, hey, search up Meteo Mundo, like and subscribe. Relatively handsome guy. Maybe, maybe not. So the situation again in Montego Bay is that we had a very persistent wind there. It hasn't been as strong as near Kingston, but this is a situation right now that gets to be on the very serious side for portions of Jamaica, right? Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town, Old Harbor, Maypen, Hayes. Again, the potential that the northern eye wall has come very close to brushing Portland Point here. All right? Logston, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Heavy winds in Stony Hill. And again, the storm now is, we're in the heart of it here, guys. What Beryl is bringing Jamaica, we're in the heart of it. The center of circulation spinning just south of the island. At any point in time, it could brush the coast and we could have an official landfall. It's extremely close. Regardless, hurricane conditions are possible across all of the island, with hurricane conditions very likely on the south central side of the island. We already saw that in Kingston with an 81-mile-an-hour wind. Sustained winds are very strong. Storm surge is going to be an issue as well. A storm surge of 2 to 3 meters, that is 6 to 9 feet. Rainfall of 100 to 200 millimeters, that is 4 to 8 inches with locally higher totals. We can take a look at that real briefly. Again, rainfall is going to be a big issue. So let me just make sure I've got the correct time frame here, and we'll switch over to our timeline. Let's go out to tomorrow morning. Give me just 1 second here, guys. All right, so this is 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. So this is basically going to be the complete impacts of Beryl, right? What are the impacts as far as rain that Beryl is going to bring? Again, we look at this and the potential for some significant rainfall on the island. 4 to 8 inches, locally up to 12. Now we are really getting that on the models. Again, 100 to 200 millimeters, potentially up to 300 in a couple of spots. All this right here, 10, 11, 12 inches of rain. So we have an all peril situation here, guys, meaning that the hazard is not just the wind. There's going to be some significantly heavy rainfall that will lead to flash flooding, that will lead to localized flooding over time. We've got the storm surge of 2 to 3 meters, and then we have the hurricane force winds in portions of the island as well. Again, as the model picks up on this, it continues to drive in more significant rain across the majority of the island. Places like Ocho Rios and Port Maria, we have an 8-inch rainfall total between now and tomorrow night. But most of this falling by the daybreak hours tomorrow, if not even just by late tonight. Again, still slightly lower out west, probably because of the wind direction. Again, there's the more moisture push here, but we're still getting some wind and rain spiraling into the northwest. But to me, this looks correct. Where we have the highest rainfall totals on the eastern side, we have another maximum here towards Kingston. So Kingston and Halfway Tree, potentially over 8 inches of rain. Portmore and Spanish Town as well. Again, we haven't had those totals anywhere near as of yet, but there is still a lot of heavier rain to come as well. And of course, saturated soil, strong winds, more trees coming down, more potential power outages as well. So there you go. Again, that yellow area is Invest 96L, just a 20% chance of development, but it could bring another surge of rain later. And as we get to 5 o'clock, we are going to have a new update from the Hurricane Center. Thank you, McCrae, for becoming a subscriber here to Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you guys very much. All right, friends, I'm going to take a very brief 2 to 3 minute break. Again, we are on hour 9 of our coverage. I'm feeling good. We got you covered here. Just get a little something quick to eat. And the reason why I want to do this now is that we are going to get our report coming in from the Hurricane Center at 5 o'clock for the latest watches and warnings in the new track. So I want to make sure that we're good to go on that and we can continue our coverage here. So I'm going to leave it right here. You're seeing the loop over the last couple of hours. On the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you guys are seeing our live cameras. Keep the chat going. Again, I'm just going to be a couple of minutes. Appreciate you guys sticking with us here at Meteo Mundo. Again, we got you covered here with our live continuous coverage of Hurricane Beryl, continuing impacts with hurricane impacts for a lot of Jamaica. And we're really getting to the heart of it right now, friends. So again, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll see you back here in just a couple of minutes. Did you guys enjoy our hold music? Okay, took a little bit. Do I have my microphone on? Yes, I do. Took a little bit longer break, fresh as a daisy. We're ready to go here. Again, live cameras from Jamaica. Good to see you guys. Thanks for sticking with us here. Again, we continue our live coverage here at Meteo Mundo, hour number 9 of what's happening in Jamaica with Hurricane Beryl. So let's set up the stage for a couple of things that's going to be happening right now. First of all, we're going to get a new full update from the Hurricane Center coming your way at the top of the hour. All right. That's going to be a new track. That's going to be the latest information as far as the intensity of the storm. We'll look at if there's any new watches or warnings. All right. So that would be obviously for our friends of the Cayman Islands and the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize. All of those areas obviously down the line of what Beryl is going to bring. In the short term, we continue to see the spiraling of the low-level circulation here, the eye, just south of Jamaica. Again, the opportunity that this is brushing or very close to landfall there towards Portland Point. We do have the 5 o'clock advisory. Just saw it here. Eye wall of Beryl brushing the south coast of Jamaica with hurricane conditions. So there you go. Again, I'll have to verify if they're calling that an actual landfall or not, but you get the idea. They're right in line with that too, with it brushing, literally brushing the southern coastline. So winds are still 140, pressure is still 959, and movement is west-northwest at 20. So there's been very little change in the overall thought of this. Still relatively good forward speed, still a very significant category 4 hurricane. Now again, the core of those winds for the most part have stayed just offshore, right? But we had an 81 mile an hour wind gust in Kingston. And then we have this convection off towards the east. We'll see if that holds together. But again, a very interesting structure of Beryl all day long. Now down the road, we're going to have to keep a very close watchful eye on the Cayman Islands, and then we'll have to keep a very watchful eye on the Yucatan as well. I'm going to obviously have to pull things up for us here, but when I look at the static image here, not much has changed. It doesn't look like we have any big changes to the watches or the warnings. We still have ourselves a hurricane going into the Yucatan early on. It would be either late Thursday night or early on Friday, and then to the southwest Gulf of Mexico. Excuse me. Obviously of importance in the shorter term is what's happening in Jamaica and the potentially down the road for our friends in the Cayman Islands. Those are, the next steps with this, and I'll get all that information put up on the screen for you. But again, in the short term here and now, we're seeing some very intense weather across Jamaica. Appreciate you guys coming back in. Again, while you're here, let me know what's going on. And we continue with your chat really filling in those gaps. So thank you so much for letting me know what's happening in your area. Obviously, we're getting into the heart of what Jamaica is seeing from Beryl, all right? With this major hurricane just south of the island, we're getting lashed with solid rain and winds right now island-wide. 81 mile an hour wind gusts in Kingston, 43 in Montego Bay, but was up to 53. Obviously, this will still come in squalls in some areas and then be more consistent in others, all right? So sometimes I'll be talking about really sustained winds near hurricane force, and other times it's going to be pushed in through squalls of weather. You can see that on the bottom of your screen. That are still our live cameras here at Meteo Mundo in Jamaica, and they've told the story of what's been happening here. And again, we've had from time to time where we have very little visibility. We've had time to time sheets of rain moving in, but in general, the intensity of Beryl has become really known here in Jamaica over the last couple of hours. And again, brushing the coastline here, the northern eye wall of Beryl with winds of hurricane force. Again, still 140 at the hour. So let's do a couple of things here. I'm going to bring up our cameras full screen. I'm going to start working on some of that data for you guys here live, and then we'll take a look at that. There's Kingston City as I'm going to reset my weather computer, and I'm going to pull in the 5 o'clock advisory as well. So again, guys, let me know what's going on in your area, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much for all the likes. Thank you for all the new subscriptions. I appreciate all the support here at Meteo Mundo. Thoroughly heartfelt thank you for all of that. Mula Don says my roof is struggling right now. Boy, that that's the last thing we need to hear, and I understand. With these kinds of winds, power outages, obviously some potential structural damage as well. So again, keep us updated on that. But we obviously hope that things are okay with you. But it's not going to be surprising to hear some of that, especially in the southern areas, in the eastern side of the island, where we've had the more consistent winds. Sometimes a gust can get a roof, and sometimes it's the steady winds over a larger period of time that can end up really impacting those areas as well. And again, cause more damage overall. So you kind of got both, right, as a potential. You've got that squally weather, and then you've got the more consistent winds that can cause some issues as well. So I don't have the graphics for the 5 o'clock aren't up as of yet. But again, I do have the advisory, and the discussion is out as well. So I'll wait for that to come back. Oh, I apologize. Haven't loaded back up my computer yet. Just resetting things for the 5 o'clock. I'll pop back on here momentarily. Again, once that information becomes available, we'll get that on for you guys. Of course, our friends in the Cayman Islands need to be paying very vigilant attention to Beryl. We're already starting to see the winds pick up a bit there towards Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, and then eventually on over towards Grand Bahama, where we do expect hurricane conditions in that area. So I'm going to kind of read over the discussion with you guys as I'm reading it, just to get an idea. So they're talking about how the westerlies affected Beryl, but the central core of the hurricane made a comeback this afternoon with the eye becoming better defined. Okay? And so that was the key point. I mean, we were watching that in real time together, weren't we, right? Where, that westerly shear really knocked down the storm for a brief time by a couple of hours, and then the inner core blossomed again. And that's the first statement from the National Hurricane Center. So again, good to see that, what we were looking at in real time is what the Hurricane Center was describing. It's resulted, whether this has resulted in a re-intensification is unclear. So that's why they're holding the initial intensity at 140 miles an hour, okay? Again, they're talking about brushing the coastline with the eye wall. I haven't seen where they said it has made land, but it's brushing it. Again, moving off basically to the west-northwest. That initial motion should continue. The GFS is now a little bit further southward, so we can look at that. The European has shifted its track a little bit northward, so they're actually coming more in line with each other. And so I think we're going to get a track that holds about the same from the last one at 11 a.m. More than likely, if anything, they're going to probably shift it a little bit farther south. They say that even though that's going to be the case, they can't rule out a Texas landfall yet. Still going to be encountering the same shear that we've been hoping that would knock down Beryl for the last couple of days. And while it's had some mitigating, situation here, it really hasn't done much. We've gone from a 165 to a 140, but we'll still have that west shear, guys. And then we'll just have to see what happens as it moves closer to the Yucatan. So that's kind of the broad brush from the Hurricane Center as far as the 5 p.m. what's called forecast discussion. It gets a little bit more into the weeds of the meteorological side. But again, always read those updates to get their thinking and understanding of the storm. We'll see here. We don't have the 5 o'clock. We might. We'll see here. Let's take off the formation zone. Yeah, we do. It says 2, but it is the 5. Again, that's just an error of the system, but you can see that the biggest thing is just the initial location is correct. So again, in the short term, we're going to deal with the potential for hurricane impacts in the Cayman Islands. If we're lucky, we stay at tropical storm, but that is not what the Hurricane Center is discussing. All right. Hurricane warning is in effect for Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. Hurricane conditions are likely in that area. That's what a hurricane warning means. Nothing is ever guaranteed, but a hurricane conditions are likely in those areas. Stays west, and again, so we're at a 4 now. We've still got 120 as we get into tonight and overnight as a Category 3. Down to a Category 2 as we go deeper through our Thursday, then Thursday night into Friday. We do have it as a Cat 1, dropping back down to 90-mile-an-hour winds before, again, a potential landfall in the Yucatan. And then moving up the coast, again, this time staying as a tropical storm, not re-intensifying back into a hurricane, but really close to, there's Mexico, there's Texas. Really, really close. Even on this track, far southern Texas would have an onshore wind, the east wind, and that could be some problems there for the far southern coastline of Texas. So again, Beryl potentially holding on over the next 5 days. There's your new 5-day forecast track. I'll get you some of the particulars there here in just a minute. But again, there's not a ton of change in the information here as far as what we've got. So I'll type that up on screen. As I'm going to do that, actually, since we have our live cameras, let's just bring these up full. Going to bring those up full. Going to check in with chat. Again, thank you guys for letting us know what's going on in this area. There's Halfway Tree Live right there. Still looking pretty good in that area, relatively speaking. Again, you know, we get this video. Obviously, it's kind of, you know, we're not consistently watching it or monitoring it as far as here on the channel. But what I'm looking for is, do we see any damage on the street, right? Is there anything like that? Haven't seen that much there. A little bit more visibility now back at this camera. So we can see a little bit farther in the distance. Looks like some of those core winds might be trying to get out of the Kingston area, at least at this point in time. That could be just a short term. Certainly the opportunity for more squally weather to move back in. Again, the other big issues are going to be the storm surge, which are still forecast from the Hurricane Center of 6 to 9 feet. They have not changed that. 2 to 3 meters still is the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Again, your winds are 140 miles an hour, 220 kilometers an hour. Still a Category 5, excuse me, Category 4. I don't know why I've said that twice. I apologize. Category 4 major hurricane. It was a Category 5 in the Eastern Caribbean earlier yesterday. Not anymore. Pressure is 959 millibars. It's come up a little bit. Again, the lower the value of the pressure, on average, the stronger the storm. As that air rises at the core, it produces an area of low pressure, and the stronger that mechanism is, the deeper that low can get at the center. So it is kind of indicative. It does go hand in hand. It does correlate, if you will. Typically, when we have lower pressure, we have stronger hurricanes. And it's going west-northwest at 20. So it's picked back up its 20-mile-an-hour forward speed. That is 31 kilometers an hour. All right, so we got that information for you there live. There's Halfway Tree. Again, I don't see anything scattered on the road. I don't see even those less sturdy smaller buildings on the foreground. You got a little bit of the almost like tarp kind of material there kind of whistling around in the wind, but I don't think we've lost anything out of that as of yet. And again, I appreciate you guys sending the pictures or videos to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. That is the pinned comment that you see. If you have an ability to snap a shot in a safe way in this area, send it to us here. We've already turned around some of that video today, and we appreciate those who sent that in. You saw some there out of the Port Royal area. We had some out of, I believe, Mandeville as well, a couple of other spots. So again, appreciate you guys taking the time and the effort to do that for us here for our weather community at Meteo Mundo. Coming up on the 4 o'clock hour now in Jamaica, and you see the sheets of rain there in Halfway Tree. Again, it's good to see that the power lines seem to be holding well there. Obviously, you know, some flooding on the roads, some flooding of low-lying areas will start to be another concern as we go deeper into time here and as we get more and more rain falling. Forecast is still for 4 to 8 inches of rain. That's 100 to 200 millimeters of rain, potentially even up to 300 millimeters in a couple of spots. And it looks like the models have been picking up on some of that more 250 to 300 millimeter of rain potential in the area. Again, especially on the eastern side of the island, to go along with some of that lashing wind as well. And again, obviously a concern that we could have some pretty good storm surge inundation, especially for some of the coastal areas. You guys know the spots if you live there, some of the, when that wall of water comes in and that surge comes in, some of the areas that are most flood prone. Those will all be susceptible here with Hurricane Beryl. All right, guys, good to see you again. Thanks for hanging with our continuing coverage. Thanks for all the thoughts for our friends in Jamaica. Still under the hurricane warning. Again, going to get rid of some of this information just because it's going to be a little easier to see. And we'll look at the track from the Hurricane Center coming up in just 1 second. But kind of just resetting things here at the top of the hour as we push into hour 10 of our coverage. Still feeling good. No worries. Let's take a look at the gusts here. And again, see if we have any new reports. Hopefully we didn't lose the sites. Here's the temperatures. Much cooler now, obviously. There we go. They're back on. So still 81 is the high water mark in Kingston. And then 43 in Montego Bay. Center of circulation, and it will be very close whether they're going to make this a landfall in Jamaica. Again, if anyone has seen that officially, let me know. If anyone is, but I have not seen it. From all the information here behind the scenes. Most of the time, it's actually pretty simple to find. The Hurricane Center just puts out a special statement. Says, hey, guess what? Landfall occurred. That was what happened in Carriacou. But again, haven't seen that from the Hurricane Center. And it was very interesting, by the way, that they used the term brush the coastline. As if they weren't like, we're not going to call it yet. We don't know if we want to call it to actually be a landfall. Yeah, still going with brushing. But anyway, look, so now what's going to be happening is a lot of water inundation. So my concern for the water push is more significant now, all right? Because now again, here into some of the bays and even towards Port Royal, it's all going to be now an east to southeast wind, taking that water behind Beryl and pushing it in. Still ahead of the storm for the short term. Winds obviously on this side of the island in general are going to be coming down in a northeast fashion. So the water inundation for the southwest side of the island, not as perilous as of yet. Water on the east side, yes. And you can see that the new track just came back on here, right at 5 o'clock. Oh, it did come on. So again, 140 gusts to 167. Ignore the 2 o'clock. It is the updated information. Nope. So again, in short order, the forced northwest sides of these feeder bands are going to try and get closer to the Cayman Islands. Obviously, the majority of our population is here on Grand Cayman, but we'll keep an eye on Little Cayman and Cayman Brac as well, where they're on the far west end of Cayman Brac. They reported a 30-mile-an-hour wind. That's a gust out of the northeast, but we're beginning to see those outer feeder bands approach the Cayman Islands. Again, core, center of circulation right there. It's been a little bit since I've been in the chat. Just wanted to kind of, again, refresh everyone. So let's get back into it here. Thank you, Aubrey. I appreciate you. Thank you, Solomon. Kingston Airport roof by departure gates tearing up. Okay. Thank you for that information. We'll check into it. And again, if you have a picture or video, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. It's the pinned comment if you'd like to send it. Where is the hurricane? Right there. That is the center of circulation of Beryl, hugging the south coast of Jamaica as we speak. Strong winds and rain in Ocho Rios. Thank you very much. It's going to take its time. It's going to be several hours before it begins to clear the island. We're still right in the heart of it, guys. Right in the heart of it as we speak. There is another cluster of storms that I want to be watching for. Can they spin back in as well? Okay. But look, even at a 20-mile-an-hour motion, let's take a look at it together, right? If I go here and we bring up a 20-mile-an-hour motion, so let's say the center of circulation is right here, that icon's slightly off. We'll just choose this and we go out 60 miles. It just kind of begins to exit the far west side. The eye does, and there will still be other weather behind that. So it's 4 o'clock local time. So now we really are truly talking about getting into the early evening hours before the western side of the island begins to clear a bit. And it was the same situation with Beryl was over the Windward Islands, right? Where we had the winds pull back in behind the storm, and they really freshened up and brought another round of very heavy wind and rain to portions of those islands. Now, some of that was because the eye wall had actually moved on shore and then they got hit by the back end of the eye wall. But there will still be some very significant wind on the east backside of the storm, which is what Kingston is seeing right now. And they're getting hammered with almost probably a due south to southeast wind. And again, that gust of 81 miles an hour. And we'll see if the reporting station is holding on for dear life here. Montego Bay last check 43, but they've had a very solid wind pretty much all afternoon long, even late morning. Places like Mandeville and Maypen are starting to get into that core as well. Hurricane force winds are possible for Santa Cruz, getting closer to Black River as well. So again, this area, just a little bit inland, we're really starting to see the weather pick up here. For Mandeville and Maypen and areas to the west, I would expect the storms to get just more intense. I would expect the winds to be more sustained and more constant for a while as the center of circulation of Beryl is making the closest approach to the south central side of the island. Even on the east side still, guys, we're still going to have rough weather. Again, the size of Beryl is such that while we are going to have some localized wind and rain, the general area is going to be completely covered by near hurricane or hurricane force winds from time to time. All right, so you can see guys moving here from east to west as we go through the remainder of the afternoon hours. A lot of lightning right now on the south side as well. A lot of lightning. You can see that right there towards Hayes, moving off towards the west. Again, we still have some of our cameras. Obviously, we're reliant upon some of the internets as well, so hopefully those will stick with us. If we don't get any live shots here, we'll compensate. But again, appreciate you guys still sending in to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And you can see all of that right there. Look at that lightning, guys. Look at all that lightning right there. Right on the northern eye wall, brushing the coast. Kind of a flare up there on the east side as well. And again, all this will push off towards the west. Thank you, Regina. I believe those are super stickers, the keep it up and the lifting the weights. I love it. Thank you very much, Eric. I appreciate you and appreciate this being your first super on a live stream here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you, guys. Eric, thank you, Regina, for your super things and your super stickers. Appreciate the support here at Meteo Mundo. Should I answer a spam risk call? Live on? Probably not. Although that would be kind of funny, right? So again, guys, I appreciate you guys giving us all the information. I mean, this really, again, certainly tells the story. Heavy winds in Portmore with intermittent rain. Portmore has lost power. The impacts on St. Thomas. Again, southeast side of the island will still continue to get lashed. Here's the lightning. Here's another cluster of storms. And if you can almost see, this thing almost spun like a top there for a second. Do you see that? That's amazing. It's an unbelievable storm for so many different reasons. Obviously, first of all, that we're talking about this on July 3rd. But look at that spin up. That is quite incredible. It certainly has gotten deeper, right? Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that the storm has re-intensified, but certainly it's the low-level circulation is a lot healthier now. And that's unfortunate because that means that, you know, we're going to have to continue to watch the impacts down the road. I mean, Jamaica is certainly right in the swing of all of this. But just really an unbelievable storm for all the wrong reasons. Spanish Town, no power. Spanish Town under pressure. Rain and wind beginning to get stronger in the grill. It's all coming in here, guys. Any update on Portland? Portland. Why have I forgotten where Portland is? Northeast side. Just took me a second. Port Antonio. Got you guys. Again, I got to say, I'm feeling pretty good about my Jamaican geography. So on the northeast side, again, at this point in time, if we look at where the center of circulation is, you guys should have kind of a due east wind. Now, what's interesting is there might be a bit of a lull in the action coming up right here, but does that pocket of storms work its way back in? All right? Does that pocket of storms bring back in another round of heavy rain and storms and winds? It probably won't be as intense as far as the wind goes, but this could be what starts some of the flooding threat. And that's my concern with this activity, is that it's going to be heavy, heavy tropical downpours on the back edge of the storm. Sometimes, and if you guys have been through some hurricanes and some other storms, you see the eye pass and you think, okay, I'm good, the eye has passed. But you get your worst weather on the back end and you get enough rain where we've got the heaviest rain out there as well. I'm going to take down, let's see here if I can. Oh, I think I got to do this. I mean, are our cameras, let's look at something here real quick, guys. Are our cameras still live? 358, no, they're not. So we're losing some of our cameras here as Jamaica has gotten harder, but this is all expected. This is all expected. So again, it looks like here in the Kingston area, we started to drop our cameras right at the top of the hour. Just going to let them cycle on through, but it's not too surprising. We know how this goes. As the intense part of the storm comes into these areas, we lose power, we lose cell service, we lose internet service. It all is a part of, unfortunately, what we see here and why we track this live on Meteo Mundo, because we know this intense part of the storm's coming in. So it does look like we've lost the majority of those cams. We'll see if we can bring anything back up. So while I'm here again, let me see here. I believe if I go here. All right, so they go away. Again, if we have an opportunity to bring back some of those cameras, I will. If we have an opportunity to bring some of your pictures and videos into play, we're going to do that for you as well. Again, I appreciate you guys sending that to us. Regardless, it really means a lot. I appreciate all of the coverage for you guys as well. Just one second here. I am, okay. What did I do? Oh, there we go. I have computer screens within computer screens within computer screens. And I made the wrong one full screen. There we go. Okay. Back on the trolley. So let's look at the new advisory from the Hurricane Center. It looks like we're getting some wrong lightning data as well, but that's okay. So let me bring this back on. And let's take a look at the track. Give us the overall 5 o'clock update here. So again, Cat 4, winds of 140. South of the Cayman Islands, still a Cat 3, winds of 130. Cat 2, winds of 110 as we get later into tomorrow, and then late tomorrow night and early Friday morning, Cat 1, winds of 100 over the Yucatan, and potentially holding on and trying to get into the southwest side of the Gulf of Mexico. All right, how far north in latitude it gains, I think is going to be one of those questions, right? How far north in latitude do we actually see this go? It's going to be the 5 p.m. advisory. So this is the brand new advisory from the Hurricane Center. Not really much has changed. A subtle shift west and south, especially in the Gulf, but not much. I mean, we can see that point is still very far north Texas, where our friends in, or excuse me, North Mexico, or our friends in South Texas are going to be paying some attention to this. All right, so the 5 p.m. advisory, again, still tries to get it very briefly back to a Category 1 hurricane. I mean, right on the edge. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But again, for our friends in the Yucatan and in Belize, make sure you're preparing. Make sure you're ready to go, as this hurricane is more than likely to move into your area. Again, that's the official forecast from the Hurricane Center. Let's talk about the watches and warnings that are currently in place from there. So let me pull those up. Bring myself up on camera here as well. So let's talk about this. Now, first of all, the tropical storm warning has finally been discontinued for Haiti. Thank goodness. They had been at it for about 18, 24 hours. It was truly amazing. We have got the hurricane warning, obviously, for Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. Now, all of this gets very convoluted here. So I think the easiest way to show it to you is to jump over here and then take a look at it on the weather computer, because we can get a little bit more of an interactive view. So again, just to note, right here, the Hurricane Center tries to make it a minimal hurricane again, based, of course, off of the model data. So this is where we get all kinds of watches and warnings. If you see the area in red pulsating, that is your hurricane warning, okay? That is in effect from Puerto Costa Maya north to Cancun. So the northern edge of the hurricane warning does include Cancun, and obviously would include Cozumel. On either side of that, you've got a tropical storm warning in blue, and that is going to be for Puerto Plata Maya towards Chetumal on the southern side of the Yucatan Peninsula there, okay? On the northern side of that, you've got the tropical storm warning from Cancun to Cabo Catoche, all right, right here in this darker blue. Then on either side of those, you have tropical storm watches. That's the coast of Belize from Chetumal south towards Belize City, excuse me. And then on the northern side, that's going to be from Cabo Catoche to Campeche. All right. So those are the areas of the Yucatan and Belize that are under all different kinds of hurricane watches, tropical storm warnings, and tropical storm watches. All right. And some of the area, by the way, is under both a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch. And they do that because the feeling is this: tropical storm conditions are very likely, hurricane conditions are possible. So we're going to put up both a tropical storm warning and a hurricane watch in the same spot. Hey Jaden, how you doing? Thanks for tuning in. Negril getting some insane wind, the strongest all day. Again, don't be surprised now, guys. We're in the heart of it. Don't be surprised if we're starting to lose some communication, right? Don't be surprised for much more widespread power outages as well. It comes along with what we're seeing right now. And again, this is the eye wall of a major hurricane brushing the southern coastline of the island. All right. And we have these storms. I'm hoping they fall apart. I don't want to get more heavy rain back into Portland and St. Thomas. All right, let's try and push everything east to west and try and get this rain to fall apart, because again, flooding is going to become a concern here as well. Guys, this storm is rocking and rolling. Beryl's eye wall is legitimately like a mile or two offshore. Yeah, it's like 3 miles offshore. Again, whether they want to say that it was an actual landfall here, it's about as close as I've ever seen it, because it did look like, and they mentioned it, the northern eye wall was brushing the coast. And all you need is the eye wall to push in by a meter, and then there's your landfall. You can start to see, again, a little bit in the southwest side here. Let's take a look at some of the satellite imagery. And again, I'm keeping up with the chat, guys. Pour more and more rain than wind. Thank you for all the kind words, guys. Thank you for following along, by the way, all day as well. I really appreciate you guys. Also, thank you again while you're here. If you wouldn't mind liking and subscribing. Again, that really helps out the channel. If you think that we're doing a good job here at Meteo Mundo, liking and subscribing makes the channel more visible to other people who use YouTube who have no idea we exist. And that's one of the hardest things when you're a growing channel, is to just simply let people know that we're there. But the more you guys watch and the more you guys interact, the more we are visible across the YouTube platform. So it really makes a difference. I mean, it does. It's a simple thing. And, even before I was a creator, not all the time would I hit the like button. But now anytime I watch something and I get something out of it, I make sure I do, because I know what those creators have gone through to produce that content, and I get it. It's a lot of work, and so you know, to continue to grow would be a fantastic thing here on the channel, and we appreciate your support. So again, just looking at some of the different satellite imagery here, starting to see a bit of an undercut on the southern side. Let's see about the water vapor imagery here. Take a look at the upper levels. I'm just not sure that this convection is ever going to get back to the parent center. I don't think it matters. We've obviously had a regeneration here, but it's such an unusual storm. Obviously, the land interaction in the West Shear have been making this storm harder to hold together. The resilience of Beryl is ridiculous. I was really hoping that earlier this morning, you know, late morning, right to the early afternoon, that, okay, we might actually be starting to see the low-level center really get exposed by that West Shear. And we might be looking at a storm that could fairly quickly lose some of its integrity. And then about an hour later, it did this. And we had an 81-mile-an-hour wind in Kingston. I know we've got more in other areas. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's really awesome. I mean, obviously I can't keep an eye on the chat all the time, but every time I look, someone is saying that they're viewing from halfway across the world. And that's really an awesome feeling. First of all, of course, there's a lot of interest in this area. And what I loved is, you know, on Monday, our friends who live in Jamaica were supporting our friends in the Windward Islands. And now today, other areas of the Caribbean are supporting our friends in Jamaica as they see the most intense part of Beryl right now. And there is going to be some significant impacts here to Jamaica, all right? It'll all be borne out in what we find in the next few days. The overall impacts should hopefully be slightly less significant than portions of the Windward Islands because we're trying to keep the core of the strongest winds just offshore. But that being said, there could be some devastating impacts to some areas. So very, very cognizant of that. Trying to keep everyone here who still has power informed. You can see all of the lightning right now that has flared back up over the northern and northeastern eye wall. Friends, this is over 15 minutes. We've had 153 lightning strikes. This is the live lightning data here on Meteo Mundo. All right, we can show you that live information. We've got all of live imagery here. We've got all the live reports. We've got, you know, the live cameras that we had. Again, those are beginning to fail a bit as the power in the Kingston area continues to falter. But again, all of this is real-time information for you here. And we've been on now for, I think, 9.5 hours. Myself and the team behind Meteo Mundo working hard for you guys. And I appreciate you guys sticking with us as well. Over 6,500 people in. Appreciate all the new moderators. Appreciate all the super thanks, super chat, whatever they're called, super stickers. I love those, by the way. Those are pretty cool. And all those subscribers. And then if you want to become a member, that's just 99 cents a month, and you guys get access to some custom badges and emojis, so everyone in the chat will know that you are members. Again, look at that eye. Now again, let's talk about how this is going to play out over the remainder of the afternoon hours. So on the back end of this storm, we're now starting to get more east to southeast winds. That is more water going back into some of the bays in the Port Royal area. So some water inundation is very likely here as the surge is now coming on, all right? As we move through the next couple of hours, as the eye of Beryl moves west, the onshore winds will move west with it, all right? So areas that are west of the eye, like Black River and Savannah Lamar, will have to watch out for the water inundation behind the storm. Because right now your winds are offshore for the most part, at least an east or a southeast wind, all right? Eventually those winds are gonna 180 themselves and they're gonna come back out of the south, and that's when we're gonna start pulling in a lot more water here. Again, a storm surge of 2 to 3 meters, that's 6 to 9 feet, is still possible in some of the area. And again, just that core, how all that lightning balled up in one area. And doesn't Beryl look more impressive as well? Again, if we go back in time here, guys, let me just take myself off camera. Look at the last 6 hours. So this was 6 hours ago. And then right here is we're like, well, where is there a center? And for about an hour, it was a question mark. And then we had this. We had that blow up of thunderstorms right at the center, and that was the regeneration of the low level. And then it got hairy again. And that's when we had the 81 mile an hour wind gusts in Kingston. But if I zoom out, I know it's still elongated on the east side, but the western side it's sharpened back up. The low level core has wrapped back around and is stronger, it's tighter. So again, the Hurricane Center, you know, they don't make a lot of rash moves. They, you know, basically downplayed the low level center not being visible for the most part in the early afternoon and kept the storm at 140. And it looks like this storm is definitely holding together pretty well right now. Again, whether there's winds of 140 or not, we haven't seen that, at least on the coast, and we don't want to see that. But obviously we have some very significant winds here. We can take a look at the aircraft reconnaissance. Again, I can watch that live here at Meteo Mundo when there are hurricane hunters that are interrogating the storm. And there have been several flights in and out. We can look at that in real time. And that was why, if you guys remember way back when there was basically no eye to be seen, we had very little wind there. At this point in time, I'll have to look at when the next flight is going out. If they are somewhere, they're well away from the center, but at this point in time, it doesn't look like it. Thank you, SLA Travel. I appreciate you very much. And thank you for making Meteo Mundo your first super on the live stream. That's really awesome. What? Dan Pim 3D, thank you very much. I appreciate you, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate the well wishes for our friends in Jamaica as well. Thanks, guys. Really kind of you all, and thanks for sticking around for our coverage. We appreciate all the support here, and we appreciate that you guys are getting something out of it. That's the most important thing. So I totally get like can you tell me what you think is going to happen in this area? Again, in general, still from Port Antonio to Ocho Rios, from Kingston to Negril and Montego Bay, everyone across Jamaica can still see hurricane conditions the next couple of hours. All right. It may not be sustained, but we could have some winds over 70, 80 miles an hour still, maybe even higher along the far southern coastline. So I know a lot of people are asking what it's going to happen the next couple of hours here. Let's talk about that. Again, still extremely strong winds. We're going to continue to see the possibility of obviously some wind damage. We're going to continue to see the possibility of power outages. And then we're going to continue to see the possibility of heavy rain starting to lead to some flooding. On the back end of the storm on the southern coastline, the east winds that will shift to the south will be more of a water inundation issue, but we're now taking that storm surge and lifting it right in. And so as we go out in time and the eye of Beryl moves off towards the west, we'll see more and more southern coastal areas start to pick up an onshore wind, and that's going to be a problem. For any one area, and it really still is from east to west because Beryl's eye is still close enough. You know, if we look at this, guys, and again, let me just double check the Hurricane Center. You know, it hasn't changed. I didn't expect it would. So hurricane force winds extend outward up to 45 miles from the center of circulation. So on the northern eye wall right here, if I go 45 miles out, we're still over Kingston. If I go 40 to 45 miles in the northeast, we're now getting a little bit closer to Savannah Lamar. So it's kind of this area, as I swing this pendulum, that is most likely to be experiencing the potential for hurricane conditions. Maybe not constantly, right? But the gusts coming along for that ride. Now, eventually, as the storm moves off towards the west, that 45-mile marker, if you will come along west as well. The winds on the eastern side of the island should then begin to relax a bit, although we have another push of storms and a flood threat that I'm concerned about coming in with another round of very heavy rain if this holds together. but the wind threat will still be appreciable on the western side of the island, at least for the next couple of hours, okay? Black River, Savannah, Lamar, Negril, Lucy, Cambridge, Montego Bay, which reported a 43-mile-an-hour wind gust last hour, will all be susceptible to the potential hurricane conditions. And again, Montego Bay, that is still an east wind, as it has been basically all day long. We're beginning to see the outer bands, which is much more structured now, beginning to get closer to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, and eventually over towards Grand Cayman as well. Yeah, so again, we're getting just some reports in, kind of sporadic in nature, but we're also hearing, by the way, thank you, Debbie, I got you. Thumbs up for Debbie, and I appreciate you so much here, guys. Prayers out to Jamaica. Shout out to producer Wayne of London, Lane Turner out of America. Been watching all day. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Where Jamaica Power might have chosen to cut power in certain areas early, which is a strategy that they do sometimes. So, it's one reason why we might have lost our cameras and whatnot. The grill getting it, huh? So, this is a good point that Esther has just made in New Kingston, that the winds are down, but the rain is picking up. And that is going to be an appreciable difference as well. Again, right? Core of the wind moving west, but still behind it. Again, I told you, just because the eye is past you doesn't mean you may not get the worst weather in some way. Certainly the storm surge is going to be worse in the back end here towards Kingston right now, in the Port Royal area, over towards Morant Bay. Other areas here on the east and the southeast side, that big old flare up, right? Again, let's look at this again. It's just, it finally gets reorganized, and then you have this right, oh, I missed it. Watch it spin around, and right there, this huge blow up of storms in the eastern side. And again, we are brushing the coastline with that eye. That really is unbelievable. And then you have this heavy rain. We'll see if it can get to the eastern side of the island. But guys, we've still got several more hours here to go. All right, several more hours of hurricane conditions as a possibility in Jamaica. Now again, down the road, if you're just tuning in, the 5 o'clock advisory is out, and Beryl looks to be holding together quite well. So later tonight and early tomorrow, it's the Cayman Islands to at least get, hurricane warning, right? So hurricane conditions are likely. We'll see how close the center of circulation gets. Obviously, Grand Cayman is a little bit closer compared to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. The forecast still has Beryl as a Category 3 hurricane, even at that time, with winds of about 130, 140 right now. All the newest information is at the top of your screen. Should continue to be impacted by the Western Shear, which certainly had its impacts on the storm earlier today. But again, the ridiculous resiliency of Beryl to fight back from that and to have that core blow up like it did, and we just saw that in real time, is, again, I know it's happened before in some storms, but to see that in real time with a storm that looked like it was struggling, it is back, and it's hauling again. So we're at to 110 here. And again, our friends in our friends in the Yucatan, it's still a Cat 2, but it's forecast to probably drop to a Cat 1 before it actually moves in. And again, there is still plenty of model differences here, but it is looking more likely that we are going to have direct impacts from Beryl here in the Yucatan, maybe into Belize. So again, if you have travel plans to Cancun or Cozumel, obviously this is a highly visited area by tourists and others who don't live there. Please keep a very close eye on the weather. I don't give vacation advice because everyone's plans are different and everyone's weather tolerances are different. And obviously there can be a lot of money on the line and whether people want to cancel or not, it's completely up to you, okay? But check in with your airlines, check in with your resorts, check in with all of that. Now, again, Beryl is moving fast. So the impacts for places like Cancun and Cozumel won't be for very long. It's just that does Beryl caused some damage and power outages and things that could linger beyond the storm's arrival and departure, right? It should be weakening, so the impacts overall should be not as significant, but it's not going to be great weather for Cancun Thursday and into Friday. And again, holding on into the southwest Gulf of Mexico after that. All right, again, guys, coming up here at 5:40 local time here, Eastern Daylight Time, 4:40 in Jamaica. Keeping a real close eye on what's going on with this storm. Let's get back over to this product here. And again, watching those winds, still extremely fresh. Let me get back over to the chat. Longville Park getting battered by heavy winds. Heavy rain and breeze in St. Andrew. Wind heavy here near the east shore of Savannah Lamar. Appreciate you guys. Again, all the thanks and all the kind words mean a lot. And I do appreciate you taking the time to drop that in the comments. You know, when I catch up on some sleep tomorrow, it'll be well worth it. You know, look back and know that all of this mattered, and I appreciate that. And again, you can see how intense. If we still have anyone who is online from Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Black River, let me know. That is a really intense part of the northern eye wall that is trying to push inland. Right there. Look at all of that lightning, guys. 91 lightning strikes in just the last 15 minutes. It's Cat 4. It's Cat 4. Winds of 140. Again, your information is here. Category 4 Beryl, 140, 959 pressure, west-northwest at 20. That's 31 kilometers an hour. That's the forward speed. Forward speed is 31 kilometers an hour. As far as the wind, that is 220 kilometers an hour, 140 miles an hour. So again, we'll look at the loop over the last 6 hours, and you can see that right there. Storms are firing up in Cuba. We're going to get that squall to come in towards Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. We're getting some storms developing where I live in Florida. Rumbles of thunder abound. For a second, I had to stop and go, wait a minute. What am I hearing right now? Earlier today, look at that St. Lucia 56 mile an hour wind gust. Barbados also had 50 as well. Again, just to put a pin in this, this was Invest 96L that came through the Windward Islands again this morning. So areas that had been devastated by Beryl 48 hours ago got some strong winds and rain. It didn't last too long. Luckily, 96L has some good forward speed. It's only a 20% chance of development, at least the last time I checked at the Hurricane Center. Still is just 20% development here. But again, could be another elongated trough. Tropical wave axis here to bring in more moisture through the Eastern Caribbean, certainly bringing fresh winds as well all the way through our friends in the Leeward Islands, the U.S. and the British Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Still a good wind in Port-au-Prince. They had a 31 mile an hour wind gust. And again, I know that they don't have the tropical storm warning, but it is still raining in Lacaille. There could be some very significant flooding in portions of Haiti out of this. Again, the impacts of the shear, pulling all the cirrus and some of the higher clouds north and east away from the center. So our friends even in the southeast and portions of the central Bahamas getting some of the higher clouds moving in from way far away from Beryl circulation. Same thing for the Turks and the Caicos as well. And again, the western side of the storm is now a little bit more sharper, right? Getting back to a little bit more classic major hurricane look, which is not a good situation. The eye is still not nearly as impressive as it was in the Eastern Caribbean. I mean, we can see here, let me just give you an example. We've got a relatively closed center here on this snapshot where we have the deep convection that's wrapped up fully around the center. However, if I stair-step this out towards the end, again, it's a little bit more elongated now. And it could be because we have a bit more land interaction near the inner core of the storm. Okay? So, unfortunately, what that means is we're taking some of the strongest activity and we're now pushing it farther inland to these areas: Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Black River, just east of Hayes. All right. Those are some of the areas that are really getting it right now, but that could also be beginning to mess with the interior integrity of the storm just a little bit. So Treasure Beach down there, right? Treasure Beach, Long Bay Beach, Alligator Pond, but the Treasure Beach area is down in this vicinity right here. And then obviously Black River down the road a bit. So Treasure Beach right about here. And I believe someone was asking about the Treasure Beach area. And if there is someone down there, I hope obviously they're taking good shelter. Maypen, strong winds and rains. Thank you very much. Looks like it's getting to the peak here in Mandeville. I agree. Yep. Certainly the core of the storm is over Mandeville, that area. And again, that could be part of the actual inner eye. The inner core of the storm has kind of drifted inland. Again, whether they're going to call this a landfall or not, we'll see. I'm not really concerned about it, but we can see the intensity of what we have here. And there's going to be a lot of very heavy rain and wind that comes along with it. Strong wind in Hanover. Hanover is on the northwest side of the island. So Lucy and Montego Bay. Again, guys, this is going to be an island-wide event right now. We are smack dab in the heart of Beryl over Jamaica. Might have taken an hour or two, a little bit longer than we expected, but we're in it, guys. This is the full brunt of Beryl over Jamaica right now at the hour, where we have, again, some hurricane force winds. We have some intense lightning, some very heavy rainfall, some storm surge beginning to build on the eastern side with our south winds, our southeast winds, but island-wide, significant impacts are being felt as we speak. Still going to be some areas that, again, will do better than others. That's how it always is. Owen says, West Negril taking a beating. Thank you very much. Thank you for Maypen update. You got it. My pleasure. Really awful in Mandeville. Boy, yeah, Mandeville's getting hammered. Mandeville, Treasure Beach, Hayes, just a little bit west of there, but Mandeville for sure, man. Take a look at all of that lightning. That's going to be like really intense rainfall, by the way. I mean, that is some deep, deep tropical convection coming in on the north side of that eye. Very intense. Again, the eye looks a little worse right now, but we know how that goes. It's the land interaction right now. Even if the eye tries to move on shore briefly, it probably won't interact with Jamaica long enough to really interrupt the overall storm. It could keep it from developing. Nadine says Treasure Beach is a fishing village. I hope all of those fishermen are safe. I hope they are too, Nadine. I know that the Met Service out of Jamaica, I believe as early as Monday, told everyone to get back, come on back and port and make sure you hunker down. So hopefully everyone heeded that and everyone is safe. And obviously too for property, right? You know, we don't want to see any loss of fishing vessels, any loss of anyone able to, you know, what they do for a living. We hope that the boats in Port Royal there held well. We'll get an idea of that tomorrow. But obviously we want to avoid as much damage and destruction and all kinds as we possibly can. But obviously something that impacts someone's way of making a living as well. Rain has stopped, at least briefly, in Kingston. I wouldn't expect it to stop overall. Presian or Presian, I apologize if I'm not pronouncing your name exactly correctly. Says it's like Treasure Beach has the big bad wolf outside huffing and puffing to blow our houses down. Are you in Treasure Beach right now? Because if you are, again, that is important information to pass along here, and we'd love if you have the opportunity to just keep us updated, because that is where the core of Beryl is coming in. Now look, again, I'm seeing a lot of questions of what about this certain city. Again, everyone has the opportunity for more hurricane force conditions, all right? Generally speaking, the rain will come in from east to west. The strongest winds will pull with the eye. So hopefully we start to see a bit of the wind relaxing on the eastern side of the island. But again, the rain is going to be significant, and there's another core of storms trying to build in off towards the east. So again, you can see that spiraling, kind of just that right on the top there of the eye, and then it brushes the coast, and then it's, again, potentially more of the inner portions of the eye trying to get into Jamaica, where we might actually have a landfall at some point in time. Again, keeping an eye out on the Hurricane Center for any updates to that. Again, regardless, it's a pretty dire situation there on the southern side. Portmore, St. Catherine, mostly heavy winds and showers right now. Again, we're going to be talking about this being over the next several hours, guys. A few more hours to go before it completely pulls away. All right? There is where we are right now. On the eastern sides, again, a blow-up of thunderstorms. My concern about that is the potential for more flooding concerns, all right, with that lightning coming in. It's good to see that Montego Bay hasn't had more than a 43-mile-an-hour wind in the last hour, but that being said, it's been pretty consistent there as well. You know, it's funny. I mean, it feels like it's been here forever, because we came on live, you know, at 8 a.m. and we were a couple of hours ahead, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much, by the way, Ruka, I appreciate you. Bad in West End, by the way. The rain has stopped in Morant Bay, which is good. So hopefully we start to see conditions relax a bit from east to west. But for the person who commented in Morant Bay, watch out again for, sorry about that. Literally dropped the, watch out for this convection here, these thunderstorms to try and work their way back into the eastern side of the island. So we may not be said and done with the heavy rain there in Morant Bay. We'll see. St. Thomas still having heavy rains in Wayne. So, thank you. Getting back to the point I was trying to make, it seems like we've been here forever, but we've actually had a pretty good forward movement of the storm, 18 to 20 miles an hour. All right, so it is over Jamaica in all fashions right now, but it is still making good progress west. This is not a storm that really has shown signs of slowing up. I believe that 18 to 20 mile an hour progress is, exactly what we've been seeing. It doesn't look like it's slowing down at this point in time. And again, that is going to put the Cayman Islands back into the northwest side here a little bit sooner than later. So we'll see what happens with those winds as well. But again, Mandeville right now, Mandeville, Black River, Treasure Beach, getting hammered. Thank you, John. I appreciate you, man. So, again, I'll say it one more time because I think it's the best way I could do it. Typically and generally, we're going to see conditions get better out east first and then eventually towards the west. It's still several more hours, though, guys. Probably 2 to 3 at the minimum. All right. So 4:50 local time, 6:50, 7:50, 8 o'clock is when we might start to see this relax a bit. Now, look, I want to be clear. It's not like we just shut off the faucet and say, we're done, but we might get rid of the core when then we're left over with just some squally showers and storms that aren't going to cause additional real headaches even into the later evening hours. The additional rain could be a bit of a problem with the flood potential. But other than that, we want to get this center of circulation away that's going to take these hurricane force winds with it. And it's getting more likely that we have a landfall here. It's really close. I mean, I'm not really sure how the Hurricane Center is going to parse this out. If it were me, I would say we've probably had a landfall. Right there. You kind of might have even said Portland Point, right? Earlier, right? Like right there. Right? Hey, I got some things I want to pass along. Michelle, thank you very much. I appreciate your support. $10. You're awesome. Thank you very much. Health It Now. Thank you very much as well. Fifth super on the live stream. You're awesome for that. Thanks for supporting creators. Michelle, your first super on the live stream. I appreciate that. It looks like Health It Now might have done 2. And if that's the case, thank you very much as well. Appreciate all the support here, guys. That really is awesome. And again, allows us to keep going here at Meteo Mundo. It's rumbling pretty good outside. I don't know if you guys can pick it up on my mic, which, by the way, give me just 1 second. I want to check my mic battery. Yeah, it's time to switch. So these mic batteries last about 5 hours, and I'm about ready to make the second switch. We're about ready to go back to the original mic battery here. So give me just 1 second, guys. Let me put on the new microphone battery real quick. Okay, we should be good to go. It's a very quick swap out, but I'll say I'm surprised that I'm back to battery number 1. No power in Portmore. Few more hours for Jamaica in general, guys. Stick with us. Few more hours in Jamaica. Looks like we're beginning to calm back down in Kingston, at least in the short term. Again, with the heart of the storm came through, Kingston had an 81-mile-an-hour wind gust. Now, my concern for Kingston is going to be some water that's going to try and get back into some of those low-lying areas. Again, because we're going to have an east or a southeast wind that's going to push in some of that water, especially to the west-facing shorelines. So keep an eye out for that. Some of the bays there, Old Harbor South, and the western side of the Port Royal area as well. Let's take a look at the rainfall. I think that's, again, going to be part of the big story. So let me switch over here. Let's see here. Let's dump satellite data. Just for a brief second here, we're going to dump some of this data off, because we're going to, again, see this being an issue. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. No power in St. Anne, very bad. Again, St. Anne is the north central parish. Thoughts. We want to look at the rain. And this will be the newest here, because we did get a new update. Let's just go to tomorrow morning. And again, the one concern I have is that the rain in the models continues to get higher. All right. So Yallis and Morant Bay and Port Antonio, potentially upwards of 9-10 inches of rain. That is 200 to 250 millimeters of rain. If my math is right, 10 inches is 250 millimeters, yeah. 1 inch is 25 millimeters. That is a pretty easy conversion. You get to miles per hour, you get to other things, it gets a lot more complicated. All right, so now for Kingston, Portmore, Spanish Town, Halfway Tree right here, again, you know, we're still looking at the possibility of some extremely heavy rainfall here. We're not said and done with the rain by any means. So we'll see what the cumulative impacts could end up being. But again, and just to give you an idea, right? Mandeville is getting hammered right now. That 4.5 inches could be well underdoing it. It's going to be isolated to see that kind of activity But that's what I'm talking about. Certainly if that core goes over Black River, they're going to get way more than what we're showing here. In general, I think the model's doing well, that it's picking up on the heaviest rain on the eastern side of the island and then tails off the rainfall totals out west, because this has been more squally weather with, more gusty winds here. But again, Falmouth over 5 inches, Montego Bay over 4, Lucy about 4, Cambridge 4, Savannah Lamar 3 to 4, same thing for Negril. Okay, those are the low ends. I think that's the lowest end, about 100 millimeters of rain. Most areas will be more than that. Linstead, 7. Again, we don't want to look at one particular number, but we can average this out. And this model is right into the heart of what the Hurricane Center has been talking about, right? 100 to 200 millimeters up to 300 millimeters, which is 12 inches of rain. So our friends in Jamaica, again, other vigilant thing we need to be looking out for is continued flooding potential here out of Beryl, even as the storm pulls away and we still get some of those heavy rain bands coming in behind it. And again, it looks like this rain just offshore is actually going to try and spiral back in, at least in some way. So as I mentioned, for Port Antonio and Morant Bay, we're going to see not only some rain, but some thunderstorm activity. Look at all that lightning coming in as well. Let me get back the lightning data here as far as the strike count goes. There we go. So look at that. Again, in this view, 200 plus lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Just under that right now. A lot of lightning, a lot of deep convection. This storm has a lot of instability, and it's just a nasty storm. And again, if we go back over here to the eye, it certainly looks like we're having some land interaction. And now Treasure Beach is getting hammered. Mandeville's getting hammered. Santa Cruz is next. Black River, you guys are next as well. Back over to the chat. Yeah, the rain is back for more. Yeah, listen, there's no all clear here anytime soon. There could be more waves and more squalls east and central, but we're not done for a bit here, guys. The intensity might come down a bit, right? We may not have the constant rain and wind that we've been seeing over the last couple of hours, but as far as shutting it off, it's just not going to happen anytime soon. Again, several more hours for Jamaica in general. In general, the rain and all the activity should end out east first and then progress west. So on average, we would expect places like Montego Bay and Negril and Savannah Lamar to linger with the rain and wind longest, because we're closer obviously to the center of circulation for a longer time. And the eastern part of the area will be a little bit clearer earlier. But again, Beryl is a expansive hurricane. It's not just sitting right over the island. It has brought wind and rain to East Cuba. It continues to rain in Haiti. Not nearly as bad. And again, on the northwest side, we're starting to see that first feeder band get pretty close to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac as well. Again, appreciate everyone. 6,500 people here with us. We've had a lot of viewership throughout the day, and I appreciate you guys sticking with me. I know there's a lot of you who have been here the entire time or almost the entire time. I appreciate all of those who are new right now. I appreciate all of those who had to leave for some reason. And obviously our thoughts are with those who were with us and have lost power and cell service and not been able to join us anymore. Again, that happens as well. Obviously, a lot of folks are tuning in Jamaica because they want this information, but they are at the heart of this storm and they're going to lose their power and their cell service and their internet. So a lot of these good people who are being impacted by this storm are also unfortunately not able to watch us here. Some are holding on via phone and other areas, but again, obviously there's going to be some big utility impacts to the island from this hurricane. Richard Henry saying Ocho Rios, consistent wind and rain. I think that's going to be a solid thing here for a while. Just good, consistent wind, good, consistent rain. It'll be stronger on the southwest side of the island now, The wind should come back down a little bit on the eastern side. There will still be some squalls where we'll get a punch of wind and a punch of rain. But now, on the central and the northeast side, it's about how much more rain comes in and what are we talking about as far as potential impacts, okay? Jacqueline's a new supporter. I appreciate you, a new subscriber on the supporter level. It's the only level we have, and I appreciate that, 99 cents a month. So thank you very much, Jacqueline. I appreciate you very much. Marky says, I'm in St. Catherine in Jamaica. The wind is heavy. Charging my phone in my car. Smart. Again, you got to find ways to power. Obviously we have some of those power bricks too, right? Black River is getting hammered. Nathan, are you in Black River? Black River here. St. Elizabeth. Mandeville is bad. All right. Kiara says Treasure Beach getting hammered right now without power. The rain and wind is really terrible. This is the most intense I've seen the storm. We've had an 81 in Kingston, 81 mile an hour wind, but this might be the most intense part that I've seen Beryl actually touch land. And that is going to be in the Treasure Beach, Black River, Mandeville, Santa Cruz areas right here. Here's Treasure Beach, Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Black River. Again, it looks like the eye wall is getting very close to potentially making landfall here. And I'm always like, I feel like it's happened, or the potential happens so many times. I keep coming back to the Hurricane Center wanting to just get that, clarification. Yes, it's made landfall, but they haven't come out with that yet. And again, the eye is a little more ragged at the hour. You can see that right there. We have a good blow up of thunderstorms. Extremely intense right now. This is flash flooding, okay? This is rainfall rates 3, 4, 5 inches an hour coming down in a short amount of time. So localized flash flooding is going to be a big problem here, because I'm telling you, that is intense activity. Look how many, 150 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes. Obviously, that's going to cause some power problems. But the heavy rainfall that comes along with this, that's your flash flooding. Again, we talked about the prolonged effects. We talked about the Flat River Bridge too, and that's an area that over time the water begins to rise, because it's the slow of everything from the higher elevations just kind of funneling into those low spots. But this is the exact opposite. This is your flash flooding. This is any one location with this amount of rain in this short amount of time. We're going to get some fast moving water in these spots. So please be very cautious of that. First of all, you shouldn't be out anyway, right? But watch out for some fast moving water in these areas where could be some extremely heavy rainfall, extremely intense rain and wind. Several new members I want to welcome to the Meteo Mundo family. We talked about Jacqueline. I appreciate you. Hi, Dave. Thank you for being a new member as well. And SLA Travel. We appreciate all the support. We welcome all of our new members here to Meteo Mundo. Thank you for that so much. Lindell says no electricity in Salt Marsh, Trelawney. It's windy with light rain. How is St. Elizabeth? So St. Elizabeth is, again, where we've been looking at, guys. St. Elizabeth is this parish, including, I believe, Santa Cruz and Black River. And I am very confident with my Jamaica geography, but if I slip in a wrong city, you let me know as far as the parish that's located. But that is where we are here in St. Elizabeth, and that is what's seeing the most intense part. Down towards the coast, that is Treasure Beach. Then I believe Mandeville is in Manchester, if I'm not mistaken, but that is where we're having the worst of the weather. I mean, obviously now the core of Beryl is directly impacting this part of the island. I don't think any one area in Jamaica is faring well at all right now, to be quite honest. Obviously, I've got big concerns right now with more of a direct impact in the southwest side, but there's a lot of wind and rain spiraling along this axis right now. Longville's getting it. Losing trees with the very heavy wind. Clarendon should begin to get out of the most intense part. But again, we're still going to be spiraling in heavy rain and winds at the same point in time. No one is out of the woods in the short term, all right? There's just areas of more intense activity. So heavy rain and wind will continue. We still have this cluster of storms that wants to try and move back in even to the far east side, all right? And again, there's that lightning there with that activity towards the southern side of St. Elizabeth Parish. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. We're hanging in there. What did we do? Did we just cross hour 10? I think we did, right? Yeah. All good. Still standing, by the way. I have a chair. People have said, Rusty, sit down. I just don't feel like it. Coco, thank you for becoming a new member. I appreciate you. Hey, if nothing else, right, we can talk about the marathon. As I mentioned, I came on at 8 a.m. I said, gang, this is going to be a marathon, not a sprint today. All right? I'm not sure I would have guessed that I was still going to be out at 6 o'clock, but we are still seeing absolutely direct impacts from Beryl. I mean, and in some ways, we are now at the height of the storm in some spots. So again, no buoy data close, unfortunately, right? We've got a buoy here. And I have ships data as well. Real quick, so there's a buoy west of the Caymans. I don't think any ships are stupid enough to be anywhere near Jamaica right now. So again, ships, when they traverse our waters, some of them have weather information that they can pass back, and I can see that. Also in the northwest Gulf of Mexico, we have our oil rigs or oil platforms to go along with the buoy data. So there's actually a big cluster of information here in the northwest side of the Gulf of Mexico because of those oil platforms. The buoy data is more sporadic. We lost a buoy from Beryl right here, or it's not transmitting anymore. When Beryl was 165 mile an hour winds, it had a 94 mile an hour wind gust, and then we haven't seen it again. And I don't believe this is it. I think it was a little bit more out here. But obviously the Caribbean is a very large area. I wish we had more. There's one right here. It's kind of right in the gap on the southeast side, so it's not showing a lot of wind. But no, unfortunately, no buoy data right near shore. And again, these winds, 81 in Kingston. Montego Bay is either not reporting a wind gust, or we might have lost that sensor. Probably just not reporting a wind gust right now. Thanks again for all the likes, guys. I appreciate all of that. As we are into hour 11 of coverage here at Meteo Mundo, I want to thank the team behind the scenes as well. I want to thank all of our moderators, and I want to thank all of you guys for joining us here. Still well over 6,000 strong, and you guys keep me going. So the center of circulation is very much brushing the coastline right now. That's why we have the lightning, and the lightning count has gone up. I mean, again, Mandeville, Santa Cruz, Treasure Beach, Black River, Hammer Time. This is blinding wind and rain and lightning that is going to be extremely significant. All right. This is a very intense part of Beryl that has moved on shore in this area. And I'll be surprised if we get a lot of reports from this area again, at least for a time. I hope we do, because we want to keep those friends safe. We want to get the latest information, but it's going to be tough to get a cell service, to have power, to have anything in that area. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. I've had some pork tenderloin and a couple of granola bars. So when I say I'll be back in 2 minutes, I run over, I literally take a piece of pork tenderloin, put it down. I had a fair amount of spaghetti last night, knowing that I would be doing this. That being said, since Saturday morning, I have lost 5 pounds. I can tell you that, which is a good thing. Thanks, guys. It is still a Cat 4. Winds are 140. So 8 o'clock, you know, that report was just over an hour ago, so we're not going to get another update from the Hurricane Center unless they put out a special advisory for another 2 hours. Thanks again, Coco, for your support. Very strong winds in Mandeville. My pleasure, guys. Rusty water sheep. I love it. We'll have to keep an eye on the Texas coastline. All right. There is a big model spread, but the report or the last information from the Hurricane Center, as of the 5 o'clock advisory, I know it's still here, but the discussion was that if Beryl kind of holds together in a little bit stronger fashion, that the models are trying to come a little bit more south. Now, the recurve is always still in play, right? This recurve up the West Coast is still in play. I still don't have a lot of confidence in here because a part of this is going to be, what does Beryl look like as it comes over the Yucatan? All right, if this scenario plays out, and we got to keep our friends in the Yucatan and Belize in mind here for late tomorrow night and early on Friday, as again, Beryl still in the forecast as a hurricane moves through, still with some good forward speed, but what land interaction happens here with Beryl and what overall is going to be the impacts out of that. And again, the Hurricane Center does briefly try and regenerate this into a hurricane back to 75-mile-an-hour winds. So obviously on this track up the coast, the northeast side is going to be pushing water in. So we certainly have to keep an eye out, especially for the southern half of the Texas coastline, to get a storm surge out of this. And that's something I'll be following for the weekend. That time frame is Saturday and Sunday as well. As a matter of fact, because I want to reset something real quick, let us take a look at that graphic. So there you go. That is the 5 o'clock advisory here from the Hurricane Center. So again, up the coast, but the discussion from the Hurricane Center was, you know, if Beryl holds on a little bit stronger, the models are trying to send it a little bit farther off towards the south. So again, guys, I appreciate you. Send us your photos, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. mymeteomundo@gmail.com, your pictures and your photos. Grand Cayman Airport is packed with people leaving last flight just after 6. Airport is closed. First of all, thank you for that information, Edward. And secondly, not surprising as well. Hi, Linda Joe Matthews. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for being a subscriber. Thank you for being a member. I see your new member icon there, that new. And then thank you again for your support and your super thanks of $10. Dave jumps in the chat. He's a new member. And yes, I sometimes get my members and my subscribers. They're pretty close, right? As far as like nomenclature. You got a member, you got a subscriber. But we appreciate all of our subscribers, and we certainly appreciate all of our members as well. So thank you very much, guys. If you would like to become a member, it's the join button. It is the join button, not just 99 cents a month. We only have one level. Really, it's just born out of some of you, as we started this hurricane season, said, Rusty, what's a simple way I might be able to support the channel? And again, memberships are somewhat common here at YouTube. So we did that for just 99 cents a month. And again, just a small token. And we appreciate all of those who have decided to become members. All right, let me get back over to, and again, 5 p.m. track from the Hurricane Center. We've looked at it a few times. Again, I don't have a ton of confidence beyond the Yucatan at this point in time. So obviously, guys, we've lost our live cameras out of the Kingston area with the loss of power, with the loss of cell service, the loss of internet. It all comes along for the ride. So, you know, we're in that transition mode where if we can get some photos or videos, we'll pass that back along to you. But again, the lightning continues to be extremely intense in this area. It's going to be an extremely intense storm here. And you can see that live lightning here at Meteo Mundo. with a lot of rain coming along with it. Again, it really looks like the inner core of Beryl is trying to actually sneak its way on land right now. That lightning is absolutely so significant. Black River, Santa Cruz, Mandeville, Treasure Beach, 142 lightning strikes in just the past 15 minutes. Thanks, guys. Hi, Nicole. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Nicole, for your super thanks. Rusty Water Sheep, bearing the old name there, becoming a supporter. Rusty, I did see your comment that you didn't think that that track is correct. We'll see. I don't have a high confidence to say either way. I'll tell you what I believe. I'll tell you what I think is more than likely going to happen. When I don't have a big handle on something, I'm more than welcome to say that as well, okay? I don't try and preach here as if it's gospel. Again, we had a really good handle on the storm through the Windward Islands. The storm, for the most part, besides showing some erratic formation, is bringing overall a fair amount of what we expected in Jamaica. It's just doing it in a bit different way than I anticipated. The storm's structure has gone over multiple changes over the day, which has really brought in, again, what we anticipated, but not in as smooth of a fashion. Okay, obviously the best case scenario would have been that that storm just kind of lost its low level center right there, but it didn't. And so again, we're getting hit pretty hard right now. The 81-mile-an-hour wind in Kingston. And again, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of dense network of reporting stations here. In the Windward Islands, obviously we have a lot of smaller island nations that are heavily close together. And all of those island nations have, for the most part, reporting stations. So we have a little bit more density as far as, live, what we call METAR data. Here we have access to a couple. There's a couple others I'm trying to check in on, but there's not a lot of additional reports. So that's why you guys letting me know, and again, using my model data, it all kind of goes hand in hand here right now. But again, that lightning is just so intense over Treasure Beach and the Black River area. So again, in the short term, right, pretty consistent wind and rain, central and eastern sides. There will be lulls in the action now, okay? So I saw some reports out of Kingston like, hey, the rain's coming to an end. Yes, for a time, but more than likely it's going to pick back up. My concern now is this activity that's just offshore that's going to try and move in, okay? And then this core of storms here as well, all right? And then obviously, the Cayman Islands are on the edge. We're not there yet for Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. But again, we do have there on the west end about a 30-mile-an-hour wind gust. And again, things are still quiet in the other areas of the Cayman Islands. Again, a report that the airport is now closed for very important and understandable reasons. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone as well still keeping the chat going here, because that's vital. If you notice, a lot of people are asking about particular areas. And so if you know about those areas, please jump in the comments and let everyone know. So this, by the way, for anyone who's still watching in places like Savannah Lamar and Negril, this is probably going to march right up the coast. Okay? So Santa Cruz right now, I don't know if it gets as far inland as Cambridge, but Savannah Lamar and Negril is probably going to get part of that. Hey, Michael, thank you very much. I appreciate you. While I'm thanking Michael, I hit the wrong button. I would blame you, Michael, but you're a big supporter now, and so I appreciate that. Thanks, guys. Congratulations on your first super on a live stream, by the way. Thank you for making it Meteo Mundo. What did I want to do? Good question. Lost my train of thought. That's okay. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. Is if we look at this, Oh, I wanted to check the map. So I have obviously most of the major areas on the map here, but I just want to make sure that I mention a couple of other areas who might be watching. So, and let me put this back into motion. And if you know anyone who lives between Black River and Savannah Lamar and you think that there's still an opportunity to have communication with them, you know, the worst part is headed there. So, you know, from Black River, again, I'm just looking at the map here. There's, you know, smaller areas. Looks like there's a Sandals there, Sandals South Coast, New Hope, White House, Sandy Ground, Font Hill, Crawford. Right there, A2, following the coast, Font Hill Nature Reserve, Belmont Bluefields, all the way up to Savannah Lamar. That is where I expect this to travel, as far as just that core that could be extremely intense weather. So it's just going to be following the coast. So much lightning associated with that. And again, if my friends are still out here on the eastern side, St. Thomas and Portland, you all let me know if that rain's picking back up. Fair Prospect, Port Antonio, Morant Bay, Morant Point, Yawlis, Hope Bay. A little bit further off towards the west, you've got our friends in Port Maria and Ocho Rios. But especially right here, I think we're going to start to pick back up that rain again. So flooding becomes a greater concern, guys, right? We're getting more water over the island right now. So just in general, you know, the more water we put over Jamaica, the more opportunity there is for flooding, both in a flash flooding scenario, as I would anticipate on the southwest side of the island, and on the eastern sides as well. Look at something here real quick. I do not see any flood warnings that are being issued at this point in time. But again, we've talked about the 4 to 8 inches or the 100 to 200 millimeters of rain. Checking in with Met Jamaica. Again, all of their reports are very much lockstep in with the Hurricane Center. I'm just looking for if there's any local information to pass along to you guys. You guys are my eyes and ears, and I thoroughly appreciate that. Again, it's an extremely serious situation here in portions of Jamaica. You know, it took a little while. It was more of a question than I expected because of how Beryl presented itself earlier when we really didn't see the low-level circulation, but unfortunately it regenerated, and now we're in the heart of it here across the island. Again, very intense with the eye wall, if nothing else, scraping or coming on shore here in St. Elizabeth Parish. Really probably scraped Clarington and Manchester as well, and then probably is scraping St. Elizabeth. So at any point in time, it's not going to shock me if the Hurricane Center comes on and says, yes, we had a landfall, or they go back and they look at the data and they say, okay, we can clearly see that the eye wall moved on shore here. So we're going to call it this location, this point. But again, that would be, if it happens, landfall number 2 for Beryl after going across Carriacou in the Windward Islands. Landfall number 3 is expected in the Yucatan, maybe in Belize, but generally Yucatan. And then landfall number 4 is possible, but not a guarantee, in North Mexico, maybe the northwest sides of the Gulf of Mexico. That again, not as confident on to really get into where we think that might be going. The Hurricane Center has been pretty steady over the last 24 hours with its movements through the Southwest Gulf, but we'll have to wait and see. And again, you can just see that spin up of storms right there. Storms are firing up well into Cuba now. Cirrus outflow on the northeast side has worked its way deep into the southeast Bahamas, maybe even to portions of the central Bahamas, certainly over the Turks and Caicos. Our thoughts are with our friends in Haiti. This is a bad situation. They've had a significant amount of rain on the Haiti side of the island. The Dominican Republic certainly had some heavy storms as well. And for my friends in the DR, and we typically have a lot there, let me know. Dave Donovan has just gifted 20 Meteo Mundo memberships, and I can't even say that. 3 M's in a row, Meteo Mundo memberships. Dave, is that a total of 40? Because I see 2 20s. How awesome are you? Fiona with another $4.99. She wants those stickers. She is a moderator. She is a member here as well. But Dave, that is so awesome. I believe that is the first gift of memberships we've had here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you very much, guys. Rusty Water Sheep with an extra $1 as well. I appreciate everything here, guys. Again, that support is really awesome. Will it hit Belize? Tropical storm watch for Belize. The opportunity that we could have tropical storm conditions in Belize. Right now, the forecast has it going north of you, but it's something I will be monitoring. Obviously, Belize has been an area that went from no rain to way too much rain, and now hopefully not going to get hit by this storm directly, especially the northern side of Belize. They've had a lot of water lately. So again, thanks a lot for all that, guys. I appreciate you so much. That is awesome, Dave. In Kingston, the rain is on and off, not as windy. I'm just going back over the fan funding here real quick because I want to make sure that I absolutely acknowledge everyone. You guys certainly deserve it, and I appreciate that. Everyone so far. Spanish King Official. Spanish King Official, if I didn't thank you earlier, thank you very much. Chevy Russell, if I didn't thank you earlier, thank you very much. Angel, thank you very much. Thank you for your first super on a live stream. Rusty, I can't get into it now, but so I've got the halves model here too. I mean, the Icon, the halves, some of the newer ones, and sometimes appreciably better. Like the halves model has handled Beryl a lot better than the GFS and the European and the NAM, who have under-initialized the storm so much. It's something we can get into in later streams, but I will take a look. Thank you very much. Back to the live chat. Thank you, Mark. Well, certainly for the southern side of the island, it is a direct hit. I mean, again, the eye wall is scraping the island as we speak. It's going to be very tight as to whether they call it a landfall, but again, remember, the eye has the calm conditions. It's the eye wall that has all the worst weather. And the southwest side of the island is getting it in spades right now. And it's not a good situation, man. Mandeville, beginning to see it relax a bit. Treasure Beach is absolutely in the heart of it. Now Santa Cruz and Black River are doing the same. Kelly says, I'm in Canada, but I'm able to speak with my family in Mandeville. Houses are flat, trees are flat. They're saying it's the worst they've seen of hurricanes. Oh, if that's true, it's sad to hear, Kelly. Mandeville was one of those areas that absolutely was in that core. right? We saw it kind of come off here of, I believe that's Portland Point, and then work its way to the north and to the west. And if we take Kelly speaking with her family, and we translate to what we're seeing here, that is that core that is going over Treasure Beach, Santa Cruz, and Black River. And again, my concerns will now be areas north and west, all right? So my friends in Savannah Lamar and Negril, you need to start getting prepared for what could be some very intense weather coming your way here soon. Again, we can average it and say that even these storms are moving at around 20 miles an hour, although that can vary. So if we look at it here, just down the road from Black River, Savannah Lamar, if you draw a straight line, is about 18 miles away, and then Negril is about 35. So within the next hour and a half, and probably a little bit sooner than that as well. Let's go back over here to the surface data. I want to see what's going on here. So this was my concern. We might have lost our Montego Bay site. May not be gone, but it may be down, because we do not have a reading out of Montego Bay anymore, which is unfortunate, but not unexpected at some point in time. So we rolled Kingston. So you see it's holding on there, and then it drops off. Yeah. It might come back online. It might be a power issue. I don't think Montego Bay's had bad enough. I mean, these are pretty stout reporting stations for the most part. You know, they're meant to handle the weather because they're meant to provide information in times like this. Thank you to Thrifty Home Girl. Love the name, by the way. Appreciate the support. Again, we have our Venmo and our PayPal down below if that's the way you'd like to choose to support the channel. Watching us, liking, and subscribing is another big way as well. Again, anything beyond that, we're just extremely appreciative of. You can see that lightning, guys. Again, I'm highly concerned about what we're seeing here, especially with Kelly's report that Mandeville might have taken significant damage. It didn't split in two, but it left behind a core of storms, which is now beginning to march its way in. So not a true split. The low level always stayed here, but there was a line that's coming in. And I mentioned it. Again, I think we're going to start seeing this rain pick back up here in the far eastern side of the island. I mean, if we're lucky, some of this still falls apart a little bit further away, but I don't have a lot of hope that that just stays right off the eastern tip. Again, Beryl's center structure now is a bit more ragged because it's been interacting with land. That is all expected. Let's take a look at some of the other things here. Let's look at the cirrus cloud tops, the high cloud tops. We can see that. Obviously, we still have some daylight. Nothing too much to really pick out of there. Let's look at our water vapor imagery. Slightly drier air there, but again, the core still looks to be intact. We would expect there to be some greens here because that's where the eye is. So it should be more devoid of obviously rain. And satellite data, I mean, so we can clearly see it here at the mid levels and at the low levels, right there. Again, so really close. It just really depends on where the Hurricane Center wants to define that northern eye wall. But you can see all that lightning coming in right there. It's a bad situation right on the coast, including Santa Cruz and Black River. Extreme weather at this point in time. Again, there it is right there, just offshore or brushing the coast. Extremely close, extremely, extremely close. The wind was bad in Linstead, which is well off towards the east of where we've been kind of concentrating lately. Again, the entire island is still under the gun, if you will, right? The core of the storm is moving to the southwest side, but there's still going to be wraparound bands. It may not be as consistent anymore, right? There may be lulls in the action central in the eastern portions of the island. That being said, there could still be some significant wind and rain coming back in, at least for a time, especially because, again, Beryl's a bigger storm now than what it was out east, and there is at least some deeper convection, meaning heavy rains and winds out on the northeast side. So we've still got that opportunity to deal with. And then, of course, now we're starting to see some of that spread a little bit closer to the Cayman Islands, although, again, hoping to avoid a direct impact to those areas as far as actually getting the eye to get close to the islands. Speaking of that, you can take a look real quickly here at, again, the forecast plots from the Hurricane Center. The wind radii here as well. Obviously, your tropical storm force winds in blue are going to extend much further away from the center of circulation for the Cayman Islands under a hurricane warning. But again, it's going to be a very close brush, I believe, with whether we get hurricane conditions there. Grand Cayman, more than likely, will have a little bit higher opportunity because you are a little bit farther south compared to Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, but it's going to be close. And then down the road, of course, as we follow this, with a storm which should continue to lose a little bit of intensity, we're talking about, again, potentially getting closer to the Yucatan late tomorrow night, early Friday, but still a hurricane that could be strong Cat 1, low end Cat 2. So some drop, but not a ton. Again, the 140 right now, all the newest information is on the top of your screen. Shelly, thank you very much. Looks like Shelly double dipped into our stickers, and I appreciate you very much for that, Shelly. And thank you for your first super on a stream being here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you very much. Still got a few more hours to go, guys. Still a few more hours in general, right? We'll talk about, getting a little bit more specific once we see what this eye wall wants to do on the coast. But generally speaking, still traveling at 20 miles an hour, still traveling at 31 kilometers an hour. We're still in it for a few more hours here. And again, thank you guys for sending your pictures or videos to mymeteomundo@gmail.com. Patrice, if you look at the pinned comment, there it is. So Andre, hurricanes that are of the magnitude of Beryl go under what's called eye wall replacement cycles every few days. It's actually a very common thing. You get an outer eye wall to form. It collapses down on the inner eye for a brief time. It causes it to either hold steady in strength or lose some strength, but as long as the environmental conditions are conducive, that storm comes back. Beryl has gone under two such replacements, one of them right before the Windward Islands, and then one of them overnight last night as well. All right, it happens every few days. It's been fighting wind shear for a while as well, and we've talked about that. And we can get into the wind shear as well coming up here in just a little bit. So this is the 5 o'clock information for you one more time. Then we're going to take a look at the HAFS model. Thank you, Health It Now, once again. I certainly appreciate your support and the double and the triple and the quadruple dipping as well. Really makes that worthwhile. All right, so let's see here. We've got a little bit of cams It might be a little bit raw here, guys. You guys see that? Red Hills, Jamaica. Again, it might be a little bit on the rawer side. But here we go. Boy, can't see much, can you? Shows you how rough it is. Obviously, that's from a high perched position. We can look down. I'm going to get you a little bit more information on this as well here. All right, there's Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. Again, kind of raw footage for us here, but again, we're turning around some of this information for you. So you can see again. Wow. Yeah, just looking out the window there, right? There's Mandeville. Thank you, Marjorie Jackson. Thank you for your support via the PayPal and the Venmo links. I appreciate you. And I appreciate the comment as well, the kind words. Kingston Airport. Again, it's kind of like, I know it's not full screen and we apologize, but you can see there's the roof at the Kingston Airport. Gone in some spots. And we'll effort to make this a little bit more in view, but at the same point in time, it's really important information to pass along. So again, there's the Kingston Airport, where we do have some roof damage to the Kingston Airport. Everywhere in Jamaica says Manchester is crazy, very strong winds and heavy rain. Getting more reports of tree damage. There's Treasure Bay there in St. Elizabeth one more time as well. Again, turning around some of this, of course, Red Hills, one of the areas of Kingston. We saw some of that video earlier as well. There's Mandeville. Again, that's just like a very common sight. And that, I believe, was earlier in the day too, right? Because, again, Mandeville got hit even worse recently. All right. We'll continue to effort some video and keep you guys updated in that way as well. But some of the sights on what's going to be a rough day here for our friends in Jamaica, taking direct impacts from Hurricane Beryl. Now, in the short term, we have to continue to keep a very close eye on the southeast side of the island, as that core of the storm continues to scrape places like Treasure Beach and Black River. Again, initial reports is that we might have some pretty extensive damage in Mandeville. We'll continue to effort that, but this is certainly the most intense weather right now. Santa Cruz, Black River, and again, it's just going to run up the coast. And so we'll see if this continues to stay on shore, but down the road, Savannah, Lamar, and Negril need to prepare for what could be a pretty intense part of that storm coming through. Again, it's not going to be as consistent anymore central and the eastern sides of the island. It would be awesome if this stuff stays just offshore, but you can see some lightning is beginning to return to the eastern side of the island. Morant Bay, Yallis, Port Antonio, And if this slips west, it gets back into Kingston, Port Moore, Spanish Town, halfway tree. Again, hopefully winding down a bit here in Old Harbor and Hayes and Maypen. But that's some significant activity on the western side. Again, we have lost at least the transmission of the weather information out of the Montego Bay area. Kayla says Port Maria is crazy. Here's Port Maria right here on the northeast side of the island. Black River is absolutely where the eye wall is. There is a brush of the eye wall with the southwest side of the island. Again, whether the Hurricane Center wants to call it a landfall or not, that's just for the record books, because our friends here in the Black River area are getting the outer eye wall core winds. Again, we can kind of see this a little bit better on the low level. See a little water vapor imager here. Let me get it back out in time. Right there. You can see that little void. So again, the eye has no wind, okay? The eye wall wrapping around the eye is where you normally have those maximum winds of 140. Now look, I don't want to say we're getting those kinds of winds here, but they're going to be significant, all right? And if we take the report that we had from Mandeville, which talked about the potential for some extreme structural damage, at least in some spots, you know, that's the concern that I have here for some of these areas. And someone early in the comments mentioned Treasure Beach. I know it's not on the map, but I apologize, it's right here. It is a fishing village, so obviously there's a lot of vessels there. And what that wind and rain and the surge of water could do to some of those ports could be devastating. Again, that'll be borne out in the details later on, but significant loss of property is a potential here in this area. $6,000 people with us here at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you guys. We are wrapping up hour 11 in a row. Started at 8 a.m. this morning. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate all the gifted members as well. So obviously this is really intense over Jamaica. Our friends in the Cayman Islands, we're going to have to start to think about you guys as well. Obviously, you're top of mind as well, not far down the road. I hope all of our friends in the Cayman Islands have taken their prep seriously, kind of getting an idea of what Beryl is doing right now in Jamaica. Give me just 1 second here, guys, okay? Stick with me just 1 second. Okay, guys, sorry for that brief interruption. Just needed to make some planning here as we continue the live stream. We are going to keep going as we push into hour 11 here. And again, if you're just tuning in, first of all, thank you for joining us here at Meteo Mundo. We'll be getting into hour number 12 here coming up in just a couple of minutes. Again, Hurricane Beryl has been an extremely interesting storm today. Although it has behaved in a very erratic fashion, it is bringing the impacts that we expected to Jamaica. All right, the low-level circulation has been on and off the board throughout the day, but that center redeveloped right here in the early afternoon and has been brushing the southern coast of the island for the last few hours. That's why it brought the 81-mile-an-hour wind to Kingston. We had the damage at the airport, and now that core continues to brush the coastline as well. So extremely significant wind and rain and potential damage for the southwest side of the island. All right, my concerns are places like Black River and Treasure Bay, and then eventually up the road, Savannah, Lamar, and Negril for the core of that extremely intense wind and rain. But obviously, we're feeling the punch of Beryl across the entire island. Across the entire island. Angela, thank you very much. How about some big thumbs up for Angela? A total of $40, and I appreciate you. Big thumbs up, Angela. That is an extremely kind gesture. Earth Extreme says Mo Bay now has 124-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I don't know if we can confirm that, but we'll try. Is that based off of a weather sensor there, if I can ask you? Or is that off of either like satellite data or off of model data? Asking Earth Extreme. The eye itself is brushing the southwest coastline right now. That's where you see all the lightning. That's where you see all the lightning. Black wind is currently getting 90. The eye is basically, the northern eye wall is right over the Black River area, guys. That's where it is. Right there. That's where we have all that intense lightning. So for those asking where the eye is, I'm happy to oblige. It's right about here. So, I hate that. I forget that it stays on the windshield layer. I'd like to zoom out, but that's where the eye is. So, we've been noting basically the northern part of the eye has been brushing the coastline of Jamaica the last couple of hours. Whether we actually get a landfall or not, again, insignificant compared to the consequences that unfortunately that eye wall is causing right now to the south and southwest side of the island. Someone give me a link. I'm sorry, I'm trying to keep up with the chat. You guys are absolutely awesome. Was that Earth Extreme with the link? Like I said, I'm trying to follow along here, but it can be a little bit difficult. McCrae, get out of here. Are you kidding me? Come on. Thank you very much. Get all of the thumbs up and all the hearts for all of these very generous people. Well deserved. I thank you very much. I'm slightly teary-eyed. I'm going to say mainly it's because I'm tired, but obviously that means a lot to us. Again, it lets us know that what we're trying to do here matters. It means a lot. Thank you. Hi, Ryan. Welcome to be a supporter at Meteo Mundo. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, throw those hearts in the chat, guys. You all deserve it. every single one of you. Again, our goal here is to provide you guys with weather information that you're not going to find anywhere else on the YouTube platform, on the digital platforms. Bring you this live continuous coverage as much as we possibly can. Again, we're about ready to push into hour number 12. I still feel good, I promise you. Again, all of our new members, you'll see those with their new badges there. Some of our members who have been here for a while, you'll see them. You'll get the custom badges throughout the time. You also get custom emojis as well, so throw those in the chat as well and let us know. Again, I absolutely appreciate the questions as to what particular areas are seeing. I can talk a little bit more in general at this point in time. But again, I have high concerns for the western side of the island because of this intense activity on the northern side of the eye wall. So in general, the weather is going to go back downhill again for Black River and Cambridge and Savannah Lamar and Montego Bay and Lucy and Negril as this scrapes the coast. On the back end of it, the rain and the wind is going to be more sporadic, but now we're also pulling in onshore winds. So the storm surge becomes a potential issue there as well. And then again, we have more lightning and more heavy rain developing on the far eastern side of the island. No electricity in Clarendon. Westmoreland, it's crazy here. Northwest side of the island. West side of the island, absolutely. Hanover, Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth. And again, if anyone has any information to pass along for those who are asking questions, that's fantastic. Appreciate that. Maxine says, here's 5 Meteo Mundo memberships, guys. Come and get it. And I appreciate you. And they got eaten faster than the bag of Cheetos I'm going to kill here before it's all said and done. I'm not even sure we have Cheetos, but I'm going to eat something. I'm going to have a big meal later tonight. Coco's in. Thank you for being a new member. Thank you to subscribing. Thank you for your donation as well. Stickers and whatnot. I appreciate it. My pleasure, guys. Thank you. Again, appreciate all the information as well. So obviously, we're getting some questions about the Cayman Islands. We're going to keep you guys informed as well. We're getting to the leading edge here in Little Cayman and Cayman Brac. We've still got a little bit of time in the Georgetown area. All right, there you go back into the southwest side of the island. And again, friends, if I zoom out, we've got some time here in Jamaica, all right? We might see the core of the storm move off in the next couple of hours, but we've got to hold on to all of the activity off towards the east. That is going to continue to be extremely significant. So a optimistic view would see that the weather begins to calm down in the next couple of hours. And we would like to get the core out of here by sunset, right? We don't want to have a lot of really, really bad weather after sunset. First of all, let me know. I know that there was a curfew, but was that island-wide? Was the 6 to 6 curfew island-wide? Hey, Jeff, thank you very much. $9.99, third super on a live stream. Thank you for supporting myself and other creators here on YouTube. So I saw that there was, again, a curfew, but I'm not sure if it was island-wide. But no one should be venturing out tonight anyway, right? But the problem is now we're going to have to start talking about the heavy rain because, again, we've already had pockets of really heavy rain. The official forecast is for 1 to 200 millimeters. That's 4 to 8 inches. But we could get locally up to 300 millimeters. That is a full foot of rain. And when we're talking about all of the other hazards that go along with it, it's going to be an extremely dire situation for many. It's no worse to see that the lightning has come down slightly here, but the wind will continue to be a beast as this thing slowly spirals north and west. I say slowly, just it looks like it's taking forever, But the Hurricane Center still wants to go with a 20-mile-an-hour forward speed. And again, you guys can see that as well. Thanks again, Health is Now. I appreciate you. I'm going to try and keep it up. I love that sticker. Pumping some iron. There we go. McRae 8866 has those custom emojis out. Savannah Lamar, crazy, crazy right now. Yeah, guys, 6 to 6 island wide. Okay, I appreciate that confirmation. Thank you. Thought I saw that earlier in the chat, but I don't want to overstep. Stick with me 1 second, guys. So I'm concerned for my friends in Negril and Savannah Lamar about the core of this moving your way. Yes, I am. Again, is it going to be as intense as what we had in Black River and Treasure Beach in Mandeville? Yet to be seen. But that is the core, the northern edge of the hurricane that is scraping the southwest part of the island. So you should expect your weather in Negril and Savannah Lamar to go downhill just a little bit. And again, we've lost the Montego Bay reporting station. Whether that's just transmission data, I don't think it probably got knocked out. But unfortunately, it would be good to see that pick up. It was island-wide, but they lifted the curfew. Okay, so we're getting conflicting reports. This is why I always say check in with your local officials, check in with your local government. Always check in with that for local island-specific information. Again, thanks for all the fan support, guys. Very, very heartwarming. You guys are awesome. Earth Extreme now saying Cambridge has 109 wind gusts. Again, Cambridge is right here. Jason is in Lucy, saying the winds are coming up. Look, western quarter of the island, it's going downhill in a hurry, guys. All right? That northern eye wall is battering the western side of the island right now in a very, very intense way. Extremely intense way right now. It's going to be doing so for about the next hour. Yep. Listen, man, higher elevation, landslides, mudslides. You guys know, unfortunately, the situation here. Steve Harvey says, I'm in White House, Westmoreland, close to the Black River, and it's crazy. Yeah, we're in the thick of it now here, guys. Again, there's the eye scraping the coast over the last several hours. Unfortunately, you know, it did jog a little bit north, and now that core really is impacting the southwest side of the island very significantly.
No, I want a real one. Like it can do like it can do like thunderproof. It can do.
Kingston's doing better. We had some video of the airport with some roof damage. Make sure Kingston's still reporting. They are. Let's see what their current wind is. Kingston has a south wind at 35 miles an hour as of last report. The issue with that, of course, is that the south wind is going to be pushing water into these areas, into these bays, and into the ports, right? We mentioned that on the back end of the storm, now you have all this south wind. Now here comes your water inundation. Storm surge, 6 to 9 feet, 2 to 3 meters in some spots. There's going to be water inundation with Beryl as well. Again, core storms here, but we got to watch out for the water inundation on the south side as well. That could be quite significant. You see all that lightning trying to swing back into the far east side as well. And again, just a ton of lightning coming here. Again, McRae, beyond awesome. give it up. Beryl says Old Harbor now just getting some rain, some trees are down. Again, last report out of Mo Bay was some very significant wind. No doubt about it. An actual number we'll see. Again, according to Earth Extreme, and I can't confirm this, but I will pass it along, 132 mile an hour winds in Mo Bay. Gusts, not sustained. No lighter water, Florence Hall and Trelawney. Trelawney is kind of north central. Right in here. And again, unfortunately, we lost the Montego Bay site too, guys. So that's unfortunately gone. Yeah, it's getting bad. I mean, we've just seen more intense activity occur the deeper into this afternoon that we've gone. And because of that, we've been really focused here at Meteo Mundo on that particular activity. I'm going to see here, we had some video queued up. I'm going to see if we've got it again. Doesn't look like we do. If we want to try and maybe bring that video back up, take your time and just let me know. Or again, we're efforting to get some of this video back to you guys. And so I want to make sure that if that is queued, I can show that to you. Again, when you look at the HAFS model here, if we're just kind of taking a look at what's going to be happening potentially down the road, the HAFS model has been the best as far as initializing it. And again, this was earlier in the day, but I still think it holds very true. And I want you to notice how the HAFS model brought in Beryl to Jamaica, scraping the southern coast. Scraping the southern coast, just like it's doing right now, has a landfall in the Yucatan, then emerging back into the southwest Gulf of Mexico, still holding a center of circulation that could potentially refire briefly into a Category 1 hurricane. That's the bottom right-hand side of your screen. And then we'll see what happens there. But again, watch the HAFS model bring in Beryl. Basically right where it is right now. Should not have an actual landfall in Grand Cayman. Should stay off to the south. But again, remaining as a Category 3, then 2, then 1 hurricane as it gets closer to the Yucatan. So unfortunately, we are not done with Beryl in any way, shape, or form. McCrae, what are you doing? Another $20. Thank you very much, McCrae. Hearts out big time for McCrae 8866. Thoroughly can't thank you enough. Turks and Caicos are in the house. Winds are picking up back in Westmoreland again. Serious rain here, Westmoreland. So we're getting some reports out of Westmoreland that's getting bad. Of course, that is the far western side of the island, Westmoreland and Hanover parishes. So this is where we have to concentrate, where we could really see some bad wind and rain right now, but especially the wind profiles continue to be significant there. So if you're just tuning in, the northern eye wall of Beryl is scraping the southwest coast of Jamaica. And unfortunately, it's been doing so for a couple of hours now. And so it's becoming a graver concern as we're starting to get more damage reports here and just more reports of extreme wind. I'm just taking a look at a couple of different products, analyzing in real time with you guys. Again, look at that huge cluster of lightning there. The lightning intensity has come down a bit, but that core wind is still on shore. And while that land interaction should begin to suppress it it's going to take some time. Again, the center is more ragged again. Obviously now the inner part of Beryl is having more direct land interaction, so it's going to get knocked down. The problem is that is it really going to do enough to cause any big any big drop in intensity as it moves west away from the island? The secondary issue is the inner core is now brushing the coastline, and so the impacts here on the southwest side of the island are significant. Again, the lightning count is coming down. It could be an indication that that part of the eye is really beginning to, get punched in the face by the land interaction, which would be good for Savannah, Lamar, and DeGrill, but we got to stay on our toes here, guys. If nothing else, some extremely heavy rain there. Going to switch over to the Viz satellite imagery. I know we're losing daylight, but with these shadows, I love the visible satellite imagery at sunrise and sunset because we get these shadows and it becomes very clear to take a look at this. So that right there is definitely the eye. Again, brushing the north eye wall, brushing the coast. So you get those shadow effects, right, with the lower light angle. So you can see that intense. You can see how intense it is right there. If I zoom out a little bit, you can see how this is kind of like a topographic relief map. There's more bubbles over here compared to the east side on this visible satellite imagery right at sunset. So we can see that really clearly right there. And then I can show you the combination of the two, Viz and IR. Not as clear there. Let's look at this one. Boy, look at all that lightning. Again, the lightning count has come down. But I really think part of that is because that land interaction is starting to cause some problems to the structure of the eye of Beryl. Might be more brief than anything else, right? It's going to get back over the open water soon, but there has been some structural degradation in the center of Beryl because of the land interaction, because it's been happening for a couple of hours, right? We didn't push the core of the storm over the island, but we had enough of the northern eye wall continuing to ingest in drier air from the north where we got that problem. Westmoreland with bad wind. Thanks again for all the reports, guys. Thanks for sticking with us here. We're efforting what we can, and we want to bring you guys the best coverage we possibly can here. And I appreciate you guys just sticking with us and providing us all of the information. So, I like it, Magnum Tonic. Wait, what is this poll? What is the best drink for Rusty right now? Dragon, Stout, Guinness, or a Magnum Tonic? Okay. Here's what I love. We are almost like 33, 33, right? Magnum Tonic barely won or is winning right now. I believe the moderator put it in the chat. This was the conversation that we had with YouTube behind the scenes, is that we're required to end our stream within 12 hours. So I'm going to stick with you here through about 7:50 Eastern Daylight Time. That's 6:50 local time in Jamaica. So I'm going to basically hang with you as long as I can, because we're not allowed to run our stream for more than 12 hours. Okay? Now, we're going to assess the situation then and talk about what we're going to do after that. All right? I don't want to start making promises, but we want to continue to provide information as it becomes necessary. Obviously, I'm human, and 12 hours is taxing, but I still feel okay. But again, yeah, that was part of the reason why I jumped off camera real quick, is we were verifying that we were required to basically end the stream within 12 hours. The eye of Beryl is scraping the southwest coast of the island. It's not as clear because there has been certainly some interruption to the inner mechanisms of Beryl, but Beryl has been an unusual storm all day long. Beryl has been an extremely unusual storm. If you're just tuning in, it actually was very ragged even before this imagery 6 hours ago. But then we had this flare up of storms right here at 2:15 or 1:15 local, and then fortunately it was back on. That eye wall comes back to life. The inner eye clears back out. We get the 81 in Kingston, and then that eye wall scrapes the island over the last few hours. Look at that. It's a bad scenario, friends. It's a bad scenario. Again, getting some reports of some bad problems in Mandeville, also on the eastern side of the island. You know, I don't want to start jumping to conclusions here, but again, you know, we're going to try and take these reports on par, at level, that they're the truth, and pass them along to you guys. Obviously, in the coming days, we're going to go back and we're going to revisit. If you have some pictures or video you want to send us, that's mymeteomundo@gmail.com, mymeteomundo@gmail.com. And again, we just showed you some video. Going to hope to potentially get that back up again here in a little bit. And again, we're adding to that. We saw some roof damage at the airport there in Kingston and some other potential damage in other spots. But again, at this point in time, my biggest concern for the strongest wind and rain is going to be the southwest side of the island, because we're still scraping that eye wall. We've lost some of the lightning, which could be indicative that the land interaction has finally begun to knock down the intensity. And that would be great news for Savannah, Lamar, and Negril. But again, we had, I believe, an over 100-mile-an-hour wind report out of Cambridge. So again, just trying to keep up with chat here the same way, guys. I voted on Kenneth. I like it. And again, I appreciate all the kind words, all the comments, all you guys sticking with us here. You know, 6,000 people going strong. And I appreciate you guys in the comments letting everyone know what's happening in your area as well. Thank you, John. Portmore has power, so it's not island-wide blackouts. Okay. Obviously, there's been some conversation about the blackouts as well. Joe, thank you very much. Let's get some hearts out for Joe. $50. Appreciate you. First super on a live stream, Joe. And I appreciate you choosing Meteo Mundo, and I appreciate the support. It really means a lot to us here. Again, as they say, keeps the lights on, keeps us going. So thank you very much for that. Really heartwarming, all of that indeed. So big up for Joe, guys. Big up for all the supporters. Big up for everyone being here today with us. Thank you again for liking. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for sharing this with your family and friends. Again, clear to see that the inner eye has been impacted by the land interaction. Again, it's been a really bad scenario for Mandeville and Black River and Treasure Beach. I'm hoping that the storm has blown its top a bit, at least in the short term, and that we push this back off coast and we don't have as bad of weather for Savannah, Lamar. But I know we have some people watching in Savannah, Lamar, so please let me know what you guys are seeing there. And we still have this lingering area right on the coast. OM, I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Keep it up. I love that emoji, by the way. And thank you for your first super on the live stream as well, OM. Appreciate you choosing Meteo Mundo and sticking with us as well. Again, it was such a crazy scenario here with the eye of Beryl earlier in the afternoon. And then just kind of what it looks like round. Structurally, this is a very unusual hurricane. We even have some deep convection well to the southeast of the center as well, way down here. And you can have some lightning redeveloping on the south and the southwest side. Beryl's not done. You know, Beryl is not done. Once it gets its eye back out west, we'll see what happens. If we're lucky, some of this that's been going on with Jamaica is going to impact Beryl down the road. Again, it's still fighting wind shear. And I mentioned this earlier, guys. The wind shear that Beryl has been fighting in the Caribbean is actually by its own forward movement, all right? The winds that were in play in the Caribbean happened to be such that Beryl's west movement was generating its own wind shear on itself, which is why a forecast for the entire Caribbean was for Beryl to just gradually lose strength as it continued to fight that wind shear, okay? Wind shear is a very complicated meteorological phenomenon because there's wind shear at all different levels of the atmosphere. You've got surface winds, and again, there's different kinds of wind shear, speed shear and directional shear. I haven't brought this out in a while, but we did it earlier in the stream where using this rubber band as Beryl or any hurricane or any storm, they want to be vertically stacked. So if my left hand is the surface and my right hand is the top, they want to be like this, okay? Might be hard to see because, again, I'm in the orange, but let me see here. Let me get rid of this real fast because now I'm going to go all Mr. Wizard Science on you guys because now I'm feeling it. So, again, we see this here, right? It might be easier to see if I do this way. When we have too much wind shear on the top of the storm, it's going to push it forward, and now we get a tilt. And now the storm isn't vertically stacked. If the wind shear is going to push the storm too far fast at the low levels and leaves the upper part of the storm behind, we get a storm that's tilted back to the north and to the east. So again, it wants to be vertically stacked, but it's fighting this wind shear, which is causing it from the low levels to the upper levels to have different forward speeds, and that can begin to rip apart a storm. Unfortunately, even as it's gone through eye wall replacement cycles, Beryl has held on even more than what we expected. Unfortunately, it has outperformed at every step. And even now, as the eye has looked much different on satellite imagery today, it reinvigorated itself, and unfortunately, it's been pummeling portions of Jamaica for the last several hours. So our thoughts are with our friends here in a very, very significant way. Again, we'll get a better idea of what's happening, but it really is intense. Again, Earth Extreme is still reporting 134 mile an hour gusts in Mo Bay. In Earth Extreme, if I missed it, just curious where that information is coming from. That's all. Don't have to tell me anything more than that. So we still have a few more hours here, guys. No doubt about it. Thank you for all those, by the way, who are saying I'm invited to the cookout or there are certain meals being prepped. I certainly could eat right now, I can tell you that much. But I'm more happy to be here with you guys because that's most important. And again, that's still some pretty rowdy weather, Black River up to Savannah Lamar. Still some convection out towards the east as well. My friends in Cayman Islands, let's check in on you. Just starting to see kind of the outer band trying to work its way in. We do have our reporting station there in Cayman Brac on the west end, but they are not reporting any wind gusts. They had a 30 mile an hour wind earlier. had a report that the airport is closed down, and that is certainly for a reason. And again, down the road, we'll be watching our friends in the far northwest side of the Caribbean, where we have a hurricane warning in effect now for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula, and that does go up to Cancun. Beryl should still be fast moving, but higher impacts are possible in those areas late tomorrow night and into Friday morning. And of course, for our friends in the Cayman Islands, that comes late tonight and potentially overnight. The yellow that you see, by the way, is 96L right here. This is what brought another round of heavy rain and over 50-mile-an-hour winds to places like Barbados and St. Lucia this morning. When I first came on, a lot of folks in Barbados jumped on and said, Rusty, what is going on? Well, this is 96L, only a 20% chance of development, but it could bring more rain to some of the areas just like the west of the Windward Islands that didn't need any more. And that would be portions of the Dominican Republic and Haiti and Jamaica. And that would be in about 36 to 48 hours from now. And it might be actually picking up a little bit of forward speed. It might be a little bit sooner than that. Again, don't expect this to develop on the heels of Beryl. One area that would take the rain is the ABC Islands. So hopefully we can get them some rain and keep it out of the areas that have just had way too much. Chris, thank you very much. I appreciate your support as well. Chris dropping in some thanks and a first super on the live stream. So thank you very much, Chris. Big thumbs up for Chris. Big thumbs up for everyone. We still have a couple of more hours here, guys. I know I said that an hour or two ago, but just kind of based on what I'm looking at right here, we're going to have a little bit more time to have to deal with this storm. Again, that eye is almost clearly visible again. And what I mean by that is if I pause this last image, we can see it right there. So northern eye wall still impacting. I'm hoping that the weather is not going to be as bad in Savannah, Lamar, and Negril. The lightning count has come down significantly. The northern eye wall has been battling land interaction for a couple of hours. So we should see a degradation of that. And that looks to be occurring. So my friends who live in Savannah, Lamar, and Negril, please keep me updated as to what you're seeing there. One second here, guys. A couple more hours for sure. Yeah, I mean, again, it's a little bit hard because we're not going to have this sharp cutoff, right? And that's kind of what I'm also trying to impart to my friends here, because I know you guys are sick of it and you're over it and you want it to be out of your way. But the reality of the situation is, at least for a few more hours, we're going to have the opportunity for more impacts. We still have a cluster of storms holding on to the far eastern side of the island. We still have the center that is still located here, okay? So again, still the opportunity for some impacts for the next few hours. Now, we'll transition from the strongest winds to the heavy rain and the storm surge probabilities as well. Remember, now that we're getting on the back end of this storm, one of the issues that I think we need to talk even more about here is the fact that the winds on the back side are coming in like this, right? It's still pushing a lot of water into now more and more of the southern coast. All of that back end wind out of the south, okay? Still north winds here. So even though we lost the Montego Bay site, the winds in general are going to be like this. There's your eye. Back in now, water inundation is going to be a problem. 6 to 9 foot storm surge is the official forecast. That is 2 to 3 meters. Not everywhere, but where we push this strong south wind from south to north, in some of those areas that can collect a lot of water, and you know those spots where you live, that's my greatest concern. To go along with now the potential flooding issues. Certainly some flash flooding where that eye wall brought all the heavy rain in Clarendon and Manchester and St. Elizabeth, and then overall across the entire island, the opportunity for some overall flooding, and especially when we start talking about some of the higher elevations, and then the water starts coming down over the next day or two and starts collecting in some of those low-lying areas. Hi, Perrin. Thank you very much. I appreciate you as well. Hearts out for Perrin. Thank you, Omar. I appreciate you. I should be getting into Cancun tomorrow. How about do you think it will be there? So again, Cancun is under a hurricane warning. If you arrive by tomorrow, especially early in the day, I would imagine that if you're coming by flight, you're still going to be okay. It will be a fast-moving storm, so it will be moving through Cancun relatively quickly, but late tomorrow night and then throughout the Friday is not going to be very good. All right? So if you can kind of hunker down and just deal with a pretty crummy late tomorrow and Friday in Cancun, the weather should begin to improve because, again, Beryl should still have some good forward speed. The one saving grace of this storm, as rough as it's been and as much damage as it's going to leave behind, is that at least it had a little bit of forward momentum, so we weren't sitting over these areas for days and days and days. All right, I can't really glean a lot of grade out of this, guys. This has been a very impactful storm very early in the season. The fact that we're talking about this kind of hurricane here in the Caribbean on July 3rd. Again, it's a record-breaking storm over many kinds, for many different reasons, but obviously the fact that at least it's moving is significant because we have powerful hurricanes that have sat over areas for days and days and days, and then the flood threat and the flooding that came out of that is historic and very, very threatening to life. Now, there's still life-threatening flooding potential here for 100 to 200 millimeters and up to 300 millimeters in some spots. But at least we're not talking about 500-600 millimeters of rain. At least we're not talking about 12 to 18 inches of rain or 18 inches to 24 inches of rain. Because in some of these scenarios, if Beryl was moving at half its speed, that would be an even greater concern. It's going to take a few more hours to get out of Jamaica overall. Democracy says 65% of the island is without power, being reported by JPS. Savannah Lamar has lots of wind and broken down power lines. Yep, just the roof of the boarding gate of the airport is damaged. Well torn off by the wind. And again, thank you very much, Perrin. Thank you, Samantha. Hearts out for Samantha, thumbs up big time. Again, Omar, I hope I answered your question. Please enjoy Cancun. It is going to be very rough right when you get there. Earlier is better, but you're probably just going to have to stay in for Friday and let Beryl pass you by. The biggest thing is that for Cancun, we want to cross our fingers that we don't have power outages, right? We don't want something to linger longer. But the forecast, again, is for Beryl to weaken to a Category 1. Category 1s can still cause a lot of headaches. But let's hope we don't see in the Yucatan what we're seeing right now in Jamaica. Tree damage in Manchester. Thank you, Ricardo. Appreciate you. Been going for a little bit more than 11 and a half hours now, guys. Cranking, as we say. I don't have any specific news in Treasure Beach except for the fact that the winds were exceptional, and that was about the most intense that the storm was. Unfortunately, I think when we start seeing some photos and video out of places like Mandeville and Treasure Beach and Santa Cruz and even Black River, that it's not going to be pretty. Look how many lightning strikes. It just shows you how intense the core was of the storm as it came through that part. Now again, that is trying to ride up north and west, but we've really lost a lot of that lightning right now, okay? So I'm hoping that the intensity of the wind is not going to be as much for Savannah, Lamar, and Negril. That unfortunately areas south took the brunt, but that the inner core is really struggling right now because of the continued land interaction, right? Land interaction, you get friction, you get drier air being sucked in. And when you're talking about the heart of the storm, that can really interrupt the outflow. It can really interrupt the mechanisms of a hurricane. And obviously that's why when we have landfalling hurricanes, they dissipate relatively quickly. This is more brushing the coast. A fair amount of the actual eye is still offshore. Again, because I'm just so curious as to whether they're going to make this a landfall or not. Let me go back and check one more time. Haven't seen anything official. Again, their wording as of the 5 o'clock was scraping or brushing the coast. Sometimes what they'll do, and I've seen this before too, they'll go back and they'll look at all of the satellite data, look at the radar data, and determine if they do see an actual penetration of the eye wall, right? You have to get just the leading edge of the eye wall to go on shore, then you have a landfall. You don't actually have to have the center of the eye move on shore. And it was very, very close for many locations, south central, southwest side of the islands. All right, guys, you can see that coming right in here. So again, we're beginning to bump up on our 12-hour stream allowance here on YouTube. So again, we'll be ending this stream in a few minutes. And I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you for that as well. So let me ask you guys a question. If I had to come back on later tonight, would you all join me? I don't want to make a guarantee because I have to see how I feel, but I will say that for our friends in Jamaica, you guys are going to continue to see some heavy rain and wind for a while. It's going to begin to not be as consistent, right? We're finally pushing the center off towards the west. So it's not going to be as consistent, all right? Right on the East Coast, that storm just wants to come back in. Well, I appreciate you guys saying that. Thank you. All right, well, I don't want to make a promise, but if you have the notifications on here at Meteo Mundo and we decide to go back live again sometime tonight, if you have that notification on, obviously you'll know when we're going live. Thank you, Michael. Yes, with the thumbs up. Thanks, guys. I appreciate all the support. I hear you. I can't. So again, we are, and we double checked this, we're not allowed to stream past 12 hours. Okay? So it's probably time for me to take a little bit of a break too, to be honest. I will say this, and I've been trying to mention it because I knew we were running up against the window, is that While there is going to be some rough weather in Savannah Lamar and the Grill, and we had a report out of that, I do expect hopefully the winds are coming down a bit. You notice that the lightning is pretty much absent right now. We don't have that big flare up of storms. There will still be a push of wind, but I do not expect it to be as bad as what it was in Black River and Mandeville. We're right on the precipice of that. And again, now we're starting to see the center emerge again, and that will probably wrap back up once it moves back offshore. But there still is a fair amount of Beryl sitting right over the island. I'm not sure I thought I'd ever use that term, a fair amount of Beryl sitting right over Jamaica. So while it will be more erratic, there will still be some squalls. There will still be some areas of intense rain, not as widespread. Still got to concern ourselves with the flood issue here too, and of course the storm surge. It all goes along for the ride. Again, for our friends down the road, let's get rid of the yellow area here. But we have our hurricane warnings for the Cayman Islands. We're just starting to see some of the far northwest feeder bands begin to try and move into the island. The official forecast is for the center of circulation to stay south of Grand Cayman, Little Cayman, and Cayman Brac. So hurricane warning, hurricane impacts are likely, but we're going to try and keep the core of the storm away from the islands. Then again, as we get into the Northwest Caribbean, continuing potential weakening, and then late tomorrow night, early Friday, we would have another landfall here, potentially in the Yucatan, maybe as far south as Belize, but the models have been a little bit more there into Quintana Roo. And again, as far north as Cancun, we have the hurricane warning, and then in the southwest sides of the island as well. Thank you, I love my veggies. I would eat anything at this point in time, veggies included. And Joe, again, thank you very much. Just want to double check all of the fan funding here before it's time to have to say goodbye. So Samantha, again, thank you again. Michael, a couple different Michaels, or the same Michael, but two different times. And I love veggies with a fantastic handle. Who just typed, thanks, I love my veggies. So again, the situation on the southwest side of the island is not good. We believe that there was significant impacts to places like Mandeville and Treasure Beach and Black River. I don't have any more information than that, so I don't want to speculate. We did hear of some wind gusts well over 100 miles an hour. Thank you very much, Sleeping Arcade. I appreciate you. And thank you for your first super on a live stream. All right, gang. Well, we are out of our time here. Again, have the notifications on. I'm going to discuss the situation with my team. We're going to look at things. Obviously, we've been streaming for 12 hours now. So we're all going to take a quick break. If necessary, or if we feel like we need to, we'll try and come back on again. I don't want to make any guarantees, but we understand the situation here is still going on. Now, one thing that we can do is, as you know, in between, we can run our 24/7 weather radar and our weather computer. So we can definitely do that. So we'll have that presence. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you. So we'll have that presence. And depending on how I'm feeling, depending on how the situation is evolving, there is that opportunity to potentially come back on later tonight, although we'll just have to wait and see. Now, down the road, all right, we're going to obviously keep our eye on Beryl and what it could potentially do into the Yucatan and Belize. And if that, again, is going to be another situation where we're going to come on live, we're going to come on live. And we'll cover that for you guys as well. So unfortunately, we're not done with Beryl, as we expect impacts to the Cayman Islands later tonight, and then the Yucatan late tomorrow and into Friday. Again, thank you very much, Dan. I appreciate you guys very much as well. Okay, friends, we're going to wrap this up here in just a second, but firstly, I want to thank, first of all, Candle Flame 101 from a Jamaican living in England, seeing what's happened back home, a good rest. Let's get the hearts out for our new friend Candle Flame 101. Nadine, thank you very much. Hearts out, the thumbs up for all of the supporters here, and for you guys as well, all of you guys. Thank you to the team here at Meteo Mundo. Thank you to my family for putting up with this. But again, our goal here is to provide you weather coverage unlike what you've seen by using our technology, by using, my background and expertise and the passion that we have here, guys. And you're a big part of that. I can't thank you guys enough for sticking with me in the chat, for dropping in all the comments and letting everyone know what the weather was like in your area, or just as a community working it out together. Know this is a really tough situation for Jamaica for today. That's why we were on for 12 hours, because I fully understand the impacts that our friends here are going to be experiencing and how long it might take some of these areas to really be able to recover from this. So we're going to keep our thoughts and our prayers with our friends here. Obviously, as we go into subsequent streams, either that's later tonight or sometime tomorrow, send us your pictures or your videos that tells the story. We'll package those and we'll show you those as well. And we appreciate you taking the time to send us to send those our way. All right, guys, I appreciate you very, very much. Again, you guys, if I don't see you later tonight, you guys have a great rest of your evening. We will be bringing back this 24/7 live stream, so at least you can find coverage that way as well. And again, keep those notifications on for the next time that I go on, whether that is sometime tonight or sometime down the road, as we watch out for Beryl further in the northwest side of the Caribbean. And again, for the opportunity to have to come back on here and continue to track the storm. Friends, thank you again for liking and subscribing on the way out, and I will see you soon right here at Meteo Mundo.